Chapter at your service.
Earth Shaker here. Slap!
Afternoon to everyone watching at home, and welcome to Blast Slam for Singapore. It's going to be so much fun. I can't believe we're already on to our 4th Blast event. I'm going to be your host, Nat T, and standing beside me, well, we've got some amazing people. Someone I really want to introduce is, of course, 2-time TI finalist, 3-time major winner, the last hope for his country. It's Seb, all the way from France.
Hello, hello. Happy to be here. Happy to be here with you guys.
It's nice. You know, we worked together before, but this is kind of like the first time we're going to be having a little bit more time together. But of course, the person I really did want to introduce for the first time, his talent debut since being now a retired player, is Quinn Callahan.
That's right. I'm in the building. I have I've put down the keyboard and picked up the iPad, and that's me now, my iPad bear.
Do you have any notes on that one?
Not yet. I'm saving that for later.
Okay,
Get
right.
hold off on the good stuff.
Do you know how to unlock it just to test it? Yeah.
Nope.
Nope.
I can do it. There we go.
It did work.
Give me a sec.
Yeah, and of course I haven't introduced UT, but our standard, our stable, that's someone that we can always rely on here at the desk.
Yep, no, it's going to be great. I love the camera shot coming in. 2 amazing people. Those two, I was like, hi. Yeah.
I do want to clarify, because people are going to question when I said 3-time major winner, right, Seb? It's as a coach, okay? That was my caveat to this bit. It was as a coach, but it felt, you know, very fitting that you guys had similar stats, maybe just in different roles when it comes to the career.
So do you think coaches are less important than the players than that?
No.
Because that caveat sounded...
I do.
Yeah.
I just don't want people to
also
sit
do.
there being like, technically he's won 4, you know? So I'm
Yeah.
saying technically he's won 3 as a coach. My,
Powerful.
yeah.
Beautiful.
For sure. But it's going to be a lot of fun. There's a lot of different actions, a lot of different moving parts that are going on with this Blast Slam. The biggest one is definitely going to be the format change. And I mean, for you, Quinn, you've played in Blast Slams before with what the previous format was. And now we're going to have a completely separate one where it's all of these best of ones in a big group stage, right? 66 best of ones over 5 days. There's a lot of movements.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's super exciting. Honestly, it's the first time this has happened since TI4, and I think it's just a cool look to get to see everyone play everyone. You don't get to see something like this very often, and the nuance of it and the fact that it's so rare makes it. I'm honestly super excited for it.
And the thing as well with the best of ones is people often complain that best of ones, you know, you can maybe get lucky on the coin toss, you have like a cheese draft, but because you're playing every team in the group, you can't be cheesed, you know, 11 times, right?
Yeah.
There's going to be other options to be able to fix your problems or whatever. So I feel like it is like the perfect way to actually present best of ones in a competitive fashion.
It's like a great assessment of where every team is going to stand in terms of like level. Also going to shape the meta really quickly because you get to see everything that everybody's bringing to the table. So it's like some very intense, you know, meta shaping group stage.
Yeah, it is. There's going to be 2 streams, right? Because I've mentioned it. That's a large number of best of ones that are going to be happening. It's going to be going across 2 streams simultaneously for this first week. There's just a lot of action that's going on. Towards the later part, we are also going to be having our best of 3s. And then, of course, the big thing for the week 2 of this tournament is going to be the fact that we'll be live in Singapore. We're going to be in an arena, the first Blast Arena event.
Yeah, I think it's super hype. Crowd events they're few and far between these days, and I think it's awesome that Blast is running one. The feeling of like playing in the arena with people yelling, "Woo!" Like it's way
Some
more
yell better
fun.
than that.
Yeah, I think it's
That's
a
an
little bit
NA
more
chant, yeah.
educated than that one.
That's how you receive it on the stage, maybe.
In the booth, that's how it
Yeah,
sounds.
that's how it sounds. Very true.
How important is the audience for competing, right? Whilst you're playing, like, does the vibes make it better for you? Like, obviously, you know, the elephant in the room, the smoking chair and all that stuff, but like, are these things like good for you as players?
I think they're great. I think it makes it so much more fun. Like being in a booth. Yeah, exactly. That's right. being in like a studio room and playing is one thing, but when you're with people, it makes it like feel so much more important and emotional, and like you're part of something bigger, which is just a cool feeling.
Yeah, it definitely amplifies everything. I think it brings like more stake, more pressure, more focus from the players, more beef also in like rivalries, everything. I think it just amplifies everything that's, you know, that actually comes into play when these games are happening. So I can't think of any player that doesn't enjoy, you know, the crowd and the energy that comes with it.
Yeah. I feel like the same could be asked for you though, T. Being a talent, the difference of being in front of a crowd, in front of an SEA crowd as well.
I was worried where that question was going. No, of course. I feel like anytime you're with a crowd, it's just the fact that you get to feel the vibes of everything. Like when Spirit won in Seattle, right? Like the whole arena just chanting Yotoro's name. Like,
Sorry, brother. You just happened to pick that one, TI.
I had to pick. Sorry, it was a
I
memorable
was off
one.
the stage by that time. I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, it could have been Quinn, but again, it was Yotoro that they were chanting. And the fact is, like, just you feel like the fact that Dota is a community game, like it's built for the fact that everyone's in it together. And when you are in an arena, as talent, as player, as camera operator, whatever, it's like the arena is just on another level. So yeah, I'm very happy that we actually have them in the calendar.
Do you personally ever feel extra nerves being in front of it? Because we talk about it for players, right? Where it's just like, oh, is there that level that you can hit? Is there a new level that you hit?
Yes, because at TI, I'll be honest, I fucked up. I said right on panel, I was like, Clinks is tanky, and I didn't mention like Death Pact and the key thing. So I'm just there, and it sounds like I'm saying invisibility is invincibility, and that's like some Herald analysis, and I didn't finish my point. So sometimes
Do you want to finish it now?
Yeah,
very
years
quickly?
later.
Yeah.
So,
You wanna finish it
anyway,
now?
like I was saying, so Clinks at TI when Army played it, you're tanky because you have Death Pact, you can eat the creep, you're elusive with your invisibility, and you itemize in a way you can do it. And I want to backtrack and say I'm so sorry for making it sound like he was tanky based on his ultimate.
Yeah.
That has been on my mind since
Aw.
TI. And yeah, the pressure of the arena, the hype, the aura, the fact that these little motherfuckers pick different heroes than what they're normally doing, it can all hit you in spiral, but that's the beauty of the game. It's so complicated.
Do you guys agree with his analysis? We've got to start it earlier,
But
right?
the Kings
To be-
one?
Yeah.
I stopped listening at the second word.
Co-streamers, am I right? Look
I think
at
that's the only right answer.
I did not listen, sorry.
Okay, that's good. So it's off to a really good start. It's a lot of fun having these guys on the panel here.
Oh
as well.
no, what's going to happen next week?
No, it is all in good fun here for sure. For you guys, though, with these best of ones, we've already talked about how it's going to be changing up for the format and everything like that. And you also said, T, you can't be cheesed 11 times. Do you feel like you can cheese 11 times, though? Can you be on the other end where, like, you somehow can always get, like, this perfect pick?
I don't know if there's such a thing as cheesing personally.
Yeah.
Like that's like a Dota thing, but you definitely are not allowed to get surprised 11 times. Let's put it this way. People are going to try and they're going to bring stuff to the table, but at the same time, no excuse, right? When you play that many games. But one thing to keep track of is like we're going to be able to watch most of these games and get the info. Teams don't really have time for that also because they just keep playing, and it's usually the staff, I guess, the coaches and the analysts that are going to bring the light on what matters, but they might not be able to keep track. It's happening too fast.
No, I mean, like, the way these tournaments work, like, at some point, every game, after you finish, everyone tabs out and has, like, a billion Dota buff tabs open, and they're, like, clicking, who played what? What did they pick? They picked this. They did that on 18. Wait, what team was that? Like, that... You get that every single game, and so it can get like very overwhelming trying to keep track of like what the heck is happening.
But it's also like shows the maturity and the trust the team has, because if a coach or someone comes into the team dynamic and goes, all right, we just lost this game, but this team's doing this, we have to try this strategy, or like you need to be able to adapt. That shows like the true strength of a team, because if they're not willing to adapt throughout these best of ones, and if they're stubbornness can hurt you, and suddenly you're in like the bottom half of the group. So it's really going to shine a light on how good some of these new rosters are.
Yeah, well, let's jump into it a little bit more here, right? We're kind of getting ahead of ourselves. We're talking already about like how teams are going to be playing here, but we're going to have a look at our prize pool, because that's something that's also very important towards the teams, not just being able to play in Singapore, playing on a LAN, but of course that split of the prize pool there and what they're able to do with it, and just exactly how the groups are going to shape up. We're not being split into two groups this time around. There's not going to be this random makeshift of best of ones. Everyone's going to be playing each other, and of course with this, we also get to see all of our participating teams. And do you guys have a specific team that you're either expecting a lot from, or you're just interested in general to see how they're turning up to a Blast Lab?
I mean, this is basically the start of the Dota season, like after the roster shuffle and after TI, so it's Omega hype. Like a lot of new rosters, a lot of new points to prove. So I'm excited about most of these matchups. And the beauty of this group stage is that we're actually getting every single matchup. No frustration of they didn't meet, or whether you're looking at Dota, clashes, or actually personality or player clashes, because come on, we're all here also for that. Like we want to see, who was right, who was wrong, because these roster shuffles can get pretty spicy. So we're going to get all of it.
Yeah. Were you personally shocked by any of the roster shuffled?
I wouldn't say shocked, but there were some pretty big moves, honestly. Okay. You're looking at Liquid being a completely different team, Whisper switching to mid, like just on the top of my head, Tundra coming in, Pure back to Tundra. He's going to face BetBoom. He has a point to prove.
That's true.
There's a lot that's going to happen.
Yeah. What about yourself, T?
I think it's more just the kind of the regional splits, what's going to happen post-TI, right? In the last 3 years, it's kind of been Western Europe, Eastern Europe kind of dominating the scene. We've just had China step up at the last TI. And we are going to look at a graph about it here, where we look at the regions. You've got Eastern Europe in kind of like a little lime green, great color choice there. But the fact is, Western Europe has dominated, Eastern Europe has dominated at top 6 placements. China and South America have dipped into top 6. But the likes of NA hasn't been able to get there. SEA hasn't been able to get there. And when you look at some of the SEA teams that have formed, they do look quite promising. And also for China, I feel like we are on the up for that region. And I hope they can take the previous TI and have that momentum carry through. Maybe not this Blast Slam, but maybe the next one in Chengdu. Like, there is a chance that we have a change of pace to, you know, Europe being the dominant region.
Yeah, I think, you know, we've been seeing a lot of qualifiers happening in the last few weeks. We obviously had that Fissure online tournament that just concluded a couple days ago as well. And so whilst this is the kickoff of what feels like that post-TI, there's still inklings of what we've been able to see from some of the rosters. And I think a big one on everyone's mind, and, you know, some ex-teammates of yourself, Quinn, is what's happening over at Liquid with Tofu and Ace joining them.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting roster. Role swaps are always... Like, you can say on paper this roster looks really good, and I think it does. It's a lot of very strong players, people I play with and I believe in to quite a big extent. But also, like, he's switching to 5. Tofu and Ace were a laning pair together for a long time. Right? That's what when you think of Tofu Ace, you think of they win the lane, they're dominant, they take the tower, Ace is giga fat, and then they win the game, right? Whereas now they're not laning together. Ace and Boxy, maybe they have different... Like, I think Ace is a farmer and Boxy is a killer. I think Tofu is switching roles, and he has to build that synergy with Mickey Mouse. Like, I think there's some things there that are like, there will be a learning curve. I think this team has the potential to be very strong, but I think they may have some growing pains.
I want to ask you a question then on that. It's like, who are you looking to, like, when it comes to adapting? Do you think Ace is going to do the adaptation to Boxy, or is it going to be the other way around, or like a little bit of both?
I mean, I actually think the person who's going to adapt the most is Mickey, because I feel like Ace is going to farm and Boxy is going to make plays. And so to me, they went from having Bing Bong, who's running around like dying and doing random crap, to Ace, who is hitting creeps and being high net worth.
Mickey is just out of internship at, 33's company. So I think he's had to do a lot of adaptation already. So hopefully he finds the resources to keep adapting.
Yeah, I feel like there's no one that's played, I don't want to say roles, but it's like this culmination of so many different roles and play styles as it has for Mickey. I know we've seen a lot of players role swap, but it just feels like every competitive year something changes in Liquid, and it feels like it is always Mickey having that brunt. And I think a position 5 change is a really big one. And the next thing we want to talk about has had that change up, right? Spirit, they're a team that always makes just very small changes in their roster. The big one right now is Miposhka taking that step back, right? He's taking, I'm not going to say retirement, because they just kind of put it out as a break. We don't know how long. Is it going to be just this tournament? Is he going to be back next year? But we've got Panto joining that lineup. And so now I'm very interested how that is going to change such a big dynamic of Spirit where Miposhka felt so key.
I mean, he is such a critical part in the team, because we were speaking about it off camera before we started, like yesterday. The idea that Spirit is one of the few teams that still drafts in the moment, right? If they see certain concepts or aspects, like, they're willing to try and change up the playbook for the sake of getting that winning draft. And often when you ever look at the player cams, it's Miposhka and Silent together, having those heated discussions, trying to understand, is Panto able to step up and fill that role? Is someone else on the team, like Yotoro, able to take over the drafting responsibilities that Miposhka had such a key thing on? So I think in play, they might still have the same caliber. A lot of players nowadays are mechanically very gifted, but in regards to the strategy, the team talk, Miposhka, it's like, that is such a hard thing to try and replace.
To that question, is he able to? I have an answer.
Okay.
No. That's it. Back it up.
No worries.
I mean,
he listened this time. That's improvement. I'm happy.
That's true. Our desk is already having us in it.
Right? I'm getting there.
I'm getting better.
Now I'm still going to start nuancing things eventually, but that's going to be later today. I think that, I mean, obviously he can, but Miposhka, as you mentioned, I think he's very detrimental to that team. I'm personally looking to, see it before I believe it, because he did so much for that team. So having to fill his shoes, I think, is not only gameplay-wise, but it's also in terms of leadership, in terms of experience, in terms of like getting everybody to kind of work together. That's like a big job for Panto. Hopefully, he will get the assist from everybody else, and everybody else will have to step up to kind of fill the void that Miposhka left behind.
Yeah. I do also think that there's a little bit in his previous team where it's like how much room was given to him to even step into those shoes. So now that's sort of my question is, was it always there for him and he just never got given that stage? Now the stage is there. And now it really comes into question of, are you able to step it up? But we're going to keep talking about more of these teams because there has been a lot that is going on when it comes to roster changes. Tundra is a big one that you wanted to talk about, Seb.
Yeah, I'm super excited about the Tundra roster. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but to me, it looks like it could have been my fantasy roster. Like,
oh, really?
I'm very frustrated about not getting Whitemon at TI. So Whitemon is back. There's that. Obviously, Neta being meta. He needs no introduction. I think Pure on Tundra, like Tundra Pure, to me was one of like, it's like peak carry that I haven't seen over for a while. I was completely stunned by what he was able to do and how he was enabled by his team. And back then I was playing with BZM, and I know that BZM had a lot of respect for what Pure was doing. So I'm sure he's also gonna look to fit in. This is gonna be like, I'm sure also this is gonna bring like a fresh air for BZM also, which can bring a lot to the team. And then we have Ari that works really well with BZM, works really well with Whitemon. They've played together. So there's like a lot of synergy. These are players that actually know each other really well. And I think in terms of team dynamics, it could also very well click. So I'm super excited about the roster. You're going to hear me say this a couple more times throughout the event. Just disclaimer.
All right, I'm looking forward to it.
But
Yeah, I knew there was going to be someone with
Come on,
a
no
caveat.
buts. Like, I just really.
But I think, at least in recent history, Pure as a carry player had one of the worst performances in the early to mid game of any carry player at TI.
It was not great.
He
It's not great.
he didn't win a single lane. It felt like there might have been 1 or 2 games he did. He then entered the mid game through the back of Save or GPK or Miro, someone making some incredible plays, and then he fit that role and become the carry player to then take over the game. But his entry to the game was not of his own actions.
Yeah.
I do echo what Seb was saying though, the idea that on Tundra he will be a new player. He returns to his previous form potentially, but he's still just come off the back of the most important tournament of the year, playing the worst Dota I've ever seen him play. So that he has to kind of overcome that. And I saw him throughout the hotel walking around. He looked like a broken player. And I'm hoping for his sake, like this is like the pressure's gone. I'm back on another team. The stress of BB is not on me anymore. So yeah, there's a lot of like around him and high expectations for sure.
I think also something that Seb mentioned that I think is going to help a lot is the Whitemon factor, right? Tundra didn't have him at TI, and that was a really big talking point. It kind of felt like that was something that was just such a big key missing for them. So it is a bit of, yes, Pure had really rough lanes. He did have a bit of a rough performance at that TI, but is now this impact of Whitemon, who a lot of people are just praising so much as one of the best position 5s, going to be enough to counterbalance that a little bit, Quinn?
Yeah, I mean, I think he was the best 5 of the year, to be
Yeah?
honest. Like, Whitemon is an insanely good player. You play with him in pubs and you can just feel it. He's just good. A lot of 5s, you play with him and you're like, this guy kind of sucks, but he's like placing wards, so it's like fine, But like Whitemon is like, this guy is owning. He's placing wards and he owns, and that's really rare. And I think you can feel it when you play with this guy that he's like the real deal. He's just straight up just a skilled player.
Okay. Well, then let's keep talking about some more teams, right? Maybe get some of your point of views about those roster changes and some of the players there. Aurora is going to be the big one. We saw Panto leaving, going over to Spirit, and so they've also done a little bit more shuffling rather than just that position 5 that's leaving them too. So how do you kind of rate some of their players and the roster they ended up with coming into Blast Slam?
I mean, if I'm honest, I think Aurora's roster is insanely bizarre, and I'm quite sus of it. I think there's like some massive, like I think Southeast Asia and Eastern Europe sounds like a crazy culture clash to me. Not only that, but they have to like fix like playstyle stuff. I think they're like a weirdly slow team with like lack of play. I don't know. There's so many. It's such a strange team with so much farming, and I personally, this is sort of I need to see it to believe it. I think this is a downgrade from them from last year, to be honest. I think Kiyotaka, he's a polarizing player. He's a bit of a crazy nutcase, but like he also gets in there and does stuff for Nightfall, who is kind of AFK. And I think like I question if this roster is gonna be, because they had some decent showings last year.
Yeah, it's the same for me. It's a big question mark. Obviously, like a very unintuitive, group of players, to say the very least. So, but obviously this happened for a reason, and they probably have, thought it through, maybe even tried it out already. So we'll have to see what kind of performance they're able to put here. But there's definitely, a lot of uncertainty about how they're going to make this work together. Different philosophies to how to approach the game, different play styles, different languages, lots of different.
Yeah, I was going to say, I do wonder like how the conversation occurred to have like this mix of Eastern Europe and SEA. And then it's just like, is everyone now going to be having to communicate in English? Like, where is it? Are we going to be able
hopefully,
to have a...
hopefully
yeah, I was going to say, is there
language.
some like disconnect that's going to occur?
Hopefully.
This is like the repercussion of like modern day Dota though. Like everyone's normally playing Western European pubs. If you're from SEA, SA, NA, you're normally just accepting the ping to play here. There's a lot of tournaments that they've had to travel for. Both Makoto and Ollie have been on teams that have been able to get here, so they've probably been in pubs. And I think critically with P-Vision, the fact that they switched language from Russian to English, and they said they tilted less speaking in English, that could just be another, a reason why. It's like, oh, you see a team be so successful, why not just force ourselves to speak English? You play pubs every day. All of these players speak English in their pubs to communicate, to try and win that MMR. So I feel like it's not as jarring as it might sound, just on the fact that we have so many people now playing in European pubs. And organization-wise, Ollie did play on Aurora when they first formed in like 2024. So there is a link in organization structure.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can take the org out of SEA, but you can't take the SEA out of the org. That's always going to be a reoccurring factor when it comes to these things.
So it's like there is like a connect, but no, I think the fact that there are so many pubs and so many things occurring in that sense, like if you rewind 5 years, this would be just probably top headline, like what the hell is happening. But
And honestly, if they make the most out of it, I mean, they now have more resources to work with, right? Like more ideas about the game, more, you know, cultures that they bring and experiences from teams. So it's up to them to make it work. It could not work, and it could work greatly. So that's why, you know, we're on the lookout to see the end result of it.
Yeah, and one more team that we do want to talk about before we get into this. Obviously, there's so many teams, we're not going to be able to have the time to talk about all of them. But the big one is our TI14 winners, Falcons. We want to talk about it. The fact they're staying together as a roster. But again, a caveat that I'm going to put on this is, unfortunately, Skeeter will not be playing with them when it comes to this week. He recently had fractured his arm, and so Satanic is going to be standing in for Falcons instead. So whilst overall they're staying together as that full roster, for this week there is going to be that slight change-up that happened very quickly and unexpectedly for them.
Yeah, I think it's like Satanic is an incredible player, but I think in terms of how this team works, I think it will be very strange for them to be playing with Satanic compared to Skitter. They're like about as polar opposite as carry player gets. Skitter is like low farm, run around, stun people player. Satanic is like highest net worth, no matter what, doesn't hit people, like hits the heck and creeps. And I think that will be like a really weird dynamic shift for them.
So the important question I have for this is, do you think Satanic coming into this roster will look at, you know what, I will try and emulate Skitter. I'm only here for a tournament. Let me just try and do his play style. If it doesn't work, who cares? I'm going back to my team.
He might.
Or does he stay true to himself and he tells your guys, please try and play my Dota and, you know, help me be the stand-in you want me to be?
I don't know your experiences with stand-ins, Quinn, but I would say that based on what I've experienced, usually it is better to put the standing in his comfort zone. You also have to keep in mind that he's playing with 4TI winners, so he's probably going to feel a little bit of that pressure, you know, kind of maybe take the blame upon himself, because if they start losing, you know, what changed? Like he's the difference. So it's better to put him in a, you know, comfortable situation and try to adapt to him, because you have your own system going, rather than forcing him to be a player he's not.
That's how they treated me as well.
I was going to say, you actually stood in for them this year.
Yeah, standing in for them. Like they were like, you know, you play your heroes, do your thing, communicate how you want to, you know, share your ideas. They were very open about talking about Dota. Like they weren't trying to hide things or like be weird about it. But they were like very much, you know, I wasn't playing Sand and Primal Beast. I was playing my heroes, right? And I think they'll probably do something similar for Satanic. I think he'll play hard carries, and maybe Amar will play more stuns, and they'll leak that farm away from somewhere else and give it to him.
What placement did you guys get at Raleigh?
Let's not talk about that.
Okay.
Let's go on the present,
you know,
not the past.
Like, funny enough, this might actually be the most recognition Skitter is going to get.
Yeah.
From like for not playing, actually, because I think we might see how important he is to Falcons, because you talk a lot about Marine, you talk a lot about Amar, and it's just kind of meant to be like that, because they're very flashy and they're farm heavy, so they get a lot of gold, a lot of XP, and then they, you know, boom happens. But Skitter is really the X factor for that team, and I mean, the less we see of it, the better they'll do. But I'm afraid that we might realize that, yeah, pretty clearly.
Yeah, well, we've talked about all of these teams and everything, but I'm sure what you guys really want to know at home is, when exactly are you going to be seeing them play? Well, like I've told you, there are a lot of best of ones that are going to be happening. This is the schedule. The only one that you really need to keep an eye on, that I would say right now, is the one that we're starting off the day with, because they are best of ones. We're just going to be rolling, right? We're just going to be jumping in and out of games all over the place. So make sure you're tuning into both streams here. But yeah, for us, it's going to be that Falcons up against Yakult. But when you do look at it, and what's happening here, is there one game that stands out for each of you here?
I think the Liquid Tundra. I think those teams have such a storied history. Liquid just tends to just clap their cheeks, like regardless of how strong the two teams are. They both have new rosters, and I think it'll be interesting to see, like, okay, does Liquid still, when Liquid plays Tundra, does Tundra end up in the dumpster? Like, is that still the dynamic, or is something shifted with like new players?
I think for me, it's just, they're not playing against each other, but MOUZ and Heroic, they just played an online tournament. They both had moments of brilliance. Of course, only one was able to win the tournament. That's how it works. Crazy. But I think both of them have had showings where, in the correct settings, they could easily make a journey to playoffs. So those two teams.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a pretty boring answer, but I'm excited for all of them, like, genuinely. No, but I actually am excited for all of them. For good or bad reasons, by the way, which I'm not going to get into. But
Oh, okay. Can't be too negative.
No.
Quickly, one team you're least excited to watch then.
Oh, no.
You can pass. It's fine. You
Yours,
can pass.
I guess. Wait, not.
You try. Okay, no.
I mean, no. If I can't pass the teams that did not change their roster, I think.
Fair.
Like, I want to see, you know, because honestly, this is a very crucial moment of the season. So, you know, whatever they worked out,
Yeah.
they're stuck with it for a while.
For sure, this is it. This is kicking off a lot of things for them. And before we do kick off our day, before we kick off our first best of one, we're going to jump to a quick break.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Earth Shaker here. Slap!
66 best of ones over 5 days. We're about to start our first one. It's going to be Falcons up against Yakult Bros. We've already talked about it. A roster that's staying together has a stand-in for this first week. But Yakult Bros, we haven't gotten to talk about them at all. This was a team that was lucky enough to attend TI 14.
Yeah, they were. I've got there's some history there. I mean, I think they're like maybe the most hit or miss team I've seen in like a long time. This team rocks up to some tournaments and like looks like actually competitive, takes games off of every team, is like near the mid top half of the bracket. And some teams they rock up and bomb out, lose every single game and look absolutely atrocious. And so I think you kind of have to like just wait and see with this team what they're going to do, because I think they are A or B. There's no heckin' 8.5. They're somewhere, they're an extreme.
And a positive sign would be that usually when that happens, it comes from like maybe disagreements within the team. You know, it's like usually mental is, you know, they can't find their form or align on how they want to play. They haven't made any change, so it seems like they're happy with what's happening. So maybe they have solved some of the issues that they've had, and they're going to come in strong. It's a possibility. At least that's what I'm banking on.
Yeah, there's always this feeling to you when it comes to some of the Chinese teams where it's like the events they don't have any expectations for are the ones they excel at. That's where we're all like, wow, no one had any eyes on this team, and now look at them.
I mean, in the blunt sense, there's just not been many expectations from the region outside of the fandoms hoping their teams win. Like on a purely strategic point, the last couple of years has always been talking about Falcons or a Liquid or a Gaming or any of these other teams, right? And it's only recently that we now look at the region again and go, wait, there's actually some depth there.
Yeah, I might have changed that, right?
Exactly,
like,
we're bringing back life. And for Yakult, the last 3 qualifiers for Blast, for a couple other tournaments, they have dominated. They have won the qualifiers. So they are, at least in recent series, they are like the most dominant qualifier Chinese team. The question is, can they carry it through and find some of that 8.5? Because to be a top team, you're not always operating at winning potential. You sometimes have a bad day, and their bad days are getting eliminated.
I do have a question though. You're talking about it, like, you know, our expectations for them, what we can really predict for them. But the biggest one for you guys on my panel here is, can you guys predict drafts? How good are you at knowing what these teams like to draft, right? That's something new that we're going to be trying here at BlastSlam 4, is testing the knowledge of our analysts. I have a little bit of a small thing down here. I'm just going to get this one. Sorry, excuse me. Yeah, that's right. That's a lot of fun. We're going to have a little bit of a game going on during our drafts. Our analysts, every time they're able to get a correct hero prediction, they're going to be getting one of these beautiful Blast poker chips, and you guys will be able to spend them when it comes later on. Yes, Seb, you have a
One
question?
per hero prediction. I just want to
need to base
get the
it on-
Yeah,
rules.
I'm going to make up the
I'm
rules
gonna
right now.
write
That's
that
it.
down.
Yeah, I'm making the rules up right now. One per correct hero in the correct position.
Okay.
It's not just correct for the draft. It's
Okay, it has to be in the position also. Okay.
Yeah.
For 50 coins,
I
you
like
can
that.
exit retirement. So get going, get predicting.
actually retire.
Yeah, you can.
All right.
There we
okay,
go.
I like that.
So it'll be a lot of fun. For the first one, we're going to have Quinn against Seb. Do you guys know which teams that you want to pick, though, right? You get the choice of either Falcons or Yakult that you're going to be predicting the
How do we work
for.
this one out? You want to rock, paper,
I think we
scissors?
have to rock, paper, scissors for Falcons.
Do you guys do rock,
It
paper,
sounds
scissors
pretty
the
fair.
same way?
Do we?
on shoot?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to clarify because everyone's going to bully me here. I do it rock, scissors, paper, rock.
What the?
Yeah.
What would
No,
that's the
what
most
the-
confusing thing I've ever
That's the
seen.
most upside down thing
Scissors,
possible.
Paper, rock.
Okay, I'm not doing that
Well,
one.
she's not playing, so
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
I'm just double checking you're on the same page.
You do you, we'll do it the
Okay,
Yeah,
all
we'll
right,
do
let's
rock,
see
paper,
it.
scissors.
Okay, ready? Ready.
All right. Wait, what?
Oh, he's hiding.
This is
What's
why I asked.
Okay.
This-
My guy's
I don't know.
hiding.
Behind the back. All right, that's
It's
fine. That's fine too.
Okay.
Behind the back. All right, again, you ready?
Rock, paper, scissors. At the count of 3, right?
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
What was it?
Oh, I was
He
trying
won,
to predict it behind you.
Okay, where are you
Okay,
called?
very
No, I'm
quickly,
kidding,
very
we're Falcons.
quickly. Seb, you get to pick your team. Falcons or Yakult?
We're picking Falcons.
Okay. Quinn's going to be predicting the Yakult draft. But more importantly, let's get into our first draft of the day. It's going to be a lot of fun happening between these two teams. Both of the rosters saying the same. Obviously, a very quick stand-in happening for Satanic, stepping in for Skeeter here. So we will see what's happened over the last, what's it been, 3-4 weeks since we've had it, TI 14. There's been a couple of hot fixes, some patches come out as well there. And so just how are the archetypes of these teams going to be changing up in this best of one?
No, I think a key thing, at least post-TI, is the kind of the rise of Lycan, a bit more of respect towards the hero. We got the fact that, at least in the Yakult qualifiers, against them it was banned out. When they had priority, they also were banning it out. It was like a hotly contested hero. So for that, at least, Falcons are respecting it. And then some of the other staples, of course, Yakult taking away just the TI classics, right? The Sand King, even though it did get a nerf with the blind on the towers, it's still very potent. And then the Naga Siren, Enchantress, Monkey King, you can't really argue with it.
Leap of faith.
All right, well, did you lock any heroes in?
No, I did not. So
Oh, don't come
Guys,
on!
we're off to
I
a
locked
really
one-
good
I locked
start
one
of
in.
this
I locked
new,
one in.
of
Alright,
this
I was
new
focused on
game
the
that we're
draft,
playing.
but,
Where Seb
I
didn't
was-
lock in a hero at all.
All right, Seb,
I think they're picking Tusk.
The
Everybody picks Tusk against Chen.
Chen,
I don't think it's banned.
have you put it down though?
I did put it down.
Did
You
you
had-
do it before you saw the chat?
I threw it
I
down.
can have
yeah,
you help
I threw it
Wow.
me
down.
with locking them in.
Yeah, I can.
'cause,
You know what?
my multitasking doesn't
He's a
function.
dad now. He's
That's
a little
fine, I
bit
get
computer
that.
illiterate.
Disruptor, why?
There you go. That's actually one of the
Good
classic.
against Chen.
All right.
It's one of their classic. I'm just worried. I mean, Falcons getting their Chen, probably one of the heroes that they've been really famous for. Had a lot of success at TI with it. I'm just surprised that they're letting it through. It's a very strong hero now, and even better in their hands. So that's a big statement by Yakult for just accepting to play against it.
But with an early disruptor pick, is it Yakult not just saying that we want to be aggressive, skirmishing? We're happy to, after laning phase, chase you around the map before Chen can kind of stabilize the map, get his couple of auras? Is it not kind of an early indicator for
It
Falcons that Yakult are going aggressive?
No, it is for sure. It's also, I mean, a question mark is going to be the Shaker. Like, is that a hero that, obviously it's been played a lot by Falcons at TI, so is it a hero that they're gonna leave through? Do they disrespect it? Is Falcons still on the Shaker train? That is something we'll have to see.
again, Seb, sorry, but just to develop the meta of the prediction game, you shouldn't be analyzing. You should force Quinn to speak.
Right,
So then
right.
you can think. Okay,
I'm actually I'm too interested in the draft that I'm forgetting. But
No, I
once
get
I
that.
see the
That's
poker chips, you know, like
Yeah,
go
exactly.
up
Do you
on
want
the
me
other
to
side.
bring some out? You know,
No,
try and entice you a little bit. You know?
tantalize.
Yeah.
Get a little.
For now, I'm just
Ask a hard-hitting question quickly to Quinn.
I'm just naively distracted by just Dota and the draft. But I'll fix
bad.
it.
Pipe down.
I'll
Really,
fix
because I don't see that your first pick was correct.
What? I mean, that's not my fault. They picked the wrong hero.
I mean, why don't you like Disrupted then? Because
I mean-
you were very distraught when it came out.
I mean, I think. Sorry, laptop
This is
on me.
amazing.
This
Sorry.
is so good.
I think.
Come on, Quinn, you got this.
Chen is like a brick wall hero, and Disruptor is good whenever people are running away. I wasn't gonna pick Alchemist anyway, some nonsense pick.
That's +4 Alc most likely actually, because Boboka has done the. He's one of the only players. I mean, 9 class I think does it too.
Yeah.
But there's very few players that are looking at this hero on +4, even though it's an amazing hero. So we'll have to see. I mean, you could select.
Equipe
We can
is
try to
doing
select the
its own.
Hoodwink if you're happy. I think.
Yeah, Hoodwink
Just
is
Crit Classic.
Wait, I want to talk more about this
Snapfire
out.
is available as well, by the way, if you want to think of that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Snap's good.
Yeah.
And we need the Mullerine hero. So it's gonna be some Primal or Shik or what? We gotta go Oh, that's a disaster. Because Hoodwink is gone now too, right?
And they get Ringmaster.
Ringmaster.
No,
All right.
Ah, well.
So what can you do?
No, I
Okay.
want to circle back around very quickly about this out because you're saying like there's only a select few, and you're right. In the competitive scene, there are only a select few people looking at it. But why do you personally like it, and why do you think it can work as a position 4?
Well, I mean, first of all, it's a hero that's actually strong at laning and strong at manipulating creep waves because he has his own stun, his own way to protect himself. You have a facet for it where if you pull Aghanims to your cores, typically putting Ags to a Disruptor or a Quap is just amazing. And you have a built-in facet for that. So they're trying to push that, right, the devs, which makes it even better. It's a hero that turns into, like any hero, into a stack killing machine. So that's something to take into account because Dota is a lot about stacking now, especially when you're position 4. And some heroes don't clear stacks as well, but with the acid spray, any hero can clear stacks. So the gameplay is pretty much straightforward, and I personally think it's a great hero to position combination. So hopefully Boboka can, prove the point.
But they're respecting it by ensuring Zeal's on a independent offlaner, right? When they played it in the qualifiers, he was on MOUZ. Now he's playing Tidehunter. Like, he's able to just hold his own. And Falcons, they go for the classic Husker.
Oh boy. This lane is unbelievably bad. It is ridiculously bad for Queen. This lane is, it's completely impossible. Huskar stands on your hill at level 2 and that's it. No more touching creeps.
Yeah.
Your only play really is you need to win the block, you need to last the first wave very well, and you need to blink behind the tower and drag the second wave.
But outside of the matchup, Yakult have pretty good rotation heroes, right? Tidehunter, if he gets a good start, level 3, he can be independent potentially. Then you put the Disruptor Alk, they just rotate to mid. I know you're expecting a lot of resources to go there, but they do have some options. It's not great.
The issue is he will skill Cauterize. Everyone takes Cauterize now.
Yep.
So Disruptor is doing 0 damage to you
Sure,
because
yep.
you're purging the Thunderstrike immediately.
Yeah.
And
maybe the Alk is enough. I mean, it's gonna be tough.
It's
But
just awkward,
If
but
the
yeah.
Alk is looking at him early, I mean, I know Boboka plays pretty mid-heavy with this Alk because he's always kind of, either pulling the creep wave or running around, picking up the bunny runes. It's part of what you do as Alk. So hopefully they can like 2v1 the Huskar and mitigate it a bit, but it's going to be really tough for sure.
And they've also given Satanic last pick in the draft. That's something that P-Vision did throughout TI. They give even first or second pick, they want him to have as much information as possible. And you look at Falcons' lineup, they're kind of ticking all the boxes. Their lanes are strong, they have ways to play out the mid game. Like there's no real problem that Satanic has to solve. It's just, what are you comfortable on? You can take your pick.
yeah, I mean, he's also pretty much guaranteed free farm. When you're landing against Alchemist Tidehunter with counter pick and you have Chen, like he can pick pretty much anything and he will have like a lot of gold.
Sorry, Quinn. I just heard Seb, the TA's banned, so you can't predict.
Yeah, and I wanted to pick Ursa, but then I picked it on the wrong
I see,
position,
but
so
just-
I also banned it for myself.
Your current
so-
prediction is literally impossible.
Yeah, right, and yeah, I mean,
Just
I did everything
warning
wrong.
you.
There's gonna be a learning curve here.
No, I
so
get that.
I need some time. I'm old. This is like new tech for me. I'm a boomer after
How
all,
old are you
so-
again?
Too old for Dota, apparently. Is what my public player friends tell me, remind me every second day. So
Friends, huh?
yeah. I mean,
That's what we're calling them these days, all right? I didn't know the new terminology.
colleagues.
That's,
No, you have to call them friends.
okay.
Think about it this way. Without
sure.
them,
On
you couldn't
broadcast.
play the game. So they have to be your friends, right?
They have to.
Jack,
if they're not
let me
there-
know what he says off camera.
You're playing a video game together. You must be
Exactly.
friends. Like that's what friends do, I guess.
That is true. That is what friends do. Yeah.
Yeah, so no
that's very
chicks.
sweet. You're very inclusive there, Seb.
I am. I'm known for that too.
Yes, of course. What about this
Well,
last ban though for Falcons? Ancient Apparition coming out as that ban, and they're sitting on a long time.
Huskar Chen.
They're considering Doom, I believe, is what they're considering.
Pick or ban?
To ban.
To ban. Okay.
That matchup is
Clarify.
very, very, very hard for Huskar. You kind of get doomed and you just die. And
If this ban's correct, if your ban predict is correct, I'll give you a chip.
Whoa. Can't rig the game.
You can do it as well, T. If you
Yes!
quickly
she's the
predict
arbiter
one.
of truth.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, I can.
You have to. It can't be dim though.
But I'm looking at
I heard T say that. Here you go, T.
Oh,
You can have that chip.
No, I don't want a fake chip.
Okay.
No, I don't want a sympathy chip.
I'm
It's
just
okay.
thinking like I'm looking at this Huskar, Ringmaster, Chen. Like how is this Huskar ever gonna die to these heroes right now? Like I feel like Tide Co-op have like 0 chance of killing a Huskar, especially with the help of like Chen, Ringmaster. They need some hardcore damage.
I think they need a Baden or Doom potentially.
Yeah, they need something to fix it because right now, yeah, like some health,
Okay, they will not.
mechanics, and now there's the heating ward on top of it all.
Yeah.
So like this Huskar is gonna be immortal. Yakult need to come up with like some very high damage or heal mitigation, which is why Quinn was mentioning, you know, Doom or Abaddon with the innates. And if they don't, they're gonna run into big troubles when it comes to dealing enough damage.
Like they can pick something like Drow, but Drow Disruptor lane is like quite vulnerable. Like Drow is typical like hard counter to Huskar.
Yeah.
You can even put Drow Ranger mid actually with the vantage point facet. You can actually beat Huskar in lane. With
Interesting.
Drow.
Very interesting.
I don't think they will do that, but I do think that Drow mid, like if this were Topson, he would pick Drow mid here.
It is
100%.
it is the type of hero that can solve it, because if they go for anything more conservative, I believe they're just gonna get run over.
What if they just put like Quap to 4, Alk to carry, and then like, yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it's a little bit better because with timings and items, it might
Yeah.
work better, but you might still run into a Huskar problem at some point. Like, I just don't see how this Huskar is gonna die unless you like snowball the lanes, but they don't even have the draft for that.
I mean, my thing is, I think Emo is the type of player who doesn't really counterpick you. He plays like 5 or 6 heroes, and he just always picks those no matter what. So like you pick Huskar, what does Emo play that counters Huskar? I don't think he plays anything that counters Huskar.
And right now the co-op is really important to their lineup. So if, a co-op that is like starving from the Huskar lane is also kind of an issue. I mean, honestly, like thinking about switching the co-op is interesting.
It's just like I'm trying to think of the carries that can be aggressive in lane but scale, and like the carries we've been playing recently, it's like Anti-Mage, Medusa, you know. So like you don't want to pick these heroes here.
Yeah,
like you said,
they
you're
don't
losing mid. You're going even with Tide. If you're going farm on your carry, you're expecting to concede the early map, right?
Yeah.
So I think changing up some pacing somewhere, and I think obviously the mid lane is the easiest answer to that.
I mean,
Because
Boss 1 Doom is actually the nicest I can think of. Like, I like the suggestion.
why not go for like the mid primal, where you just skip the wave and don't play it for them? Or Weaver.
I mean, like it's not. There can be some value to this. Like the lane should be. Realistically, it's probably roughly even. Amar doesn't lose lane on Pangolier, but I think the hero can TP mid at some point. There's like some windows that the Huskar player is not careful, where a core can TP mid and kill him when he's overextended, because they need this kill.
Yeah.
They will need to kill this Huskar like early at some point and punish him, or they will have problems.
A really minute thing is the supports on Falcons. There isn't a melee hero that gets into the middle of the fight, so reliably dusting and providing detection on the Weaver as you enter the mid game relies on the cores bringing the dust, bringing the gem, like these type of concepts. So there is a world where, you know, Weaver with Desolator using his shard, like he can be really potent based on detection game.
It's a good Weaver game matchup to matchup. Like, it's good against Jogger, very good against Pango too. It's also good against Chen, very annoying for the Chen. But I still think that, you know, Falcons, they have this strategy at this point. It's like Huskar plus Divine Favor plus Healing Ward plus Ringmaster Save. And you're going to look at Marian in the eye at some point in this game with an Aegis. He's going to come knocking, and I don't know if you have the tools to deal with him.
Not only that, like to kill a Huskar, like you mentioned, you have to use your specific tools. Then you have a Juggernaut with Spin, with Manta, like disjointing stuff. You've got what? Concoction, Ravage, Static Storm, like you have to use what, an ultimate or two to kill one hero. You can't really kill the second. So I think your cult has to be very clinical in how they approach their spellcasting, and maybe even think about trying to take Roshan early with the bugs of the Weaver, the Gush, the Acid Spray. Like they have to take the early objectives and don't allow Falcons to kind of own the entire map.
You've talked about shutting down this Huskar. We've talked about it, how spot on it has to be for your cult. I do wonder, are there any other avenues for them to be able to get a slightly better start here? Is there this chance that we do see the lanes maybe going to that slight favor of your cult?
I mean, there's possibility that Alchem, like Chinese teams are very good at the force TP mid at just the right moment in killing the guy, and maybe Babo can find some window to get an early kill on Huskar, and they buy some time and they get like the ball rolling enough.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of talk about this. Something that we did bring up as well is just exactly how teams are going to be facing in a best of one. Are you going to cheese? Are you going to get cheesed? Well, with this draft, there were a lot of questions. We finally got some answers, but the one thing that remains is just how they're going to fare up against each other. So let's get on into it. Our game one here, Falcons up against Yakult with Cap and Avery.
That's right. Team Falcons now TI champions, but they kind of remain the same old guys. They are, after all, Avery, the Huskar Masters.
These guys are not going to change their hero pool ever. I think they're going to have to win like 5 TIs before Ice Frog nerfs any of their stuff into the ground, and it matters to any extent, right? Like, they're just too good on their heroes, and that's their skill set. They're going to play it until somebody completely dismantles and disbands this team, apparently, and straight back into it. You know, they won TI, they're back in the BO1. Let's just play some Huskar. Let's ruin these kids' day. Why not?
And they are going to be having that edition of Satanic for this tournament, as Skeeter, unfortunately, with his fractured arm or whatever, is going to be out of commission. But I think the interesting lineup, Yakult Brothers, coming into this new season, relatively the same roster. We've got Zeal and Pelosin back together. They had like a little 3-month stint on one of those older iterations of Yakult Brothers. Still rocking the Bobica 4 position, who's still going to be running some weird ass heroes. And here he's going to be playing the 4 position Alchemist. Let's start there, because I feel like Bobica is usually the one giving us the most interesting ideas about what Yakult Brothers is all about. What is this giving to us?
Chaoticness, right? I mean, that is what Bobica always is. He is the definition of a double-edged sword player. Like, this guy can win you games straight up, he can lose you games straight up, and he can do everything in between. It's just a pure roll of the dice. He's a carry player at heart. He's going to take a lot of farm. He's going to maybe use that farm. He might also use that farm to get even more farm and just play carry sniper from 4, as we've seen. Yeah, so this Alk could do anything from pool a bunch of ags and win them the game to, you know, Bobica first item Abyssal Blade. Like, who the hell knows, right? This guy's insane. I would not put anything past him, but I do think his role in this game is super pivotal because, I mean, one, he's running the Jerax tag.
Okay.
Come on.
Yes, of
like
course.
If you run the Jerax tag and you have a bad game, I don't know what to say. Like, just get rid of the tag at that point. You know,
yeah, you're putting yourself out there.
Yeah, that's a bold claim, especially with Seb on the desk. He's not gonna like that one. So if you put the other thing is if you put the Jerax tag and you play greedy and AFK, like, Seb's gonna flame you on Twitter for sure. So there's a lot of pressure on him in this game to make some plays, gank this Huskar, slow down the momentum for this Falcons lineup, because this lineup, if they are ahead or even at that 25-minute mark with an Aegis, you don't have the damage to put into this lineup and kill anybody. You have Chen heal, you're going to have a mech, you might have an early pipe on somebody, you have the Huskar sustain, you have the Juggernaut healing ward sustain, where you have the escape act to bail someone out from Static Storm, for example, or Ravage, if the positioning of him crits on point, which, let's be real, he's one of the best positioners of all time. Where does the damage come from in this game for Yakult Bros? I don't see it. Normally, I think it's Emo. I think Emo is like their highest damage dealer on average, and he plays a lot of these high burst-oriented heroes like Queen of Pain. You know, Queen of Pain with Ags this game can give you some sustained damage in the fight, but he's going to have the worst lane. He, in theory, will be shut down. All eyes on this Weaver pick. I mean, they had the last pick to try and adjust this, and, you know, Fly on this Weaver, it is a hero that we've seen can build its own momentum. I go back to that game in the TI finals that Quinn was in, right? Gaming Gladiators against Team Spirit. Yatoro played that Weaver safe lane with Miposhka Treant against a lot of tempo from Gaimin. I think it was a similar idea. And that Weaver did take that game over. It was just too fast for the ball to come in. That's the kind of game we need here for Yakult Bros.
Well, doing whatever they can. An early glimpse on Maureen to try and stop his body blocking, but it was already covered by Snake King, so ultimately the creep wave equilibrium here is still going to match in the middle, which is sad for Emo.
That is not the best placement for him.
No.
Oh, man, this is a disaster. I mean, as Quinn said on the panel, you have to get a really good block. You have to win like at least the first wave or two before it becomes impossible. And then maybe ganks come through and bail you out. This lane's already over almost before those creeps met. Snaking with super heads up play on that block, guaranteeing that the Glim shenanigans do not work. This team is just next level.
And apparently Bobica is going to be up to his own shenanigans as he's already pulling the second wave because it's a Ringmaster Juggernaut lane. So a lot of damage and pretty easy to find kills, especially up against double melees. So Bobica is going to be doing some pulling nonstop. The only lane that's going to be played straight up apparently is the Snake King Amar matchup versus Pelosin Fly, which with the Disruptor Weaver. I feel like both sides are okay with just, smashing heads.
Well, I mean, what's interesting is that Falcons opted to put snaking in this offlane with the Chen. It's not something we see them do a lot. And I think the main reason is they just don't want this Ringmaster to be in an awkward potential position against the Weaver. Like, you go up here with the mana burn creep, you remove Fly's mana. Super annoying for him. It'll guarantee the free lane for Amar, who is not going to lose this lane in general now. And you eliminate any potential snowball threat from this Weaver, maybe killing the Ringmaster on the side or some weird shenanigan like that. I'm not sure it's any... It's probably a little less likely with the Chen if snaking plays conservative, because he can let the creep wear through the resources and just play defensive up here. And then...
Isn't it also
again,
better for the other
eliminate
side?
some snowball.
Like, if you know you're in a double melee matchup, you know Baboka's going to be doing some backlading bullshit, you know? So I think Ringmaster's way better at stopping that, because he actually has double disabled.
Especially if he's pulling in through the camp, he's blocking small camps, stuff like that. Yeah, Crit's chilling down here. He's just going to mess with Baboka. They're going to trade a low XP situation, but that's fine for Satanic. Juggernaut loves the solo experience. So I think Zeal will also be happy down here, but how much is Tidehunter going to do to impact this game with a fast start? Seems a little unlikely to me compared to the Weaver or the Queen, which are the higher priority damage in this game.
Yeah. What do you think of Tide as a pickup? Because I've seen this a little bit in some of these higher level pubs, as it seems to be maybe one of the choices against Juggernaut. I don't fully believe in it, but how do you feel?
Tide's one of those weird heroes where, like, at certain points in the meta, depending on his itemization routes, he becomes a lot better against his counters. I go to that meta where we had the Meteor Hammer Tide against the Morphling, right? And there was some tempo ability there to just play through that matchup by kicking him out of lane, taking his tower, early sustain items. I think some metas this hero can function like that, but generally he sucks against most agi carries or stack building carries, and Jug's in that category. You can just Omni Slash this guy. Kraken's not doing a huge amount for you as the Jug outscales you, but if Tide's really fat, he kind of doesn't care about anything. He can just defend towers, slow the game down, become a menace. I think the matchup is okay for Tide, but I do not view Tide as stopping Jug when he gets to his window. Like, Jug at the 4 to 6 slots kind of just kills anything in the game, unless you're against a bunch of Outworld stats. But hey, that got changed too, right? So yeah, things are looking up. And Amar.
Easy first blood for Amar, as Emo does what he can to get away from the mid lane. Yes. He's just got to get out of there. He's going to just play side lanes and say, well, I can't really do anything about mid. So,
I mean, I like that move. Like, get anything on this map right now if you're Emo, because you're not getting anything mid. And if Baboka is going to do his stuff in the creep pulling and the shenanigans, and he's not going to bail you out with a gank, which, to be honest, probably isn't there right now anyway, then you got to make your own gank happen. And you get Satanic's courier. He's dead here, though. No TP.
I was about to say, like, is it worth it, though? There's nowhere for him to run to from here.
That's kind of worth it. I'm not even sure. Does he have to pull this lane that much? Like, the Tide is pretty beefy. He's already got boots. Just Baboka things, you know. I think the stacking is probably just better here, or the gank mid, or even the gank top. I mean, you could pseudo tri-lane top this game. You have Disruptor. Kill's pretty reliable.
Yeah, I do feel like stacking is the only saving grace here for the laning phase of Yakult. Because they do have this nice minus armor synergy. They do have, you know, Alchemist plus Tide that can clear any stacks pretty damn quickly. Anchor Smash plus Acid Spray is really good. And
what
I don't know.
What was that? That was the saddest attempt to pull the wave I've ever seen. He just threw the blood grenade on the wave that was aggroed on the enemy waves. Didn't do anything. Just Baboka things, you know? I mean, this guy, every time I watch this guy, he does something, I just shake my head.
Yeah, that's what... I mean, he is the main reason why this team is so interesting to watch. So... You never know if it's going to be a 500 IQ play or a 50 IQ play.
Oh, this team is entertaining. That's why I love this team, but the entertainment goes both ways. You know? Sometimes it's just baffling. I mean, he's just acid spraying mid now. He's not going to get any of this, though. Mallory's just going to deny everything. Emo to the jump. Yeah, it's looking a little rough for Yakult based off the mid, but that's what we came to expect. I mean, the big question is, are you getting enough out of these side lanes to make up for it? And right now, they're getting something, honestly. Amar goes down again.
Got a glimpse back on him with the bug. Amar clears out the bug, gets a little shield crash shield, and will be good to go. Nice little drop there of the bracer to get max efficiency out of his magic wand.
We'll lose Lotus. Not happy about that.
Lotus, though.
I mean, Snaking making the Invis Chen gank mid. Now this is a real
this
test.
one too often.
This is a real test for Yakult Bros. If they managed to survive the Invis Chen, they did.
Snaking will just grab one of the creeps and put as much pressure on this mid tower as possible. They kept the siege creep alive for the next wave to come in, so this is, I mean, we're looking at a dead tower. I don't think there's any way that Yakult Brothers can defend this early.
Baboka again trying to pull the wave off, but just no shot. Crits here, just guarantee this goes down. Nice little player on the Huskar timing with the catapult. Vastly out-leveling this Queen of Pain. You don't have Sonic Wave, you have no chance of killing this guy.
Okay, they did manage to get the pull, though. Baboka got the next wave, so I don't think they can tank this enough for the Siege Wagon to finish it off. Or maybe they can. Kurt's gonna pop a healing salve just to make sure they can do it, and they got it. Wow.
I mean, you had full wand Lotus on Maulering anyway. Well, fighting for wisdom here, but again, this bug hurts. It doesn't have level 6.
Clears out the bug and stands fighting thanks to the shield crash. He's doing all right for himself, and now the reinforcements are here from Falcons. They will push them off the wisdom, and it's going to be Pelosin, the one to die instead.
Glimpse almost helps Maulering. They didn't even need him for that play. Pango's just too tanky. This is the big concern with this Weaver pick. If you can't find some early kills in this laning phase, is the pick strong enough to give you damage? You know, if he had 3 or 4 kills and you're getting some mega fast Deso or something in this game, you're bringing extra minus armor to the table before big armor items come up, I could see the damage maybe being there. Like, you have some Gush synergy as well. But this Weaver's game is not as fast as I think they needed it to be. I think the support swap really hurt them. He will rush the Deso. I think that's your best hope here. Like, just, yeah. I almost want to see, like, Deso Daedalus or something. Just punch it through.
A great pickup for Emo. Yeah, Emo, he'll get 6 off of that. So, Baboka, successful gank. And I mean, Illusion Rune actually helps a lot, because this early you would say, okay, Illusion Rune, whatever, who cares about that rune? But considering the fact that 1, Emo's having a terrible game, and 2, he's matched up against what will eventually be a silence from Maulering, might be nice to have this Illusion.
Honestly, this Queen of Pain's in a better spot than I thought it was going to be. He didn't feed any bad kills. He has Sonic Wave online. He's going to clear through some of these stacks that gave him priority on. Just no love for Zeal, but he's going Helmet Dom, so he'll always find his own farm.
Yeah, I mean, he's the most farmed of Yakult Brothers cores. In fact, he's neck and neck with Juggernaut. So Zeal has managed to match Satanic, but he's not going to be matching him any longer, it looks like, unless he wants to pop the Ravage towards the end of the spin here. Is it worth it? No, he's just going to be Omni Slash. He'll tank the death.
Really nice pickoff for Satanic with the Maulering rotation. They kill the other offlaner in exchange. They do get Omar. No Rolling Thunder. Skilled. No Rolling Thunder committed. Likely another tower going down, though, for this Huskar. Open up that 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. Open up some of the Ancients and the stacking. Falcons would love to get in this area. Just keep accelerating the Huskar.
Didn't level up Rolling Thunder?
Nope. Doesn't need it.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's, if you're focused on farm, this is a more efficient build.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He just wants to scale. I mean, I can see the argument that Falcons, I mean, obviously it's very individual situation dependent, but Falcons' timing is not to just run the lanes over, right? They just want to get the Huskar fat. They want to get to, like, the first Roshan, that 18-minute or so period. Take tier 2's second Roshan, end the game with some fatal push that Yakult Bros just don't have the timing for. So the faster you get there, the better that's going to feel. And I think that's how Falcons prefer to play anyway. They're not a super snowball team in terms of, like, we're going to run at you and fight you. They're a snowball team in terms of we will accumulate so much farm and get to our timing with such a good advantage that there's nothing we can do. And then punch as hard as we can.
That
That's
is
why
the part
Amar
that
farm so much.
I kind of like theoretically about Yakult Brothers lineup. Physical damage minus armor, you know, good synergy that it hits really hard mid to late game, but also the fact that they have this Alchemist, which I would assume gives you some better scaling options on your heroes, especially if you have some good
Yeah, sure. I mean, they have okay Ags. I wouldn't say they're the greatest in the game. He's going his own Helmet Dominator, so Baboka's going to do some lane dragging shenanigans. They will have double Dom. That is something that can slow the game down. If you have this Tide and Alchemist just clearing waves on the backside, you know, 9-class style, just ruin the map presence from Falcons. They can still force the group up always with this Huskar, but you will get a lot of net worth here on the side of your Pros.
That is really disgusting thinking about it. 2 Helmet Doms and then 2 incredibly mobile heroes that can just backlane whenever they want, and Weaver and Quap, and then a Tide sitting under some tower, you know, trying to stop some push. That sounds incredibly toxic. Baboka's going to realize that Roshan is a potential go here for a Huskar that is scaling out of control. Maureen's going to get the challenge, and he gets a 3-man silence. Immediately going to be trapped, so they try and blow him up with a Sonic Wave. They do not get the kill. A beautiful wheel that will catch on to 3, almost already killing Pelosin. Baboka's going to be run down by Maureen. Satanic will pick up a little bit of extra damage there from the Omni Slash. They threw everything they had at this Huskar, and it did not work.
I thought they were going to have the burst there, but they didn't have Static Storm. For some extra AoE control lockdown, and Sonic Wave's not enough to do it on its own at this point.
No.
Like, you need the Weaver in there with a swarm early, getting extra right clicks. Maybe you even need Deso. I mean, they slowed that down. It wasn't the worst how that started, but that's a lot of commitment on terms of ults that yielded nothing.
Mar, try and go for him. Static Storm, now it's available. Just the right time for a kill on Amar, perhaps. Amar, he gets out, gets a little swashbuckle, almost killed Flyfly in the response, and gets a Rolling Thunder away. Baboka, once again, will die to Maureen.
We are seeing the damage issues in this game. That said, we are also seeing Emo make more plays out of nothing. Finds another support kill, 2-0 and 1 on this Queen. It's almost the most farmed hero on his team somehow. But this game is starting to run away from Yakult Bros a little bit after that Roche play.
Maureen's going to get the challenge. He gets a 3-man silence. Immediately going to be trapped. So they try and blow him up with the Sonic.
He's going to become massive in this game.
Emo catching up to his team is both praise for his part and also an indictment of the team as a whole here, because they're down 4K. Falcons still have a good amount of time left on this, Aegis 4 minutes. And they've already taken all the tier 1 towers, and you can bet with a Huskar Chen lineup, these tier 2s are probably going to be falling pretty quickly too. So if they are going to get up to their lane shenanigans, I feel like the time to start is now. They've tried to combat the Huskar. It doesn't work. Time to just rat for 30 minutes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It starts with not losing Wisdom Shrines here. Need as much XP as you can get. You need every resource you can pull off the map to stall this game. They will secure onto an Alchemist, who is rushing an Ags now. I mean, you're going to give Ags to Emo. Like, that's your best bet this game. That'll be your best timing to strike back here. If you're Yakult Pros, you need to not lose as much as possible. They are smoking into the Huskar. Yeah, this...
Yeah.
I mean, they can bring everybody. They're just hoping that he's overextending in an isolated situation because he has the Aegis.
They're going to go after Snake King here. Snake King, he's got his ult. He's not going to be that easy of a kill, but they do get the Static Storm on him. So support for support trade-off, that is good enough. Flyfly, he'll try and deal with the ward. Instead, he's just going to have to make a run for it. Zeal's going to get some good damage on mid-tower in the meanwhile. He's got a Dark Troll Summoner, so the extra skeletons just got to watch out for Maureen. He'll just have to TP away as soon as he gets dove. All good. And now Crit is left alone. Emo does not give chase.
I mean, that's not a bad sequence for Yakult.
No, not at all.
They get a kill. They force the Huskar to TP back mid, which means he's not accelerating objectives. You get some tower damage. The creep can stay out on the map, even if the Tide Hunter goes back. Not the worst exchange. My concern here is still this Weaver. I just think you'd want to be fighting more here if you're Flyfly. You need this Deso online. You need to start finding some charges. Boka fighting for his life.
will manage to get back. Chemical Rage will be on cooldown for a bit. While I agree with you, I think we need to see Fly finish up his Deso before they make another move. He'll have it now. As soon as he gets that, if they can get the ball rolling on a couple of Deso kills, maybe they even get an opportune pickoff around that 20-minute. They get a Tormentor that can do a lot to pull back, you know, a lead that Falcons currently has.
I mean, I think the itemization here is all correct for Cobras. They have that going for them. Like, Deso Weaver maximizes damage. Kaya build up into Kaya Sanj already done for emo. He's going to get pooled in Ags. So you will have Kaya Sanj Ags on this quap. Again, maximize the damage. And the sustain damage in the fight, that's really important to wear through the sustain. And then you will have an Ags on the Tidal, which I think that's one of your better items against a lot of these push and Chen lineups, right? Get extra AoE armor going through, and then amplify that with AoE Gush plus Deso plus Swarm going through. Might give you more damage as well, enough to bring down the Huskar. I think the itemization here is correct. It's just a matter of, can you get that one fight out of it? Because if you lose that one fight you take,
yeah. I think there's little bits like this, that Malrine was able to transition from mid-tier 2 to top-tier 2. That feels really bad, right? They did not cut the waves. They did not address the side lanes fast enough that Malrine, he was able to make just a super efficient play there. And that's a bit unfortunate.
his Aegis will expire here in 20 seconds. I mean, Falcons are going to smoke. Upside for Yakult Bros in this game is Falcons' catch is pretty abysmal. Yeah. They have very limited lockdown, very limited mobility on their cores. It's pretty much all Amar, who did get an early blink here, so you have like Rolling Thunder blink. He's going to initiate catch.
Use that blink dagger to kill Baboka. And Malrine straight to the high ground. Now this is not what you wanted to see if you're Yakult Brothers. No. You've lost all your outer towers so early, and now with the Chen Huskar, looking like they might end the game before their stand-in even gets to play.
He does not have Aegis here, so you do have an opportunity to all in him.
They're going to try and Static Storm, burst him down. They do have the box. They do still have the Chen heals as well, and he's got a great healing Lotus on top of everything else. They didn't even come close to killing him. They've already lost. Now they're going to throw out the Ravage, but Malrine's not even close to being low. They still have a Sonic Wave. They're going to go after Amar with it. See if they can Sonic Wave burst him down. Instead, the Chen heal goes out. He turns around to get the double jump, and now he's inside of your base, challenging you, and it's going to be Yakult Brothers who will be the ones retreating all the way back to their fountain if necessary. Falcons are taking the base.
I mean, that might be the game. Like, that was the fight you took, but you did not have any impact from the Alchemist because there is no Ags pool yet in this game. You did not have your Tide Hunter Ags. You have no Deso charges on the Weaver. These are all the little things that make that difference. Way too much sustain in this lineup. That's one full lane. Probably going to be another here. The next time you take this fight, it's not easier because now you don't have ults.
Well, you brought two Helmadoms to a matchup against a team who won the Helmadom TI. So
that is true.
Like, we got into that finals and like no Helmadoms were seen. So, you know, the team is well prepared to be able to deal with these shenanigans. You can see it with the speed of play that mostly Snaking and Malrine brought, but the whole team obviously did contribute to that.
Just a nasty Huskar pick. And this is another reason why people do not want to give this team Chen. Like, Chen makes all these snowball lineups 2-3x scarier because of how fast the auras accelerate and how tanky he can make heroes. Even just the extra armor from Divine Favor, right? Like 20 armor on a Huskar is just insane value, especially against this lineup. We talked about the minus armor synergy. It negates all of that in a burst scenario, which you have to try and burst this guy. So, just a brutal lineup to try and fight. Is Weaver dead?
Not quite. He'll get off his ult, and no more catch there. Oh, he actually has to teleport away. I thought he was going to go. Oh,
what?
Oh, fly. I mean, there was nothing left. All he had to do was, like, run down. I thought he was going to, you know, cut another wave or something. Instead, tries to hide away and go for a TP point. Does not work out well for him. Now it's going to be Tormentor. I'm not sure how many times we've seen the first Tormentor be taken after 2 lanes of barracks have been taken, but that's the order of operations for Falcons.
The thing is, I don't even think Fly should be TPing out there.
No, you should.
I think he should just be running south. He should always have the idea, I need to cut every wave I can in this game and never go back to base unless it's a true, like, death scenario.
Agreed.
Even if he dies, I think it's it's way more relevant for him to die near Falcon's base than to die like that, give up objectives.
Yeah, the much time you could play between, you know, in front of or even behind the enemy tier 2s, I think that is the entire gameplay.
Yes.
Whether it's your Helmadoms or it's your Weaver and Quap doing it.
Yep. Get as many heroes on Falcon's side of the map and slow the pushes down as much as you can and abuse the fact their catch is a little limited.
I'll be honest, I think, Avery, that this strategy, I feel like this is a draft strategy versus team composition mismatch. Right? I just don't think that this is the way Fly who wants to play as a carry. Yeah.
I agree with you, but he just pulled Ags to the tide.
Time to start spamming some gushes.
But it was a refund. He had it done, so you're giving up your Queen Ags for a Tide Ags that was already done to get a Vlad's Blink out of it. I don't know about that. That sounds a little sus to me, but maybe they're just like, we need to Blink Ravage all in this guy before he gets BKB off or the fight's over anyway, which could be true. But to me, this is a brutal lack of damage now.
One last smoke.
Dire's bottom tower.
They're going to wrap around the long way here. The Gush angle already being pinged out by Falcons. They know exactly where Yakult Brothers is.
Oh, that's a good rune. I mean, that's
It is. You said they had damage problems. Is that about to be solved? Fly gets a grab onto the bottle before Malrine gets there, but now Falcons know about the rune pickup.
I'll be honest, it's also hilarious to me watching this team with Satanic because he's just always farming.
Yeah.
And I feel like in most of these, I'm like, there's going to be a jump from Skeeter, you know, some freaking Dragon Knight goes in and starts the fight. Like, there's no one starting the fight, they're just there. And this guy's just farming the other side of the map, and they're just like, that's cool, dude, we're just going to push base. I think this match in styles is very peculiar for both of these, both the player and the team.
Yes, when Quinn was standing in for them, that felt like pretty natural. I feel like, you know, maybe not the same hero pool, but stylistically, I feel like Quinn can kind of match Malrine in some regard, you know.
Well, he just went in on everything.
He blinks in, rolls up, rolling thunders, and there's nothing they can do about it. What a move from Amar. He'll get glimpsed back at the end of it. Will be static charged and will be killed. Okay, they got the kill. That's the amp damage rune. They did not get it here. There goes the Ravage. They're going to try and burst down Satanic, and they do manage to get that much as well. Malrine is trying to burn spears, and looks like Emo will probably take out here. He blinks back in, does what damage he can, helps the rest of his team, but Malrine is indomitable force at this point in time. They can kill the other cores, but they can't stop the Huskar.
Fly nowhere close to that Huskar in terms of damage output.
If you can't do it with an amp damage rune, then what's the game plan here?
You might get the supports.
Yeah, you could try and clean up.
Okay.
Oh, big, jeez, huge heal. Healing Lotus plus a little bit of that potion. Fly will just tick out. All right. And they kite around the heroes as much as they can, but they can't kill the Huskar. The supports remain close to the Huskar, and the Huskar will have his pickings.
Another great rune. I mean, these runes are doing work right now for Yakult Bros.
Oh no, silence. Oh, he's gonna be bursted.
All right, the runes are baiting in Yakult Bros.
So much for the runes.
That's an emo dieback. I mean, that's probably the game for them because I don't think your queen can recover. But that was a pretty good team fight given their position, honestly. You got the Jug before Omni, take out 2 cores off of the very bold initiation from Lamar. But some time since I've seen the Blink roll-up initiation.
I mean, that's what happens when you don't have Skeeter.
Yeah, it really is.
You're forced to desperate measures.
I guess we see why this team needs it, right? It's the initiation concepts without him are a little lackluster.
Amar, we need you to jump first in this fight. He's like, I've never done that before. I don't know what to do. I always follow Skeeter's initiation. How's the combo go? Do I roll up and then blink, or do I blink and then roll up? When do I cast Rolling Thunder?
All right, he got it this time. See, he learns fast.
He got him. He got him, and GG is called unsurprising here, as the Yakult Brothers are a bit out of their depth, at least when it comes to this draft against Falcons.
That's a tough game. That's a tough BO1 to play into a 4th pick Huskar against the fresh TI champs. And like you said, I think for Yakult Bros, this is a really bad stylistic matchup in general, let alone against like Chen Huskar. I think that's a doomsday scenario for them. So they had some good fights, but that is a very one-sided draft.
Yeah, I think that the combination of Fly having, like, Yakult Brothers as a whole having to do a bunch of rat shenanigans, like, maybe they could do that, but I don't feel like that's what Fly's greatest strength is. I don't feel like that's what, you know, the mid lane really wants to do. Evo gets way too shut down. It's just a rough go for Yakult Brothers, but plenty of best of ones to be played throughout this week, so they could shake this off. Team Falcons, though, will take a game and feel pretty good about it, too, for their new season.
Yeah, they definitely will be. We're seeing Skeeter there standing in the background. Of course, we already talked about it. He won't be playing this week. He does have a fractured arm for himself, but it's the buff no one really thought about. Now they went from 1 coach to 2 coaches.
That's right. They stole the Liquid strat.
They stole the Liquid strat.
I mean, there's a copyright case going. But.
The poor guy can't even cheer for them, right? Because you kind of need your arm, so he probably goes like, yeah, it's just a tough time for Skeeter.
You know, like bumping elbows or something like that.
Can't do much.
Poor guy.
Yeah, but look, this draft is great for them. The execution was there as well. So I think it's only really fair that we talk maybe more about Yakult. Yeah, this wasn't the best of one that they wanted. That's not really how you want to be starting this tournament, but it is only 1 of 11 that they're going to be playing. And there were still a lot of good things that we could see them trying to do to stall out this game a little bit more there.
Yeah, I mean, the Ags on Tide is very cute. It's a good idea. I think they also didn't look too like discouraged or like dead, like they want to jump off the face of the earth after the game ended, which I think is like, I think you also take it with a grain of salt some that it's like, hey, we tried, we got giga outdrafted against a better team, and we lost. Like, it happens, go next, move on with our lives, you know?
I mean, coming into the series, it just feels like Yakult, you know that Falcons will take Chen if it's available, and in best of ones, not knowing what's happening is quite a scary prospect. So why not give them the hero that you know is going to come and then have a draft ready for it? But then you didn't protect it. You didn't like get rid of the Huskar. You didn't take other aspects of Falcons away. So like, I kind of respect having so much confidence in a best of one, but like they didn't have confidence the entire draft. It's like they had confidence to give Chen and then 0 confidence the rest of the draft.
This is probably heroes they're not really used to play against, to be honest. Because like to me, you mentioned the Chen is like, I go back to the draft and I'm like, it's a really good Chen game. And it is illegal to have a good Chen game when you're Falcons and you first picked it. And it's still a very good Chen game. You know what I mean? Like, I think you can't afford that, especially against Falcons. On the other side, Falcons, I think like Milreen probably getting the frustration away from TI, because like he had to win TI with certain heroes. I'm sure this guy probably asked for Huskar a couple of times. They were like, please, let's win this tournament. You'll get your Huskar. He got his Huskar.
Pipe down.
Just come on, clear the stacks. You know, like none of that. So good for them that they're able to. I don't want to say experiment, but in a way, it is a little bit different from what we've seen from the TI. Yakult, it's a tactical loss, so you don't have to let your confidence be challenged or in any ways. Just move on, go next.
Yeah, I think if anything, there is this little bit of, you know, people always see TI champions, like we comment to the next one, where are they really going to stand? This is great for them, but they have that stand-in. They have Satanic here, and whilst we have really bolstered what they did in the draft there, can we take away anything about him being a stand-in? Is there more to gain from either team about this, or even us as viewers?
Good last hitting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's what he is good at.
Yeah.
They hired a random guy to play World of Warcraft in the background while they won the game, and I think you know, Satanic won the raid or something. I don't know. I don't play the game.
It has nothing
that was a good analogy.
Yeah,
Thanks, Quinn. Yeah.
It has nothing to do with him. I think like the game just centered around the Chen and the Huskar was so strong for the Falcons that he didn't have to do anything. Obviously, that guy can do a lot when the weight is on his shoulders, and it's going to be on his shoulders at some point. So we want to see more.
I think the critical thing is from Falcons is they gave Satanic last pick in the draft. They still set up the draft in the Falcons way. So it is kind of a show that maybe other teams can look at this and go, okay, if we prevent the Primals or the Pangos or these kind of building blocks for Falcons, maybe they might stumble to a weaker lineup where they might struggle. The fact is, this is a Falcons lineup that it looks like insanely good. Like this is like the level of which, you know, they are winning TI on. This is the strength of this draft. So I think Yakult did miss the draft quite heavily. And if you just take away different aspects of Falcons, maybe it can become more competitive down the line. But yeah, you can't be giving them all of this stuff and Satanic last pick.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to dwell on it too much, right? Because this day is so busy. We have 7 best of ones just in this stream alone. There is 14 that are going to be played across both this stream and our secondary streams. You guys can catch the games that's happening over there. But we're going to look towards our next one. I want to talk about it a little bit more because Liquid coming up against BetBoom, right? This is a Liquid roster. We're going to talk about it. Ex-teammates of yours now joining over there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly really excited to watch them play. It's, I've played with them for 3 years now, some of my longest played with teammates. So I think it's honestly just cool for me to watch them play and to see how they interact on a different team. Because I know when I see a situation, I know what Ace wants to play here, So is he actually going to play that? Is he going to play something else? Is Boxy whispering, no, don't play that. Play this instead. It's like, oh, you sure, Boxy? You're a TI winner. You're going to beat me in finals, So it's like, I want to see how those dynamics play out.
Actually, one question too is like in terms of dynamics, because I think Boxy is like a quite vocal guy in the game for Liquid also. What about Tofu? Like, how is this dynamic going to be from what you know from these players? Is Tofu going to play? Does he have to play a leadership role? Because you kind of have to also do a little bit of leading when you play +5, or is he going to be much more on the other side and Boxy is going to do main of the shot calling? What do you think?
I think Tofu makes some calls. He's like somewhat of a communicative player, but he's not like the end-all be-all. Like, he doesn't want to like tell everyone go high ground here and do this, do that. Like, he's like, we can do this, we can make this call. He'll have a strong read at sometimes and make some calls, but he's not like, I'm laying the hammer down, listen to me, or I'm getting the belt out back.
So there's not going to be like a clash between these two. They're probably going to find a nice balance.
So. I think Tofu will bend the knee to Boxy.
All right, nice.
I mean, Tofu's also quite an interesting 4 player where he has played 5s in the 4 role. Like, he's playing the Bane, the Naga Siren. Like, he has sometimes in the drafts of past, like, kind of accepted that you need to take it to another lane. So it's not as if he's a true hardcore 4 that only plays the big playmakers where he's killing everything. Like, he's ready to adapt. So I don't think it's that jarring, because I know in the pre-show we're talking about Tofu changing roles, but it kind of feels inevitable in his career based on like how he has played before.
Yeah, that is my biggest thing, right? I think that's a challenge for everyone is, yes, a playstyle change, but it's also where are you going to be placing certain heroes? Are you going to be able to fall back on a lot of those traditional position 5s that have given strong lanes, or is this something Tofu's going to have to learn a little bit more for the side of Liquid?
Yeah, I mean, he was a 5 player in the past. Like, one of his favorite heroes is Wyvern. He loves like Witch Doctor 4. He plays a lot of 5 heroes. But it's strange to me, they haven't actually, like in the online tournaments, they haven't actually played normal 5s. They've been playing a lot of like weird stuff. He's been playing like 4 heroes.
I've seen, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a lot of strange heckin' heroes. I don't really understand why, because he does play normal 5 heroes, and he's like someone who likes normal 5 heroes, like in a draft, like he wants those heroes.
Like heroes I think of as 5 also that maybe can be problematic when you switch from 4 to 5 or other roles is probably all the Chens and Enches and stuff, which are kind of specific. So I don't know if these are heroes he can look into, or
he can like maybe sort of, they're not his favorites.
Okay.
He's not like that kind of guy. He's like a spellcaster guy. He's not a units guy. He can play them. He's a skilled player. He's but like if you give him a choice, it's like, choosing between like an apple and like a sack of rocks. Like, he doesn't want to take the rocks.
That's so weird. I definitely thought you would have gone the sack of rocks.
Maybe he's allergic to fruit.
That is some crazy Chen hate, by the way. Sack of rock, like Chen, come on, Chen.
It's not that bad. You gotta be a Queenie's Chen played a sack of rocks.
It's like one heckin' big rock with his little rocks coming behind him.
And just A-click down the lane with all your auras. Yeah, I can see it, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I subscribe to this sort of analogy, but let's talk about BetBoom team and maybe an analogy on how they're going to be shaping up, because there has been a change in their roster too. Maybe not as significant as what Liquid are facing, but there is that thing that we do have to talk about there with Kiritich coming in for them now.
I think that's actually, I don't want to say it's an upgrade in the sense like player to player, because I actually happen to think that Pure is one of the best carries in the world still. But I think it's going to be a much better fit, because Pure is a very vocal, like leader kind of player from the carry position. And I think BetBoom, they have a really strong team identity, like an idea on how Dota has to be played. And it's probably one of the explanations for why he's had such a bad TI, because they probably just clashed in terms of how they view the game and they refuse to adapt to each other's. With Kiritich, I think it's going to be much different. I think it fits much more in how they view Dota and how he's going to fit into their style. So I'm pretty hopeful for what that team is going to be able to bring.
I mean, he feels like the stable traditional carry where he will read the draft, he'll get the carry that will eventually scale into the game. He's ready to like pick up a CK or something, which is very niche but ready to play. Like, I feel like Kiritich, that stability, like Seb's mentioning, is exactly what you need for this team. And when they did play, they played one tournament here, they got second, right? Because wasn't there this whole thing where it's like they wanted to play with him, but then they didn't, and they kept Pure, and then...
That's just the whole story of BetBoom team just in general.
That's so much water. He's like a camel.
Yeah,
that's the most water I've ever seen.
Or maybe it's the inverse. He needs to drink so much because he can't store any.
Maybe he's an anti-camel. But no, I mean, I think like I think this social dynamic thing is true for sure. Like, there were a lot of like the word on the street last year was that Pure was like BetBoom was not happy with Pure, and Pure was not happy with BetBoom team. Like that was the word on the street. And
I do remember the very first tournament he played. He did say something in an interview where he was expecting different offers from what he said was essentially higher tiered teams, and I was like, oh, I don't know if that's how you want to be starting the season off here.
Good vibes, good vibes.
Yeah,
really good.
Yeah, man, keep it all good. Got much love. But no, so I think like that was what you heard throughout the year, and I think T also mentioned that that he looked like dejected and sort of separated from the team. And I think people also saw that. Other teams noticed that at tournaments, that like there was clearly some weird divide, dissonance there, that like he was not on the same page as the rest of the team on like a social level. And I also think Save is quite an opinionated, like he's the big boss of this team, like you do what Save says. And Pure is also kind of a leader guy. So I think somebody who more steps into line, like plays the carry heroes, like Seb said, like I think that it does fit them much better.
It's definitely Kirtich. I think he's like very stable. He's gonna bring your, you know, tier 1 carry performance that you expect from him, and he can adapt. You know, like he's a pub player kind of, you know, soldier, and I mean that in a good way. So he can adapt to a game that's like complete chaos, and he has to just focus on his thing or take more leadership, you know, step up. This guy is very versatile, very agile, so I'm sure he's gonna fit in very well.
Yeah. You were saying a little bit more about the team, though, T, before we got distracted by the water bottle from Kirtich.
Yeah, that thing, I got so confused by it. It was actually so beautiful. No, I feel like at the moment, I'm putting this roster at easy chance of being top 3 in this tournament.
Wow.
Because they played so well at TI, but they had the issues with laning based on the safe lane. Again, not to go on it too much again. If you changed the safe lane to be stable, how well GPK played, how well Miro and Save are, like it is inevitable that these guys should be destined for, you know, the Sunday Dota, the finals, the playoffs, the top 3.
I mean, he's not going to be, if the game goes longer than 30 minutes, guys.
That's what I'm saying.
Has a problem.
Sure.
Like,
they
have to end the game really quickly.
Pause door. Yeah, sure, door, man. Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of door issues.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier, though, because if you can't leave your PC. We have the skitter issue of the past. My guys solved that easily. There's no small bottle issues. That's a big bottle.
Check
There's
the
no way,
color of
there's
that
no way.
bottle as the game passes.
That's easy
Check
aim.
color.
Like, there is no complications. So, yeah. Great strategy there, Kirtich.
But look, you gotta stay hydrated, all right? The stamina, we don't know just how long this game's gonna be going there at all. But I like that you guys have talked about this. Maybe it is just that really small thing that is gonna be the change for BetBoom team to be able to have that little bit more. What I wanna know is consistency, because that's something else that has always been a little bit of an issue when it comes to Eastern European teams in general, I wanna say. But especially for BetBoom team, it's like, are they gonna be consistent? Yes, you talked about how good Miro and GPK were at TI. Are we gonna see that same level again after a 3-4 week break?
I would hope
yes.
so.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, to be honest, I think GPK is maybe one of the most consistent mids ever. Like, I mean, you can look back, you know, really, really far and maybe disagree, but I think in recent years, like, it's honestly crazy. Like, laning against him too, you play against the guy, he just doesn't have bad lanes, really. He always CSs very well. Like, his CSing is so strong, and that's such an important building block of lane that, like, his game will always be good because he will just... it's just frame perfect oftentimes. And so you're just not going to beat him out of lane because he will have gold. He will buy items. He's very hard to gank. He's a very like difficult, like you see it in his KDA. The guy just doesn't die. He's so hard to gank. And I think when you have that in a player, someone that is just such a rock, like I think it's very strong for them. They have this to build around.
This is definitely a team that you don't really worry about like individual performances. I think they're all going to put up a very strong you know, level no matter what. GPK, Save, Kataomi, like all of them really. So Kirtich probably, you know, the question mark, but again, he's like fired up. He's had the entire time to like get.
What is he doing?
I mean, this guy is
just
ready.
stretching.
This guy is hydrated.
He's
warmed up.
Yeah.
You know, I think he just expects to meet Falcons, but somebody has to tell him he's not gonna play necessarily a 2-hour game. You know, he's like, oh, do we play Falcons? This is gonna be another 2-hour game. I need a lot of water. What do I need? I need food. I need a bed, maybe. He's fine. He's fine. But this guy's ready. He's probably fired up. He has a. I think he's been looked at as being one of the tier 1, you know, CIS carry players, and he didn't really find his group. So this is the best opportunity he's gotten. Yeah, he's got to like make a name for himself.
I'm excited for it. So you're researching heavily over there?
I'll be honest, I'm just loading up my notes.
Okay, all right. He's loading some notes up. Because the thing I then want to really talk about is while we're looking at the players on their camera, something that I always take note of is which teams are playing together, which teams are kind of in that boot camp atmosphere for them, and which teams are playing this from their own separate homes. And from the side of BetBoom team, it looks like they're not actually together. So how much more does that add or subtract when it comes to playing an online portion of a tournament?
It's a good question. I think it depends on the groups, I would say. I think it depends on the groups. Like some people also like being comfortable, like being at home, removes maybe a little bit of the pressure or the stress of wanting things to be a certain way, especially when you just like formed as a team. Ups and downs, and I think it's very much related to the individuals at the end of the day.
I think both teams' decisions to do what they did make sense for their context because BetBoom is just swapping out one player and it's a carry player. He's going to go hit creeps. He's going to do his thing. He's hit creeps a million times before. Whereas Liquid to me is has had a more like fundamental like seismic shift.
Yeah.
Like Tofu they have a different drafter. They have 2 new players. They have 2 new lane matchup like pairings. Like there's a lot of
lost a
things that are
coach.
different. Huh?
And they lost a coach.
That's true. They're -1 coach, so they're like 14 people instead of 27. Like it's there's
really good math, yeah.
there's more different there, and so I think boot camping for them makes a lot more sense because there's more synergy and more things to actually piece together.
The intricacies as well of like when you're on LAN, do you have those moments where when you finish talking about a replay and you go outside, you have that discussion with someone, but when you're online, if you're not in call looking at the same screen, when you leave your Discord call or whatever, you know, TeamSpeak, whatever you want to use, not sponsored, then of course you're not going to have those small moments, right? And it takes one little discussion over, you know, a chat outside that can break your group stage, that can bring everything to life.
The amount of times as like a team captain or drafter or leader, like you're even at boot camp, you're talking about something, and then the guy goes like, you know, you're like asking for confirmation, and you don't get a confirmation. You turn to their monitor, and they're watching some random stuff.
Yeah,
you're like,
right.
I wonder what's happening online. So,
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah,
you know,
that's
that's like
very
one
tough.
thing.
Yeah.
Making sure that everybody's like really on top of it, on top of things like building together, syncing, aligning, which is really important because now this has started. However many best of ones into a LAN, like they're not gonna, like the building time kind of is over. So they're not gonna have time for it. Now it's all about like playing and performing.
It's long days. They're very quick paced days as well, right? A lot of best of ones back to back, maybe not so much for the teams, but for us it is. And that brings me so much joy because we do have our second best of one ready. Our draft here, Liquid up against BetBoom team. It is, I don't know, feels like such a different timeline to be looking at Ace in a Liquid jersey. It feels so jarring after what? He was 3 years, 4 years, 3 years in Gaming Gladiators? Yeah, it's a big one there, but they're all together in their facility there for Liquid, BetBoom team online. We talked about it, what sort of comfort needs to happen, what synergy is going to be happening here, but with the best of one, where exactly do you start? In bands, like do you just
have to start with picking who's drafting.
Actually, no, you're right. I forgot about that.
We have to start with that.
We have to.
You get to choose.
We're playing a very fun game here in the studio, right? We are putting our analysts head to head on who can predict the draft. We're going through these bands very quickly. So quickly.
What was the results from the first game?
No one guessed anything correctly.
I'm Liquid.
Yeah, you're Liquid.
All right.
Okay, he's just giving it. All right. So we've got Seb, who's going to be trying to predict the Liquid draft, and then Quinn is going to be trying to predict the BetBoom team draft here.
I'm locking in.
You've already looked in? Do you want to?
No, I'm locking in.
Oh, into the game.
Personally,
Okay,
yeah.
all right. Well, then I'll talk
Personally,
to T because I always love your analysis and what you like to see at the beginning of drafts here and where exactly the teams would be aligning themselves.
Crazy. How many years? And Nature's Prophet is still Liquid.
Did you get that
Guys,
one?
I think we have
Did
the
you get
first
it?
chip. I think
Did you
got it?
actually
You got
get
it?
Yes.
There
You
we
actually
go.
got it. That is so
Why didn't you
impressive.
Why are you so
Furion.
surprised? Why
Yeah,
are you so
no,
surprised?
no.
This is what
Because
I-
you got none last game.
Just to be clear,
I
it's not a
understand.
surprise about predicting Nature's
Yeah.
for Liquid. It's a surprise that we're finally getting a
Yes.
chip.
No, but
Yeah,
I know.
you looked it in
But
time.
I'm
That was the
offended that you're so surprised that I got something right. Like, come on.
It
was
wasn't
meant to
getting the
happen
prediction right.
eventually.
It was using the technology correctly. What did you say?
I picked Beastmaster. Very reasonable pick. It's a classic
Alright.
response to Furion.
Look, wait. Let me get the. I'm gonna
Sanking
get
is
the
fine
chip
too.
out.
There we go.
That's pretty.
So we're getting a GPK
is
sanking,
upside
most
down.
likely.
Yep. We have
As for
to-
Liquid, I mean, I clicked Prophet, but I have no idea why. I don't know who's gonna play it. No, it could probably be Mickey. That's like one of
Yeah.
the Liquid. Thank you very much.
You're gonna
Thank you.
spend that later.
The first of many. The first of many. Just
Mark
get
his
ready.
words.
Cut the montage, end of the
He's hitting
tournament.
the
He's
high
still got
roller
only
table.
one chip.
Yes, we're gonna have to make room on this table, by the way, around me, because I'm planning to have some on my right, some on my left, so maybe some in the
Big
middle.
mountain here,
Yeah,
yeah,
we just have to draw the limit. but
I love
I'll
it.
just
I did
keep it
distract you
even
though. You were in the middle of analyzing why.
I don't even know what I was saying.
No.
It doesn't matter. What matters is this.
The chip is
Chip is
important.
what matters.
The almighty dollar.
Yeah. Well, Quinn incorrect with his first prediction that the Sand King is going to be that retaliation to the Nature's Prophet coming out. Is it more that, or is it just this is the first stepping block for them? This is something comfortable that they really want to be running.
Yeah, probably just comfort for both. I mean, these are obviously, Prophet for Liquid doesn't have really to be spoken about. Mickey has so much success on the hero. They know how to play around it. And then Sand King has been one of the main TI heroes for mid. Falcons has shown the way. You first pick it. He always has a stable lane. GPK, we've talked about him. He doesn't fumble on the lane, and then stacks, blink dagger, Ags. You know the rest of the story. So pretty standard.
I also
And
like
very good.
The fact that like Beastmaster's banned out, like pushing the information of Liquid, like, you know what? Take the Nature's Prophet, enable Ace to have more information, don't force him into an earlier pick, and then, you know, the roster, it's in its infancy, right? There's no real identity for the team as of yet. They're still kind of trying things out. They've tried the first phase Enigmas and Beastmasters for Ace. Then they've done like later pick MOUZ in other games. Like they're still trying to find what's like the perfect pick position for the new roster. I think in a lot of the best of ones from Liquid, we are going to see a new Liquid like every single time as they keep kind of evolving throughout this tournament.
Quinn, I want to let you know Hoodwink's banned, brother. You might want to change your pick.
Are you serious?
Yes.
No, wait, what?
Wait, Beast is banned too? I'm only picking banned heroes.
So, Quinn, I don't know if you're aware, but in the draft, there are bans and picks. The bans are critical.
Yeah. When a hero's banned, you cannot pick it. So I would strongly recommend.
How do I unselect?
You just pick a new hero.
Just pick a new hero. Click her.
Quickly,
and
hurry
then
up.
Pick a new hero, and then lock in.
They picked Anti-Mage.
Oh my
Too
God,
late.
he's not
They
locking
picked
in.
Ant? Oh,
No,
they did not.
Got him.
But I mean, I'm wondering if this Prophet can even be flexed for Liquid. Probably they don't want to flex it. I don't think. I mean,
I think it's just Mickey Mouse.
Yeah,
Like, when they pick Furion, like
yeah.
he is. I mean, to be honest, he's probably the best Furion. Like his win rate on the hero is completely ludicrous.
yeah,
He's
it's very impressive for sure.
Yeah, he's so active, but also so farmed. He never like some Furions. You'll see him like die a bunch in lane and like sort of fall behind. He's just, for as long as I can remember, has been so incredibly consistent on this hero.
With Sankin getting the post-TI nerf because of how efficient Malrine was with, you know, hitting the tiles, getting the mischance, applying that kind of map pressure, how good of a hero do you think it still is at the moment? Of course, his entire toolkit of map play and pick-off is there. And a favorite of mine, Grimstroke, is picked, but we'll get to that in a minute. So Sanking stocks, you still think they're as good?
I would say so. I think, you know, the nature of like the map, the importance of stacks, all these things, I would expect Sand King to still be like a top priority. Obviously, you know, it's also gonna matter if the hero's winning or losing at this stage of the tournament. It got first phase ban against Falcons. They're also going to be able to dictate if you see Falcons to keep picking it. If they stop, then that's going to send like a big message to everybody else. So yeah, I would expect Sand King to still be picked. That's a Pudge. Interesting.
They've prioritized this hero a lot. They played it 5. I think they might have only played it 5.
Tofu Pudge on the safe lane.
But this is a development of the online meta because MOUZ with Yamich was playing a lot of Pudge. So in the most recent tournament, in the kind of volatility of that kind of all the teams against each other, Pudge kind of was quite prevalent. Maybe that bleeds away a bit throughout this tournament when teams don't respect it as much. But yeah, the position 5 Pudge, Tofu playing it.
Yeah.
Of course, displacement is always a good thing in Dota, but when you're losing the game and behind, it can feel quite bad to have a Pudge on your team.
It is also something that BetBoom team have liked to pick up in previous tournaments for themselves as well. We know a lot of their players love to pick Pudge, so it feels like this thing that it's just growing in popularity. It is still a very good hero as well. You're now taken away from a team that would have loved to have it for themselves.
It's a little bit strange, right? Because Silencer now, I assume, is going to be position 5, which leaves the Pudge to position 4. Or maybe it's a mid Pudge? Is that something against Sand King?
It is sort of some people. Okay, people were trying this before TI. There was a soft meta where people were trying mid Pudge and somewhat against Sand King. But I think
what do you think of it?
Didn't have that much. Like there was not that much winning on the. Like people kind of just gave up on it.
Because like conceptually, you end up being really tanky, so you might not care about the Sand King jump. Like that's inherently what Pudge does. You can contest the stacks. Your E is very good against, you know, whatever Sand King does. Like conceptually, it doesn't sound like a bad idea. I haven't seen it enough, so I wouldn't know. But it doesn't sound like a bad idea, the Pudge mid versus Sand King. It sounds pretty decent. With the help of the Prophet, you should be able, like this is a really, really like fast-paced lineup from Liquid. Like Silencer, Pudge, contest stacks, Prophet to connect, of course, Prophet ulti being buffed by the stacks if you have vision of them. So quite interesting.
But it does go both ways. So I think the pacing of BB is also there, right? With the Sand King with the Blink Dagger, with Grimstroke to amplify your damage, right? Through Inkswell throwing into the mix. His 15 talent, I believe, is one of the most broken things at the moment that is not respected. You have 25% spell amp on anyone that's soulbound. So when you throw in Sand King with Epicenter, any spell damage available, it is just going to be just incredible damage thrown into the mix. And at the moment, like, Abaddon is a Manta buying hero to not care about Silencer. Sand King with a good game goes early BKB. Like there's already some of the tools to deal with Silencer because you have big burst if you're jumping. You have defensive items naturally in your item paths. So I am a little scared for Liquid that if they don't kind of snowball the game, they are just victim to like how do you kill a hero when you run at them? Like sure you got global and a hook, but does Prophet have enough damage without 3-4 items?
It's a bit odd. I think also like. Personally, I feel like Liquid is slightly over-prioritizing this Pudge because I feel like the Pudge hero, he doesn't want a ranged hero or a farmer even necessarily in the offlane. I think he wants another stunny boy. Like, I think he wants Mars. And the Pudge, like, you play this double melee, like, sort of killer-esque lane, and then the Pudge roams. Whereas I feel like Ace doesn't really want to stun people. He wants to farm. And I think then you end up with a weird dynamic, like you said, where Pudge is not a jumper. He's like an early game skirmisher, ganker, like utility, like a bunch of soft things.
Yeah.
And so if you're not also picking this sort of draft integrity fight starter stunner, which Ace does not really play very frequently, then I think you can see it in some of their prior drafts. I think Liquid ends up with a draft that sort of like lacks an identity almost. It feels like a lot of random stuff.
They need a frontline in one of the next 2 picks, right?
It technically could still be a position 4 Pudge, like, and then just pick, like, I locked in Enigma, which I'm not sure about. If it's a mid Pudge, obviously that doesn't work.
Darkseer.
But okay, they go for the Darkseer. I mean, that's a pretty good pick against Abaddon especially.
Yeah.
I don't think it synergizes well with their lineup, if I'm honest. Like, it's not very good with Prophet, not particularly good with Silencer either. I mean, it can be okay with Silencer, but they're missing the Darkseer partners. Like, Darkseer really enjoys heroes going in, you know, using Ion Shells, using Surge, using the Auras. That's definitely not what +1 Prophet does. +2 Pudge can kind of do it, or they're looking for the Nisha hero now to fit that role. But again, like, you're going into an Abaddon Jakiro lane. That's a really tough lane to face. So yeah, I don't know. I don't really see if the Pudge 4 is gonna cut it. I don't think you're that happy playing with it as Darkseer.
But that's where I think if Liquid are able to put Tofu onto Nature's Prophet and suddenly Pudge the core in this game, where you get the early, let's say like an Ags BKB Shroud, or like, you know, the king of the game, the Pudge, the frontline, the Darkseer buffing you up with like Pipe. Like, there is a world where Pudge carry could be pretty good. But again, we're talking about Liquid, who they like to lean on the staples of the Prophet carry. If there was a world in which they could flex it around, then I think there's a lot more life to their lineup. But
yeah,
probably not to be the case.
I think they will probably look for something like the Nisha Ember, Nisha Void Spirit,
Yeah.
something one of these melee bros, because like they do need a shell guy. They need a shell guy, a surge guy, someone to go in, start stuff like that. That's what he's looking for.
Yeah, that's gonna use global Prophet connecting. Also, like, this guy, when you think about it, like, this missing piece is gonna be shelled, surge, has global,
Has
Prophet
everything,
TP in.
Hope to save you if you're
It's like
getting
so
stunned.
much help. So you really want this explosive hero that's gonna open the map for them, and you do want to open the map against like a Sand King, Grimstroke lineup.
You need to be careful though, because all of these aspects that you're talking about can get punished from Grimstroke getting the soulbind off. Like, if you initiate pre-global, get bound, suddenly you're getting hooked into a double soulbind where it's Pudge plus the elusive hero. Like, there's already a couple layers of BB having ways to deal with this archetype of hero that you're mentioning, Phoenicia.
Yeah, I mean, I do think there's one element for Liquid though that you can look at BB's lineup, and while they do have a lot of stuns, they have a lot of fighting, they have a lot of strong sort of skirmishing heroes. Their damage is quite similar in that it's a lot of mid-range like magic damage, and I think against the Pipe and against a Furin that gets a lot of items, I think eventually BetBoom's lineup can run out of damage.
Okay.
I think you can play against this hyper carry Furin with a Pipe and all these buffs behind him getting surged, and I think Darius Heroes can have a real problem.
Who's more explosive though? Leaving lanes, right? When you look at both lineups, Sand King with a Blink or Darkseer with an Aura, like who has a bigger grip on early game choices? Who's like being the proactive team?
Yeah, I mean, I think BetBoom certainly has more like prerogative there. Like, I think they can do some crap. Yeah, this is the Ember.
Yeah.
And I think
Give him the chip.
To that correct.
Give.
I'm giving it. That's
give.
two. That
Is
is
Monkey
very
King banned?
first pick
Monkey
and
King
last pick. Yeah. Can I just note, everyone at home who's playing along and also making fun of Quinn like I love to do every day. You have picked pretty much every banned hero
is Monkey
in
King
your
also
prediction.
banned?
I
Yeah,
haven't
he is
looked.
banned.
Yeah.
He is banned.
He is. Yep. So pick again. You don't have much time.
He's picking right now.
You're very good. You're very
I
good.
wasn't gonna guess that.
You're very good at picking the band heroes. So that's 2 for Seb, 0 for Quinn.
Boxy's playing the
Unlucky.
Pudge.
We're just getting started. This is
Yeah,
gonna be
yeah.
a marathon, like 66 best of ones. You know, there's time. There's time.
That's true, there is a lot of time. So you were saying, T, you're giving us some actual analysis about this last pick, Tide Hunter, where you think the teams will be level-wise and skill-wise coming into this best of one.
Hopefully they're skilled. I want to see them on land. But no, I think for the Tide Hunter last pick, it does kind of deal with some of that early skirmish aggression, right? The fact that you can frontline, hold your ground, buy time for Abba to get his Manta, his Radiance, all his items. Like, if you need Abaddon to frontline for you, you hurt his farm, you kind of break his game. So they fixed that through picking the offlane pick. But for Liquid, it's kind of iconic aggression, skirmish, right? Their team fight is a little lackluster. It's around a global, a vacuum, and some roots and chains, but that's the type of archetype they like to play on. They want to be pacing. So I think this game just feels about laning efficiency for Liquid.
Absolute comfort for them. I think it works against what BetBoom's doing. It works if you, I mean, it's like if you do it really well, it works. If you do it like 80%, it's gonna look really bad. But if any team can execute it, it's Liquid. I think Ace and Tofu are also not stranger to playing fast and applying pressure early and punishing enemies for being greedy. So this is just gonna be a testament of, is Liquid, you know, in shape? Did they sync, or do they still need to work on it?
Very quickly, Quinn.
Mickey Mouse doesn't lose on Fury, and he's going to squeak on the haters.
Okay, all right. You got
Squeak,
full
squeak.
faith here in Mickey with his Nature's Prophet. Let's see. There's been a big roster change-up for the side of Liquid. We're coming into this best of one. Let's see how they fare up against the strong and only slight change that has happened in BetBoom team.
If there is one hero I would not give to Team Liquid, it has to be Nature's Prophet. And while this roster has experienced some changes as we bring in both Tofu and Ace, one thing that remains the same is Mickey. And I think his Nature's Prophet is the biggest threat. So, Avery, what do you make of it?
If there's one hero I would not give BB team with Kiritich, it's Abaddon. You know, they've also changed some things, but this guy's Abaddon is low-key nasty. I think it's my favorite in the world, actually. So I think it can match the Mickey Furion.
Okay.
At least a halfway. I mean, nothing can really match it because this guy won TI, but, you know, it's close enough. To me, this Liquid lineup does not function.
Whoa. Let's be clear. Were we talking about the draft or the lineup? Because I was going to ask you about the lineup.
The lineup's a much longer debate. I'm just talking the draft. To me, this draft does not function unless Mickey carries his game and does his usual Furion shenanigans. And if that does not happen, I think there's little hope in my mind, because I think the second you get any Aura or Sustain in this BB team lineup, they can't really lose a team fight ever again. Outside of the Furion, like, mega scale. You know,
Sure.
Furion can always just win a game. Like, Carry Furion can win any game, draft independent, team independent, whatever. That can always happen, but I don't know. I cannot sit here and reasonably say I believe in, like, Pudge Silencer. I think Liquid has been on some shit this last week. I'll say it. I think they always have some weird adjustment period where they bring new people in and they're just, like, trying wacky shit. And I think that's what we're seeing. And I think a lot of it has not worked as well as they hope. But there's nothing wrong with experimenting and trying to figure out how to work your players in and stuff like that. So, fun to
I
watch
think that there are so many qualifiers going on that many of the tier 2, tier 3 teams have been just grinding out qualifiers that I don't even know how much scrims they've gotten done. And then for some of the teams who went to, or not who went, but who played in Fisher, if they went far in that tournament, then they also probably haven't had too much time for scrims because they've been playing so many officials. And one of those, we could definitely see that the change in real time was Liquid adopting the Pudge as they kept on matching up against Yamich and his Pudge that they were rocking. So they've clearly taken that from that squad, and they played it now on both Tofu and now Boxy.
Hero's not bad. If you're really smart about abusing the small stuff about this hero in Pro Dota, the rune snagging, as we saw, the smoke ganks mid can really ruin some mid hero's day. It's pretty cheesy, but like if you're willing to do it. The laning can be okay, pretty dependent on the lane. But honestly, I think a lot of times in the pro games, the Pudge, I feel it almost works more dependent on the enemy team being stupid into it than how good you are with the hero. Like if the opponents are really disciplined and they don't give you those guaranteed hooks, if they don't feed early kills on the lane, the hero isn't as strong as he is in a lot of pub games where we've all been there and you just run around and hook anybody and it's like amazing. I think the fact they removed his old shard really hurt support Pudge especially, because that was one of the best saves in the game.
Okay.
And this new version just isn't as strong.
He does manage to get the kill early, Tofu does rather, but Mickey is still going to be the one to fall. So first blood goes to Liquid, but the core kill goes to BB team.
I'm probably happy about that. It did not go to the Furion as well. That's the big thing about that exchange. If the first blood gold went to Mickey, Liquid probably happy about that, but he did not get it there. So Furion gets set back. something you like to see here if you are BB team. And I think this whole draft is built around the Ember too. I mean, it's worth saying, like, everything is dependent on how much this Ember can run at heroes, impact the game, what his itemization pathway is. He's eyeing up Earn. I mean, I always say Mage Slayer in this matchup against the Sand King is amazing, but nobody has built this item in a year. Any early fighting item is going to feel good though.
Yeah, Nisha is going to go for Earn. So, see how impactful he is with that. I think as a player-to-player matchup, this mid lane is quite interesting just because, I mean, a bit of history there is just that, you know, GPK was looked at as one of the best mids in the world. Nisha was held as the best mid, perhaps the best player. Oh, nice snag there from Boxy. Gets grabbed on to Kataomi. Do they have the damage? No, they don't. Not enough. Despite the Ion Shell and this facet, the Rotten Core facet, they do a lot of damage if you can put them together. But it does also require Rot to be out for a few seconds before that damage really builds up.
Strong facet for the lane, for sure. If you can put him in a rundown situation, but a bad negates
Teleport on the other side here. Save, he's going to turn and fight. It's support versus support. The core is on the either side. Save, he's going to try and get the Lotus, but he dies before he can activate it. Now Tofu, it's a 2v1. Miro, he'll activate his Kraken Shell and try and mitigate some of the damage. Tofu, he's going to just teleport back home early. Doesn't want to keep playing the lane. He's just going to try and get full resources and run back out to join Mickey as quick as possible.
Does put the teleport on cooldown. I'm not sure Mickey would have left lane this early, but we have seen him go to that liquid off lane a bunch in the past, even this early on in the game. Like, if he can TP up there, get a kill or double kill, and insta TP back, kind of an easy move for him. There's a little value there, but
especially how forward the top lane is pushed in, right? It's in like pretty prime position for a Furion, like a grab like this. Katomi gets snagged by the hook. They turn this bunch of damage back around to Ace, and Boxy, despite his Rotten Core facet and an Ion Shell, he can't out-damage Jakiro. Jakiro is a monster in lane right now. I mean, I feel like this duo has a chance in most lanes, but Jakiro Abaddon, I think, has to be the toughest possible matchup for you to be going against. Jakiro just does too much.
There's just no way to out-man fight this lane. Too much HP between the two heroes, right? They both have 800 plus already. Too much sustain, and they're getting stick charges off the shells. So you still had full stick plus Lotus on that, or plus Fairy Fire on the Jakiro, and you still have Lotus on the Abaddon. That fight was not even close. Like, it looked close on paper, but it was not close. This is the issue with Pudge. If the enemy team is disciplined, they don't give you early momentum, and you end up in these man fights. He doesn't win these man fights because he has no armor. And his spells are generally less impactful spells than a lot of other supports super early on. Yeah. You know, if you hook someone under a tower, sure. But in a straight man fight, he's not that powerful a lot of the time. So I think it's also, the team played this pretty well. And I mean, Boxy has really nothing going for him here.
It's a very big difference between level 2 and level 3, right? Especially against the Jakiro, because Meat Shield, it's a bunch of small instances of damage. The Meat Shield can do a lot. Tofu is going to die again here as he gets caught out by the duo in the jungle and now fighting for the runes, trying to help Nisha, but instead, it's going to be BB team outnumbering Liquid on the rotations. You don't see that very often, especially a Nature's Prophet Liquid lineup, a BB team outpacing Liquid easy.
Even got the Furion TP that yields nothing. So another rune versus Furion. Every time you force this hero to use health in the early game and he gets nothing, that is a win in itself. They are once more playing through GPK. This boy was a beast at TI. Oh, dodged
with the boots. Simple step back, and now Boxy will take a little bit of damage, and that's going to be important for the upcoming 6-minute rune. BB team, they're going to all in on bottom. Liquid mostly pushing towards top. Nisha's going to try and do the slight steal here, but hard to do that when you can't see the hero to slight in the first place. They actually come over and try and fight here. The hook, it doesn't go out to save Nisha. Instead, it gets the grab onto GPK. Nisha needs some help, and he's going to not find an ice path. He goes down while the teleport away is simple. Sand King able to get away from the Pudge, no problem. The stun was already used.
And the irony is the rune spawned top and no one got it. Everybody fight for the rune, nobody gets the rune. I mean, Liquid are trying to force the early action with this lineup, which makes sense, because you have Pudge, you have Furion. The Darkseer's pretty independent. He's not going to pressure the Abaddon, but he'll always find something up here. It's not been perfectly clean, but they do have Wrath of Nature online. Ace is also closing in on 6, so these are big ults on the 2 side lanes if you can continue to press forward here. But every kill in this Ember is huge. We talked about the draft setup for Liquid. This was last pick Ember, something that brings the lineup together and enables, especially their supports. Like, you need Syrian Chains to give you hooks. You need the Ember to go in to use the Ion Shell and Global Silence. If Nisha's having a weaker game, he can't do that as effectively. So these kills are huge for BB Team. And they're accelerating the Sand King, which, I mean, this hero was an absolute monster at TI. If you know how to abuse the Sandstorm, if you abuse the Sandblast talent, you build stacks.
Foxy.
Insane.
Sneaking the hook, doesn't go for Katomi, gets the grab on Kiritich, who's not quite level 6, and Mickey's gonna join in, try and help get the kill. Will not be able to get it on the Abaddon. Instead, it's just the Jakiro. Could have been very crucial. It's a support trade. Unbeatable the silence on Nisha. Epicenter is gonna burst him down before he can get away.
Dude, Save is just ruining his day. This Ember is really far behind now, and that was a regen ruin Sand King. So full resources for GPK cost them nothing. Huge rotations from Save. I mean, one option is you can build stacks. The other is you can just stack kills on the enemy mid laner. Way more effective. And we're not finding early momentum for the Liquid supports.
Katomi, that was a bold TP in. He's going to get help, but it is a bit delayed. He might actually go down before the other reinforcements come in. Finally, the Burrow Strike. It stops the damage. Still, the Jakiro falls, but if they can trade out for Ace, well worth it. GPK has a massive lead now, dominating streak for him as he is keeping pace with the Furion.
This is how they like to play. Save combined with GPK, their Save is like the biggest playmaker captain on this team. If he tells you where to go, if he tells you what's supposed to happen, you make it happen. GPK, lane dominance into some rune fighting, and some clutch kills on this Ember Spirit. Put him in a really good position. He'll get double bounty rune on top of it. I mean, this man's living the life. He's about to pull ahead of this Furion, which is a really good sign.
Absolutely.
And you know what the saddest thing about this game is? Hover over that flesh heap for me right there. That's a rough one. That's that adds up, you know.
Yeah.
Every Pudge player knows, like, if you're on that 5 or 6 flesh heap at that 10 or 15 minute mark, you're like, this game's good no matter what, you know. I got something going.
Boxy was stacking for himself? I mean, I guess he's giving the gold over to Darkseer. Okay, now he's going to activate Rod, but a lot of it is going to go to the Darkseer. He's getting the experience. So, I mean, it does push him closer to 6, which is obviously crucial. You need as many stuns. That's the part I didn't like about it. I'm okay with picking up the Pudge. I'm okay with 4 or 5 Pudge. I'm not okay with it as much when you've got a Silencer who doesn't provide you any stuns.
It's all in the Ember, right? Chains into hook. I mean, that's like all you got. The chains is the only thing enabling the support to, and they haven't really been able to connect on it. Once more, BB Team bring in the numbers here. Is Liquid ready for this fight? That's a level 9 Tide Hunter.
He's just gonna walk you down with the Inkswell.
Why not? This is looking too easy right now.
Foxy does what he can, activates Beat Shield, does not mitigate enough damage. Nisha, he'll play around with Mickey here. They do have access.
Oh, what a soul mine.
Oh, never mind. Mickey just instantly jumped. Ravage, the 2 cores are just chain stunned up, and Epicenter doing a good amount of damage. Not quite enough to finish off Nisha. Nisha fighting back. GPK's in a little bit of trouble here. Sentry goes out. Nisha
couldn't hit the burrow.
Comes back in, gets the kill, and walks away from Miro. Nisha, nice little outplay there. BB Team still got a lot out of that situation, though. Another kill on the Nature's Prophet, worth its weight. Got another hook. Miro pulled back in. Nisha, he's got to be careful, though. A little bit of magic damage, but it's all blocked out. But the physical damage of Miro is intense, apparently. This Anchor Smash just cleared right through the Ember Spirit's remaining HP.
Mickey is back.
Mickey, he'll try and get one more, but Katomi clears through it. Quelling Blade on both the supports, so they are not going to be stuck in these sprouts.
I guess that's kind of okay for Liquid. I don't know. That felt a little iffy. I think if Tide has his Mage Slayer done, which, you know, obviously that would be extremely early, but if you picture that fight with Mage Slayer on the Tide,
oh yeah, no,
I think it's really difficult. And that's my concern for Liquid, is I think they have to be winning this early game a little bit more, because these defensive magic resistance items come out for BB here, and they have very little damage until the Furion's fully online.
Yeah, and you're also talking about a fight where Abaddon isn't there, right? Furion is, Abaddon isn't. Abaddon's going to give you a ton more sustain for these heroes, especially
100%.
as you said, if you get the extra magic resistance, you add that on top of the extra shield. Yeah, it's all just going to escalate.
And like right now, Ion Shell gave you a lot there. That's why Ember was doing so much. But again, magic resistance comes out, put some shields in there. Not the same fight as all. That felt like a fight that should have been better for Liquid, but they're just a little bit behind, still looking for the small advantages right now. If you can start a fight with a hook and have global, that's a big difference maker as well. I think we're still looking for the max support impact here.
Yeah, that, I feel like that is the one X factor. You talked early on about how you don't see how BB team loses a 5-on-5 as if they can be on even ground going into the mid game. But that hook reposition is still a pretty potent tool.
The thing is, who are you hooking in this game?
Well, not the Tide, not the Abaddon, so...
Exactly. If you hook the two frontliners, you can't guarantee go up at all, right? They're not going to die.
Sure.
So you kind of have to hook the Sand King and try and all in him, and he's also a dangerous hook because if he lives and gets spells off, that's free initiation in some cases. He is still your best target, and you have global to secure that, but that does not make Boxy's life easy to look for that because his targets are limited, and they're not all great.
I mean, it does mean they are going to be, if you get that situation, they are going to be pushing into wall. And I did want to talk about the Darkseer as a pick. How potent is this Darkseer? How good is this wall for this game?
I mean, this pick can be good against the Abaddon. I think it's pretty lackluster against the other two cores in this game and not great against the supports who are double range supports going to play on the backline, right? It's unlikely you get massive vacuum wall combos, but his auras will probably be very impactful if you can get them in good timings.
Look at his setup. BB team going for the Wisdom Shrine, but I think Liquid kind of knows about it. The hook is going to go out. He gets grab onto the Sand King at the same time. Ace, he's quite low. He turns back around. He wants to get the kill on save. Furion's going to join him here, teleporting in, gets the kill on the save. Meanwhile, GPK got out of the tier 2. Burrow Strike tried to go back in for the kill on the Pudge. He misses it. A teleport away successfully on the high ground, though. Katome and Miro turn things back around. The Ravage, it doesn't land inside of the Macro Pyre, and Nisha's on the other side, dicing him up. He's at half HP, should be fine. Katome, he gets very low. He walks. Nope, he doesn't walk it off. He gets finished off. Miro is now going to be slowed down by the wall with Mickey continuing his assault. Another teleport in, trying to keep Miro in place. He is so tanky, though. They're whittling him down. Kiritage gives him a bit of help with the shield. And looks like that is enough, unless Boxy lets a hook. Ooh, it was on point, but not long enough.
A huge fight for Liquid. That hook changed everything about that engagement. Like, it only takes one good hook to change these team fights. And you pull the Sand King away from the Darkseer, you save Ace, you put GPK in a terrible position. Everything about that fight becomes way worse for BB team. And big damage coming through from Mickey. Almost 3k off that Furion. Wrath of Nature finished Mjolnir halfway through. Your Ember survives the whole time. Pretty much exactly what you're looking for with the Global Silence to back it up. I mean, aggressive positioning from BB backfires pretty hard. I think that was kind of their time to strike. Like, you had the Mage Slayer on the Tide, you had the Abaddon joining you. You don't have your Radiance yet, and you don't have your Sand King Ags, so you're missing damage, but you had the survivability. That hook just ruined your day, man.
You did. Full Dismember. Despite Kirito, dude, I didn't even notice that. Really good Hurricane right away to try and get GPK out of that tier 2 AoE, but sad.
Just
GPK, he knows he's dead in that situation. He could have Burrow Strike back, but I think he probably still gets run down. But instead, he just like, screw it. I'm going to go for the kill on Pudge, and the TP just half a second faster.
He just didn't have Tide at that fight too, which is a big front line positional tool that you didn't really get to take advantage of. So yeah, pretty awkward fight. Nonetheless, still very even game. In fact, you have BB team leading, and they're just going to do a little farming, try and get to the Sand King Ags, try and get to the Abaddon Radiance. That's a huge team fight timing for them. And if you're Liquid, you've got to get some survivability up so you can stick in the fight longer. Pipe for the Darkseer, that's a big item for them. And is it BKB rush for anybody? No, just Kai Assange for the Ember. and Mickey's eyeing up Hurricane Pike.
Radiant.
I do think you want BKBs at some point in this game, but you don't necessarily need them super early with the pipe on the Darkseer.
Sure, in that situation where you do get a hook, even on the frontliners, you get it on the Tide, right? You can put the threat on Tide, force him to Ravage.
Oh yeah.
Kind of worthless, you know.
I wonder if this will be like a Silver Edge game for the Fury at some point, just to give you the option of hooking him in. But it's
an idea.
I mean, it's like a Silver Edge game against the Abaddon and Tide if you end up with, because you have Global on top of it as well.
Right, because you could break the Abaddon and silence him, and he can't use his ult. Right.
But I feel like the execution on that, for going that route, is not reliable enough to justify the item if you have something that you feel is going to be more consistent in the fight.
Save's going to be found. It's a smoke gank, though. Heavy investment from Liquid for heroes, and all they're going to get out of it is this Grimstroke, and even that seems to take a bit of time, but they do get there eventually. What do you think of the Grimstroke, by the way?
Mega worth. That's a flesh heap for Boxy. His entire mentality just changed this. He's on the board. He's like, thank God.
He just now caught one. Wow.
Thank God I got we need, do you think that was the call? Guys, we need to smoke. I need a flesh heap in this game. It's not even a good smoke. Just do it.
It's triggering to see it at 0, 18 minutes into the game, so I can feel that.
I mean, that is the advantage of Silencer Pudge. You know, you get strength, you steal the int. It's double infinite scaling support duo.
That is true.
It's too powerful.
What about the supports on the other side? Because I have been really big on both Jakiro, and I actually think Grimstroke is a little underplayed right now. I think this hero has got some gas.
He's very good with a lot of the playmakers in the meta. I think people kind of forgot about him a little bit.
Yeah, Sand Kings, Primal Beasts, a lot of frontliners that just go in, Mars.
Yeah, the issue I think is his cast ranges and itemization is a little lackluster compared to some of the other stuff that can just impact the game a little faster. He does stack very well though, but his laning it's not great. Like, it seems good on paper, but when you play this hero, his early lane is what I think kills him. Like, sure, if you get to level 5 and 6, he's fine, but the first few waves, which are super impactful in pro games, he just doesn't really impact them that much, other than, like, you can stroke a range creep and maybe you hit the guy. Okay, cool. But he just feels weird in a lot of these 2-on-2s for, like, the first 2 minutes. I think that really hurts the hero, but if you can push through that, nobody denies his, like, team fight impact. No one denies how good his kit is.
Yeah, I feel like the upgrade to stroke that they gave it, this freeform where you're able to, you know, do better stacking. It also means that, like, Save was farming neutrals, and he was able to do it a lot more efficiently because of that. But that, I think that is impactful, but as you said, it's only impactful if you get a good laning phase, you get the experience to get those levels in the first place, because you're going to max out Inkswell first. It's what facet for. It's what the hero is most, you know, going to be picked for in the first place. If you stall out at level 7, you've got level 1 Stroke of Fate. Like, who gives a damn if they up the, you know, your ability to use this in order to hit more units if it's level 1?
For sure. I mean, everybody likes an upgraded Stroke, Austin, but
true.
This hero to me is about Phantom's Embrace, Inkswell, and Soulbind in terms of landing the combination in the fight, right? Like, getting a big Soulbind on 2 heroes, and then getting the AoE stun, plus silence if the game is... This is, like, not the most impactful Embrace game. It's really good against the Ember, but that's about it. So you're mainly looking to land these Inkswells. You're looking for the Soulbind connection. That is what the hero is here to do, and it's off the back of the Sand King going in.
Nisha is going to be drawing second item, BKB. And Mickey, now that he's completed the Hurricane Pike, is also going to go back to BKB. So we'll have a double BKB timing coming in for BB Team. GPK pulls the trigger on it. Epicenter, Burrow Strike, catches Ace. Hook intercepted by GPK. And this time around, he's strong enough to fight underneath the tier 2, or maybe not. They turn back around. Vacuum goes out from Ace. Now a wall. Late one goes out. And Ravage, it lands with the Soulbind onto Nisha. Nisha's now clear to that Soulbind, though, because his partner died. He's able to jump away. Mickey, he's being challenged as the 3 tanky cores just go straight to him, and there's not a whole lot of help from the rest of Liquid.
He got destroyed. Just caught in that ice path, dead in the water, Burrow Strike, just stack all the stuns, let the Radiance of Abaddon go to work. not the most fun matchup for the Furion at this point in the game. And that is a very similar engagement to where we saw there before, except this time the Tide is there in time, and he already has Pipe plus Mage Slayer done. I think this was just a rough fight for Liquid to take no matter how it went down, because you don't have your BKBs yet, and they have
that
Pipe
fight
Mage Slayer.
doomed to failure, I'm sure.
Yep. It almost went their way because you're doing it under a tier 2, but way too much EHP before your BKBs are there. I'm kind of surprised Liquid took that instead of just ratting a little bit to get those online, because they're huge items in this game. BKB, you ignore so much of BB Team's damage.
Yeah.
You ignore a lot of their stuns. You can just tank some of the Grimstroke spells. Like, Grimstroke is really inherently bad against BKB. He gets better as the game goes later, because of course Soulbind is nice, but none of your kit is going through. So when you hit that in the early mid game, it can be a dip for that hero's effectiveness.
Right.
I'm surprised Liquid got baited. That felt like they got sucked into that because of how much of a reach it felt with like that Sand King going for your Pipe Darkseer. But I think the correct call would have just been to rat the map.
I also think it's a bit of pudge factor, right? It's like, if I can get a hook under tower, like, of course we should take that fight. But frankly, BB Team is just way too strong right now, and I think they should use that strength. Cooldowns are coming back up. Bully Liquid again, take Roshan, you know?
I mean, if they don't have BKBs just run, there's the Embers, but the Furion still a little bit off here. You have some time.
Yeah, especially, I mean, even if they don't kill Nisha here, there goes the hook, hits the grab on a GPK. Nisha locked down by the anchor. He gets his BKB off and he jumps away to his Remnant, but a defensive BKB is still very valuable. I think that's still great for BB Team.
Oh yeah, they're fine with that. I mean, that's your BKB 9-second reveal, and it's to go back home.
Yeah.
So you can just Rosh now if you want it. It's not like you used ults, right? You have everything available. Yeah, straight into the pit. I mean, that's the correct play, right? Like, this is the thing about Dota. If you make the correct play, sometimes even if it doesn't work out, you're still progressing the game, and that's fine.
You're making a move in the right part of the map, right? You're playing into Liquid's side of the map. You're playing on Roshan's side. It gives you this opportunity. Now Liquid's gonna have to take this team fight without BKB on the Ember Spirit, and that is very dangerous.
This is not a fight they can win. They're just hoping to get something out of this.
Trying to get the pull out, gets a grab on a Jakiro. That might be an easy kill. With the vacuum wall onto 2, locking in the cores, they're slowed down so much, not under threat, but just out of control to be able to help out Kataomi. Meanwhile, at the same time, Mickey is going to die, though. GPK and Save as the duo find their opening. And that means Liquid needs to get more done here, but you can't really just force these kills onto Tide Abaddon. They're not easy.
This is the problem right now. Like, get what done? This Tide's just running into you.
Yeah, you got 4 heroes looking at 2, and you know the reinforcements are on their way. The Sand King and Grimstroke were on the other side of the map, but they'll be here soon. Surge goes out with a Ravage, hits onto Boxing. They'll finish off that Pudge. Nisha, he spots Save coming in. Does get silenced, though. 4 seconds till BKB is back up, so he's going to be good for now, but it's the rest of his team that is under threat. Burrow Strike, Ace, he's not going anywhere. Stuck inside this Sandstorm. Nisha is just doing what he can. He keeps going for the supports. He tries to go after Save. Now goes after Kataomi. Another defensive BKB, and he doesn't even make it out.
Dude, what a read. They had the exact damage to bring him down. A second BKB wasted. Another team fight for Liquid that they forced at an awkward timing. Like, you did not have your Fury on BKB. He's dying top. It was, in some ways, a very greedy play from BB to go for that carry kill before his BKB, but an incredibly smart play because they know the Tide Abaddon, even if they're left alone. Okay, well, he gets thrown out of the pit. That's awkward. Even if they're left alone, there's nothing Liquid can do, and they don't have the damage to kill Roche if the Furion goes down.
Yeah.
So it was a very greedy, double objective attempt, but a very smart one at the same time, and now they pull out a big lead off that. They shut the Furion down again. The BKB's delayed. Aegis onto the Abaddon. He's even more immortal.
Yeah, now you're going to hit this double BKB timing, but you're going to be fighting into an Aegis. Feels like Liquid is always on the back foot here. That being said, I do think that getting Aegis is great, and it takes it away, potentially away from Liquid, who I think their heroes have some pretty valuable Aegises. BB Team, not so much. Abaddon having an Aegis, kind of whatever, when he's already a borrowed time hero.
Yeah, if anything, honestly, the guy you wanted on this game is the Sand King.
Yeah, true.
And giving it to GPK is the most impactful because he does a crap ton of damage. you have to take a lot of damage to bring him down. And it gives him the opportunity to go in, trade First Life for BKB durations on Liquid, and then take a fight without BKBs with his kid. Yeah, which is amazing for the hero.
He's also the only core that I think Liquid could win a fight around killing him first. Right? They get
especially
a hook
if he
on
gets
him,
hooked.
burst him down, global silence, etc. Yeah, I could see them winning that kind of engagement.
I think if you're taking a team fight, you'd rather have it on the Sand King. If you want the Abaddon to just hit a tower, yeah, you just on him is fine in those situations. Like you get extra confidence to siege base here or something, especially if you get hooked in deep.
Do you think that means BB team will hit high ground?
I think so. I mean, the only thing you're really afraid of is the deep hook. Yeah, which the Abaddon can shrug off because you have limited stuns. There it goes. I mean, pressure is on Liquid right here.
Yeah, they've been cutting the side lanes, but this mid is pushed in. Another wave is coming out. Tier 3 is already gone. Just a question of, okay, there's the nice look. Good angle. Catches right on the side, though. A beautiful Ravage. Hits on every single hero of Liquid. Now, they are fighting deep inside the Liquid base if they can just get one kill and then start backing away, but not good enough for the Pudge. Pulled into the wall. They start running back. Damage on Liquid is looking a little lacking. They might be able to shove back in from GPK, and the global silence comes just a tad bit late. Epicenter, Blink, Burrow Strike initiation already hits, and it hits so much harder than anything that Liquid have.
That Soulbind kept them there forever.
Nisha desperately jumping after them here. No BKB, though. He's got to be careful. Again, no damage threat on BB team, so even as they walk outside the base, they're down to go back in whenever. Miro, Kiritich, it's only GPK who is potentially threatened by going in deep. Okay, maybe this is a little too deep, though. Pulled into the tier 4s. Miro activating the Kraken Shell, and most of that damage is ignored. Another slight chains. Trying to work him down, but the sustain is just overwhelming. And still another 15 seconds, so Kiritich has made the call. He wants to get this lane of barracks.
Still has Aegis to work with. Has another borrowed time coming up. Man, James,
he got the deny on the building.
Well, that's something.
I guess.
Okay, he's just gone. He's like, okay, I did what I could, guys, but I gotta keep the farm up. He's still the most farmed hero in the game. Like I said, he's gonna have to do some heavy lifting here. The items are starting to roll in for BB team, and their 5-man is just so damn strong.
Yeah, it's not gonna help when Abaddon, he can actually kind of scale up to challenge the Furion, right? Because he could just ignore the damage-intensive hero. He could just get on top of him at some point, build some sort of like basher build, and just, you know.
Oh yeah, you can take the fight to him, for sure.
Smoke up from Liquid. They know they just can't rest on their laurels here. They've got to get out there and hit the back line, catch these supports. They get one. It's going to be the Grimstroke. It does lead into a nice ice bath. He still gets all
got everything
and
off.
He's not dead yet. The pipe goes out, and they're not going to die easy. Nisha has to use his BKB as he's soulbound up with Ace's Darkseer. Ace got the one illusion that he wants out of this wall, which is Kiritich, but that's already going down. Nisha making a run for it, trying to stay ahead of Miro. Miro, he doesn't have Dead in Water, but he does have GPK's Burrow Strike to catch him out. And now Nisha is just, I mean, look at his net worth, man.
Yeah,
he
he's
is out
done
of this game.
That was a refresher for GPK just to get the Blink Burrow on him again. It's like, I will spend my 5k item just to kill you one more time. It's probably worth it, to be honest. I mean, this Anchor is ruining his day. The Soulbind's ruining his day. They have decent lockdown against December, except when he's in that BKB, and Liquid have just not been able to take a fight around these BKBs at all in an effective way.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Still have Aegis up, man. 10 seconds for expiry here. Could heal Kiritich up. And Shiva's done for Miro. That's a huge item for the amp going through all this damage.
Trying to get the hook on Kiritich as the Aegis expires. They got it. But what are you going to do with it? Because BB team, all I see is a free initiation for them. A 3-man Ravage. They go back to Boxy to deal with him. Only one kill out of this jump from BB team. Try and put some damage on Ace, but he's already out there thanks to the Surge. Still, the buildings, they can't run. And Liquid are left with another 4 versus 5 as Nisha comes back into play after his dieback.
Gotta keep looking for hooks if you can get the Pudge back up. But without him, you just have to take the fight. It's not pretty, man.
Tofu does have buyback, but buyback global doesn't really do too much here. Can't even put pressure on GPK. He's already back out behind the rest of his team. The lane of barracks is gone, and BB team back out and prepare for. I mean, if they want, they can wait for another Roshan before assaulting the final lane.
Take a Wisdom Shrine, level 20 for the Abaddon. Pretty much done with Bloodthorn here shortly. There's just so much lockdown to deal with. And you have auras on the Darks here, but you miss the point in the game where you can win a fight with them. So now you're just 100% all in on this Furion scale. And it feels like Mickey, like even if he gets full Daedalus here, I don't know if it's enough to stand in the fight. It feels like he's just one item short now. Like he would need Daedalus plus Satanic or Daedalus Silver Edge with Global on top.
Yeah. I think illusion-wise, because we're going to have a Grimstroke Ags pretty soon here, because Save is farmed up like monsters. So I feel like that illusion, an illusion of Furion, is actually way more effective mid to late game than the Darkseer illusion of Abaddon. Like that illusion is good early on when Radiance is really powerful and his passive is still doing some work, but as the game goes on, that illusion just doesn't cut it.
No, it's not the same type of body. This Furion illusion hurts. And it's also not something Liquid can clear out, right?
No.
Who kills it other than Mickey? He has to sit there and hit himself. Well, goodbye, Tofu.
Yeah, that's it's quite the commitment, but you have Liquid on the brink here. You can pop one of the epicenters. You've got two of them. He's got a refresher after all, just to make sure that
long of a cooldown in the grand scheme of things, right? It's like,
and he might pop the refresher, see if it's needed to kill Ace. As with the silence, Ace can't surge away, so he's hit by another Burrow Strike, and down he goes.
I like the aggressive usage. Like, when you're this far ahead, every kill you get, you have 60 seconds Liquid can't fight without Darkseer. That's most of your epicenter cooldown anyway. You should just be taking the map. You should be taking everything you want. Not thinking about some big 5v5 that Liquid doesn't want to give you anyway because they're ragged. And you get the kills, you could just push base, force buybacks. Maybe they don't have them. This Darkseer doesn't have buyback right now. It could just be Megas.
You think that Liquid Pawns there was the first break of the new Liquid squad?
What? No, I mean, I'm not going to advance the toxicology report that fast, you know. This happens every time Liquid gets new players, right? They have an adjustment period, and then they like win TI at the end of the year. So let's not rule anything.
Again and again, BB team can jump deep into Liquid's lines, and Liquid do not have the firepower to threaten these tanky heroes.
Front line is way too strong.
Gonna get Megas, and Liquid are gonna have to play the rest of the game out.
Big hook
against this pushing force. Eul's Scepter dodged the hook. That was your one opportunity. It's your only opportunity. Yep. A hook back into tier 4s is the only way I could see them not even winning a fight, but like going even, you know?
So I guess this is where I ask, like, why is the priority on Pudge so high?
Fun hero.
That is true. He is a very fun hero, and he has dope cosmetics because it's the most played hero of all time, so he's going to have the most cosmetics, you know?
True.
But, like, what does he offer this Liquid lineup in the end that they wouldn't have had with just a more reliable stunner from the 4 or whatever, a more reliable laner? I think that we really only saw the downsides of Pudge hurt them this game, and we didn't see the upsides help them. Which, of course, a lot of
that one fight, the first fight around the tier 2 was that was a Pudge dub.
Yes, that was a big win. That would have you been in that position if you didn't have the Pudge?
Sure.
I mean, I'm not saying the pick is bad. It's just I think we didn't really get to see the potential of it in this lineup. And then when you don't get the full potential of this hero, you get all the drawbacks. And those are really severe, and they make it look really a lot worse than it is because you're like, There's just this brown boots blink Pudge in my game, and this is like every pub player's nightmare. Just some dude griefing you. Who like this is like the guy who didn't get to pick mid. And he's like, okay, I'm playing Pudge with my dope cosmetics, and he like misses every hook on lane and has 2 flesh heaps, and you're like, I'm reporting you, brother. Sorry.
I think I just think that they got outdrafted. I think that this Pudge Darkseer duo can do a lot more work than it did. I just think they thought they had a lane that could be won, and then they got Jakiro'd.
Well, yeah, that's the problem though. It's like this duo to me is this is not one of my favorite Darkseer duos. Actually, I strongly dislike it. Just personal preference, and I think it's incredibly dependent on getting kills off the lane.
Yeah,
I think support Pudges in general, and this is why I always favor things that can reliably set that up in a blind scenario, which is most of the time what's going to happen 3 or 4. Like Pudge Veno to me is a lot more reliable. Now, wouldn't have done anything here against the Abaddon, but I think it's a lot more reliable. Kill threat as Nisha just gets completely decimated.
That was funny. That was funny. Well played, GPJ.
I think Abaddon is extremely good against the support Pudge lanes because it's very hard to get those early all-in kills. And then if you don't get those, what are you doing in the lane? So I think Liquid just ran into some early lane issues. The Furion cannot bail everything out.
BB team not messing about. Quick kill out of Nisha, straight to hitting tier 4s. They will force Liquid out of this game. A vacuum wall on 3 looks good, but the epicenter looks so much better. Level 24 Sand King jumps in, almost takes out 3 heroes with his epicenter. Now, inside of the fountain, he's not going to be able to match that, so BB team may have to actually delay the game a little bit. They'll back out. Jakiro goes down to the teleport in. Kiritich takes the kill onto Boxy. He's right in the middle of all this. Still has 4 minutes left on the Aegis. Liquid have got to deal with the rest of the heroes, but they can't really deal with Tide. They can't fight the Abaddon. This might be a 2-man squad that just ends the game.
Yep. The frontliners are your damage now. As Kiritich says, I will do it all. Perfect Abaddon game from him. This is why I said don't sleep on this guy's Abaddon. Like, he itemizes it well. He plays it well. He will end this game 7-0 and 14. Whew. Really strong game from BB. I mean, I like their draft. I think it makes a lot of sense. They played the lanes pretty well. They had a good lane setup for shutting down the potential of Liquid in the Pudge. The Furion's a little scary. It's always scary to get this team, but this is the kind of lineup where they're forcing the Furion to have to join the fights, and the fights are not winnable. So the game becomes really difficult for Liquid if those first few engagements go bad. Yeah, itemization here on point.
Yeah, an unsurprising BB team, as the panel said. They come into this with a stronger foundation off of TI and look exactly that way going into the new season.
Yeah, a lot of great points there from both Cap and Avery themselves there. I did really love what Avery was kind of talking about, how just forcing a lot of fights for Liquid to have to kind of retaliate to. It's being very proactive. It's trying to force the hands of Liquid, knowing that it's going to take a little bit more time. This Nature's Prophet is going to need a lot more to have that impact, because damage was the key issue you had, Seb, when you saw the final lineup of Liquid.
Yeah, it was. They were gonna run into eventually into that. I mean, you play versus Tide, you play versus Abaddon. You last pick Ember into Abaddon, which means the whole chain thing doesn't work as well. Then the Tide's gonna go pipe. You want Mage Slayer into pipe, and your main damage comes from the Ion Shells. This Pudge doesn't really do any damage. It just like throws a single hook, which we've talked about when we were watching the game. Like, maybe there was an alternative way to play Pudge when you actually try to transition into a core, get to the Ags. That's kind of what you see in pubs, but it's not that bad, to be honest. Anyways, but so you have to wait for the Prophet to build the big items, like the Daedalus, the whatever he would go for. But that comes, what he went for is like pretty standard, pretty good, pretty normal, like Mjolnir into Pike, into BKB. And I think they just were either forced to fight too early to their liking, or maybe BB team just like didn't, give them a choice. At that point in the game, there's no way, there's just not enough on the Radiant lineup to deal with Tide, Abaddon, so you just crumble.
I think it's the choice, right? The fact that the supports on BB was so aggressive towards mid lane. This is only the 3rd time on the current patch of 7.39 that Nisha has had 3 deaths at the 10-minute mark. Like, they really identified like shutting down the mid Ember, because if mid Ember can't bring life to the Darkseer through Shell and Surge and frontline to enable globals and Prophet's TP in, what is their draft, right? It's a lot of like individual skirmishing heroes, but it's all built around Ember's success. And the fact that he died 3 times in 10 minutes, everything felt forced from Liquid. They were already like playing catch up. It's like the moves they wanted to make was not their own moves. It was, we're under this much pressure, we have to just do it in the hope to keep the game going to find farm for Mickey.
Yeah, I mean, Avery mentioned the Pudge, and I think that's like I'm like, why are you picking this exactly? I think it's making their draft look very weird. I think it comes to this last pick, and you said you're picking Ember into a bad, and you're picking it. It's even not even that good against Sand King. Like, but they feel forced to because they need this melee hero. Their draft absolutely needs it because personally, I just think this Pudge is nonsense. Like the hero is okay, but like there needs to be a reason for picking it. You see one Sand King, it's not even good against. Like in this, I don't know. It's very strange to me, and I feel like they put themselves in a weird position.
Could they have kept like the Pudge mid, or do you think it would not have worked either way?
They could do it. As the thing though is that Sand King is flexed till the end. So if they commit Pudge to mid there, then maybe they pick some Deathbringer matchup, and it's like
makes sense.
For the sake of the prediction game,
Yep.
correctly predicting heroes for the losing team, does that void the predictions?
No.
Because you predicted failure, therefore should you be rewarded?
Well, you're just getting in their mind. They're faulty minds.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe they're just not executing the way they should have.
No, I'm just trying to deal with this whole two-chip situation here.
It's not
you
Seb's
guys-
fault. He's so good at predicting.
No,
You guys stop looking at my chips. You guys just get your own.
Okay, all right.
Look, he will get a chance eventually,
Yeah,
right?
man,
But before
there's-
that, before we move on, I do want to talk about the Grimstroke a little bit because T, you said this hero is very underrated, and I would say similar things, right? We did see it a little bit at TI. We've been seeing it here or there, but it's not really rising in stocks. And of course, it needs to have a good situation for itself. But this was great, and it was picked up second for them.
Yeah, laning on Grimstroke can be a little bit of a problem, right? You naturally shove the wave through your toolkit, so it can kind of make certain lanes hard to kind of stabilize. But outside of that in the game, you bring life to so many heroes, right? Here, you had a Sand King to jump, you had a Titan to throw into the fight, a Soulbind to stop Ember jumping around the fight. It's like, he finished the game 2-4-29, right? Like, you have everything you want for a Grimstroke is in this game. You've got frontline, you have spell damage to utilize the 15 talent. Like, it is, on paper, like the best Grimstroke game you could ask for.
I don't know, man. 2-4, negative KDA, bad hero, bad player. Moving on.
That's true.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple.
All right, now
Second soups.
I'm getting my ranking list of what's important for Seb here. All right, KDA very up there.
I'm checking Seb's last KDA in a pro
Yeah,
game.
just
All right,
give me-
quickly. I'll give you time for that.
Don't.
Just don't.
Check my KDA on the chips.
That's true. That's something more important now that you've embraced the talent work here.
2-0. That's
And
simple.
yeah, no one else is doing well here, right? But we got another game on the horizon. We have 7 games today. We've only seen 2 so far, and our next one coming up is going to be Heroic up against Yakult Brothers. We've already seen Yakult Brothers play once today. This is going to be their second time. On the side of Heroic, the first time we're getting to see them, and these guys are coming in hot off the press of winning Fissure Universe Episode 7 for themselves. So it's like the spirits, they've got to be high, and there's got to be that little bit of, okay, we know we can win an event. We know we can do well online. What is going to be the difference between them 2 days ago and now?
I hope nothing. I mean, I'm honestly super excited for this team. I think Whisper is one of the coolest mid players in the world, and he's just started. Like, playing against this guy in pubs for years, I've been solo killed by his bat rider like an innumerable amount of times. If I like quadrupled my hands and fingers, I would still not have enough to count all the times I've been solo killed. He's a very good laner. His CSing is super good. He's super aggressive. He like really sticks it to you. It's like always annoying. So I think him switching to mid is like, I'm glad he's using his laning skill and his aggression and his like skill in the place that is, I feel he can show it off the most.
So you're not actually too surprised about him making that role swap? Well, that still is a surprise.
It wasn't. I mean, he messaged me on Twitter asking me, "Yo, what do you think if I switch to mid?" And I was like, "I think you can do it." And then so I wasn't surprised personally.
Insider trading, you already knew it.
Yeah, he knew. He was, trying to make her.
Yeah, I was trying to sell it.
He did not ask me anything. I know we've been teammates.
He's not retiring, man. Chill. It's different.
Oh, wow. That's all you can
Did
ask
you-
me.
did
The
you
mid player
consult?
connection. You could feel it in
You
his
think I
blood.
should
He was in-
retire? Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, I think you definitely should. At least for 6 months, and then you can come back from
Sure.
that one afterwards. But the other changes going on for Heroic, there's Devi coming in too. So whilst we've already seen them play in an online tournament, our first time seeing them, so having some conversations about exactly this role swap that's going. Quinn loves it. Do you guys love it? And then now seeing Devi come in too.
As much as Devi has had his ups and downs for the team, he is quite a big building block for the previous iteration of Aureus.CEST, right? The aggression he brings in off lane, the amount of draft priority he has when teams draft against him. You've got like Enigma, Beastmasters, Timbersaw as well, like really annoying heroes. He's the type of player that then suddenly activates KJ or Whisper to then have a better pick priority or just a little bit more information to pop off in the game. So as much as he's, hit or miss, I think he brings so much to the team that it's kind of hard to not want him on the roster.
It's like very interesting player dynamics, that team, when you think about it. Like, I think what maybe they lacked was like leadership in the game. I mean, I think KJ is doing a lot of it, but not everything can rest on the support shoulders. Eventually, the cores, they have to pick it up at certain point in the game, and maybe they were lacking that. I mean, Yuma, I think, is pretty vocal. Whisper is definitely not the vocal kind of player, but Devi is. So they're going to build their strategies also and how they play the mid to late game around him, which I think fits the team very well. They're all hyper-aggressive players, like all of them. Like Schofield, Whisper, Devi. Really, I think that team is going to be very explosive. And maybe what they lacked was like the stability in the late game, because I don't think that's like Devi's trademark. I think he's very like committed to the macro, to the bigger picture. And you're going to have that in Whisper. Like that guy, you give him 6 items to click, the better. You could give him 12 and he would be even happier. So like this guy, expect him to perform really well at all stages of the game. All he needs is like a clear direction, which he's going to get now with the addition of Devi.
I love it. You know, we've already seen that success happen for them for this new roster. Is it going to happen here for Blast Slam? I do wonder how Yakult are going to fare against them, because they've got a really tough day today. They started off their day going up against TI14 winners in Falcons, and now their second match of the day is going up against online visual winners in Heroic. So it's, you know, two teams that are coming in kind of hot off the press, having really good times for themselves, and Yakult are like, we're going to reset. We're going to bounce back from that loss earlier.
Based off what Quinn said about Whisper's laning, I would argue that's a key thing, right? We just saw how Yakult drafted in a way where they sacrificed mid lane. They can't do that again this time around. I think the natural aggression from Heroic, Yakult is a scaling team that wants to play the game on more of like an even tempo. You take a tower, I take a tower, you take some stacks, I take some stacks. Then we break into the middle game with team fight. Like, they need to make sure that they respect Heroic, who want to be chaotic early on. They want to play for the mid, play through Devi on the offlane. Like, there's going to be chaos from Heroic, and if Yakult aren't ready to match it, you could just get run over.
Yeah, I mean, you look at like the lack of stability from the draft and the lanes in the last game that Yakult played, and I think that is the biggest thing, because Heroic is like maniac madness psycho team. Like, that is what they thrive in. That's what, and I think they understand that about themselves, and they want to play into that. They're going to be nutcases. You're dealing with lunatics like in the game. It's craziness, and so I think Yakult has to understand that and pick strong lanes and be able to, like, you know, to chill here and push the waves off and like, all right, let's hang out a little.
Do you think there's going to be that similar aspect of the previous draft where they might get a little bit, I don't know how to word this exactly, Seb, but it wasn't like overconfident, but it's just like they didn't feel that they had to deal with the Chen, right? They kind of let it be a really good first pick. Is that going to be an issue that could persist?
If you want me nice, I'll say that they didn't feel like they had to deal with it. If you want me less nice, I'll say that they had no clue what they were getting into. Because honestly, I think you can't disrespect Huskar on Millerine with Chen against Falcons. It has to stop at some point, you know?
Yeah. And then is there the same when it comes to your code against Heroic?
Either lack of prep or got caught off guard. Maybe that's like a strat they don't really run into usually. You know, different teams, different part of the world, also different metas. So I'm sure, you know, they probably looked up if Whisper can Huskar them again. He cannot Huskar. I mean, maybe he can, but he won't.
He will not.
So like on the bright side,
he's an honest mid laner.
He's an honest mid laner. Not so honest. I mean, this guy has played versus bad too many times to agree with that statement. But because, but anyways,
I feel the napalm on my skin.
You know, I think it happens once. That's also the beauty of that format, is that it may happen once and it's not going to matter, because you're gonna have to play 11 matches. So you learned your lesson and now you're aware, hopefully. So I think it's gonna be a completely different story, and I don't think Heroic has like that built-in of a system as much as Falcons. So much more even drafting I would expect from.
Okay. Our draft is going to come along very soon. But before we do, obviously, the game, the fun that we're having here of getting our analysts to try and predict the draft of each team. I'm going to throw in something different. T, I want you to assign teams to the two here. So you get to pick which team Seb is going to predict the draft for, and then also you get to pick then by proxy which one Quinn is going to be trying to predict.
Okay, I thought you were going to put me into the ring, but it's okay, no worries. Seb, I understand here. No, who should we be putting teams on? Who's easier to draft? Heroic, you're cool.
All right.
Seb's doing your call. Quinn is doing Heroic. Let's see exactly what not only our analysts are going to predict for themselves, but the players are also going to draft themselves as we do have that ready. Heroic up against Yakult. I'm going to make this a little bit easier for you, Quinn. I will read out the bans, so you do
Thank
not
you.
try and predict something that is banned. We've got Nature's Prophet, Marcy, Naga Siren, Pudge, all banned from the side of Yakult. And then Puck, Lycan, and Storm Spirit are going to be banned out by Heroic. So please, do not pick any of those heroes when you are trying to predict that draft, but you are going to be having Heroic getting overall first pick here.
Is it Quap? Is it Bristle? Is it Enigma? So many critical first picks that Heroic lean on. And it's the Queen of Pain.
Wow. All right, what can you do?
What did you go for? What did you go for?
You went with Tusk.
Brother!
They like Tusk.
No, Tusk.
Sorry,
come
I'm
on,
moving, my bad.
Tusk on Schofield, I can get behind that too.
Okay,
I picked Leshrac.
I pre-selected the Lesh because I couldn't tell who had first pick, to my defense. So I don't
You
know
can
if
still
Lesh...
change it. You can change it.
Can I?
Yeah.
Just pick a different hero, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Still have time,
Don't
yeah.
pick Lesh and the Queen. Don't pick Lesh and the Queen.
Yeah, I shouldn't, right? I mean, it's too late. I was too...
It's too slow.
Okay, it's fine. We're,
That one, it should have been easy to predict. You should have
it's
seen
like a
that
Dota
coming.
game. Don't tilt.
I could've
This is
got
just, we're not even past the laning phase.
You got
Like,
33 more games to try.
I
this,
am
you
not
know?
going to tilt.
I wish it was my turn. I could have got one. Ah, well.
Yeah, you know why that one was kind of easy to predict, T? Is because that's the same opening your Colt Brothers had in that game earlier today
I
as
did
well.
my
They love the
research.
Disruptor.
That's why I thought you were setting me up. I was like, is it my time on the iPad? And then I was ready with my notes, but it's all right. It's all right.
Another first pick disruptor though. Which, I mean, again, like we talked about how they should not really get affected by what happened against Falcons. It was more of a strategy thing, so they're doing their own thing. If anything, it's a pretty good sign. Like, they're not getting too baited by what happened earlier.
I also think it makes a lot more sense against Queen. Disruptor's a pretty classic counter to Queen, even during all this Blade Mail stuff, but it's like she wants to be in and out and all this crap, and you kind of just get glimpsed into Static Storm, so it can mess with your itemization and be Invoker. Okay, interesting. But yeah, it can mess with your itemization and just cause things to be uncomfortable. Oh, they banned Tusk.
I'm worried for Yakult though, because where they didn't respect the Chen, the Huskar from Falcons, a lot of the staple from Heroic that, I've already mentioned, the Beastmaster, the Enigma, the Tempo, these heroes fully break a Disruptor. Disruptor, you don't want to play against Zoo, you want to play a very stable game, maybe Twin Gate, make a rotation, play for Rune. Like, if you have to keep helping your carry, it's not going to feel good. So there's a world where Heroic could Tusk Enigma right here.
There it comes.
I knew they were going to pick Tusk. I was trying, but I...
Yeah, well, Tusk Enigma right here, lock it in Heroic. Just break the safe lane, and I don't know if they care too much about
I'm gonna
the...
pick another hero. Sorry, T.
No worries. It's just the idea that Yakult, it's still time. Like, do you think this Invoker is going to be the I can't remember the name of it, the blue facet where he's running around a ghost walk, shoving waves and making like open map play, or is it going to be more aggression with the Cataclysm? But for now, they lock in their supports.
Who wants some battle biscuit?
What did you go for?
I would have.
Bro, you were so slow.
I can't find what I'm looking for.
What hero are
You
you
don't
looking
even
for?
know how many heroes are in Dota?
I don't. I know I don't actually.
Okay, there's 126.
I would have guessed way lower.
I want
But
to
there's
look
gonna be
what,
another. Oh, wait, what?
I
Sorry.
want to look at what Seb's predicting, right? You
I'm
threw in
looking
the
for Mars,
Alchemist
but I can't
there. You
find
put
him.
in Hoodwink. Who are you looking for?
Where's
Mars.
Mars, guys?
Mars is banned. I
No,
do believe.
is he?
Is he?
Yeah, Mars is banned.
Oh,
so I would
don't
not be
look at
looking
his
for
banned,
Mars if I was
Don't
you.
look.
He is
Do not
banned.
put
Yeah,
Mars
it's
in.
almost
If
banned.
Thank you. Okay, Mars is banned.
you're looking for a different
I'm
offlaner.
looking for Centaur now.
Ooh, that's a good one.
It is in alphabetical order, so Centaur's right.
All
It's in
right.
alphabetical order?
Yeah.
Oh, that would help.
Okay, I mean, it's not the best pick, to be honest, but why did they ban Mars? Like, come on. Just preventing me from getting chips.
Because Zeal is an exceptionally good Mars player, so they don't want him to be on his comfort.
It would have been pretty good. It would have
And
been pretty good.
the way that Heroic's drafting right now, it is kind of little combinations, right? It's like Tusk plus Quap, get a kill. Tusk goes in first, Snapfire follows up with Mortal Kisses, you get a kill, right? It's a lot of chaos and skirmish, and, Mars is very good against this type of logic.
Yeah, you definitely want to play with like more control. I wonder what he goes on Invoker though. What's the
Yeah, is he-
what's the build? Because there are many ways.
He's an
to go
Exort
about
guy.
Yeah,
Exort guy.
He's big. Even whenever it's not good, he still goes Exort
Okay.
for him. So I think he'll be Sunstrike Bear.
So you definitely
Sunstrike
want to
there?
look for
Okay.
some lockdowns, some stuns, and probably save last pick for last, because you also don't see what the is gonna play.
Yeah, I mean, I also don't think Zeal is like a big time last pick player. He doesn't strike me. He's like sacrificial lamb guy. He's not.
Yeah.
I want to nerd some super. Yeah, there's a tide again.
Okay, they go for the tide.
Wait.
It's an early tide in the sense that it's gonna get countered by the carry. I think usually you try to protect the tide a little bit more. So we'll have to see. You now want to pick something that goes well with it. I selected the Hoodwink earlier. I think it's a decent one. Snap would have been ideal, but it got snatched.
Why do you like the Hoodwink exactly?
Just Hoodwink and Tide together are just really good. You double down on the minus armor. It's a very strong lane. Brings the damage. Hoodwink enjoys having like frontliners so that he can position himself and follow up on the stun and obviously hit his ulti. So it could have been pretty cool. It just depends on the lane. It's hard to read because Heroic could do lots of different things here. Like the toss could be 5, the snap could be 5, which means a melee carry or a range carry.
I mean, they played Cop in the carry role as well, so they utilize. Sorry,
so they steal the Ursa.
they're protecting. Yeah.
That's super interesting.
Yeah, they're protecting the Tide from with taking Ursa, but they could run into some.
Wait, just sure. Okay, I've said it so many times. I'm a broken record. This is just Enigma. Just break the lane. Ursa has no lane. Cop goes mid. You just pick a later counter pick. The only thing is, do they want to try and counter pick the Tidehunter now in the carry role? If they do that, they won't get the Beast offlane pick, not Beastmaster, but like the OP offlane pick.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot of really good offlane picks here, I think, that are very lethal.
Viper? No, sorry.
For your cult. I mean, Veno, you know, Enigma.
I think Enigma is. I would be so surprised if I didn't pick Enigma.
Yeah.
I mean, I picked it bad. I guess I can change it now.
You can, you still can.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
time.
Oh no, I'm helping my competitors get chips.
It's all good.
No.
You're a selfless man.
No, I think we should pot all the chips together.
Oh.
Wait, way too early.
Hey!
I make the rules, and I'm going to say no on that one.
No. Okay, so they do opt to go for the counter the Tidehunter lane because in their eyes, they, like Seb's already mentioned, a couple other heroes, they can envision 2, 3, 4 heroes that the Vi can play to try and beat the Ursa. But maybe for Yuma, the discussion was, I have 2 heroes, guys. TA +1, please pick my hero now. So again, you can understand from the logic. So yeah, good lane against the Tidehunter. But now your Colt have to go, what are the best ways to shut down Ursa? They got 2 bans, and they have to be very good.
Well, then what do you think? What are your ideas about some of the best ways that are still left in the pool to shut down an Ursa?
Yeah, there's the Enigma ban. That's a classic. I mean, it's these Viper, Venos, these types of deal. I'm not sure what Devi is gonna what he plays amongst these. His like typical cheese is more melee heroes. He's played a lot of Night Stalker recently. He's played Timbersaw, which are not particularly good against Ursa. Night Stalker is actually somewhat okay. It's not a great Night Stalker game. I'm trying to think about. I mean, Ursa's a powerful hero right now for a reason. The hero, if you pick it with a strong 5, is just not overly easy to counter. Although this is not a particularly good Ursa game.
Interesting. I mean, I myself am focused on what Baboka's gonna pick last because you know I'm hunting down my 3rd chip, but.
So Venom Enigma ban, just to be clear. Sorry, go on.
This Invoker has to be mid, right? Because they selected it as soon as they saw the co-op.
Yeah.
So I assume it's a mid Invoker, which leads to a last pick +4 or +5. Like we've seen some disruptors being put on the 4 position, but most likely they're looking for a Baboka here on your cult.
Did you change your last pick, by the way?
Yeah, I changed the Venom answer.
That's also banned.
Is it really?
They banned Enigma and Venom.
Oh my
and
God.
T did also say that as well, so you have no excuse.
I was trying to help you.
He really was. Yeah.
I could see a Batrider last pick for your cult. Like, I think it's a decent Baboka hero. It's a good stack hero. Plays pretty well into either Tusk, Snap, or TA, like on the lane. Yeah, brings more initiation, set up for the Sunstrike.
I think a problem your cult has is all their heroes are quite static, right? Ursa wants to play lane for Battle Fury. Tide wants to play lane for an Aura. Invoker wants to play lane to get like a Midas or Booster Travel or whatever type of build if he's Exhort, right? Like everyone's just independent. So you need your 4 position, whatever it is, to poke his head into any of those lanes and go, all right, let's get a kill here. Twin Gate, now get a kill here. Like if he's not being active, they could just be, you know, stuck AFK hitting creeps basically, waiting for things to happen.
What do you last pick here if you're heroic? Like Veno and Enigma are out. What did you go for?
Like Loki
You picked
actually
another banned hero.
Is Mars banned too?
Oh my gosh, you do not listen.
There's 20 things to remember. It's heckin' impossible.
I even read them out for you.
Viper is actually a pretty cool hero because I don't think people respect the shard enough because the tower progression you have with the minus armor, it is devastating. Like you can progress the map really nicely. You do Roshan, you then enable TA with more minus armor. Like, it might be a bit too low stun, but the heroic way of win lane, win game, the objective pressure from shard does give it a lot of life.
I actually like Beast a lot for them. Like,
yeah, also fine.
I think Beast would be very good.
Banned?
No, it's not banned.
Is that not? That's not banned. Yeah. I assumed it was banned, brother. I'll be honest. Talking about Viper when Beast is in the pool is illegal. Yeah.
Oh wait, it was Beast.
Yeah.
It was actually.
I thought it was banned.
Did you have time to lock it in?
No,
he didn't.
Okay.
As soon as you said Beast, I saw him look down and try and change it. You just did not have enough time.
Okay, that was.
All this talk about bans is so disorientating.
I was gonna say that is kind of on him for picking 3 banned heroes.
I can't see.
Okay, I assume I'm not getting a chip for the Beast suggestion, or how does it work?
Unfortunately not.
No, sorry.
Okay,
no.
sure. Okay.
No.
But I do like it. Do you want to explain a little bit more about it?
Yeah. I mean, Beast is really good against Ursa on lane, I think. Like, especially if the 5 doesn't deal with the boards either, which Disruptor doesn't. So he's gonna have a good game, and he's gonna bring the tempo like that they need, the objective taking, you know, because this co-op Tusk Snap is really strong, but they're weak at objectives, even though, and they do want to fight, they want to brawl all the time. So Beast kind of will force that.
Yeah.
He's gonna help.
It's the glue to the draft.
Yeah, it's not amazing against Tide in general, but it just plays on the tempo that Heroic likes to like, bring to every game they play.
I mean, it just helps that Yakult can't stabilize the map because they're having to deal with the map progression of Beastmaster, right? Other heroes might not be able to progress the map as well. And if you can't progress map, Tide, Ursa, Invoker will all get to the items they want and become, you know, online. And that's what Yakult need. They want a slow early game into the team fight aspect of the game. They don't want to play skirmishing. If they skirmish, they can struggle.
Yeah, I mean, I think Heroic also is looking for another like melee hero, Chad type of hero. When you've got Queen, you have Templar, you have Snapfire, you have a bunch of these backlines, sort of goober or hiding heroes. And if you pick another, like if they pick Viper, for instance, and they go all in on countering lanes, their draft integrity is like horrendous. No one goes in, no one starts anything. The heroes would be super awkward. And so they're looking at some Mars, some Beastmaster, something that goes in and gives like their heroes some Chad, because they can't play without this hero.
Well, look, as a mid lane specialist and someone who gave Whisper the advice of looking towards that role shift, how do you look at his chances in this matchup specifically for himself?
I think it's super chill. It's a very chill Queen game. Queen is a pretty favored lane against Invoker. There's like some variance on how this can go, but it can end very badly for Invoker, or it can be somewhat even. And I think Whisper is in zone right now, and I also think he's probably good at these aggressive matchups. And so I think I look for this to be potentially scary for Emo.
He has to break the map. He has to drag the supports, waste their TPs, and when they're in the wrong positions, that's when the Beastmaster can thrive or someone else. So I'm looking at the Queen of Pain to create the early game chaos to, stop the stabilizing factor of Yakult's lineup.
Yeah, a lot of eyes on that mid lane, just exactly how they're going to open up the games for themselves, and we can turn our eyes to that exactly. It's a game between Heroic and Yakult brothers.
Welcome everybody to game 3 of the day. We have another 4 after this. We got Heroic versus Yakult brothers, and Avery, since it's our first time casting the new Heroic roster, you want to talk about their changeup? I mean, obviously the biggest thing is Whisper adjusting to the mid lane. You had plenty of matches against Whisper, right? Did you believe in this changeup?
I mean, he was originally a mid player, so he's just going back to his roots. Well, yeah, but I mean, anybody who has played pubs against him for all of these years, which is, everybody in NA and SA, knows this guy's a beast of a mid. Like, this is not let's see what happens when this guy goes there. Like, he grinds mid. He prefers playing it in a lot of games in terms of, like, what that hero pool is. He's a playmaker, and mid suits him very well. I'm sure there's some traditional mid heroes that he probably won't play or won't play as well as a lot of these other, 10-year-plus mid veterans, but in terms of mechanical skill,
the Spirit heroes and Invoker.
Yes, the Invoker one's a bit iffy. I have seen him play X-Sword back in the day, but obviously this hero's way different now than it used to be. The Spirit heroes is probably a little worse on than the traditional Spirit hero players, but a lot of the big playmakers and like high damage mids, he's very good at. Quinn mentioned the Batrider. The other Whisper classic is the Tinker. He used to be a Tinker spammer back in the day. And his Tinker was the best in the world at one point. It's incredibly nasty. So heroes that fit that archetype, right? A lot of items, a lot of buttons to press in the late game, massive damage dealer, he will thrive. And I think that's what Heroic are going to try and take advantage of, because it can create a lot of chaos in the fight, it can create a lot of space, and that is the style that they embrace and thrive off of.
Yeah, I did think that when I saw that, I was like, I don't think this is a bad idea. But you just got to really hope that the meta doesn't turn to Storm Spirit, Invoker, and I don't know, maybe one of the other Spirit heroes mid, If like that becomes the meta, then things are awkward for Whisper. Any of the other mids, then I have full confidence in it.
It's probably a bit fair, but I think his Ember is quite good. I think it's just the Void and the Storm that he probably suffers compared to other really big Storm spammers.
Yeah. Because some of the I think he played Ember offlane for like one patch, right? So
yeah, So, like I said, he can always grind this stuff too. You know, give him some time, he'll get there. I like this heroic roster. I think they're already gelling pretty well. They have a lot of player synergy, a lot of stylistic synergy. And one thing they have been doing is Schofield has just been ganking the crap out of mid to help Whisper out. Maybe keep playing with the duo synergy they've built over the years. But that also helps someone adjust their role when they have a support babysitting them for the first 5 minutes. We'll see if he makes the same kind of plays here with the Tusk, but it would not surprise me if we see this Tusk in that mid lane trying to ruin this Invoker's day.
Look, heroic setup here. They are foregoing the contest over the bounty runes for trying to get an early first blood. Doesn't work out immediately as Schofield still hasn't leveled up. He's going to pop tag team. He's going to pop tag team now. They're finally going to go for it now that they've closed the gap. Fly, he's going to get another jump away. And the 3-on-3, I feel like overall damage has actually kind of gone, well, now it's certainly going to be going Yakult Brothers' way. And Fly, they're trying to all in. Here comes the Sunstrike. It's split between the two. A lot of damage on both supports, though. Both are low. Can they finish him off? It's finally going to get the kill. Pelosin picks that one up. Devi is going to get the turnaround, though. A blood grenade on two. Fly is walking it off for now. The boar slow hits him. He's got another boar to summon, but Fly is going to be out of here. So it's a 2-for-1 with Yakult Brothers getting first blood.
That was one of the strangest rune fights I think I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
Quite good for Yakult Bros in the end. Especially their supports. They got a lot of gold on this Jakiro. He has full boots, extra regen. He's going to be a laning menace. This could change his bottom lane a lot. Very good Jakiro lane. The attack speed slow is going into the Tusk plus the boars already. But now that he gets to... I mean, it's like he started random gold. Double Tango, double Mango boots. Like, what is this, you know? This is just stupid. Especially on a hero that has a lot of right-click harass between the liquid fire, liquid frost. So... could be a really pivotal
when I saw the Jakiro pick up, I was like, oh, this is a dream. Because you get level 2 on Jakiro, that kills boars. You throw out liquid frost, you dual breath it, the boar just dies. So this is a matchup that Beastmaster will struggle against the entirety of the lane.
I mean, this is really impactful. If the Jakiro has a better start time and he shuts down the boars, he shuts down the Tusk aggression, it means that if Schofield wants to leave to gank mid, to get pivotal kills on that Invoker, which are gonna exist, this Beast can get punished that much harder, right? The Jakiro can maybe TP in mid and turn those ganks around because he has higher resources. These little things add up, and it might limit Schofield's window because this Invoker will be super gankable. He will be chipped down from dagger buildup on Whisper. It's already happening. So that gank will exist in this game, and that is the biggest kill in this early game for both teams in terms of snagging it or preventing it.
Sunstrike. Oh, it's on mark. Emo.
Nice.
Not only is Schofield unable to gank him right now, but now Emo is getting the bonus of this global presence that Invoker has.
A beautiful kill for Emo there. He needs a little extra, gold experience going his way on this lane. He's getting beat up by Whisper. Strong start for the Queen. And it'll force the Tusk to TP back bottom, which is also nice, because then if this lane goes back on the other side of the river, you're not worried about that Tusk TPing in and just catching you with the snowball kill.
Yeah. I think another interesting note, Zeal, he's going to be playing the Tidehunter again. Well, last time he did go for the Anchor Swell, where you're scaling your damage block. That's part of what I've seen for these Tidehunters against Juggernauts. You scale up the damage block, and the Omni Slash isn't nearly as much of a threat. But here, against Templar Assassin, he's going to opt for the Krill Eater.
I mean, this is definitely the more fun facet. Nobody's going to deny that. You get big.
I actually will deny that. I actually sometimes think that the scaling damage block is actually more fun.
That's true. Yeah, scaling's always fun, but I think increased model size. I mean, they're both good. Maybe if we make them into one facet and then we give them something else.
Radiant's courier has been
That would be the ultimate facet.
I do think that it greatly increases Tidehunter's viability if both facets are... Nice glimpse back from Baboka. Good read situation. If both facets are viable, because in this situation, like, damage block isn't going to do nearly as much against Templar Assassin, and having the increased AoE of Anchor Smash helps a lot against some of these lower ranged heroes. Templar Assassin, she's ranged, but she's not fully ranged, right? You can actually kind of get on top of her. They're battling it out right now. KJ, he's going to get low. Will he die? He will. Doesn't require the Sunstrike. Zeal. He's able to get the kill.
Really wanted that kill.
They really did. They tried
Just
twice,
not that
two in a
efficient.
row.
Yeah, they used a lot of the existing regen on the TA to force that. I mean, it is a lot of extra XP for the TA, so it's kind of worth it.
And BoBoKa, he's going to use that death to gank bottom lane, which was under pressure there. Both of these heroes were oh so low, but if they could get a trade-off, the Jakiro dies, but then they still get a kill for it on Schofield, it could be quite good for them. Now the Jakiro can come back in with extra regen, where before they were starved on resources. They were both low, and they had, I think they only had one tango between the two of them. So they needed that play from BoBoKa. That's going to help a lot. And if they could trade again, maybe it would still be okay. Devi and Fly, they're both very low here.
It's 4.
All right, here comes the South. We're good now.
These 4 kills add up. I mean, I don't ever mind these pseudo tri-lanes against Beast. I think it's something that should happen more against this hero. If you deny his helm timing, you don't let him exist on the lane for solo XP, you deny stacking in the era where the Beast was getting a bunch of stacks. Like, this hero's timings really suffer. And you always feel good putting the pressure on him in the early game, taking his tower, defending your own from an objective standpoint. So if there is a hero to do this against, I think Beast is one of the best targets. This does leave your Invoker susceptible.
Yeah.
But it has not been a big priority for Schofield this game. He just hasn't gotten over there. And now we're seeing KJ kind of lurk around. But what is Snap going to do?
From Yakult Brothers are already covering the bottom rune. They got the glimpse back onto Whisper. Whisper still gets the blink, but the Sunstrike. Whisper does not walk into it. Plays it to the side. Power rune spawns, hits bottom lane. Pelosin will just have to take that one.
And Emo's doing really well. Like, the fact that no pressure went into him means he's slowly taking this lane over. And there's just no Sonic Wave available. Just getting out-leveled here on the Queen of Pain.
He gets a good enough body block here. Schofield, he jukes it. But you do not want to be in an isolated one-on-one against Jakiro. Support first.
Whisper, big trouble again.
Another blink attempted, but this time around, BoBoKa. Perfect timing on the glimpse. 2-3-0 build-up. Max damage, earn pickup. I was curious, what's BoBoKa going to do that's a little bit different on a hero like Disruptor? Disruptor for Devi. Fly chasing after him here. Fly not sure if he could take that fight or not. The Sunstrike barely off the mark there as Devi moves to the left and gets out of the way.
What do you mean off the
Still,
mark?
though,
He hit the Hawk.
You get this kill off of the glimpse easy. Devi definitely dead unless some sort of snowball shenanigans, but you come back out. The glimpse is still available. Kick him to the right. He'll die to the glimpse there. And then Schofield still be run down. Fly. He just gives the assist with a bit of a slow level 3 Earthshock to help win this lane.
Yeah, I was about to say, he invested a lot in this Earthshock. He's almost playing this Ursa like a nuker. Just running around, jumping, not even committing to the man fight. Kind of an interesting way to play it against the Boars and the Tusk, which are big melee risks. Just trying to all in. Kind of interesting. Kind of worked out, honestly.
No, I think it's a perfect choice. I mean, you do that, and you do, again, Jakiro's combo that kills boards. Like, there's just a constant threat. Devi Llama feels like he never has 2 boards up and is aggressively pushing into them. They're always hunting his boards down, always keeping the matchup even. Devi, he's gonna get dove and no response from his supports who are trying to put the pressure on Emo, but once again, Emo is able to deflect. He has not been crushed in this lane in the matchup against Queen of Pain. He's gotten some side lane kills off the Sunstrike. Yakult Brothers are doing a very good job with this laning phase and keeping Heroic from snowballing it.
Some nice defensive gameplay. Started with the rune fight, be in the right place with the supports, as you said, to deflect this aggressive potential. Working out beautiful for them. And Heroic just not finding anything. Whisper dead again. But BoBoKa just shutting him down, getting earn charges level 6 online. This Queen has nothing. Heroic have nothing going for him in this early game. 10-3. They're losing effectively 3 lanes because this Tide has just been able to sit up here solo. His helm is done.
Well, this will be a test for Whisper. Instead of him getting all the ganks from his supports, instead it's the other way around. It goes both ways here, and Whisper has to, he's shown that he can deal with it offensively, but can he deal with it defensively? Is now he's going to be way behind this Invoker. They're going to smoke him up. He is the lowest farmed core in this game. So this move needs to work out for him. This tower's going to drop soon. And that means the Yakult brothers are going to get baited into sticking around for too long. They start getting aggressive. They're going to catch these heroes. How many are they going to get out of this? Fly, he looks like he's certainly dead to get the snowball into Boboka. That's going to be 2. Whisper, he'll claim 1 of those last hits.
Yep, that'll do it. Bring 5 heroes, bring all your cores. Make sure to punish this overextension on that bottom lane. And Yakult Bros, they do get punished there. Don't get the tower either. That is deniable if Heroic want to go deny it.
Yeah, but I mean, the towers, you leave mid tower. Now mid tower's almost dead. So
there's a lot of lane
mid,
pressure.
and even top lane is going to take a bit of damage as well.
No deny. Emo just claims that he lost his helm on the courier that KJ sniped, but he will get a tower.
Pelosin, he put Devi in that position. He had to roar and try and make a run for it, but the slow's too damn good. Ice Path catches him, then the Sunstrike, and Fly, another last hit for him. So despite the pressure and the constant fighting, which usually means your carry is going to be a bit behind, missing a lot of CS in favor of fighting it out, he is still going to have a decent Battle Fury time in the way this is going.
They are cruising. They're just putting so much pressure on these tier 1s, forcing Heroic all over the place. They do not have support ults to defend these towers right now. The Helms are doing their job. I mean, Yuma's still having a very free.
He has 28 less CS than Yuma. The Ursa to the TA. Like, there's a dramatic difference because TA's against a Tidehunter who's, solo half the time. So the upside for a Heroic off of this laning phase, Yuma is going to be very fat. He probably caught every single creep in the last 10 waves. So
TA is pretty massive up here. A lot of solo XP. Gonna have a pretty insane Deso timing. You can push through some packet loss. But I think this Ursa has impacted the matchup more in some ways. Like, the Tide has not been shut down. This Tide's just free farming too, whereas the Beast really got punished on this lane. With the supports rotating through, early Earthshock build. This tower just died. As Ursa's taken away a lot from Heroic on top of having a pretty good game, whereas the TA is just having a very good game, but Yuma has not taken anything away from Yakult Bros yet. Now he can. Obviously, this hero, you get your Deso, and if you get that like one fight into Roshan, this game can turn really quickly.
Yeah, one way to look at it is carry to offlane difference. There's a 700 net worth difference between the TA and the Tide, whereas between this Ursa and the Beastmaster, it's a 1,400 net worth difference. So Fly may be behind the TA, but he has ruined Devi's game much more than, as you said, Zeal. Zeal has been relatively unimpacted and will continue to do so because he's got a Helmet Dawn build. So almost no matter what they do from here.
So aggressive here.
Yeah, they're not letting Devi get anything. Not even these neutral camps are free. As KJ, he's going to teleport in, but unfortunately got glimpsed away. They wanted to go Roar Kisses combo there, but the vision from the creeps spotted him, and the glimpses easily solves that situation.
They just been glimpsed too many times, too. I mean, these supports for Yakult Bros have really outplayed Heroic.
They're going against Devi. They didn't go for it. Thought they were going to glimpse it back and just all in him, because, I mean, they have a good combo too, right? Glimpse into Ice Path. Kisses go out. Static Storm is dropped onto Schofield. Ravage gets thrown out with a Sunstrike. That'll get the kill on Schofield, despite his best efforts there with the Magic Wand.
Really awkward TP for him. The Heroic, no way they dive that Tidehunter without Deso on the TA, and kind of got baited into TPing. You have to drop out awkward spells, but it's not like you lost a lot here either. And you get some more Sunstrike assists for Emo. 4-0-2 start. Helm already done. Eyeing up Midas on top of it, potentially. It's going to be a very farmed Invoker. Yeah, he's going Helm into Midas. So he's going to be gigantic here. Already level 10. As much as you're getting on this TA, the Invoker is pretty much matching.
Pelosin gets caught by Schofield on the revive, teleports bottom, and punishes the Jakiro. And they do need to start, protecting their territory, because 1 minute in, and we're going to have Wisdom Shrine spawning. And, I mean, the Yakult brothers have been all over that area. Right now, though, they do a 2-man smoke And thanks to the Helmadom creep from Zeal, which is going to tank Roshan for them, they're going to be a nice little two-man team here to take Rosh.
Yeah, this is really nice use of the itemization here. Not a Rosh heroic expect at all. One they could easily contest, but not on the radar for them. They're looking for the bait bottom. What a risky TP.
Yeah, he instantly dropped the ward there. Gets the read, does not die to the setup from Heroic.
Nice win for this Ursa.
Oh, Whisper trying to teleport away. They glimpse to stop the team, and the glimpse kills him.
Ooh, it's been a rough one. As an arcane rune spawns in the river too, he could have just grabbed it. Just no aggressive potential for this queen. Like, he did not have the support.
He's tipping Baboka, who has absolutely ruined him.
Oh yeah, he decimated whatever plans this queen had this game.
Knock up in the air, fly. Oh, we didn't make it. Tried to get up the high ground with your shock, but the trees and the cliff were too thick for him to get up.
I thought bears were good at climbing this. That was
not
embarrassing. Needs to watch some more Arteezy replays because he always got on those cliffs.
Was that pun intentional? Please tell me that pun was intentional. He's not really a pun guy. Sunstrike? Ooh, got him. Every single time they try and go on a Zeal, maybe this will work. Kisses? Okay, it's definitely gonna work because Devi's here as well. So finally, they will kill the Tidehunter. First death of the game, and maybe get an extra kill off of it too. Baboka, he tried to get him off the side blades on the TA trap. It did not work.
That was very close.
Radiant's top tower is
His
under
TA
attack.
is still really fat. You do not want to start feeding this TA Deso charges and letting Yuma take this game over. He has a decent chance to do it here because their interactions with the TA are not great core-wise. Like, he has very good core matchups here for the foreseeable future. The Jakiro matchups is kind of bad, but who cares, right? If you hit your item timings and you get fat, supports don't really matter. Even give him the Wisdom Shrine. They are all in on this TA.
Well, considering the way the laning phase went, I feel like that is the correct call.
That's just a bad death. I feel like I see Paulson have this bunch too.
Yeah.
He just pushes lanes really aggressive, and I don't know if this is something the team says, like, if we're in some stalling period where we just want to farm all our cores, then supports need to be aggressive and die. But again, this is not the guy you want to be giving bad deaths to.
Yes. Also, frankly, if you're playing Jakiro, you don't have to do that. Like, there are some supports that really do have to show on the lane and put themselves in a bad position. Jakiro is not one of them. Right? He can dual breath from the trees. He can even macro pyre. It's a short cooldown. You know,
just macro TP out, right? And then, like, they're going to waste their time trying to find you. And that's just way too greedy. Nonetheless, they'll try and push this top tower, bring heroes up here. Just think about Radiance Tidehunter. That's interesting. Very good Radiance game. But a little greedy in terms of how fast you're getting an item out here with your lead versus not having auras or something like that.
Yeah. Schofield catches them from behind. Kisses on Pelosin first. Isolating Zeal. Zeal does have Ravage up though, and the rest of the team coming in. He can pop this Ravage if he wants to. They're gonna lay down the line. Gets an Anchor Smash on Yuma. Yuma gets bursted through his refraction. Gets another round up of his refraction. Where's
no detection?
Hello. They get a tornado. Sonic Wave goes out. Yuma gets another melt off. Finally, to get him on the Sunstrike. Good thing he didn't have a refraction charge up. That was not ideal. Cores. Sometimes they also have to carry dust.
Well, apparently not. They got him anyway, so it worked out.
Well,
the lesson is never carry dust. Dust is a waste of gold, Austin.
I guess so.
That's a monster kill streak for him. He is 8-0, by the way.
Yes.
Absolutely destroying this game.
8-0 with Helmadom and Handamitis. Like, he shows up to
that's insane.
He Handamitises 2 of them and takes over the 3rd one for a Handamitis light.
He shredded this TA, man. That meteor did some work with double force spear hitting in. You burn through the refraction. Perfect Ravage timing from Zeal. Hits everybody there. buys a lot of time for these cores to get the job done, and I like Flyfly joining this fight. Get that Ursa involved. You know the TA is going to be the bulwark for Heroic here. He's going to be in every engagement. You have to match the numbers. And all of a sudden, you have the richest hero in this game, and it is the invoker of all heroes.
And the other cores are catching up to the TA too. So they'll be able to stand their ground a bit more in these fights. Won't just immediately get 2 or 3 shots.
And that was the fight. That was the fight I was a little worried about for Yakult, because you are going this Radiance Tide. So if you were going to lose a fight, it was going to be the one where the Tide has all his gold saved up. But now that you won that, you're going to get another pick off here. Your Tide's going to get to finish his Radiance before the next Roshan. And then you're in a really good spot. Like, this is, again, a very good Radiance game.
Yeah,
So
that feels like a Radiance Tidehunter in this corner of the map, and you have Ursa. That's a guaranteed Tormentor.
Guaranteed Tormentor, guaranteed next Roshan, probably. I don't think...
Yeah.
I mean, that one is a little more contestable because you have Snapfire Kisses and Sonic Wave around the pit. Little hard to just man up for it unless you have Ursa BKB, which you probably won't.
And if you get that Tormentor on you've got a Jakiro. I feel like that's actually maybe one of the best supports right now to get that free shard off.
Bro, what's all this freaking Jakiro propaganda, man? You've been feeding this Jakiro propaganda for every game today, man.
Hero very strong.
No, I'm not gonna take this. It's not that good. You're on like big Jakiro payroll or something, dude. We can all sense it.
I disclose all of my sponsors.
Nah, there's some Jakiro super pack. It's back in your ass. I don't know what this is. The only other person I've seen with some hero super pack is AUI. He's on the Crystal Maiden super pack for sure. Like that guy has been spewing Crystal Maiden propaganda for 10 years, and just because he
more in super pack.
Yeah, like he won 3 TIs, so people are like, oh, he's probably smart. I gotta listen to him. But not on that, dude. I refuse. That hero's trash.
Well, you know, if you're not going to listen to AUI 3-time TI winner, then you're not going to listen to me. So I'll just accept that. And I can preach to the audience instead.
But hey, maybe that says something about how much I respect you. You know, I think those two things are close.
I don't believe that for a second, but I'll believe that lie.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Big smoke here. Try and get Whisper something going in this game.
Blinks away before Whisper can catch. Oh, they use Kisses too to try and get the vision on it. They still catch Flyfly with Enraged down because he used it on the Tormentor, and that's why Heroic went for the smoke play in the first place. Okay, I see it.
So you got Shard on the Jakiro, like your propaganda wanted, but you get a return streak kill on the Ursa, and you get this Queen of Pain involved in the game, which should finish the BKB for Whisper. Early BKB for him. It feels good to get it up here, but at the same time, it's like a necessary item rather than a item he wants to have to build in this game. Not the best BKB game. Not great against the cores at all, but he's had a lot of problems against the supports controlled, so I can't blame him for this.
And given that those supports did go some items that I feel like their utility items help their cores more than themselves. No Glimmer Capes, no Ghost Scepters. Yuma on this first BKB can't just start the fight, go straight to bull supports, kill them in the first 4 seconds of that BKB, and then turn back around on the cores.
Very nice BKB timing here. Was looking a little shaky for him after that top fight, but he recreates a gap. It's a really nice item timing, has a couple Deso charges. TA is ready to punch hard.
And you got to be ready because it's Ursa versus TA. Roshan is going to be a highly contested objective every single time. The second Roshan, Heroic, obviously, they know exactly when that Roshan is going to spawn. So they can chill out and not have to play around the pit, where Yakult Brothers, they have to. They're going to be sitting on this bottom part of the map, hoping that it spawns too soon, and Ursa can go ahead and take it. And he did not go BKB. He went for Basher, a third item.
That's Flyfly, man. This guy, he's aggressive. He will almost always go the aggressive itemization if he can afford to. And if he can't afford to, he'll probably go it anyway.
Sure.
So,
I also think it's the right. I think it is potentially the right game for it, right? Very good against the Quap, like you actually have first potential against him. It's how you win the TA matchup in the first place.
Yeah, it's good here. I mean, you can also argue, like, what does BKB do for the Ursa in this game?
Yeah, you're just going to get roared up half the time anyway.
Yeah, it's pretty irrelevant. Doesn't help you against the Tusk Punch or any of his spells. Doesn't help you against the Beast. Not helping you against the Queen Sonic Wave or this TA. Really minimal BKB impact game. I mean, you might want it just for the ability to shrug off some of the minor control, but it's not a game where you buy BKB and you feel invincible.
Coming through the gate. Heroic, a 3-man smoke. They're timing this pickoff around the time that Roshan spawns. They use the smoke to get 1 kill. That might just force Yakult Brothers to concede the pit, but they're not going to find an easy pick. It's going to be a fight. As Yakult Brothers 5-man, they run into him. Or Schofield, he didn't spot him. Emo, Invis, had no detection. Whisper already very low HP as the jump came in from the Ursa. He's got to blink away soon. The Ravage goes down trying to finish him off. Meanwhile, the Cataclysm lands and just blows up both Whisper and KJ as a result. The glimpse back, that'll finish off the Tusk. Heroic. They did not get what they wanted out of that smoke whatsoever. The initiation was not good at all, and the Yakult Brothers, they wiped him out pretty easy. Fly got his jump, maybe at best. Nope, he's still at an enrage. And now Yuma's going to be in trouble. Once again, okay, turns back around and gets the kill off the meld strike as the enrage fades. But it is still, you kill Fly. These other 2 cores are very healthy, full resources up, and they are going to get the complete team wipe on Heroic.
Damn, Emo just styling. No one is checking this Invoker. And the Tide's just running around with Radiant, so you basically have 3 carries. I mean, the Ursa's maybe the Ursa did the least amount of damage of everybody. I mean, he died, but I think he's going to do the least amount of damage anyway. Like, these other 2 guys are the real problem, and you can't focus them down. You don't have good ways to burst this Tidehunter this early in the game unless you can just throw everything onto him. And the fact that Ursa jumps your Queen just makes this fight really awkward for Heroic. Like, Whisper's already almost dead. He has to blink into the team, but there's other heroes waiting for him. Sonic Wave, not the highest impact you want, and he got clipped by Ravage, which stunned him after the blink, but his BKB wore off, so he cannot dodge Cataclysm there. Was a perfectly timed Cataclysm for him. Gets him the double kill, fight's wide open. Your AC gets delivered in the middle of the fight for the Beast, which is nice, but by that point, there's no fight to take.
Yeah.
Just super awkward.
Sick timing from Zeal, who hits the Ravage towards the end of the BKB, so the stun is sure to land, and then the fact that Emo casts the Cataclysm after the blink, right? He does it, before the blink, and that really awkward timing where he has BKB and has Ravage on him, but he's still able to blink away.
Yeah, they communicated that super well. That is not an obvious play to win. They executed it really well. I mean, Yakult Bros have weakness as a team, but I don't think it's ever really been the team fighting. Like, their team fighting is pretty good. It's just sometimes they put themselves in really weird positions to take that fight. But in terms of synergy, spell casting, communication, it's always been there. Zeal fitting in real well. Some creep on creep violence.
Vi definitely getting the worst of it between the 2 offlaners. And now we're seeing this facet really kick into play. As Shark Eater, level 20, he's got Anchor Smash affects buildings now. And Whisper, once again, Boboka puts him in an awkward position. Time and time again, he shows up. Whisper has to either die or, in this case, has to use BKB defensively in order to blink backwards. But now BKB on cooldown, and of course, Age is still intact for Fly. Buildings, they're going to start falling. And they're going to fall fast, too, especially if Zeal marches up to that high ground and starts anchor smashing tier 3 towers.
Pretty scary point in this game for Heroic, honestly. This is the point where they wanted to be threatening to take the game over with the TA getting Roshan's and her item timings, but instead they're on the back foot. The Ursa finishes BKB. You have an immense amount of team fight. You have almost double Solar Crest. You have a Pavis, Force Staff, and Solar Crest between the supports on the side of the GoPro. So you have a lot of utility, a lot of kiting. If you can get some Ghost Scepters up, I think that's kind of the one component that's missing, but like, they're ready to take the 5-on-5s. Daedalus does arrive for you. Really big item for Heroic. If they can keep this TA alive, even if you lose your Queen of Pain, you can still win this fight off this damage.
May have to take that fight 4 versus 5 as KJ gets found trying to get a really deep ward down. Fly has to use his Enrage here. Of course, he still has his Aegis, so as they keep going on him, he'll have a second life for this one. But Schofield does not have that same luxury.
God dang it, roasted.
Yeah, gave up his life in order to take away the Aegis, but the high ground push is still going to be there. This doesn't stop Yakult Brothers, because even if the Ursa doesn't feel comfortable hit it, Seal can do the hitting instead.
He's just in. Instant
He just
BKB
forces BKB out of Whisper immediately. Roar in from the side. Catches Peloson's Jakiro. Once again, a few steps too far forward.
Yeah, he's just getting a little too aggressive here. And these kills add up. Again, you're giving openings for Yuma in these fights. You're giving him Deso charges. TA is still a beast. You have to respect this hero in this game because your core matchups aren't the greatest at dealing with him. Like, at some point, you will overwhelm him. But he's going to hit hard. Ursa does not build armor. Tide does not. Well, this Tide is. He's getting Radiant Shield, so he will have defensive items against the TA.
I mean,
but your Invoker's also susceptible, right? Like, if Invoker does get roared or found, TA will kill him incredibly quickly.
Instead, it's going to be Whisper found without his BKB. Fortunately, he is tanky enough. Because for some reason, this hero has like 4,000 effective HP because she's got the stats from Kaya Sanj, and then you get the spell lifesteal that you're getting off of any spells you cast, so that adds in another 1,000 HP or something.
What's that? What is that like? Anti-Queen probably.
The super pack has many motivations.
Dude, you're on
lift up Jakiro and listen. I'm saying Quab's very strong. I just think that I hate the hero right now because I think she's busted. But
not looking too busted here.
Wow. Yakult Brothers are just that good.
Yeah, maybe Emo's that good, dude. This guy's Oni.
He really is, and he's gonna have a Scythe of Ice next. So not even BKB is going to be able to.
Oh, this is aggressive gating here. Yeah, they cancel out with the scan.
Walk right into an ice path. Yes, please.
The irony is it might have actually worked for them because Yakult were not here with everybody, but there is no way to know that. So it's an impossible gate to take. Could have worked out.
Dire's middle tower is under
You never know.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This Tide almost has an entire AC done. He's also running around with the little ice armor. Frost Mage.
Oh, yeah.
And that is, again, this is really nice little value against the TA because the Ursa's not going to build armor and the Invoker's not. So if you run around with AC Aura, plus Radiance Mischance, plus Ice Armor that you're throwing on all your cores, I mean, you're basically negating the TA's presence. Like, it's
this is the Tide Hunter that you think of when you pick Tide in the draft that you only get to see like 2% of the time. But this man is going to have AC. He's going to get to 25. He's going to get the 50% chance of Anchor Smash on attack.
Hell
He's just going to become a right-clicking offense.
Hell yeah. He's already got the gauntlet. Dude, he's geared up.
Yeah, dude.
Dude, Zeal is unlocked. It's like I've never been able to play carry before. Now's his chance.
It is.
He gets to play with Fly, the most aggressive sacrificial Chinese carry of all time.
Yeah.
He's never known so much freedom.
You weren't getting that on Extreme, that's for sure.
There's no way, dude. Playing with this guy compared to like Ame or something is just, that is night and day. You know, I've said it before, but like, this man is, I don't understand his deaths. I have watched him for a long time now, and is consistent.
Yep. I think he has one of the longest Liquipedia lists of any active pro player when it comes to former teams.
Yeah, that's not.
He has been on so many different teams.
I mean, these are just bad deaths. Like, it's giving an opening to Heroic right now. They're instantly smoking. That's a gem on a Disruptor. Instant gem loss. These things snowball against good teams.
Yeah.
And it's like, what did you gain for that information? The information's not relevant because Your cores are all farming anyway, and they're kind of hard to run into. Like, if you're gonna break us, if you're wanting to get information and break a smoke, do it on like your hill, on your side of the map. Maybe you can take a fight out of it, and at least then you made them use the smoke. That death was just a death that gave them an opening, and they smoke after it, and then they get something else. And now they got gem out of it. They get more time to farm up, more Deso charges for Yuma. Like, those
also,
are just
yeah, a team that's 10K down at 30 minutes. It's not shocking information that they're all on their triangle.
Right.
That's like literally 80 to 90% of losing teams on a big net worth deficit are playing in their triangle. Like, it's not terribly surprising. It's not new information.
They're making a poke at the big old tide here.
Get them down to half.
That's about all you'll get.
He walks away. We're playing for Roshan anyway. 1 minute spawn time.
Big items did come up for Yakult here, worth mentioning. Abyssal Blade on the Ursa and the Hex on the Invoker. The lockdown's there. There's the lockdown.
With the Ravages.
Dude, that here.
2 out instantly. Whisper and Schofield. Now Yuma, half HP.
Oh
no HP. Fly rips him a new one. And that... Well, there goes that little bit of a comeback from Heroic. They may have gotten those 2 supports, but back up at 5. Yakult Brothers will wipe them and very likely end the game as 3 heroes do not have buyback.
A beautiful initiation. What a meteor placement from Emo. Like, he got the low ground, he got the high ground, he got the roll through. Man, just diced them up. 15, 0, and 8. Over 5,000 damage in that team fight. The boy is a beast. I mean, when this guy gets to play his... It's something. Cataclysm gives some vision here, and man, just perfect spellcasting here from Invoker. And like you said, that's probably the game. I mean, Heroic had to win a fight somewhere in here with the TA's timings. They just couldn't do it when the core showed up. The synergy and coordination was not there for Heroic. The Queen of Pain was too far behind.
I just feel bad for Zeal. Like, so much of this build that you have is getting to that 25 talent. He's not going to get there.
It's like the Ogre Magi one, you know, the dreams of the 25 right-click talent.
Yep.
Well, they're going to back. They're like, yo, I need some time, guys.
He's like, there's a wisdom strike. There's a wisdom strike. Let's go.
They probably could have like gotten Vegas or ended. He's like, no, I got to go get the wisdom strike, guys. If I get this 25, the game, it just ends.
Oh,
there it is.
He switched his item build, though. Okay, he still goes to the 50%, but he's going Scythe. Before he had, like, DKB right-click items queued up.
Just get that moon shot.
Inside the pit. Tornado's going to stop those kisses. They're still going to be able to... Oh, wait. Roar inside. Whisper. Gonna get the grab on him. He got a refresher. Refresher. Now the Aegis. Get the Aegis. No fly.
How did he get it?
On a Whisper. God damn it. Get the Aegis.
What were you taking?
He took the refresher, pops it too late to open up the item slot, fighting Fly now on a second life, but it doesn't matter. They were in too good a position off of the fight that the second life on the Ursa doesn't matter. They're going to get an extra kill on Pelosin as well as they run him down. Emo should be fine, but 3 kills for the 2. Take away the Aegis, take away most of the other spoils. He had to use the refresher shard, and banner looks like Divine Llama managed to pick up the banner.
Okay, team fight out of nowhere. Whisper just shows up, gets in there. Beautiful Sonic Wave timing to push him off of the spoils. Didn't pick him up, but hey, you got cheese. That gave the Quap another life. You got Refresher Shard. That was huge. Like, you got everything pretty much there. You took Aegis away from the Ursa. Where did that team fight come from?
Emo goes out hunting alone, but he got roared up, so he might have gotten the kill on the Beastmaster. But Yuma, who was not far behind, he thought, you know, with only 2 heroes up, Heroic's gonna split up, but instead, Yuma stuck by another core and got rewarded 2 kills for it.
Are they actually gonna throw this game because they went back to get the 25 on the Tide and it betrayed them? Is they just gone pit or something?
Could be.
Oh no, not like this. Yeah, Cold Bros, they gave up a absolute monster kill streak on this. Getting a little over anxious on this beast kill, and all of that gold straight into Yuma's pocket. 10x streak, that Invoker 15-0 pays the price, and now this TA has a swift blink. Dude, I thought this game was over, but now it is not over at all.
Not yet.
The Tide talent betrayed them. Not like this.
With the 25 bash on Yuma, alongside that Swift Blink, potential for control and burst is there for Heroic. If Whisper can get to level 25, that's obviously a massive upgrade. That's a huge amount of damage. 250 Sonic Wave is insane.
If you can get 25 plus Refresher, I don't even think they're behind anymore, because the damage upgrade is so severe, and you have this beast who can frontline, like Aeon Disc done, AC done. He can tank some damage, maybe goes down, but you have Snowball Save. That's enough time for the TA and Co-op to win the fight, especially if you find the Invoker. If you find the Invoker, the fight is completely wide open.
Swift Blink for Fly, Zeal with the Scythe. So I think the fight is still, like, you are still going to see a 5 for nothing if you get the initiation on Yakult's side. And
100%.
Damage comes too fast from Fly. There's too much lockdown from Zeal with the Scythe of Ice and the Ravage and the Dead in the Water.
He should be able to counteract Snowball Save if he thinks about it. So yes, I agree. If you get the jump here on the side of Yakult, it's still extremely favorable. But if you do not, or if you jump a hero in heroic space that has buyback, that fight is not as one-sided. These cores do a lot of damage now. You got Timeless as well on the tier 4 for Whisper. That's huge on this hero. Double Sonic Wave pure damage. You have Shiva's Amp sitting on Greater Lotus as well. This Co-op is coming alive here. Nasty hero in the late game.
Heroic, knowing how important that initiation is, sitting on their ward, sitting on their watcher, sitting on a high ground, baiting out a power run. Like, you really don't get more all in than this. They're hidden in the trees, so they're unlikely to be spotted by some sort of smoke initiation. They're going to smoke out and push into the triangle here.
They want the better angle. They want the flank. They want to find the Invoker. That's kind of what this is designed to do. You have a gem. If you can find Emo at the start with a crucial angle, it could be huge. They do not want to find
here. But KJ, they can keep going along the side here, and he has 3 different wards to drop. So they've got plenty of vision resources. Oh no, the Cataclysm! It reveals where their smoke is at. This initiation is not going to be a surprise. Still, Whisper makes the jump for it. He refreshes, goes for the kill on Pelosin, double Sonic Wave, that'll take him out.
God damn, I mean, you got that guy.
He did.
That's for
He
sure.
got the Takiro, that is for sure.
I mean, Pelosin, that was not a bad death. That was a reasonable death. The most reasonable death of the game for him, but he took it like a champ, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I love the fact that the Yakult brothers pulled the you know, like, they just got out. It's whatever. It's not like Roshan was spawning.
Oh, yeah.
What do you, like, you get Tormentor out of it. Congrats. Like, they didn't even have a shard. Or they did. Whisper gets the shard as a result. But it's not like there was no big objective that they were losing out. And instead, they get the initiation onto KJ. Now, a glimpse back that is going to force the BKB. Whisper, he's going to jump back in. Another Sonic Wave for Snap. Baboka gets ahead of the Sonic Wave. Doesn't take the damage. Devi, he tried to come in from the side. And now, he may not even get up the roar. If he gets bashed up again, oh, he just dies. A Mel Bash on Fly, though. He's trying to stay alive with the Enrage, but the Templar Assassin's damage is too much. Still, though, Refraction burned through.
Tidehunter, though.
Seal with the Ravage on top of the Cataclysm with the
Look at the
Guard
Forge
as
Spirits.
well. Look at all of the Forge Spirits everywhere.
The army.
Once again, they don't need Fly to be alive to finish out the team fight. If they have to expend so many resources to kill this Ursa, the other 2 cores have scaled up on Yakult Bros.
Oh, they have scaled up. That is a big-ass Tidehunter right there. He's doing work in that fight against the TA, just reducing the damage, tanking it up, and look at the DPS from Emo, 10k almost on this Invoker. He got the Dazoon Blood right. He has the Forge Spirit army.
And he has marched them all down the mid lane,
just
straight
over
to the Ancient and Yuma. He can't stop it fast enough. 2 different cores, they pop the glyph. Maybe they can kill Emo, but you're not stopping Zeal. Zeal will end this game with an anchor smash if required, but it's not. The creeps will take it out, and GG. Yakult Brothers. They took over the game, had a couple of bumps along the road, but all in all, felt like a game that they were in pretty good control of the entire time.
I like the team fighting. I like the team fight coordination, the itemization. I thought was pretty cool. They played the fights really well. I do think that game felt a little clunky from Heroic in the early game. Like, they definitely got outmaneuvered. Some of it was some nice defensive reactionary stuff from Yakult Pro supports, and the pseudo trialing against the Beast really ruined Devital on this game. He's going to be not happy about the response to that one. But I think there were options for Heroic there. They just were slow on the uptake rate. Like, what did Schofield get done in that early game? What did KJ get done in that early game relative to this Jakiro disruptor support duo? So that's a big thing for them to look for as they push forward, but a nice win for Yakult when they needed it.
Absolutely. Tough matchups for them today, but they come through in the second series.
Yeah, going 1-1 on your first day, where one of them is up against TI14 winners, and then the second one being up against Heroic, who have just won the previous online event. It feels like that's a pretty good result for them. And Yakult, they didn't waver after that first initial loss against Falcons for themselves, Seb, and that's what you wanted. You want them to come in still with some amount of confidence. Just put it aside, realize there's still 10 more best of ones for them to play out here.
Oh, for sure. I mean, these are big signs of life, and they didn't just like. They won pretty, I don't want to say easily, but it was a convincing win, to say the least. Like, solid draft, very strong execution, you know, good lanes, like good control of the game from the beginning to the end. And honestly, when you think about it, we actually did not get to see them play in the first series versus Falcons. Like, they were out-drafted, out-executed, and Falcons just snowballed the game completely. So happy to see that, you know, they're a strong contender here also.
I mean, it's kind of the regional style of Dota, right? The Chinese way, right? It's the fact that you want to play out your stable lanes, maybe poke and prod and stop some of the early tempo, get yourself to the mid game and pop off. But the way that they broke the early game was exceptional. They pretty much shut down Whisper from the mid lane. They stopped Devi on the Beastmaster, ever really progressing the map. He didn't even take the mid tier 1 tower. Like, when you pick Beastmaster as a final pick for your draft, your script is take the safe lane tower, walk to mid, take the mid tower, open up the game for your team. They instantly stopped that, which meant they had the freedom for Tide to buy a Radiance, to get a Hex, for mid and everyone to thrive. So yeah, just the fact they shut down the lane so nicely, they got to farm, they got to scale.
Yeah, it felt like Yuma eventually did get to that point where he was having that TA impact. It felt like you could see this TA coming online a little bit more, but because of all those things T pointed out, everyone else on the side of Heroic just felt a little bit too far behind, that even though your TA was hitting those timings, there wasn't much more to do. And then obviously the big factor for the side of Yakult is Zeal on Tidehunter. You could not get through him at all. This man just got to sit there and kind of dictate the pacing and the spacing of team fights.
Yeah, I mean, I really like his itemization. Like, you can tell he's like thinking and he's actively playing. Because the first game, he buys this Ags and he's like trying to, you know, he's like understanding the deep push, whatever. In this game, he's against some TA, you buy Radiance. It's like a classic response. You're playing as TA, you buy Radiance. And he's actively thinking and he's like aware and in the game. You can tell sometimes people are just autopiloting and being bots, but he's like, no, I'm actually thinking, I'm playing the game. This is my hero. I'm like, and I think that in of itself is also a good sign that like he's playing a strong team, a team that had good results recently, and he's not like absent-mindedly being a clown. He's like actively focused and playing his game.
Not a bot, not a clown. Noted. Back to you.
This is the ranking,
important.
power
Yeah.
ranking.
Yeah.
No, for sure. I'm a big advocate of like creativity and open-mindedness when it comes to Dota, especially in item choices. I think it matters a lot. And whenever that is successful and that is paying off, I'm happy. So yeah, if you're able to, you know, as Quinn mentioned, if you're able to transition from Ags on Tide to Radiance to Blink, whatever pipe, you name it. We've seen 3 Tides, 3 completely different builds, and all of them made a lot of sense for their own games. So happy to see that.
Yeah. I don't know if you wanted to add a little bit more there, T, about like, you know, innovation when it comes to items.
Yeah, sure. Why not? No, I think
Okay.
the creativity is one thing, but the creativity comes because the teams understand what they have to do to stop the aggression, right? Like, if you don't stop the Beastmaster, the Tidehunter won't get a Radiance and all this stuff. So yeah, I just thought I'd give you a quick answer because that was it. Back to you, Nat.
Thank you. I appreciate it. No, it was good. I want to hear from all 3 of you
Nice
guys.
job.
Want to make sure there's a nice even split there because we don't have a lot of time when it comes to swapping between games, right? We're already wrapping up what happened between Heroic and Yakult there because we got to look forward to our next series. Liquid up against Tundra. Quinn, you said this one was going to be your game out of all 14 best of ones that were happening. This one you were like, yeah, this is going to be the banger. This is one everyone has to tune into.
Yeah, I think this sets precedent for the rest of the year. Because like I said
Wow,
earlier,
already. There's one best of one.
This is the
Sets it up for the
singular
whole
game.
year.
Either one of these teams are staking their reputations here.
Okay.
Because Liquid always claps Tundra's cheeks. They bend them over, and we can't talk about the rest. So, like, I think it is... Liquid wants to keep that going, and Tundra wants this to cease. They don't want any more of this. And so I think this is, like, setting the trend, potentially, for the year of, like, has Tundra fixed things? Is Ari the band-aid they need? Is Pure saying, no, stop right there, Liquid, like have they fixed these issues, or does Liquid still have their number?
Yeah, I think that's a lot of big questions because it feels like, you've changed the 3 and the 5 on the side of Liquid, you've changed the 1 and the 4 on the side of Tundra, so it's like this weird little inverse where they've both had change-ups in the side lanes.
I have so much expectations for Tundra, so I'm telling you, if they don't clap Liquid, if they don't look like the strongest team in this tournament, I am going to be so mad and so upset and so disappointed that I might not be able to talk for the next series. No, I'm genuinely excited about this Tundra roster. I think it looks dope. I think the player combination, the amount of talent, of brain, of you name it. I have nothing to do with Tundra. I haven't been paid to make a case. I'm just genuinely, I genuinely like what they put together for the season. So therefore that comes with high expectations. Yeah. We'll have to see. Liquid is I think they're like finding their form right now. I don't think they were very convincing in their opening game, Team Liquid that is. And I think they're going against an even tougher opponent now. So we'll have to see what happens. I mean, you've heard it from me. Very one-sided and biased towards Tundra.
It is like our first one that we're seeing for Tundra, right? They seem to be one of the teams that have started later in the day, so they've gotten to see 3 best of ones happen on this stream. I think they're just concluding their 3rd one over in that B stream as well. So they've kind of had that little bit of luck of seeing what else is going on the side of Liquid. Yeah, they had that rocky start earlier for themselves. And so where does it weigh it to? Having one warm-up game already is beneficial, or seeing what is rolled out so far in best of ones?
I mean, there's a lot more information from Liquid because they have already played kind of tournaments and stuff already. So the lack of information on Tundra will probably go to their favor. Like with Tundra, it's like you got Pure, who can play a hoodwink carry, or he's playing anti-mage, right? Like he's on the extremes of creativity or, normal traditional heroes. Like the fact is, you just don't really know what's happening with Tundra. With what hero pool is Ari on right now? Like he is, I don't want to say stubborn, but like when he finds his heroes, he wants to play those heroes. Obviously, you played with him as well on OG. It's like,
no, I can. Yeah, I confirm.
There you go.
No arguments from Seth.
So it's like, for me, it's like I think Tundra, like you said, they have this incredible roster, but does Ari have the correct heroes that he's currently locked in on?
And it's also, he's not laning with anyone, right? It's like he's laning with Neta with 33, so he's gonna have to adapt. I think that's the way it goes. And I don't know if Ari always is willing to adapt. Let's put it this way. He's a very smart guy. He understands, like, it's not like he's not gonna be able to. Yep. It's just they're gonna have to find the right balance because he also has his style. I think he's a very aggressive player by nature. I think he's very different to Saxa, for instance. I've played with both, and Saxa is much more thought through, economy, efficiency, and it fits really well with Neta. They probably also influence each other's quite a lot throughout their careers. And Ari is much more on the aggression side of things and sometimes doesn't look enough at the build-up. Obviously, he has all the resources as a player and as a brain to adapt and all of that. It's just going to take a little bit of work, probably. I think this is when I think you're highlighting exactly what the trouble they probably will have with that team. The rest is probably ready to go.
Everything else feels like it should be on autopilot, but that's, to me, like the biggest potential weakness for the roster.
Okay. And what are some of your thoughts, Quinn? I feel like we heard a lot from 7T here.
I mean, I actually am kind of an Ari fan right now, to be honest. I think in the past, I was a bit of a hater of him. I think his hero pool was a bit weird. I think the stubbornness showed more in the past. He's like playing Nyx every game or like some weird hero pool choices that like I feel like make no sense. But I actually, I played a bunch of pipes with the guy a few months ago, and I was actually pretty impressed with him generally. I think his comms are very good. I think his gameplay was quite good. And I think while in some ways, like about the strategic element or whatever, I would agree with the Soxa differences, I think there's a similarity in that I think Neta wants someone who can play melee heroes in lane. Because Neta is wave puller, first pick hero. I don't care about my heckin' lane, stack the camps for me, this type of deal. And so I think he needs someone who is like very comfortable and prefers playing melee heroes. And to me, that's Ari. Ari doesn't strike me as like Rubik, Marana ranged hero player. He wants to play like random melee dudes and be in and out, Tusk, Nyx, whatever, random crap like this. And so to me, it's actually, in some ways, quite a good fit. And there were potential other options Tundra was considering during the shuffle. And I think this one actually makes a lot more sense because I think there's potential there for it to, maybe be bad and there's some, clashing of heads or whatever. But I think there's also potential that their playstyles work because Ari plays the type of heroes that make sense with Neta's ones.
Yeah, that's a really good point. He's like, Ari's actually really excited about the wave pulling and all the stuff that can come from it. Like I remember with the Nyx era where he could just mind flare the creeps. Like he would be like, I'm going to pull the wave to this camp. On my way, I'm getting the big creep and then I'm going back. And he would get like so deep into the theory that sometimes you're like, hey, can we just lane like this? We can actually win the lane. He's like, no, I'm doing this and that. But he gets like super next level, and actually, he's very innovative, creative. So if you assemble these two minds together, you're probably going to see some crazy stuff on the offlane.
Yeah, those waves are going to be in Singapore before we are.
I love T. You're just like, oh wow, yeah, the pulling, that's super. But as a support, there's going to be like those small things that you get to be excited over.
Not really for the 4-roll. Like the 4-roll right now and how Dota's played is like it's like the most creative role because your expectation in the game is like the lowest in the early game because like have you blocked the small camp? Are you pulling the wave? If you're not pulling the wave, are you pressing spells on enemy carry? Like, compared to everything else, it's like you kind of know what the 4 should be doing because there's two styles: play the lane or pull the wave. Like other roles don't have that kind of plan B installed in them. It's like if you're losing a lane, you can't pull the safe lane as a 5. Like you're just losing the lane. You have to do something else, right? So it's like the 4 position, you always have an option in the laning phase. So it's like, take away the option. No one else has options. Why does the 4-roll get to have all these options? I'm just jealous as a 5 player. That's it.
You say that you're jealous, but you're doing some crazy stuff as position 5 these days in your games. You're doing the all-hero challenge from position 5.
Yes. Didn't we're going to segue to this.
Yeah, no, I wanted to bring it up because I know that we talked about it in rehearsals, but I feel like anyone out there who doesn't know T is doing the all-hero challenge from position 5. Where are you at right now with it?
We're just asking so that we don't have to queue at the same time. You know?
No, that's fine.
Particularly when are you doing it?
I'll message you when I'm doing it. But I'm on
like a spreadsheet of the hours.
No, I will give you my.
That.
Yeah, that's fine.
Appreciate it.
I'm on Juggernaut at the moment, but the worst hero was Broodmother. That was egregious. The best hero, actually sleeper hero in support, was Arc Warden.
Okay, because that was going to be my follow-up. Were there any sleeper heroes right now?
Yeah, Arc Warden, because you just always have these wraiths, and then like when the enemy support leaves the lane, you just wraith them. You just contest runes really nicely because you can set up wraiths, and when you have the clone, again, it's just so much annoyance and vision. So yeah, I think Arc Warden, sleeper 5. Are we going to see it competitively? Probably not. Are we going to see it in my pub?
I think you could say even less than probably. I'm going to say no.
There's some periods in pubs where that hero actually pops up as soup. Like people start picking it and trying it. It's actually not that bad.
No.
Now people are not going to play it, but
no.
I can get behind.
Anything can work. It's not that bad.
See?
A very stupid guy once said anything can work, and I can get behind that.
I think the main thing is, like, when you do something as stupid as, like, every hero on 5, like, you kind of open your mind to, like, random things that you would never think of before because you're victim to playing for MMR or trying to win a trophy. Ugh, boring, you know? It's like, once you start thinking, like, to the randomness of Dota, like, there's so many strategies that have never been, like, utilized.
Yeah.
Again, not trying to advocate for some, Arc 5 or whatever, Brood 5, but the point is, like, I don't know. It's so much more fun when you can open your mind past, winning for MMR or playing for MMR.
And I was surprised that you weren't, trying to advocate for more of those, some different play styles coming out from these players. Look, we don't know if we're really going to see that. We can hope for a little bit of a change up, but all I can give you guys is our game draft. Our games continue here, best of ones happening, but a little bit of a game happening on the panel right now is having our analysts try and predict the drafts. So while the bands are there, you guys haven't picked teams. Who wants Tundra? Who wants to try and do the Tundra draft?
I'll give you the choice.
Give me choice.
That's true, you should, because this is your first game today, T.
Do I want to get the free coin for predicting Nature's Prophet? No, it's banned. No, I'll take Tundra. I'll go hard mode. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, T's going to do Tundra. You're going to lock in pretty quickly.
So who's
and Seb's going to be doing Team Liquid prediction.
Tundra is
Do you guys want me to read out the bans? I'll do it for you. We got Chen and Beastmaster so far banned out from Liquid. We've got Nature's Prophet, Nagasiren, Marcy, and Lycan as well being banned out.
Liquid first pick.
Yes.
Yes, it is going to be Liquid first pick.
Okay, I did not think this one through, so I'll just go quickly predict something. It's gonna work eventually, this one.
Yeah, it definitely will. It definitely. What did you put in?
I just put Tusk first because I see that they're having the first pick and I did not think it through. I'm just letting it go and maybe, continuing the Quinn tradition of.
Sure, Quinn's not
eventually
playing.
They will pick Tusk.
It's meant to happen.
Someone will pick it.
What is the name of that problem? If you have infinite time and an infinite number of monkeys and you put them in a room, eventually one will create Shakespeare.
It's
work with Shakespeare.
It's gonna work.
I was going to segue to a TI reference, but then you said monkeys and I feel bad, so I can't do it.
Okay, all right. Well, instead we'll just segue back to this draft. It's gonna be fun. As the first pick.
That's fine.
That is Nisha.
Good
classic.
for them.
He is Lee Gaib on this hero.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't have too great of a game. That was something that was very shocking. When we first saw Liquid, Nisha was 0-3 by that 10-minute mark, something that TU were like really worried about per se, because how many times have Liquid really been able to come back from a game where Nisha is down that bad at a 10-minute mark?
Yeah, based on those stats, it was 2 games out of like 63, and he'd won 1, lost 1, but it was like on the win, it was like a Huskar game, so you can kind of brush off some early deaths and still get your items. On the loss, it was, I think, a puck, so it's like a lot harder. But, you know, shutting down Nisha from the mid lane is really critical to kind of exploiting a lot of Liquid's lineups. I think a lot of drafts recently, Nisha is the team fighter, the starter, the kind of the everything to the skirmish, and if he's not in play, that skirmish feels like it can be exploitable, and sometimes their drafts can look a little bit weaker compared to other teams.
Yeah, I mean, with the puck, this is a game where they like picking something like a Pudge or some random melee dude looks more legitimate. When you have puck, you don't want like the double coward soups. You want some guy who can get in there a bit, especially with Donkey Kong mid. You need some guy that like adds kill threat, and like they can go in a bit for you, because you can't tank all this brunt. Like the mid tower push is coming, and so you want either some deep push or some strong lane so that you can like fix this tower push that's coming. Because if Puck can hold this tower or be like high net worth, then this matchup is not that bad for Puck at all. Like it's full chill, and it's about it. Like if you can actually bring the soups to defend this area and like maintain Puck's game.
I mean, you're talking about like this deep push. I feel like that's something that we don't really normally touch on when we're talking about what a draft needs or what a support really needs. So what hero kind of fits that archetype a little bit that could help out in that aspect?
I mean, there's heroes like Silencer and CM that just have some heroes that you walk there and you just cast a spell on the wave, and yes, Tusk every pick all the time. I mean, I think Tusk is quite good for Liquid.
Listen, like, we're not getting a lot of chips from now, so I'm just going for the one chip. You know, like eventually
The
I'll
one
get
chip,
it.
yeah.
The Tusk, yeah. I heard it's a good one too.
Wait, hold on. Does it matter? So 16, 17, if I put it in the wrong order, do
I personally
Now
am
we'll
saying it does not matter. The UI might say that you are wrong, but I personally will not.
Yes!
Oh, you
I
got
got one! Wait, I can delete the line! Delete the line! Ah, panic! Wait, I was memeing! No,
He's
wait.
trying to look it in.
What did they pick? Puck.
I mean, I think a Tusk pick here for Liquid is very reasonable. I could also see something like Jakiro.
Yeah, Jakiro's pretty good too. I actually like the Jakiro idea. I think it's a very good one.
Are you changing out the
No, I'm gonna keep Tusk and
Tusk?
Jakiro.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep them this way. I think they both are pretty meta right now and synergy as well. I don't know if we care about the order so much, but
Tusk, okay, and Jakiro.
There we go.
Nice,
Just pick
okay.
Jakiro. It's good. They want a range 2 hero. They want some more damage to pour into Tusk. Puck. They're both somewhat on the lower damage end of things early game.
This could, yeah, I could definitely see it. I would like to see. I don't know where Phoenix is in all that. I think Phoenix is a pretty good hero. Yeah, Snap is still in. I mean, Snap is good too.
It's very similar vein.
Yeah.
It's deep push damage follow up hero.
Magic damage. Yep. Very,
See,
very
what have you
solid.
changed yours to?
I'm nothing.
Oh, you haven't changed
Bristle
it.
at the moment, but I don't know if I like the Bristle.
I'm gonna give out the. I'm very impressed, by the way, that you just doubled down on the toss there, yo.
I was going to say though, of course, the reason for the Hoodwink is the natural Falcons combo of DK Hoodwinks, even though it's not Falcons. We've seen it before.
I was wondering if maybe you had forgotten what series we were covering.
Yeah, no, you start with the initiation of DK, and then you follow up with Hoodwink, and it's just a lot of skirmishing map pickoff, and that's basically it. Hoodwink can always scout for you, get good vision out with the Scurry, the cast range. It's just a lot of small things that you don't see really in the game, but he amplifies a lot of pickoff play.
I mean, I'm very happy with the direction Liquid has gone this game compared to other games where I feel like there's a lot of random nonsense. Whereas I look at this game and I'm like, every pick makes sense.
Yeah.
It's good against what the enemy team has. They have good synergy with their heroes. They have 18 pick coming up that they can counter with.
And 18 is very open, right? Because this could be a Snap 4, Snap 5, Tusk 4, Tusk 5. So they could go for a range carry. They could go for a range offlaner. So threaten all the Enigmas and Venos and these kind of cheesier picks. It's, yeah, a lot of versatility to make the 18 pick very deadly on Liquid side.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you when AC's, I mean, maybe not anymore, but when AC's Dragonite, he wants to pick Underlord. Like, he wants to pick Underlord so bad.
Underlord is good. I think he could just go for the Darkseer again. I don't know if he's going to go for it. I'm going to go ahead and select it. I have very little time.
It's very possible.
What is it about the Underlord?
I mean, you can maybe speak about the Underlord, right? You guys have used it so much.
I mean, Underlord is just great against DK because the hero is quite on the low damage end of things. Underlord is like natural aura buyer, plus you have the passive. So DK ends up in some situation where you just can't kill anyone. And Underlord also like has the % damage with the Q. He farms Unreal turbo fast, and the timings work out in such a way that the game just gets very difficult for DK to play if he's not super snowballing.
And how much of that overlaps with the Darkseer that you're predicting there?
It's either Darkseer or Brew. I think I like both, but I'm going to keep the Darkseer.
Brew is good too. I mean, I think both of those are better than Underlord now that the Abaddon's picked, because I think the lane can be quite rough, and Underlord in general is just not that nice against Abaddon. Whereas Darkseer is like super good in the game. You steal his Radiance, you steal his passive. Like it is a giga garbage matchup.
Yeah.
And Brewmaster is also
Brew's good. Is like it's not the best on the lane, but I think you don't really mind the Abaddon as much. It's just very good in the game against these heroes. Like they don't really deal with split whatsoever. There's one thing that can be done. Like the DK1 used to be some sort of answer to Brew, so maybe they wouldn't like this as much. And Darkseer kind of covers both angles. They can also decide to put the Tusk 4 and play with an Enigma, which is also decent. I don't think it's the best against Abaddon, especially later in the game. It's gonna bully on lane though quite a bit.
I'm just worried for Liquid, like you guys kind of already mentioned, the fact that after the pickoffs, like there's a point where do they kill heroes? And they need to identify that themselves in the draft because, you know, Abaddon, DK, even Bane with the Nightmare to destroy any of the initiations. Like there's a point in which Tundra doesn't care about Liquid and finding a hero. They can just brush off the fight. So now Liquid, they want to deal with that pick-off play where, you know, Bane or Hoodwink can find any hero. Terrorblade shoves waves with illusions. Puck shoves waves as well. Snapfire as well can do it with a shard, even Agnim's down the line. Like you got plenty of wave shove from Liquid. So you should have, like, based on the creep position, you know when the smokes are coming because they should always be pushing waves and identifying when the Tundra aggression will be coming.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good TB game. It's great core matchups against Abaddon and Dragonite. And Tundra also has a lot of single target heroes, and you have a lot of like nonsense garbage like T said on Liquid. You have orbs and like snap like random long shots. You have shards killing waves. You have illusions. Like there's a lot of ghost push and a lot of stuff that gives you vision. And Tundra is all about jumping people and like there's a bad and pushing waves. But apart from that, it's just a lot of single target jump with a save and with TB illusions and all this stuff. Like there can reach a point where it's very like uncomfortable and claustrophobic for Tundra to play.
Yeah, and I mean TB is one of the heroes that really. So what he has against Abaddon is he has the reflection that's pretty decent, but most importantly he prevents Abaddon from just frontlining because he just procs his ulti so simply and Abaddon cannot threaten TB in any way. And usually when he starts feeling helpless when you play versus Abba is when he's just running in, you know, kind of breaking your formation, giving vision, and you don't really want to throw anything at him. But TB doesn't really mind that. Like he just clicks meta, fights around, you know, acts like the center of the fight for his team, and Abba can't get close to the TB, so he completely changes the way the fights are going to happen. Very good matchup. This is basically the win condition for Liquid, so it's a strong pick. I don't think it's that easy for Tundra to address it. And yeah, we'll see what they do.
Are we thinking that Tundra's just doing DK mid, Abba carry, looking for 33 offlane last pick? Or is it DK carry, Abaddon offlane, and they'll find another BZM hero? Like, do you feel like the side lane of DK Abba is strong enough? Or do they need another side lane hero? Of course, DK then flexing towards
looks like a DK mid, right? Because he came as an answer to Puck right away.
It's just they have last pick in the draft. That's why I'm kind of...
Yeah.
I think, like, from a laning standpoint, that is very possible. My only thing is they need a Terrorblade counter at this point. Like, their heroes are too bad against Terrorblade, so the last hero has to be good against Terrorblade.
Yeah.
And they could look at something like Invoker or something like this if it's not already banned, and maybe it is. It's not banned. The only issue is then you're picking Invoker into Puck. And so I'm trying to think about a hero that is a TB answer that's also, like, good against Puck. And those are few and far between, I think.
Is Brew banned? You could still do the 33 Brew with like Radiance and just swarm the map, play on the clone. Could be an option.
It is very possible. I think they could definitely consider a Brew, still put the DK mid and put the Abaddon carry.
Or they go Tide themselves, like we've seen before, and then you have a Tide off lane. You don't really care too much about it. You have the Kraken. And on top of that, it's like Abba, DK, and Tide trying to kill those heroes could be quite obnoxious.
Yeah, okay, so they ban the Brew and they pick the Darkseer. I think that's a very good option for them. They take away both the counters, and then there's...
I feel like Sam had 50-50. You literally had a 50-50. You run it back with the Darkseer.
I selected it on the 4th position, and that's
oh, that's a tough one.
Oh, I picked a hero that was banned. Go me.
Well, I guess you're just living on the
skill
Quinn
issue.
legacy.
It's a skill issue. It's fine. Yeah, this is Quinn's tablet, actually. You can have it back. It has bad aura. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So I assume you're not giving me a chip for the Darkseer, right? That's how it works. You're a tough, tough referee. All right.
I am a tough referee. If it was in the same phase, I would have given it to you.
Okay.
But it was also really tough because they like insta-banned the Brew. They banned the Brew and then insta-picked the Darkseer.
It still makes it a great Darkseer pick.
I'll sit on it.
Okay.
Win me over. Give me a good point as to why it's a good Darkseer, and maybe I'll give you a chip.
I mean, it's amazing with their heroes, you know, like it brings in the team fight, the damage. It's great against these supports because if they get vacuumed in, there's no such thing as staying alive, as Hoodwink, as Bane. Obviously good against Abaddon, you get the Ilu. Good against DK for the same reasons. It's just an amazing Darkseer pick. Like, this is as good as it gets, and the fact that they even got it is questionable, you know?
Right.
Like, I think it should have been banned.
It's also a very good Timber
pick. I'll give you one, Seb. That was a good...
Thank you very much.
Won me over. That was very well.
Thank you very much.
Okay, all right, no worries. I'm not going to try and do it for Timber. I didn't predict it, but it's fine. I mean, the Timber's still a very good pick, right? The idea that you need to play through a hero on the side of Tundra, you can't just sit back and farm. You can take the fight to Liquid. Early Kaya, Ags, BKB, you can control a lot of the fight, and then that time, you know Abba's going to get items, you know DK's going to get items. So I'm looking at the Blink DK plus Kaya and 1 on Timber. It's Tundra to be able to dictate a lot of the early game, whilst Liquid are still kind of setting up their map, finding some time for Terrorblade, and kind of knowing where they want to take their fights on their side.
Yeah, I mean, my only question mark is, while Timbersaw is sort of a Terrorblade counter, it's not like a hard Terrorblade counter in the same way that Brewmaster or Darkseer is. Like, if you're really fast, this Timber goes in, and your wall of, like, dudes throwing crap at him, like, you will just eat him alive if he's not, like, ahead on the ball on you. And Netta is also not, like, a Timber guy. Like, he can play it, but he's not a Timber guy. And so I wonder, like, I think a lot depends on how this lane goes, because if Timber's not coming out the gate ahead, then TB farms and Timber's a bit behind, and it's not a true counter to Terrorblade if Terrorblade is fat.
All right, well, we'll see. Quinn has said that this best of one in its entirety will dictate the whole year between these two teams.
Yes.
Mark his words. Everything relies on this best of one. So let's just get on into it.
The second year of the matchup of 33 against his former squad in Team Liquid. Panel and you both hated Liquid's draft in their opening game. What do you feel about the draft this time around?
And it lost. I was vindicated.
You were vindicated, yeah. I wasn't saying you guys are wrong. I was just saying you hated on it, correctly so. Is this better?
Yeah, this one has
30 seconds.
a lot more qualities that just make it more well-rounded, able to deal with whatever Tundra throw at them. I think it's pretty hard to look at this draft and find severe weaknesses with it. I think the Darkseer pick is way better this time around. I think Mickey's on a more stable carry in the meta, though his Furian's very good. I think Terrorblade's I wouldn't say it's a better hero, but it's just, again, it can join the team fights and carry those team fights a little harder if the game is floundering. I think they have pretty good core matchups, and the supports offer a decent amount of team fight this time around. The one thing I will criticize, because I always have a criticism, you gotta throw something in there for some spice.
We can always do better, yeah.
And you're gonna hate this statement.
Okay.
I strongly dislike when Liquid pick Nisha Puck.
Yeah, that doesn't immediately sit well with me.
Yeah, you probably hate it.
I feel like it's one of his best heroes.
It is one of his best heroes.
Okay.
I think he's the best puck in the world.
Okay, so what's the problem with picking maybe one of the best mids in the world on his best hero?
Exactly that, Austin. Exactly that. To me, it's a crutch. It's like, I want to see them win without Nisha putting them all on his back. You know, if they win this game and Nisha goes like 15-0 and it's Nisha Puck, we're all going to be like, oh, Nisha Puck, blah, blah. But we already know he can do that, you know? Like, this guy could probably carry me and you in a pro game on his Puck, you know? That says a lot. He could maybe carry like Jack Chen. He could maybe carry like 4 random Heralds and make a content video out of it for YouTube. Like, we already know his Puck is goated and he can probably win any game on Puck. You know, so if Liquid win a game with Nisha Puck, there's an asterisk on it for me. It's like, well, that Nisha Puck, you know, I don't know if they're actually back. I don't know if the stuff's gelling.
Okay, I can kind of buy that. Are you saying that for Bulba it's Abed Storm Spirit, for Blitz it's Nisha Puck?
Maybe it's getting to that territory a little bit, you know.
Okay.
And when you bust out your secret weapon, your ace up the sleeve early on, I don't know. That's like a warning sign to me, you know. It's like, oh no, they're already going to the Nisha Puck.
I see, yeah.
Because if things were really gelling and they were all going smooth and they were just playing anything they want, like this guy's not playing Puck, right?
Yeah.
He's playing some Void Spirit, like you're trying to push the envelope with the meta. But so that's why I'm concerned. I'm like, oh, you know, they already got to bust out the Nisha Puck. We're only like 10 games into this team's lifetime. You know.
Well, let's talk about Tundra here. We've talked a lot about Liquid. I think specifically the biggest thing to focus on for me is how Ari gels in with 33. The panel went into it pretty extensively and seemed like they were pretty optimistic about this duo, that maybe they have some of the same strengths and we're just going to see an off-lane duo that does all kinds of crazy shenanigans and breaks the off-lane open entirely. I will say for draft-wise, I did like this Timbersaw pickup.
It's a pretty solid pick. Not a hero we see 33 play a lot, but had a lot of good purpose in the draft. Makes their lineup incredibly tanky. It's kind of like a Falcons-esque lineup now with the 3 cores, all just strength tanky cores on the front line. We're going to scale pretty well and just tri-core it up, right? So in that sense, it creates a tough situation for Liquid to scale into, even if they have good answers. These lineups sometimes just get to a point where it's like critical mass. You just can't push through it. And Hoodwink is always scary in those lineups. Another reason Hoodwink works for Falcons, I think, is because Hoodwink behind all this front line can just never find the hero, can never catch him, and he ends up being one of the highest damage backliner supports in Dota. So a really big scaling threat to the Terrorblade as well that I think is worth mentioning. Like Hoodwink owns this hero in the late game. Not as good in the mid game, but in the late game, when you have the Boomerang, the level 3 ulti, some extra spell ant from a neutral item, you can just dice this guy up. Huge man fight.
They got him. They got Whitemon. Boxy, he'll try and limp away. Pure cannot do enough damage. The Aquatic Shield will pop and do some damage to Ace, but not enough for a return kill. So that is going to be first blood for Liquid. Real quick, I actually looked it up for you because 33, when it comes to the context of like, you know, because like all of these guys at this point in time, you see it, it's like they're platinum, they're master tier, they're grandmaster tier on like every hero that they play. 33, for context, has not played Timbersaw at all in 2025 in a professional match. Played it 9 times in 2024 and then like 4 or 5 times in 2023, a couple times in 2022. Like he has not been playing a whole lot of Timbersaw, and especially none lately.
It doesn't have summons. It doesn't cheese the lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a 33 hero. Now, I could see him building Helmet Dominator.
Oh, God, I hope not.
I could see that guy.
Build Helmet Dom on Timbersaw, man.
Why not, dude? That sounds ham. Like, imagine you're just dragging waves into the timber chains and then getting big and it's a little extra armor on the hero, you know. It makes sense to me, dude. I think 33 is going to do it. If there was one guy who's going to do it, it's him.
That's true. The hero really utilizes Helm of the Iron Will, which is a big component of why that item is picked up so often early. He uses it really well. Pure, another rotation, or sorry, another go from Liquid, this time with a rotation from Tofu. Not enough damage. Now Ari has a chance to respond. Blood Grenade goes out, but missed the bushwhack, so they will miss the kill.
The action's being forced up here from Liquid, though. This is kind of their strong lane. Early Ion Shells on top of this Tusk, pretty much the strongest thing in the early game, unless you bring a lot of numbers. Tundra playing into it, they don't lose a lot there, might get Tofu in the end.
From behind, Tofu turns around, does what damage he can, but ultimately will still fall. So, even up the kill score. It does mean everybody is distracted from power runes, so the mids may just have to do it by themselves. Supports are going to try and get here. Tundra are going to be too late for it. Nisha tries to play for both through his orb a little early.
Yeah, that was...
So PZM actually has a chance to get the amp damage.
I was about to say, he threw that really early to play for both.
Maybe not his best hero after all.
Yeah, I think he almost assumed he was going to lose the rune and ends up with the best 6-minute rune for the DK here, the amp damage, with half duration on this form.
Yeah, and Siege Wagon's still alive. Oh, yeah.
He's got to do some work here. Oh, they even
got
got
him
the
through
sleep.
The orb. Oh, no. That is just going to be Nisha. I think he's just dead.
Yeah, he's
Bushwhack, chain stun, he's gone.
That was not his finest sequence. Nighttime vision for the Bane. What a catch from Whitemon. And now he's just gonna lose so much of this tower. Pretty brutal rune. Gonna leave the catapult alive too. Man, really tough sequence for the puck here. Just gonna have to stack it up if you're Boxy. You get the Wisdom Shrine here. Nikkei getting pressured as well. No level 6 for Sunder. He's just done, I think. Actually, you're out of mana. It doesn't matter.
You just punched him down.
Okay. No Soul Ring, but gets the job done anyways. It's going to be another tower that's just going to face a lot of pressure. Tundra.
Trying to go back to the Madden. The one core that is struggling a little bit compared to the rest of Tundra. Bushwhack on 3. Not enough to save Pure, but it is enough to get revenge. Boxy dies. Tofu takes a bunch of damage, and with BZM freed up, having already taken his mid-tower matchup, oops, they'll still get Tofu in the end. He doesn't have Cookie up for a few more seconds, so they get 2 kills out of that situation, and BZM on his second dragon form is now on his second tower. Tundra are cooking.
Are they going to take 3 tier 1s before the 10-minute mark here?
It
Looks very doable. Like, this is an insane objective pace for them. Out of an early laning phase that wasn't that one-sided. Like, it was pretty even. Just found some little openings, take advantage of it, and damage is not aligned for the support duo yet. Another nice sleep setup.
Sleepwalk into Dragon Tail, into Bushwhack. Once again, the chain stun is perfect from Tundra and secures the kill and secures the tower. BZM. He's gonna have a Blink Dagger. His Blink Dagger is almost done as a result of this. I mean, because they've gotten so many towers, even Pure's net worth is higher than the rest of the Liquid cores because they've got just so much bonus team gold now. Nisha does manage to get the pick off on Whitemon, but you're gonna need a lot more of that to be able to undo the damage that Tundra has done in this laning phase.
I mean, you need the support levels. I feel like a lot of their early damage is like Walrus Punch plus Tag Team and the Kisses coming through. And your 2 supports are level 4 right now. Your cores are having issues standing on the lane, so you're just missing out of a lot of experience. And you look at that XP differential, it's already like 17%, 3 extra levels. Not insignificant this early in the game, because 3 levels is the difference between 6s/5s and 4s on the supports. Like, your Darkseer's level 5.5, your Timbersaw's 8.5, right? I mean,
Big A. He got caught by the Bushwhack, but kind of awkward. The old Hoodwink Timbersaw duo. 33 could use the tree, but it would also cut down the Bushwhack, so you just kind of let him run free. Don't want to risk a Sunder turnaround play. Chasing after him with a snowball. Whitemon will get run over. Nisha going for more now, but he's got to be careful of BZM. Dragon Tail is not up, but the damage is still there. 33 thinking about giving chase, but didn't have Timber Chain up for another second or 2, so he lets it go for now. Tundra's up 2K. Now Mass rotating up to the top lane. They are not going to slow down whatsoever. Now they're going to burst down Ace.
Whew, that was a fast move. 3 cores top. Pure just CS. He had no business in that kill. This Timbersaw taking over the map right now. Kaya already done. He's incredibly tanky with this Treads buildup. He's going to steal some Ancient stacks as well. The only few stacks Boxy created, having to unblock all those camps, gets stolen away anyway. A sad fate for this jungle. And what was once the best lane for Liquid, this Tusk Darkseer, has now turned into the lowest net worth core.
Yeah.
They'll lose that camp as well. I mean, great stack stealing. 33. He's absolutely ripped now.
Yeah, when I saw Liquid stacking up, I was just like, uh-oh. You already lost your mid tower. You're about to lose your off lane tower. Like, are those stacks going to be gotten by you in the first place? Good catch on 33, though. Tofu lands the kisses required. Still, though, fighting into this Dragon Knight, it is too much of a problem. Liquid will back away. This is, I guess, time for their side lanes to continue to try and recover. Whether or not they're going to out-recover what Pure and 33 are already getting out of the lanes, though, is another question.
Pure's definitely benefiting because he had the roughest time. His hero would have accelerated the slowest, but the fact he got all the tower gold, all the space, pretty much just boosted him up to where he would have been. And now he can still be on pace for a solid Radiance timing, which is what really matters here for him. And the Timber pick is kind of designed to deal with the Terrorblade in these early engagements. So if you do get Radiance up on a Abaddon and Mickey wants to come in the fight and reflect it, he has to deal with a very strong Timbersaw in his face with potential Hoodwink damage on top. Like, you get stunned, you're not going to get a Sunder off. You're just going to get sharp shot into Chakram damage, you're gone. So it's very dangerous for Mickey to join these early fights and try and use the Abaddon's timings against Tundra if Pure can hit a good pace here. And you can always just play her on this Dragon Knight. Like early Blink Dagger on BZM can always just make these casual moves and take a lot of Liquid space away because they're afraid at who's going to tank these ganks. You do not want it to be the puck.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Smoke coming in from Tundra. They're baiting 33, him playing solo, and then boom. Smoke hits, Dragon Tail into the bushwhack, trying to burst him down, but a snowball save. And that's not good. Mickey's gonna come in, immediately Sunder up. He almost loses HP all anyways. 33 just turns around with a whirling death and a burst of damage. He still runs down Boxy, still chasing after Mickey. Mickey has to go for the TP out. Tofu gets snagged by a bushwhack. That is going to be a 33 double kill. They may have saved the TB, but it still is a Tundra win. And again, leaving no space up for grabs. 33 immediately goes to the other side of the map to chase after Mickey. So even if Mickey survives here, which does not have Sunder, trying to juke the Chakram that's coming in, needs to activate the Soul Ring to get the mana for it. Oh, he actually managed to juke it all. But again, it's like you just kicked the TB out of the one lane he thought that was going to be free. There's no space on this map for this Terror play.
Can't even get the catch in return. Boxy looking for it.
Oh, nice. What a shot. Oh, that was a beautiful shard. Boxy, he gets that much at least.
Okay, I mean, yeah. You'll take anything here. Just a tough team fight. You land a triple coil, but you're not able to get the kisses going into it. And then, like you said, your TB gets chased off the waves anyway because he does not have Sunder. That was a nice sidestep right there.
That was pretty slick.
Feels like Tofu is super integral to Liquid right now. Like, this Kisses damage has to come in the fight to enable the control they have and push the damage over the top with some of these tanky heroes. So if Tundra can find him, it's actually a big win for them in the team fight.
Yeah.
And the fact that Pure's joining them in these fights, he doesn't have to do a lot right now. He just has to be there for like 1 or 2 shields. Makes a big difference. Not be surprised if Liquid try and smoke and get some sort of kill around one of these tier 1s, because they have not got a lot of pressure onto these towers. All 3 tier 1s still standing for Tundra. They're all pretty high HP. You're not going to whittle them down with your lineup. You're going to have to just take a fight around the objective and clear it out that way.
Dire are scanning.
Scans on the same part of the map from both teams. Liquid trying to invade into the jungle, making sure there's nobody sitting up on that high ground, and Tundra in turn expecting some sort of invasion. Neither scan latches though, so we'll see if Tundra gets surprised that this smoke is actually in this area, or if Liquid find that their smoke is still spoiled by Ari in his positioning.
And you are racing against that Orchid timing from the DK, as got pointed out, so you still have some freedom for Nisha here, as they all get sent to disconnect jail. Definitely something a little funky going on with Dota servers right now.
Yeah, it's been kind of going on for the last week and a half, though I don't think it's just Dota servers.
I wouldn't have said that, but you know, power to you there, Austin. We gotta respect the big boss. And
what do you mean? There was the massive like DDoS, wasn't it? On like multiple games went down. Wasn't that like?
I would like to make my stance clear that I think Valve is a tremendous company and has never suffered a major server issue, and I fully support.
Oh, so what you're saying is other games didn't have a problem, but only Dota had a problem.
No, I didn't think Dota had a problem. I just
sounds like that's what you're saying.
Just right now, there's been a little. Shit. No, you know, force majeure, act of God. You know, there's only certain things you can account.
Oh God!
It's only certain things you can account for.
That's funny. Okay, let's. Did we actually talk about the Tundra lineup change? You didn't, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. What do you have to say about it? Let's start with Ari and 33, because we heard the panel's thoughts on it. You have a different take of any kind?
I mean, that panel's so biased, man. Like, you can't take anything they say seriously.
Biased for what?
Seb's played with, like, all these guys, dude. He's always going to rep his OG boys.
Okay, sure.
You know? And Quinn just hates everybody, so he's just going to hate everybody.
he actually said the opposite. He said that he didn't like Ari, but actually he's been really impressed with him lately.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, I've known this guy forever. I've never heard him praise a single player his entire career, and now he's just praising everybody. He's suspicious. That's what's suspicious on that panel. But to get back to your point, I like this Tundra roster. I do like it. I think the components make sense, the fit makes sense, and it's just a scary roster, which I think people underestimate. Like, there's something to build rosters around integrity and fit and all of that, which I think is invaluable. But there's also this aspect of just making your roster seem scary for people to play against that is also pretty valuable, that I think a lot of the go-to teams in Dota history have had. So I think they have that, and I think if they can get the components to fit, and I think if Pure can re-up his gameplay to where we know he can be, and was the last time he was on Thunder, this is going to be a tough team to beat if the meta favors him.
Okay, fair enough. So I remember that Tundra lineup, and I remember feeling pretty optimistic about it, and obviously things changed and stuff. And I walk away from the various Tundra lineups still kind of thinking that Pure is a fantastic carry, but he's still not the best carry for 33, you know?
Why? Why would you say that?
Because I think Pure can hit some of those archetype of like a faster, more aggressive carry, blah, blah, blah. But I do think he still, like 33 still works best with Mickey, Duraccio, etc.
I think Pure is very easily in that same archetype.
Okay.
I do not think this guy is that greedy. You gotta remember going back to his kind of debut as a carry, he was playing all the weird off-meta stuff, right?
Yes, the carry.
The Pudges, the Leshracs. Oh, here's the catch with the Orchid.
Snowball save! It's not going to be in time. Boxy tries to run up there in snowball form. Instead, he's just going to add one more kill for Tundra.
Yeah, the Bane catch against Puck. It's not as influential early on when you can't get the range, but now you have 4 points in the Nightmare. You have night vision to play around. You have deep wards. Becomes a lot scarier for Nisha. And any sort of setup here is just guaranteed chain stun into death, especially with early boomerang. Just getting hounded around the map. Gotta use these Terrorblade illusions and Dark Seer shells to counteract the pressure and open up some information at least.
Well, bad news for Liquid. Radiance is online. Good news is, I guess the reflection is stronger. You can enjoy that.
Yeah, that's true. I like Pure and 33 together. I think this fit works. I also think they're two players that kind of demand a lot of attention when they're playing at their top. And it's pretty hard to shut both of them down. So if you think about it that way, like, are you happy in a game where one of them is having a really good game and can carry the game? And I think you are. Okay. I think they are both players that can just straight up carry a game. And some sideliners, it's going to take a lot to shut both of them down, and if you don't, one of them might just pull the other back into it no matter what.
Yeah, and then you've got both BZM and Ari that have one or two signature heroes that you might need to consider banning.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is a bold fight attempt.
The reflection of kisses, they get the information inside.
Oh, the steal!
Did not get the grab fast enough on Pure. Still had a branch covering up a slot, and now
what a shards.
time has been casted. While the shards are blocking him in, the Cookie's gonna stop the TP out. Pure is dead. He went from potentially 2 lives off of a Roshan to 0.
He got destroyed at every level. Outclicked in the pit. Outplayed on the choke point.
Oh, and Liquid's gonna find more off of this too. They catch Ari. Not dead yet. Gets away to the trees. He's actually fine.
Yeah, that hero's just way too hard to kill. Yeah, that was a bold contest from Liquid. I don't think this is a fight they can really win, but they absolutely just kisses into the pit. The Darkseer got silenced on the initiation. The Tusk got stopped as well. It wasn't that good for them, but man, Nisha gets in there, gets the steal, then anything's good after that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm telling you, the loss in the
really
puck.
win it. Like, you're talking about like a straight 5-on-5.
Yeah, if that's a if that's a straight 5-on-5 where that initiation happens like it did, and there's no 8 like Roche that you're manning up for that's getting the Abad and low and stuff, it's not that good for them. But they used the circumstances really well, and they got themselves a huge win out of it.
BZM tried to get the jump. Mickey, Manta dodge on the Dragon Tail. And now Mickey running it back with Nisha alongside with this Aegis, with Coil up, and a Shield Rune.
Yeah,
This is going to be really tough to deal with this Buck, actually. Nisha could play really aggro if he wants to. But
don't want to get baited by this
Timbersaw. 33. Okay, Dragon Tail goes out on Ace. They're going to try and burst down the... oh, we got a cookie to break him free of the Bushwhack. Ace, he has his opportunity to cast some spells here. Vacuum Wall available. He's holding the trigger off it. Finally, Fiend's Grip goes out. The Vacuum, it's going to cancel that one. Does manage to get a Dragon Knight illusion while the Snowball rolls forward. Instantly bursted down by 33. Follows Boxy every step of the way. And this extra life on Puck may not do anything good. Sunder turn around. Okay, but it doesn't really change much. Tundra clearly advantaged in this situation. It looks like what you're talking about is coming true. They cannot take a straight 5-on-5, even with the extra life on the Puck. As Mickey is getting run down by 33, should be no problem there. Kisses trying to do some damage, but again, these heroes are just too tanky. Once again, a second game for Liquid today where they're matched up against 3 very tanky cores and are just lacking in the damage to put a real threat.
Dude, Whitemon absolutely ruined Nisha. Like, he had so many lives to play with, and he just keeps getting slept, keeps getting enfeebled, gets gripped. Like, the man just cannot move around the fight, and nobody is killing this Bane. Absolute destruction from Tundra's 5 versus that mid laner. Is this a fight where normally you'd expect a lot higher damage output from the Puck, considering he had Shield Rune, he had the Blink, he had the Aegis to play with. You get in there, you're gonna get 10 rounds of spells off, carry the fight that way. You just can't do anything. And the sustain, like the sustain from these frontliners, from the shields, the pipe already done on the Timbersaw. I think that was a perfect fight for Tundra to take with the pipe timing. Like max value point in this game.
Yeah,
and just
sure.
Terrorblade is not offering you enough right now without the meta. What is Mickey giving you in this type of fight? Pretty much nothing. You can't just run in and start melee hitting a Timbersaw or an Abat.
Once again, he uses Sunder, and then 33 just keeps trucking. Just keeps running at you.
Yeah, doesn't care.
Why this,
too much sustain.
This counter pick was so strong.
I mean, they had to get some sort of lockdown combo with like Vacuum, Coil, Kisses, something in that area to win a heads-up 5-on-5. Otherwise, I think it's looking tough. And you take that fight, you lose it, now you're on the back foot. Big items are going to start to come out for Tundra's cores here as they push towards BKB Dragon Knight, Manta Baden, and Gleipnir for 33 on the Timber. That's interesting.
Okay.
Huh. Wonder why he wanted that. I mean, this guy always has some interesting itemization choices. They're always very smart, but it's never what I would expect. Like, I wouldn't have pegged this as a Gleipnir game.
Yeah,
I could see the idea.
If you were gonna go Gleipnir as well, like, Rod of Atos is a pretty strong early Timbersaw item. So it feels, but, you know, obviously you want the Kaya Sanj really badly, so it feels bad to like go back to Gleipnir in a way.
I mean, the thing is, this build is better because the Kaya Sanj is mana regen. Like, Atos is, I never liked Atos on Timber because it's no regen. So it kills a lot of your farming rate. It kills your ability to push waves out and still have a high mana pool for the fight. Yeah. Even if you get that kill with the Atos, then you're out of mana. I feel like your presence on the map is just a lot lower. So I do actually like this sequencing better. I guess my question is just, is Gleipnir big enough impact on the hero to justify like a 5k investment? Because that item is expensive. It's not a cheap item. The total 4,500, you compare that to, you know, Hex is 52. So if like for 700 more gold, you could have a Hex. Yeah. The advantage is you're getting the AoE. Like, I think it's basically only worth it on the heroes that can take advantage of the AoE plus the lockdown, which Timber definitely can.
I mean, yes, he has all AoE spells at the same time. How many times are you going, like, would you have just landed the spells anyway without the AoE? And I feel like a lot of times the answer is, yeah, you would have landed that Whirling Death, or you would have hit that, you know, Chakram. Maybe the Chakram will hit more, because of the greater AoE, but I feel like a lot of the other spells you're probably landing with or without the AoE bonus.
Radiant's top tower is
That's interesting. I mean, I can also see just the chains off it being pretty good.
Yeah.
It's another mini lockdown for the Puck and the Tusk, honestly. The roots are annoying for the Tusk. Even the Darkseer. Yeah, that's interesting. Cool itemization here.
Maybe at some point you're throwing so many threats at this Puck or at this TV. They only have one Manta, you know, they only got one phase shift. Like, you're going to catch him with something.
under attack.
Exactly. The more mini stuns you have, the better your actual stuns become.
Well, either way, Liquid is going to be left in do or die high ground defense here pretty soon, though they split off. Pure is going to hit the high ground, drawing attention here while Tundra go for the smoke, trying to catch Liquid before they teleport back to base, and they almost got there too. Imagine if they caught Mickey midway through his TP. Instead, it's going to be Boxy, which isn't going to feel quite the same free high ground push. But if they caught Mickey there, then I think that's just the lane of barracks.
The thing is, they're
It's straight to the other side of the map every single time. They get
Yep.
Mickey on one side of the map, teleport to the other.
Really good read. Just not giving him any room to farm. This is what builds a network. Control both side lanes, constrict an enemy, force them into the base. Doesn't matter if you can't go high ground. You're going to build such an insurmountable lead. You'll just win through attrition.
Yeah.
Right now, Liquid got nothing going for them. I mean, they're going defensive items a little bit too, like Lincoln's for the Puck, because he's had trouble dealing with the Bane, but that's not a damage increase. And you have Scotty for the Terrorblade, but it's a ways away. And it's also not a Butterfly or something. Like, it's not, these are not the highest damage potential items on these heroes at this time in the game. It's more HP, it's more survivability, but then you're more reliant on executing the team fight with your spells, landing coils, landing kisses, landing a vacuum wall, even maybe more so some pressure on Ace to have a big team fight presence on this Darkseer. Like, this is the clutch pick for Liquid this game. This is the pick they need to get some counter value out of. If you can land a good vacuum wall on multiple cores, could bust the team fight open. Definitely still some strength in that. Oh, what a bushwhack. What the hell was that?
All right, quick reaction. Now trying to get even more distance with his ultimate. Still locked down by the coil, so as many jukes as he did in that little iteration, he will ultimately fall.
Yeah, makes him work for it. And everybody from Tundra farming. Almost level 20 on 32 as well. Yeah, that felt like it was still okay for Tundra.
I am very surprised that Tundra is not farther ahead in network, though.
Yeah, it does feel like they should be, but I guess a lot of it is Tofu, which we haven't really talked about, but he's just gobbling up waves.
Wait, what? How does he have 10k net worth? What the hell?
I mean, this hero farms mega fast. I think it's one of the fastest farming supports in Dota, basically, on average. Because your spells are so cheap.
It doesn't even look like he's got 10k.
Well, you got Shard off Tormentor, right?
Right. And he still has 1,500 in the bank.
He was the one who got
3,000 net worth sort of hidden.
No, wait, did he? No, he bought it. Yeah, Liquid never got that.
Yeah.
I'm making shit up.
You are making shit up, but I'll just agree with you to make it so you don't look dumb.
Well, I asked the question. I didn't, you know, I was
Oh, okay, sure it was.
Shard went to BZM off Tormentor. So he's just rich. Just make good investments, you know.
Maybe he'll follow Eternal Envy's path after Pogo.
Let's not advocate for that, Austin. I don't think you want to follow Eternal Envy's path anywhere in anything he's doing. Not that it doesn't work.
That is a path only one man could walk.
Yeah, that's a narrow path. You know, only one guy is fitting through that path. You're not gonna go with him. Like, I say that as someone who did follow I did follow Eternal Envy's path. It worked out okay, I guess.
Yeah. Sees the line.
I do remember he used to have a quote where he used to say, like, I don't understand how every player I kick goes on to have an amazing career. And the more I think back on that, the more I'm like, yeah, I think that says a little bit more about, you know, the speaker than the people that went on, perhaps.
Lightmere catches Mickey. Mickey, again, has to use his Sunder against 33.
Oh, what a grip.
33 doesn't quit, still tries to chase him down, still has a Chakram. The pullback, I might kill him. No! Doesn't get the pullback. Instead, it's going to be BZM, who runs him down with Breath of Fire to finish him off. Boxy hides away in the trees. Chakram doesn't catch him. He has to dodge until Blink Dagger's back up. That's just simply not possible. Tundra, they just have way too many threats on the table. Liquid, best they could do, cut waves. Nisha, he's going to cut bottom. Mid is pushed in, so this push into the high ground, despite Tundra owning the area, 33 is literally just tanking the towers for nothing.
Man, don't
all by
care.
himself. He can't actually hit buildings yet.
That's the problem with these like tri-core lineups. You start to lose some fights against them. They just become untouchable. And they're not in any rush. Tundra are not under a clock this game. They're just going to continue to scale all three of their cores like bees. Bloodthorn already done on the Dragon Knight. You're very comfortable with your damage output. You're going to have a Shiva's on the Timber. You're going to have another item on Pure here, and you're going to have an Aegis to play with. This is a game ender right here, unless Liquid can really get the teamfight execution going. Which we just haven't seen. I don't think we've seen a single fight from Liquid today where they started it and then they had everybody there and then they won.
That's probably right. Yeah, they started some fights as 5, and they've lost those fights.
But it also felt like the fights they won was like the enemy starting them, and then they outplayed them. But it wasn't a, let's make this move, this guy is starting it for us, and we're decisively winning this with our timing, you know? It just felt like everything's a little bit of a struggle.
I will say that I once again don't love Darkseer.
Oh, there's some more propaganda for you boys and girls at home. Austin, the propaganda
Do you
machine.
think the Darkseer is popping off in these games? I just feel like it's...
I think they have not gotten the real value out of it.
Yeah, none of these games where I'm like, oh, the Wall of Replica is super good. It's
Okay, they found the Bane,
but
though.
It's not like...
That's big.
Managed to get the quick kill. Nisha, he's on his way out. Now Mickey. Well, he's got his meta popped, but he doesn't really want to be fighting Pure. Nice vacuum. Pulls Pure off of the Terrorblade. Ace helps get some distance there. What about 33, though? 33 has been the nemesis for Mickey this entire game, and he can't really do too much. Despite the eye of Scotty, 33 is just able to Timber Chain, make his way out of here. No real damage threat, at least from the physical damage of the Terrorblade. So, yeah, they get the kill, but Tundra still hold the advantage as they just... It's still another 3.5 minutes. Maybe that one wasn't the high ground push that works, but another one is probably going to be coming in another minute's time.
That didn't look too bad for Liquid, though. The fact Mickey is able to get in there and not be threatened too much. You finished Pharasma on Puck with the Gunpowder Gauntlet, so his damage is starting to come up. And that was the Scotty fight for the Terrorblade, so it was a big item timing for Liquid. Nisha just could not find this Ahri Hoodwink. I mean, he committed coil on him. He chased him with triple orb. Could not find the score. The boy is just too elusive.
Yeah, and even if you do have vision of him and are swinging at him, you don't even necessarily know if you're going to hit him because of that the innate 28% redirect on the trees. So,
but I do think the idea of finding the Bane and the Hoodwink was correct. Like, if you can take the supports out, Tundra lose a lot of control. You can kite the Abaddon and the Timber around a little bit, and it frees up the fight.
They're the ones pushing into you.
Yes.
Timbersaw is like, that's where Timbersaw loses a lot of strength, right? It's like pushing into the enemy base. There's just not a whole lot of trees for you to operate on. So a lot easier to kite the hero.
That's why you have the Gleipnir.
That's true.
Just root him down. Mow him down. There you go. Who needs a tree?
Look at that.
Dude, look how big that thing is. God dang. But why does that look so messed up like that? What? That was not scaling properly, dude. That is...
Dude, look at the positioning of the supports.
Yeah,
like that last fight, that's what I was saying. That last fight looked okay, but
huge
now
wall.
They're just making sure the supports don't get caught. Beautiful wall vacuum combo. Can they actually threaten the core? They're trying. Snowball pickup rolls through them all. 33 does get low, but nobody's really dead just yet. They spot 33 again. He Timber Chains away. They go after Pure. Pure 2 minutes left on the Aegis. They can't even get that Aegis. They could have killed him there. Then Tundra would be forced to reset the fight and fight around that second life, but instead they just fully get out.
What? That's so demoralizing for Liquid.
Yeah.
Triple core vacuum wall. Ice Shards locks him in. Dragon Knight TP's out to outpost in front of your face. Timber just tanks it. And the Abaddon runs it off without even using Aegis. Feels bad. Feels bad, man. Base defended though. Yes, you know.
Yeah, still another minute. Minute for the Aegis. Pure is also going to get Blink Dagger, which will help out a lot in these high ground pushes. Another situation like that, he can borrow time and then blink out, having not taken any damage.
Yeah, Puck is starting to hurt a little bit. Does to get the level 20 talent, that helps his damage as well. Yep. If you can get to Octarine, you know, plus the cooldowns, Cyril starts to become incredibly obnoxious.
Yeah, I mean, you're on the
great back.
Oh, another great vacuum coil this time, but no wall. Just yet another 5 seconds for the wall.
Really want to get something.
These heroes giving up their barracks in exchange for whittling away at Tundra, hoping that another 20 seconds will give them an opening.
You will have a vacuum wall combo here.
Yeah, 5 seconds for that vacuum. He's got a Blink Dagger. Should get a 3-man. Oh, no, 33. He pushes forward with the Shivas. Actually stops Ace in his initiation. Now he's got to back away. Wait for the blink. It's up. Now he hits it. Go after him. Boxy hits him with the Falcons punch into a snowball that takes out the Dragon Knight. One good kill. Now chasing after the rest of the cores, though, with the Aegis expiring. Mickey hot on his tail. Pure taking the time to farm neutrals. He'll blink away. Still at borrow time. Still has Blink Dagger. The rest of Tundra are all out, so nobody else is going to be caught on this. It took them a lane and a half of barracks worth. They lost mid lane. They lost the range barracks and tier 3 at bottom, but they did finally kill a Tundra core.
No BKB for that Dragon Knight. Just got back into the punch snowball with Raspa on top, amping up all the kisses damage. He died very fast. Something Tundra have to think about. They do have saves in their lineup to prevent the all-in burst and get the items off, but I mean that was pretty good for Liquid. Like, this lineup still has a lot of punch in it. Now you have a Daedalus on the Terrorblade. I think this is where this game becomes scary for Tundra, because you are scaling. You do have the advantage, but the Terrorblade and Puck are probably the Puck is probably the scariest late game hero in this game if he can actually play a full fight, not get caught. Of course, if you catch him, you know, Liquid are just going to get destroyed in that team fight. But can you catch Nisha Puck? Many have tried. Few have succeeded.
And with Lincolns to back it up and soon to be an Octarine for even more spell casting, it's going to be annoying. If the 1 and 2 can actually start putting out the damage to threaten these cores, this game could start falling apart for Tundra. But right now, Liquid is on the brink, and one pickoff might be all it takes. Nisha, they got through the Lincolns.
So fast.
And the cookie to try and bail him out with the 4-step, but he's going to die still to the Bloodthorn.
Not enough. And no pipe on the Darkseer to prevent that extra damage.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Man, that was just such a fast
build-up.
Instant Bloodthorn Dragon Tail.
Well, 60 seconds is more than enough for Tundra to clear out the rest of these barracks. So, Liquid are going to have to play a 4 versus 5 here.
Yeah, I just have to give it up.
Yeah, do they do it and give up this bottom barracks and set up for top? Mickey trying to get, I don't even know what is going to save his game. He actually completes a Hurricane Pike. I don't think that changes too much for this upcoming engagement, but we'll see.
Well, Liquid are going to have to fight this without the Puck. I think giving up Megas here is a death sentence. Need
one
to land a vacuum. Gotta be Blink Vacuum Wall from Ace.
Pop the meta. 15 seconds till the puck is back up. Pure trying to force it. Nice vacuum. Caught 3. Get a bunch of illusions out. Kisses go and push Tundra back. Tundra will accept the fact that there'll just be 1 building, or sorry, 2 buildings. Range barracks is still up. 2 buildings away from Megas. let Nisha revive. They found the pick before, they can find it again, and this time around they could do it perhaps around Roshan. But if they do Roshan right away, what does Liquid do about that? Because they pop meta, that's going to be on cooldown. They've used the wall, that's not up for another 65 seconds.
I don't think you can do anything. You need all your spells to take these fights, particularly meta and the Dream Coil.
Well, then it's a good thing Tundra did not go straight to the pit. Early Roshan spawn could have screwed Liquid there.
Also, Liquid losing that gem was big. Can't give them vision security to push out as deep as they want. Security for Nisha to get these side lanes in. Who really needs his Octarine. He also really needs 25 this game. He's just behind in XP compared to Tundra's cores because they've lost the fights, but having that DB buff piercing coil would be huge for their lineup that is really suffering against the disengage mechanics from Tundra. Sure. Also worth mentioning, 33 did roll that Dezude Bloodright plus Timeless.
Throw out that Twisted Chakram. I need to see it.
He's got the extra spell amp and he's got the Mega Chakram. That boy is thick, Austin. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, there it is.
God damn.
Takes over the whole screen. All right, they threaten Roshan, then immediately smoke up. They take the high ground, waiting for Liquid to run into them. That's exactly what Liquid does. Immediate Dragon Tail on Mickey. Mickey, cookie given to him. He's going to try Manta, bushwhack after the Manta. Can they burst him down? No, Sunder goes off. And 33, once again, the recipient of that one. He's fine for now. Snowball over to him, blink away from Boxy. Meanwhile, BZM mans up with his BKB form. Goes after the kill of Tofu. Tofu has a Yules. Dodged the last couple hits. BZM's getting low. Needs to
they got the silence?
but now he's been Bloodthorn. Too many silences. The puck just cannot stand these fights very long. And now the chase. Pure trying to blink onto him. Liquid quick reactions is getting Mickey back to base. But again, it is a situation. Liquid bending, not quite breaking, but they'll break eventually at this pace Tundra is bringing. They win that fight, they'll get Roshan. High ground push will come once again.
Honestly, their execution of that fight was pretty good for the first half. Like, the way that they were going into a high ground to bat. The TB got stunned instantly. They bailed out that situation. They get a pretty good Sunder, pretty good vacuum wall. The puck insta-canceled the grip. It's just too much to fight through. And there's too many Bloodthorns for Nisha, who doesn't really have a hard save behind him. Like, you have Snowball, but that's kind of it. He got killed by the Bloodthorn from the Abat. Like, he fought through the DKs, and then guess what? There's another one waiting for you. Like, what's the guy supposed to do? So, I don't know. He needs, like, Aeon Disc or a refresher or something. Or BKB. He needs some ability to deal with all of the single target disable.
What about this? What if you flip the team fight on its head? What if you get away for Mickey to be able to be in the backline with Nisha? Because you got an Aghanim Scepter on Snapfire now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I can see that, man. I don't know if you're shooting the TB in, but
how else are you going to use this Aghanim Scepter to change the fight? I feel like, for me, that's the only way.
Yeah, shoot the TB in. He has BKB. He's not going to die.
Because right now, the break through the front line with the vacuum wall, they've hit so many three-man vacuums.
Yeah, it's not good enough.
It's not working for them. They got to get over these three frontline heroes. They got to hit the supports. If they can take them out first, then, maybe that creates enough chaos that Nisha doesn't have as many heroes breaking through as Lincoln's. He has a better chance of surviving.
Okay, I can see it, man. You can also shoot somebody in and then blink vacuum on the top of where the shot's coming.
Okay.
That's the next level.
That seems a little difficult to pull off, but sure.
Oh, okay. Somehow that's more difficult than this man proposing. I'm just gonna launch my Terrorblade and somehow just like hit Bane blind. Like,
okay,
I'm just gonna
let me
Kobe that shit into the fight and just launch that blind hit this guy from 1,000 yards. That was doable for you, but my vacuuming on a targeted AoE that you can see is too impossible.
Oh, all in on the Timber Saw. Nightmare save, though, from Whitemon. Disengaged a little bit still, though. Ari does die, and Pure's getting ripped apart, as is Whitemon. They managed to pull the supports out of the position, took them out first, and the fight seems to be going much better for Liquid than Avery's suggestion. Imagine that. Bushwhack as the buyback from Ari. That's going to be ignored. Mickey continuing to keep the Scotty slows. 33 jumps right into the middle of the hole, though. Foxy and Ace almost immediately died to all that. 33 is low. Once again, Glimmer Cape trying to save him. Okay, they got him this time, but Mickey, he has too many cores to threaten up against. Nice snowball save. Can he get off a Sunder, though? Can he get off a Sunder? No. He's going to die before the Sunder goes off. He could buy back, but ultimately, he won't have meta for the fight, nor any allies outside of Nisha, who is currently on the run. A TP out is successful, but the buildings have no retreat.
That was just some insane damage coming out from the Timber Saw that forces Liquid to react to this guy. And when you're reacting to him, this Abaddon's just existing. This Ari is just existing. DK is just existing. They're all just doing so much damage. They just wear through you. No big Sunder for Mickey. No chance to take that long fight. And I think that was a cheese pass to the Timber. Or maybe he had it, but he's getting hit by the Scotty. He had a bunch of health reduction, so it didn't do that much. It was still a very clutch play to try and keep him alive. We'll get the buyback out of Mickey. They get the Megas, everything they came for. All three of their cores are scaling. Tundra come up clutch in the game-deciding fight there.
They do. And now, I mean, they now have gotten Megas. Now they've gotten the tier 4s. Just the Ancient Liquid fighting it out to the bitter end. You've now got double cookie charges. Tofu got his 20 off that fight, 25
nice.
On the TB. I mean, the TB was putting out a threat. Unfortunately, 33
yeah, he was. Yeah,
was
he got
also putting out a
cheese.
threat, and he's got 2 other cores existing alongside him.
Yeah, that was a very clutch cheese. It's just unfortunate there was so much health restoration debuff on him. Yeah. It did not give him the punch he was looking for. And some very sick shards from Moxie. Like that initial vacuum shards that killed the Bane. Again, you find the Bane early. That's really nice. You just create so much chaos. You pop the Abaddon ult pretty early. All of that was very good for Liquid. They're just too far behind. There's just so much lockdown in this game. Like, Abyssal Bloodthorn Blink Dagger on the Abaddon. Hex on a Go Nuts Hoodwink, who's going to be cast range hexing you from a screen away. Yeah. And then you have this DK with Nullifier, Bloodthorn, Dragon Tail. So like, and then you have the Bane somewhere in the back just lurking. Just impossible. Impossible to play these late game fights no matter what your itemization was if you're Nisha. Like, I'm not even sure what he was supposed to go. You can't go Aeon versus all these nullifiers. Your Lincoln's is not good enough. BKB was probably your best option, but nobody wants to go BKB on Puck. And even then, you're up against Abyssal, you're up against Grip. It's not completely free. He is thinking about the Aeon. That was the other good option. But again, you're limiting your damage output, and I just don't think there's any good choices anymore. Like, you need the 25, I almost think you have to just kind of go Ags Daedalus or something and just hope that you kill them before they kill you.
$33 bots 2 for him and a fresh BKB. He was thinking about his Aghanim Scepter instead of fresh BKB.
Just wants to be able to survive longer if he gets caught in the middle of everything. Doesn't want to have to deal with some random Puck silence, disabling him under Terrorblade hits and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, they did finally try and all-in him first in a fight, and it almost worked, honestly.
The Terrorblade can take him down, especially if he gets Divine Rapier here. Okay, eyeing it up. That would be a game changer. You combine that with some Daedalus crits. There's some damage. If you can get to the shop and get to the gold.
Yeah. You see this quote-unquote melee Terrorblade? Doing the monocle and alert, so he's got 200 attack range.
It's pretty dank. We'll get disabled though. But Tundra, probably just waiting for Roche. No reason to try and end this game without it, but you could if you're a gangster.
And damn, does it feel good to be a gangster.
I mean, that's the only reason we all play this game. Style on some kids, you know?
I think is that, like, if you swapped out Tofu and Boxy's net worth, like, I would feel better about Liquid's chances at a comeback here.
Like a Tusk Ags or something?
Yeah, Tusk Ags.
Yeah, that's the issue. Snapfire farms really fast, but some of these games, the net, like, she can't scale the net worth into anything of her own. She's just an amplifier.
Maybe we'll see the gobble up save, though.
There's Divine.
Mickey, okay. Divine Rapier, Mickey turns that damage.
Ooh, that vacuum!
Beautiful vacuum wall that actually caught 4 there. Pulled in even the Hoodwink. Couldn't get the kill on the Hoodwink, though. And it's still the Timbersaw who's the greater threat. Despite the vacuum initiation and all these heroes grouped up, when they get close to this Timbersaw, they just get shredded.
They don't have the 25 on puck. They don't have lockdown for these vacuums. You can land all the greatest vacs of all time. There's no follow-up. They just walk it off every time.
All right, well, meta and wall on cooldown. Liquid have to do something while the rest of this meta is going on. They bought Divine Rapier, smoke up.
There's not enough time.
Pushing, trying to get something. It's not going to happen. Meta, it is now down, and Tundra are going to be the ones to smoke up and in turn push into the base. A 4 versus 5. No Metamorphosis on the Terrorblade. An unlikely hold as they take Tofu out. Now 3. Fiend's Grip onto Mickey. That's the Divine on the deck. No buyback there. And that will be the game. Tundra.
Damn.
1-0 over Liquid. Liquid just having a rough start to Blast Lamb.
I think they're having a rough start to their season, which might be a little expected because this team has gone through this before. Right? And I think for Tundra, they're playing with familiar players. They have a bit more established concept for like how their players fit together. I think that's just the big difference, right? I don't think Tundra looks 100% clean yet either, but I think it's very clear how their pieces are supposed to fit together, whereas that's still a big question for Liquid. It's like, how do the players on this team fit together, and how do they start fights? For me, it's still base boxy. Like, I think that's where a lot of the focus has been and where it will be. For Tundra, it's going to be pure. For me, I think Ari already fits with this squad. I think he's already going to look good. The lane looks fine between him and 33. I think 33 can honestly lane anybody because the guy's just such a laney beast. Like, he will probably always have a concept of what he wants to do and just tell his 4. But for me, it's pure, right? I think when he can join the early fights and be aggressive, he's going to look good with this team. If he has rough laning starts like he did at TI, which feels potentially like it's still a concern, then it'll slow this team down a lot.
All right, Tundra, 52 minutes, but it felt like pretty good control for them the whole way.
Look, a big call there coming from Avery. Feels like Ari's already sliding into this Tundra lineup. And I mean, Seb, coming into this one, you had high expectations. And I don't say this lightly. I have never seen someone have such high expectations for a newly formed roster. Did they hit it? And do you kind of subscribe to what Avery's saying where, yeah, Ari is looking really good already. It's only been one game.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I relate to what SVG said. I think they have hit it in a way, but I think it could be, I want more, you know? It was pretty dominant from them. I agree that there's still like some fine tuning to be found, but I think there were glimpses of that. Like, they played really fast, they're very efficient. Like, everything seemed to click. I think they now probably need to build their system, like obviously get to know each other better, understand, you know, what heroes are the best fits, hero combinations. This is a team that I think can go really far in the season and probably become one of the best teams this year. So yeah, a lot of work to do, but it already just like organically looks pretty good. On Liquid's side, it's much rougher, unfortunately.
I mean, for Tundra already in the clips that we're seeing, you can already kind of identify the discipline and the communication that they have installed so early on, right? Like 33 going in first on the Timber, like Hoodwink and Bane kind of playing behind, not overcommitting, like waiting for kind of the call from 33 to indicate that the fight is becoming a fight rather than kind of an information skirmish. So just the fact that a lot of these engagements from Tundra showed that class, it is of course testament to how good the individual players are. You bring them together, give them an extra month or two, then yeah, they look like they are destined to be a very dominant team.
Yeah, I mean, the flip side, I think, like Avery touched on it, but I think there's clearly somewhat of a dissonance between their players, whether it be between Ace and Boxy, or the fact that Mickey and Aiden played together for like 11 years or something, like even all the way back into Han, right? It's the first time he's laned with somebody else besides like short stints with Toby in like over a decade. And so I think there's clearly not on the same page. There were instances like where people are getting chased for 100 years and like no one is responding, nothing is happening.
I mean, every second sentence probably, who are you? Where's Aiden?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not familiar with this
that
accent. No, that's a really valid point, right? There is this longevity of it. It's only ever really been small stand-ins. And then on top of that, you're having someone that's role swapping, and they're not even hitting these stereotypical position 5s that are potentially in Tofu's wheelhouse that we've seen Insania play in the past. It would be nice to see this previous pool of their position 5 overlap with this new position 5 coming in, but it's just not really happening right now. You're sort of wondering, where are these drafts going? Where is everything connecting when it comes to the whole orchestra of Liquid?
Yeah, I think if you're Liquid, you have to just have faith for now, I think, and just believe in like, okay, we've seen the potential here. There's a lot of stuff on paper that's really good for this lineup, and they need to just keep working and believe. Because yeah, right now it kind of sucks. They're losing some games. It's not that clean. I'm sure it feels very bad for them and maybe a bit embarrassing. But I think they have to keep the faith and continue to just like work and improve and put the effort in, because there have been plenty of rosters that sucked massive cheeks at the beginning of the year and got better as time passed.
Who's willing to put in the effort though in that group? Because like what I mean is like they're all very like accomplished, and maybe some of them a little bit tired also. Like they've been grinding for a while, and I think you need that kind of fresh, hungry kind of outlook on things, or like let's make it work, let's start from scratch. Like are the players ready for that, you'd say?
I think Tofu's already stated that this roster is kind of like the one that kind of brings him back into that hunger, right? The idea that you're getting to play with Liquid. And I think the problem for them at the moment is just when you look at the drafts, I'm looking at Liquid drafts, and if you remove the Ace and Tofu, I still could see, the Saberlight and Sane is still playing this draft. I'm not seeing Ace and Tofu come into the roster and go, this is our Dota from gaming, this is our identity, let's now clash both teams together and make some like powerhouse. I'm still kind of seeing Liquid Dota with two players just jumping into the mix. And maybe they need an extra week, 2 month tournament or whatever to then change that up. But at the moment, it's too much Liquid, not enough throwing up the mix, change it up. Like we saw at least with BB when Kiritich comes in, like you see Kiritich already have like his identity stamped into BB. I'm just not seeing their identity stamped into the team yet.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of grace that needs to be given. When 33 came into Liquid, they had a really rough start. They ended up going on to win TI in that season. So it's a roster, or at least an org, that has gone through this multiple times. There's also a lot of best of ones on the table for them. Right now, they are 0-2. They've lost their 2 games today, but the silver lining is they kind of get to take a step back. No more officials for them. They get to have a look back at exactly how their day has gone, prepare for it in the future, because at the end of the day, all these teams want to make it to Singapore. That's the big key for them. They want to be able to make it there, and it's a lot of best of ones between now and hitting that cutoff.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Earth Shaker here. Slap!
It's going to be our very first arena event for Blast in Singapore. And it's going to be your first time in Singapore, right, T?
Yes, I have never been to Singapore, and I have never experienced an SEA crowd either. Everyone always says they're the best crowd in the world.
They are pretty amazing.
I have never experienced it. Until now!
Well, not now, in like,
November.
like in a little bit.
All right, sure, in like 2 weeks. But still, I'm very excited to see what the crowd's like, what all this hype is for the region. And of course, I'm hoping that we do get to see some SEA teams make it to playoffs, because I feel like a region that has had hype crowds that you both probably have played in front of, you want a little bit of that local talent as well to even amplify that even more.
Yeah, well, the good news is there's still a couple of weeks for anyone that wants to still buy themselves some tickets over there for Singapore. And there is a chance that we could be seeing some Singaporean players there as well, or at least some SEA teams, because Execration, I might be doing a little bit of a spoiler if you guys haven't been tuning into B-Stream, but they did take their best of one against Spirit. So that's a massive one. I think a lot of people may be thinking that it could have been very one-sided going into that best of one, but a lot of mixed results that have been coming out. The teams, roster shuffles, no one knows where to really put your expectations. But yeah, it's been nice to be able to see that there are those change-ups that we really don't know going forward in all of these best of ones over the next 5 days of where it could even land at any point, Seb.
I think it's like whenever regions are like more competitive, and when you never like, I think the rivalry between regions also has been a big theme in Dota. And as soon as we lost it, because it's been lost for a few years, you know, I mean, that guy is also to blame. I mean, some teams have been so dominant for so long. You know, obviously we're thinking, you know, the Liquids, the Gamings, and whatnot of the world, and I think the rise of Chinese Dota at the last TI, you know, seeing South American teams, Southeast Asian teams challenging like the top dogs, it always makes for better storylines, in my opinion, and more hype for the events too. So I can get behind, you know, the Execration train. These guys have been playing together for a really long time now, and as soon as they get enough experience and enough, like, deep enough understanding of the game, they're going to be very hard to stop.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing them in this series, right? We're going to have two very different sorts of teams. We're going to have MOUZ up against, and I might say this wrong, so please, at CCNC on Twitter, that's still your handle, right?
I don't know what it is.
Okay, well, what I'm going to say it is, if I say it wrong and tell them how to actually pronounce it, Aureus is what I'm going with, yeah.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah,
Aureus?
up against
I like Aureus.
That's what we're doing with Quinny. If we're wrong, please, anyone add us. But yeah, so that's our series here. Any words before we get into our best of one, before we see this draft happen?
I mean, I'm honestly pretty impressed with MOUZ recently. I think at the very start of this team's roster, like in the beginning of the qualifiers, they looked very bad. And over like the past few weeks of playing together, they've honestly started looking very good. I've been really impressed with Mid One. I think he looks like quite in zone right now, reminiscent of like Team Secret era Mid One, where he was. I mean, he was the best player in the world at one point. People forget that because it was quite some time ago. But he was clearly the best mid player in the world for quite a period, and I think he's been out of the the front space for a while. He switched roles like 14 times, and now he's back to mid, and I think he's looking very good. He has that like typical Mid One flair of like weird, absurd heroes that you wouldn't think of, but somehow they also fit the scenario very well.
He wants to be aggressive, and he just wants to be like the playmaker. But for Aurora, the key thing is, if they're in their region, they're losing out to Execration. They're losing finals 3-2. They're dropping the other series to them. They've not been able to make the big qualifiers as of yet. But if they're doing that to a team like Execration, who's just beating Spirit, it is a sign that that is a strong region in which I have high hopes for them. Like, I really do. I think, especially when you look at the recent TIs, SEA getting top 6, it's not been a real thing. Top 8 they can do, but top 6 is not reliable. So the fact that Execration and Aurora are kind of going at it every single qualifier within the region, I'm really hoping that when they do get to land, like here, they can show up and actually show the depth to the region.
Like, what's exciting about this team also is, like, you have Scam, you have Force, like, you have Yopaj. Like, these players have played in Western teams and with under like kind of Western leadership, which has kind of, it was like a common talking point for also the C community in Dota, that there's a lack of captains and leadership and like experience. There's a lot of talent, a lot of raw, young talent. So that's like a really good mix of like these players coming back to the region, bringing maybe concepts, ways to approach like practice or strategizing. So I'm really hopeful to what they can bring and build like a proper C powerhouse that will be on par when it comes to the strategy aspect and maybe also the team dynamic aspect of Dota.
Well, their journey starts now. It's a lot of best of one, so let's get on into it and see just how these two teams want to draft. This is it, MOUZ up against Aureus. Let's see exactly where we're going to see these chips fall, because we're talking about how SEA could be a very strong region. A lot of the time we see those players that excel move to different regions. It feels like it's very easy to have a player from there be very good. Obviously, we've hyped up Whitemon quite a lot. He came from SEA, now over in Tundra. They're doing well right now. But yeah, now can we see a powerhouse of a team actually come from them? And the journey starts now. We're also doing a little bit of fun with this draft here. We're going to be doing some predictions. Have you guys picked which teams, by the way? I've kind of been yapping. But which team do you want to predict for, T?
I put a hero down for MOUZ at the moment, but I don't know if Seb's already doing the same thing.
It's fine. You be MOUZ. No problem.
Well, you're already down one.
I'm really sorry.
What has started?
It's
So I
Aurora-
missed the first one, but it's okay.
That's
It's
right.
okay.
You don't need it. You have so many chips.
Oh, the Tusk, no! I was gonna
Did you not pick
I was gonna meme put Tusk.
Why would you not
I
pick Tusk?
because
Everyone will pick Tusk.
But I was gonna put MOUZ. All right. The reason why I was thinking of MOUZ for MOUZ is it's for Boom as an offlaner. I think the logic of Boom is he's not the best scaling offlaner that you rely on in the game, but he is the type of playmaker annoyance that will always amplify someone else to have a good game. And from mid one and how we spoke about him from the mid lane, what he's able to do, he wants a Boom in the offlane to make sure his game looks even better. So I was looking more towards the sacrificial nature of Boom to do that, but again, they lock in Tusk. Yamich likes playing the hero, no complaints. It also opens up for a lot of offlane picks later down the line.
Why do you keep thinking teams are going to just continually first pick Tusk win?
I mean, I think it's a classic counter to Chen, and with Chen being a very prevalent hero right now, then people will just naturally gravitate towards it. I also think for MOUZ specifically, Gamich is like full melee-only player. I don't know if I've ever seen this guy play a ranged hero. He's always Pudge or Tusk or Clockwork or some other random melee hero that runs around and ganks. Like, that is his playstyle to a T. I think it's interesting that Aureus first picked Chen, because I think C is typically a region that doesn't ascribe to the meta very much. They sort of pick their own thing, and I think in a lot of ways that's their downfall, because I think doing the way they do their own thing ends up being kind of bad a lot of times. They play some random Witch Doctor or some, I don't know, just some very strange crap. Huh?
What's your beef with Witch Doctor?
Irrelevant hero.
He's not very good, would be my beef. And so them picking Chen to me is like, okay, that's interesting, because I think drafts oftentimes are one of C's biggest issues, that their drafts are super inconsistent and they get mollywopped in draft, and then the game is very hard from there.
The thing about SEA is I feel like other teams from like Eastern Europe, Western Europe, they've kind of reduced the amount of emotions they have in the game, where a small problem doesn't become like a big issue. Same thing for draft. When I look at SEA teams, I feel like they're still having fun when they play the game. It sounds kind of like a bad way to describe it, but a good example for Western Europe is maybe like Spartan, right? The Greek stack. They're so emotional in the moment that they might miss the next, key point to make because they're still reacting to it. And that also happens both in draft and play. And yeah, once they can slowly fade that out, just tone it down a little bit, that's when their individual skill and their kind of macro gameplay will shine.
TSC, you've already gone ahead and picked out your next prediction.
I have a predicament.
Okay.
I still want MOUZ, so I'm not picking a hero, because I'm locking in another MOUZ, all right? Just so you're aware.
Who's picking first, though? I'm confused. Like, it's MOUZ, right?
Yes.
MOUZ is there.
Okay, so I have a little bit more time, because I'm trying to figure out what Aureus is going to look for.
Yeah, you got some time, but then you got to lock in real quick before that.
Yeah, and I'm pretty bad at that, so I should probably get ahead of things.
So
He's got dad reaction times now.
I'm throwing into the mix a little bit of Snapfire action.
Let's not get offensive here.
Yeah, come on.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
What the?
Too late, I'm offended. It's all good.
There was a point, by the way, where I actually looked on the leaderboard and I was like 100 spots from you. I was like, yes, the dad nerf. I can overtake Seb.
Yeah, right.
How did that go?
So where are you now?
I went to unranked when I got 13k, and this guy just kept playing. I was like, God damn it, man. I was hoping, fatherly responsibilities would nerf him a little bit, but unfortunately...
Let's not talk about my father. Let me just have a good time.
Let's talk about the Dota, guys, all right?
Can we not do that?
I'm sorry.
Images of diapers are flashing.
I'm going to have to go, actually.
What makes you such a good player, actually, yeah.
All right.
I think the Mars is very possible they pick it. I think MOUZ is an interesting team in that I think they have some similar, like, part of it's Immortal Faith or Celery or something along these lines, but I think they have similarities to the way we played in the past years, and I think they're quite a fast team. They're a team that I don't think wants to go super late game. They want to be, like, they're picking double melee offlanes, right? Crystallis is not like a super late game player. Mid one is playing some hipster heroes. Like, they're a team that wants to get ahead early, in my opinion, and get some momentum and start snowballing. And so I think they're an exciting team to watch for that reason.
The only caveat to that is most teams that Immortal Faith coaches, I feel, slowly become formula-based teams, where their draft and their strategy, it's like, if you do your prep, once you have 2 tournaments into the book, you know exactly what's going to be somewhat happening.
For sure.
And that is where I'm hoping, as they progress and get more experience, they can try and find ways to kind of make that playbook a little bit deeper or harder to understand. And that's why I think mid one will be a key thing in amplifying this team.
All right, well, Seb went for the Pug Snapfire combo.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, Disruptor and Pango coming out.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's good for them. I mean, the Pango, I think, is a little bit... I mean, you're a Pango expert. Would you be happy with Pango here, or... I'm just thinking Tusk is not the worst against Pango. Neither is Pugna, but I don't know how you feel about that. Are you happy with the Pango pick here when you see it?
I mean, it's okay. I think it's quite strange with Aureus' heroes. They have no follow-up damage, really. Like, Pango Disruptor are both sort of catchy bears, and Chen is 0 damage, and so you end up in some situation where, like, do you really have enough damage? Pango doesn't do damage against Pugna if some guy gets decrepified. You have a Tusk save, too. It's like, you can get blocked off with shards. Like, there's something about those 3 heroes that are a bit strange together. I also, like, Disruptor is not that strong of a laner, and you pick it into Pugna, who is a very strong laner, and so I think you can set yourself up already for potentially bad lanes.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I think it's a little bit dangerous for them. I wonder now. I mean, I can see Ursa work for them. I can see.
I think Ursa is banned.
Is it
Ursa's banned.
I cannot see it work.
I think for MOUZ.CEST, they protected mid-one's pick, right? They're picking up the carry and the offlane here to enable him. I kind of put down a puck just thinking about reacting to the Pangolier, but it doesn't really matter. Aurora do go for the gyrocopter in the end. But the thing for MOUZ is, like, their lanes are really stable, right? The fact is, like, Tusk has freedom in this game to do whatever he wants, right? Like, sure, Gyrocopter can threaten the Tide Hunter. You can chase him down with Barrage. But if you're playing on Flak instead, Tide will free farm, Tusk can then rotate away. So I'm really looking at how does Aureus want to play the lane. Because if they do it incorrectly, the freedom of Tusk can make everything else feel good. If they do it correctly, they lock Tusk into that lane, and then Tide just constantly getting ran at, playing, you know, behind the creep wave or in front of the creep wave, technically. It can be difficult.
This is our 5th game today that we're watching on the mainstream, and it's our 4th Tide Hunter.
Yeah,
what is it about this hero, and like, why is it offering
weird.
so much that teams really feel that it needs to be fit into a draft almost?
I mean, usually Tide is not picked because of the lane matchups most of the time, and then that he has like a really, really rough early game. But it just seems that these heroes are falling off. I mean, you know, Jog is usually a typical counter. It's been banned first phase in this game. Then Ursa has been banned too. And then I can't really think of other like meta heroes that are good against Tide. So he probably just has like a free lane, which, you know, leads to a good Tide game. Like, it's never... This hero is always a good team fight hero. He's very agile with the items that he can buy, as we've seen earlier in the game. So you can also adapt to whatever you play against. So your main issue, I would say, is the laning phase. And if that's not an issue now, then it's a Tide patch.
I mean, it's also like a classic Chen response, especially when you're playing double melee. Like, if you're first picking some Tusk and they have a Chen, like, the Tusk wants to be able to run around at some point. You don't want to just sit in the lane forever. And so you pick a Tide who, like, you know, the Tusk pulls some waves, babysits him a little bit. Tide gets 2 points in Kraken, and then you just let him be, and Tusk gets to roam around. It's like, it's a classic response against Chen, because sitting against this Satyr creep that mana burns you for like 12 eons is just not, like, you can't play the game like this. You just will always get outlaned in a straight 2v2 against Chen. It's not Dota.
I guess one thing as well with Tide is the game does dictate you to make plays away from like progression, where Tide, not like back in the day, it's like 20 minutes if you lost both your tier 2s and you only have a Ravage and 1 Aura, the game feels kind of wrong. But now it's like you look towards Tormentors, you're doing Roshan, you've got Wisdoms, you've got all these other things happening, that it's always inevitable that Tide should get a game somewhere, unless you're against a team that kind of ignore those actions and just keeps progressing the map. But we don't really see snowball lineups too often from teams, like breaking down everything.
So you already gone and locked in your Monkey King as last pick prediction?
Yeah, I think mid one is leaning more towards a lane counter to try and bully the Pangolier. Quinn, please don't try and say I'm wrong there. Am I wrong there?
No, that lane's pretty rough.
Okay, thank you. Whew, okay, I passed the test. But I'm thinking mid one on last pick, you see Pangolier. Like a lot of drafts today, is you find the building block that needs to do well early on, you shut that down, your draft will come online. And I think for Aurora, it's the Pangolier. Gyrocopter should be fine top. You've got Pangolier who needs to be the playmaker. If Pango doesn't playmake, everyone else is lost. You're waiting for your Gyro to get Aghanims and a BKB and, you know, Daedalus, Satanic, all this stuff. Like, you're expecting something. So I think shutting down the tempo of Pangolier is a good way for MOUZ to feel like they can enter the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking to see, like, I feel like they pick Queen, so they do pick another mid hero. So they're running this Pango Disruptor into Troll Pugna. I was worried about this because I feel like you're picking this Queen and now you're picking some range damage dealer blind, right? Because your Soups are kind of low damage, Pangos maybe low damage, and you feel like you need to supplement that some. But now you pick a hero that's potentially vulnerable in lane, and your offline may not go so well. Pango against Troll Pugna, or it sounds maybe dicey, and mid one has a propensity to like sneakily, weirdly counterpick you. You know, he's got something up his sleeve. He's gonna counterpick.
And not only are you low damage, you're also dealing with 2 saves, right? Like with Tusk and Pugna, so it's gonna be even harder to kill.
Where's the Husker? I literally was looking for Husker. I couldn't find it. Can I please have a chip? Where is H? Where is H?
You should have said it before.
I should have said it, but I didn't want to interrupt your point.
G.
Oh, thank
and
you.
before I.
I'm locking in now.
If you do your best Husker voice line, I might give you a chip. Did you even know a Husker voice line?
There's some iconic ones.
I play with hero
Wow.
Yeah,
voices
same, but I
turned
know
off.
That's like a lot of excuses in a row.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
You
what
deserve a
I'm
chip.
saying. That's what I'm
With this
hearing.
many excuses?
Okay, you know what? It's fine. On my
I can't find the Huskar. I play with no sound. It's like at some point you're not gonna get the chip.
I get it. I'm not going to try and defend myself, but I promise you, in my integrity, on my honor, I was thinking of Huskar.
Okay.
I couldn't find it. H is a hard letter to
true.
find in the alphabet, but I don't mind skipping on the point. It's
I mean,
okay.
honor has been summoned, so I don't know.
Give me a little bit of analysis about it, right? Maybe you can convince me a little bit more here.
All right, see Queen
That's
of
how
Pain.
Seb won me over last
All right, Queen of Pain and Pangolier. You need to shut down this flexibility, right? Both of the heroes can go to mid. If you try to pick Monkey King to counter Pango, Quip goes there instead. What hero can counter both of these heroes and prevent the flexibility of Aurora? It's Huskar. Both of the heroes don't want to play into it. You get Burning Spear to the face, you get sent back home on a plane. You're not going to Singapore, right? You're going home to whatever country you're from. So Huskar is that double anti-flex hero, but I'm illiterate and can't find it on her tablet. So
I'm going to need to confer the second judge here. Does that sound about right there, Queen?
Huskar, good.
yay!
All right, T, off camera, I'll give you a chip. All
I
right,
respect
but let's
that, thank
listen
you.
to some more final words about the drafts here from Seb.
Problematic for Aureus. It's looking good for MOUZ. I think it's a really good tight game. It's a good Huskar game. It's a good troll game. They're gonna play versus Chen, so there are like the Chen timings to play from. But besides that, I don't think they have much going for them.
Well, it just sounds like we're all in on the MOUZ camp here. Great draft. Let's see if they're able to execute it, though, as our game is ready.
Rough time getting Huskard again on stream A, man. This is beginning to be quite the little tale of the tournament here, Avery.
Yeah, it really is, man. People just be getting cheesed out here. No respect for the Huskar. Everybody thinks they can play into it until they get burning speared to the face. And then they wish they banned it. Especially in a BO1. I feel like getting Huskar in a BO1 is so much worse than a BO3. Because you can't just chalk it up to, oh, we got Huskar, move on. Like, there's nothing to move on. You just took the L. So it's especially brutal in this format. People got to be looking out for it, man. And, I mean, mid one, I think this guy will literally play any hero in the game. Even if he can't play it well, he'll still play it. 'Cause he just doesn't care. Like, he'll just play it and he'll make something work with it. He's just that kind of player. So you have to kind of expect anything can come out for him. I'm not even sure what mid one's signature heroes are now. Like, he had them back in the day when he was in his prime on Secret, right? But yeah, he's kind of branched out since then. He's played some off lane since then. He's come back to mid. It's kind of been all over the place. So I don't know. It's probably still the same pool. Like, his Kunkka was pretty signature back then. His Puck was. But I do not think of him as a big Huskar player. Nonetheless, you get it last. It's a pretty good Huskar game. And you got that Pugna to back you up. You've got a Snowball save. You've got a Troll to give you some Roshans in this game if you need some extra help with that at some point. He's got a lot going for him.
You know, I have my question marks, and I think many people did about this MOUZ lineup. For me, the question mark, I'm actually okay with kind of like everybody on the roster. It's mid one for me. And it's not really a question that's going to be answered anytime soon just because mid one's history. Right, he was a player who was like the best mid of the regular season, and I don't know, what year was he playing on the Secret that he was so good? Was that like 2019 or something?
No, I think it was
that early? Okay.
It was like 2017, 2018 or something.
So in that area, he was actually crazy good during the regular season. It just came time for like the biggest tournaments of the year, and he just, didn't really show up. Now, it's been a long time since then. Maybe he's, changed as a player. He's developed more. But that is, I guess, my biggest concern about this MOUZ lineup. But they obviously have already done very well for themselves in the regular season. Managed to do pretty well at Fisher.
Oh, they're cooking something. This is definitely an interesting squad. Kind of an eclectic group of players. I almost view them as one of those like reject squads that we talk about sometimes.
Yeah.
It's like a bunch of dudes who've been kicked from other top European teams. So now they're like, just gotta hear and do it themselves. And sometimes that works. Like, you have a lot to prove. You're very hungry. There's a lot of motivation in the squad. A lot of cohesion because you're all kind of in a similar place, right? It's some of these squads you have like some multiple TI winner and then a bunch of new dudes, and sometimes it can be a little weird. But I feel like these guys are all on the same page, they're all in the same place, and that can be a huge benefit to try and build early synergy, early momentum in the season. So I think they have a lot going for them, and people should not underestimate them.
Now, well, they did pretty well for themselves at Fisher. Unfortunately, it looks like their start here at Blast, rough start as they lost to Na'Vi. So they're currently down a game. Would love to be able to even that up for day one score.
Well, to be fair, I'm pretty sure Na'Vi is like the literal best group stage team in the world right now or something, so.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not even kidding. That team destroys group stages.
They do.
They don't have the experience to go super deep on LAN yet, I think, as we saw, you know, the 2 big events of the year, but man, those guys are very good. They play very fast and aggressive, and they just own group stage. So, no shame.
From Yamich there. Just full commits. Dives under tower in order to get the kill. As a result, he walks away with first blood before he then dies in turn. But first blood going to MOUZ. Good start. When that'll help, you know, that off lane in the matchup against the gyrocopter. Good amount of magic damage there. Could potentially threaten this off lane duo. But the extra gold there. Combine that with a Huskar matchup. Win in mid. 15 and 13 denies from mid 1. Nice grab there from Yamich. Not that they're going to be able to kill Tims with it, but that was a cute shard.
I will say, I don't think Mid1's playing this matchup as aggressively as he could have. Like, I think Yopaj is getting a lot more here than he deserves. If Mid1 gets equilibrium and you can kind of control the hills, there is no dagger ability. And what else can you really do to fight this guy past, like, the level 2 and 3? I don't see it. I think Mid1 should continue to open up this gap. He was just prioritizing denies over like full lane control. But we saw this matchup earlier today, and we saw how destructive it can be if you get like a good block into a nice positioning early. So I do feel like Yopaj got the better of this matchup early on. And he has a very solid start. He's going to get double water rune here too. He's got a lot going for him right now.
That's true. That goes a long ways. And then we haven't talked about this top matchup, but the Troll Hugna versus Chen and Pango. Once again, we're going to see Chen in the off lane. What's with this trend?
Who knows, man? These guys just want to play Chen, and they want to dodge some of these weird matchups. But honestly, we also saw this earlier today, right? Chen Pango. Saw it from Falcons.
That's why I called it a trend. It has to happen more than once.
I guess so, yeah. I mean, he is a very strong lane secure hero.
Not assuming they're going to run for it, and he will get out of there thanks in large part to the afterburner facet and the early boots pickup. He is just fast enough to get away.
Meanwhile, if we go back to mid lane on Dire Secret Shop.
What are we doing there?
No, the Dire Secret Shop. Yeah, back to the way.
That's where the mid lane
back to mid lane. This is where mid is now. This is Yopaj's life. Dude, he's TPing on the tower for him.
Oh my god.
Oh, he's gonna get him too.
They will kill him. If he managed to get away, that would have been disastrous for mid one, but instead mid one will hold his advantage with the pickup of inner fire at level 5, and soon he'll be 6. The Quap will have to start looking at some side lanes for recovery.
Yeah, very good start for Yopaj, but this matchup always catches up with you. And I don't know about you, man, but I feel like Pugna is a broken ass here.
I'll lightly agree with that.
I don't know why we have not seen this hero more. Every game I see this hero, especially in games like this, where you're against a bunch of spellcasters with not a lot of like burst physical or backline jump or good nullifier buyers or something, like if you don't have a lot of counters to this hero, I think this hero just loses.
Natsumi is not fast enough this time. They'll get the extra kill, perhaps, as snowball onto Tims.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, slowed down with Gush. He's very dead. So this off-lane duo has taken over now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, honestly, I thought Yamich, I think he looked really good when he was standing in for Nigma Galaxy. And people were like, we kind of want Nigma to keep this guy because he was performing so well. So he'll find another spot here and already proven his worth early on this team, I think. This guy just makes stuff happen. I can't even point exactly why, because I don't think he has like a signature style. I mean, maybe it's like melee fours, like his Pudge and stuff, but I think he's just a very intuitive player. He's in the right place at the right time, always squeaks out of the laning phase, rarely has bad deaths, which I think also
They got him. Glimpse back. Celery not able to get back through the gate fast enough, and Gyrocopter, the carry that it can actually do magic damage to get through the Decrepify, will be able to get the kill.
That said, I am still worried about this lineup playing into the Pugna, because I think there's a lot for the ward to do, and there's a lot of these heroes do not like playing into him or having to focus the ward down. Gyro is like maybe your best option here, but I don't know. This hero with farm is insane. Like this hero with Glimmer plus something else in like the 2000 HP he can get to with the 15 talent. It's such a terrifying.
Level 6. And a glimpse send away on Celery, isolates Chrysalis. He got off Decrepify though, and maybe that's just enough to bail him out. They're still gonna go for this dive, but that's given time for Yamish to now TP in. Chrysalis trying to juke his way through the trees. Tim's lost sight of him, caught him for a second there. Now chases after him.
Oh,
he doesn't really have the mana to put a spell on him though. He's not like gonna be able to right click him down, so Chrysalis is home free. Tim's not blocked out, but the shards will be able to retreat. Got a serious response out of MOUZ, as they got mid one to go to the side lane. Massive win for Yopaj in that regard.
I mean, if I'm mid one, I just want to finish my armlet, start hitting towers or farming ancients or something. I don't want to mess around with this nonsense. Like
it does feel like he's being pulled away from, like we watch Falcons play the Huskar. The Huskar kind of like sits in the lane for a while longer and gets to those basic items and then takes over the game a lot more thoroughly.
Yes. I don't like this style where you're chasing. Like, this gives recovery time for your lane matchup. You're not pressuring towers. You're not farming as fast as you can. You're sitting in the triangle or whatever. You're delaying your armlet, which is also your fastest farming item. Like, it's just slowing everything you're doing down, and you are the linchpin of this lineup. So you're slowing the whole game down in exchange for 1 or 2 extra kills on some of these cores that are not even bad matchups for you. Just does not feel worth it.
And Yopaj, he actually comes up to this top lane because he got a shield rune. Somehow Yamish, I mean, you got to give it to MOUZ. They're making better use of this tree line, that's for sure.
I mean, they have destroyed them on this tree line. I will not debate that.
Many an ankle has been broken up here for Aureus.
Ankle cemetery. They're
and
gonna
they will
defend it
actually
again.
contest as the tower gets low. Natsumi turns, tries to fight. Snowball pickup, dodges most of that ultimate. Now he's locked inside the kinetic field and gonna be ravaged. A lot of magic damage with Walrus Punts, knocking him up. Natsumi,
Man, not dead.
Gush, that's still not enough. 80 HP, boom. He has a little bit more mana. He just needs to be able to hit the anchor smash. He was too far away. Mid-one is here on the other side, though. Hits it with the Anchor Fire. That will finally finish him off. Nico, shield crash, double jump, big shield, but you're fighting into a Huskar. He has infinite damage unless the Sunway pulls him up. It's so close, but he got off an armlet toggle. Mid-one stays alive, and now Yopaj will pay for trying to kill a Huskar. Blink away does him no good with the damage of time with the spears on him.
It looked so good for Yopaj and ended so bad. A very close fight for Aureus, but it's just a tough push. Maybe not respecting the fact MOUZ would come and defend this tower again and how bad this Tidal is. I mean, he is ginormous in this game.
He's a big boy.
He's about to finish up his item here. I mean, a bold push. You want to use the Gyrocopter strength, but you don't have Rolling Thunder yet. Nico. Level 5 on the Pangolier.
Yep.
He has nothing, man. It was the risk of this offlane. It's just not that strong on an offlane no matter who you put up there. Especially against Troll Pugna. Now you are considerably far behind, especially with Vlad's done on the Tide. It's going to boost up the Huskar, going to boost up the Troll. You already have some healing from the Pugna. I will say that little heal creep, the little hill troll that the Shen had, did a lot of work in that fight, because that thing has a passive AoE health restoration amp, and that gyro was healing a lot off just like wand and regen and all this random passive heal.
Sure. How much is it?
That thing actually, it's like 15%.
Okay.
It was significant. Like, I was watching this guy's HP, it's just going up. Like, Natsumi tanked a lot. That thing That's an extra 150, 200 HP in some cases.
Damage pulled out of position by his snowball. And Yopaj hoping for a punish here at Sonic Wave, but did not get Yamage low enough to commit for the kill. And obviously can't really chase. And you know the Huskar is on the other side of things, so they just got to dodge for now.
I feel like I've seen this game before.
Yeah. Bit of deja vu for sure.
Yeah, Huskar versus the Queen. Huskar didn't win this lane as hard as the other one, but you just don't have the capability to kill him around the map.
Radiant's bottom tower
And
is
he
under
just drives the game.
Even worse, I think, for Aureus than Yakult Brothers is I feel like their lineup is more designed for early game momentum, right? Gyrocopter, Chen, and Disruptor are not supports you want to be on the back foot. They are not good at reacting to things, right? They want to be the ones setting things up. Chen wants to be strong enough that he doesn't have to ever retreat from a team fight. You want to be using glimpses to get those extra kills. And as it stands, all that Radiant is going to be is walking away from fights.
I would tend to agree with that, yeah. Like, my only issue with Chen Disruptors, I think they both want to do very different things. That was a defensive Sonic Wave, not what you want to see here.
Regen will keep them alive, though.
Like, I think Disruptor wants to play a kill-oriented game where you're running around, forcing the issue, glimpsing people back. You have powerful frontliners that can disrupt enemy formations. And Chen is just a hero that creates a frontline that's indomitable, and you take the fights by forcing objectives, so the enemy has to go into you. And both of those things cannot simultaneously be true. Like, you cannot be grouping up, taking down objectives with Chen, while running around glimpsing heroes back into killers. Now, I understand there's some synergy in, like, you know, Disruptor will give Chen catch, which he lacks.
Yeah.
But I think the way you use the Disruptor catch does not feel great for Chen. Like, Chen cannot help you really use Disruptor catch other than just pushing waves in and farming and scaling, which is fine. I mean, that can work.
I guess I was thinking about, like, he has the killers from his cores, so then Chen translates kills into towers for you.
Yeah, but I guess my point is, like, can you actually kill to translate it into towers? Because your support duo is so low damage. And, like, how do you kill somebody in this game, for example? How do you kill them?
Yeah, that part I would just chalk up to being a Huskar problem. Because
I don't think
your best
I don't
killer
think
is
that's
Quap, and Quap is matched up against a Huskar, so.
I mean, that's a big part of the problem, but I do not think that's the whole problem. Like, I think they would have had this issue in a lot of games. There's a lot of heroes in Dota that can do similar things. You know, like Huskar obviously is the most extreme, but there's other heroes that you can, like this Tidehunter is not that killable in this game.
Yeah.
Like, even if Queen has another 2,000 net worth here, I don't think your ability to go on this Tide and kill him easily changes that drastically. Same for some of the other tanky cores with some extra sustain behind him, or like if there were an Abaddon in this game or something. Like, I just think having these super low damage support duos, it puts you in a precarious position where if the early game does not go your way, it's very difficult to make moves. And then you're pretty reliant on scaling.
Yeah. No, I'll agree with that. I think it is definitely a weakness you're posing in the draft that can be exploited a lot of different ways. I'll agree with that.
Like, what if they just buy pipe here, right? Like, what if this Tide buys pipe? Who punches through the pipe? He is buying
right
pipe.
now.
So I guess we'll find out.
Whole lot of anybody. We've got Crystallis on Natsumi farming back for the Aghanim Scepter. Diffusal Blade is done for Nico, and he's trying to get to his Blink Dagger, but all this is going to be too slow to stop the mid-tier 2 going down, and now Roshan going down. So first Rosh of the game, clearly in MOUZ.CEST's favor. And, well, they're going to smoke up between Tims and Nico. Is there any
feel like
chance?
they have to contest. They have a lot of AoE for the
fast
mid.
enough with the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, they can absolutely take the fight if they get there in time. I mean, they have Rolling
Yeah,
Thunder,
Roshan is gonna die
Gyro,
before he gets
Disruptor.
there. But if they maybe don't
Got
grab
bashed.
just fast enough, maybe he can get it. No, he grabs it just instantly. Midwan got his hands. Oh, and a Ravage. Thrown out just before the Static Storm. That gives Midwan the time to armlet toggle so he doesn't die to the Sonic Wave, so the Aegis is not wasted. Nothing is lost on the side of MOUZ.
No, Nico just chilling in the pit. Interesting. Yeah, that's all your AoE around the pit, but you have no damage. Life Drain, Pavis, Trolled, Huskar regen. The Vlad's done on Tide, Pipe's about to be done. Nobody can just sit there and trade, so you're really reliant on spell damage burst, and if that does not click, the fight's just kind of done, and now you're going to get your basic because you don't have ultimates. Don't really think you can do anything about it either.
Glimpsing back into tier 3, mid one says, yeah, that's where I want to be. Keep hitting this tower. They've got not only an Aegis, but they also have a constant sustain source if they want. Pugna could start healing up Huskar if they go on him and don't burst him down right away. And all that Aureus can really do here is trade for towers and farm. Trying to take the mid tower with the Chen creeps right now. In exchange for a full lane of barracks, possibly 2.
Radiant's middle tower.
They're not even, I mean, they're going to get the tower with the Chen creeps there. But it is 2 lanes of barracks.
Don't have Sonic Wave, I don't think you can fight.
All right, they cut the wave, so there's backdoor protections back up. Second lane will stay up for now. For now, unless they die, unless they get caught. Yule Scepter up in the air. Inside the Static Storm. Oh, he got outside of it, so he got off the inner fire. He got the silence of the Gold Punch. The Gold Punch is still able to get a blink away. Not too far away. Chrysalis almost caught him with some axes there. Meanwhile, Mid One standing in the middle of all these heroes shrugs off damage pretty easily.
The man don't care.
Not good enough burst damage, and the Cauterize Facet was doing some work there, and the regen he was getting.
I feel like I'm watching Gaming Gladiators 2.0 or something. Not that they're the upgraded version, but like this is... I'm starting to think this is just how Celery will always play Dota. Like, because of his hero pool. Like, he will always play these Chen, Enchantress, Pugna, Crystal Maiden, whatever it is, and just tell his offlaner buy auras and go. It's the secret sauce.
It's a good formula right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's cohesive. It catches people off guard, and if you're not ready for it, you just get run the hell over. That's what we are seeing here. That's just gonna be like Megas at 20. This is disgusting. Megas in a single Aegis in the first one.
We're seeing a lot of, you know, they're up 10k, so, you know, that's a big part of it. But 3 unkillable cores once again.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Falcons, that was their MO for the longest time. Win this TI, now postseason TI. Seeing a whole lot of strength cores. Tidehunter has come out of nowhere. Knocked up in the air, silence, Nico. No chance to get off a Rolling Thunder here. Maybe they can get Yamich in return. He does get bursted down. Natsumi is not doing the worst damage. He's got his Chrysalis and a Demon Edge.
The man don't care.
Ravage goes out there at the same time as the Rolling Thunder, so they're pushed away by the Rolling Thunder. Couldn't really take advantage of the Ravage there, but the buildings are still the problem. The buildings are almost gone. Even if they do manage to win this fight, Megas at 21 minutes, not
good
even,
luck.
is a death sentence.
Good luck with that one. I don't even know if there is a lineup that can win from this position anymore.
No, I don't think so. At this rate, the way the Huskar continues to challenge them, it's going to require the Fountain to kill this guy.
Yeah, I mean, that's just
called Aureus.
It's an out draft, man.
A very, very fast game, Tundra. Or excuse me, MOUZ. Take it over.
Yeah, a complete out draft. Like, we can sit here and say they got Huskard, but I honestly think that draft had issues without the Huskard because of the way the lineup's set up. And I think one of the things you have to think about when you get cheesed that hard is like what allowed them to cheese us that hard, right? Because cheese just takes advantage of something that an enemy draft lacks severely. Like if you last pick Broodmother and they have no AoE clear, then Brood becomes a good pick. It's not necessarily how strong Brood is in the meta, it's like you just have no AoE clear, so the concept's broken. Huskar's one of those heroes, and I think Aureus just lack a laner against it, which always helps, but they lack consistent early game damage because their support duo is very low damage, offlane Pango is very low damage, Gyro is all, like I don't think Gyro helps their lineup because he's all low single target, right? He just splits all his damage across the fight. So you buy one pipe and everybody's invincible. Like it doesn't even matter if it's a Huskar mid. Pipe yeah, just ruins your lineup. So just a very severe outdraft here.
Rough loss for Aureus, but we will see them again later on today on the B stream. They'll be playing last series against Execration.
That one is definitely going to be an interesting one to tune into because it's happened already before for some teams. You just kind of get husked. You got to be careful in these best of ones, T. There at any point could be a hero that comes out that you're just not going to be prepared for. That kind of just breaks apart what you had built for yourself so far.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel bad for Aurora because they had, like, they stayed true to their identity, but they just weren't respecting what other teams are doing. Once again, it's like we had the Falcon situation earlier today, and now here, like, they're picking the Pangolier, they're picking Corp, they're respecting the Monkey, they're not banning the Huskar. It's like, you have to ban the Huskar there, like, in reality, right? Yeah. Or, again, this is probably Quinn's point later on, but the foundation of your draft can't be so exploitable, right? Like, that's, just, I think these best of ones, they're really showing teams that have bigger depth. Welcome, by the way. Welcome back. I hope you had a nice break.
I was looking for chips.
You were
but I could not find them.
It was like an Easter egg hunt. I'd kind of like scattered them around everywhere, and I thought this game was going to go a little longer. And I said, Seb, go on.
I went to buy some chips, but I could not find them. Since I can't guess properly and get them for myself, I thought I can cheat the system, but
no.
Yeah. So unfortunately, though, I am going to have to take a chip away because you were.
Oh, that's how it works now.
Yeah.
She has full creative freedom.
I actually was given full creative freedom over this. So yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to have to work really hard to try and get that one back, Seb.
It's okay. I think I can do this.
All right. Maybe you can give me some post-game analysis about this, MOUZ Aureus lineup. Obviously, we've already talked about how rough it was. You just sometimes get husked. That's how it is.
Yep.
But that's a big shout out to MOUZ to be able to draft that way, to still be able to come through and execute it.
And even like mid one Huskar, I don't think is like a player-hero combination I really think of. So I'm not surprised he plays it. I think he's a very versatile player and he plays like a bunch of stuff. But yeah, if that's another hero you have to worry about when you play versus MOUZ, I mean, that was probably the most dominant performance we've had so far.
Yeah.
I mean, the Falcons one was too, but I just don't like when Huskar is meta, to be honest. Like, I'm not so excited about Huskar. I mean, you are.
I was going to say, this is the complete opposite.
Yeah, but because you're on the right side of things. Like, I'm always on the other side of the Huskar, so it's not fun to play versus Huskar. Like, this is like a killing the fun type of hero. It's like it's just pain from beginning to the end, so.
That's true.
I mean, the thing is the hero is not that giga right now. But people just keep blind picking Queen and not picking any damage on their soups. And then, yeah, Huskar is insanely good because the soups can't do anything and the guy mid can't do anything. So he just has a free game forever. But, like, to me, like T mentioned earlier, they picked Disruptor Chen first two heroes where there's neither of them has a nuke. Yeah. They don't have, how can these two heroes ever kill anything? Especially if you don't have last pick and you're gonna get countered on mid. Like, that is what's gonna happen, right? They're saving mid for last pick. MOUZ tends to save last pick for mid one because he has the biggest hero pool, the most versatility. And so if you know that's coming, then you should be picking something more robust, more like just general early game integrity than just leaving yourself open to just get heckin' pounded like this.
But that's where best of ones, again, it shows the class of a team, because in a best of one, you need to have your checklist, right? Like, depending on the meta, like, is there Huskar players? Are there Brood players? Like, again, maybe old school, like, are there Brood players? Are there Tinker players? All this stuff. You have to have your checklist. Is, like Quinn mentioned, is your draft strong enough that you can play against anything? And in your bans, you can't ban an even lane. I feel like your bans always have to be for the losing lane, for the big problem that you have. Like, if you're banning like an Ember, who's going to go 50-50, like, why are you banning a hero you're going to go 50-50 against? If your problem is getting out of lanes, ban the guy you're going to lose 100% to. Don't ban the 50-50. And I think that's just where some of maybe the infancy of this roster, like the lack of like big time exposure that this full stacks had, is maybe shining a bit. But yeah, the draft just didn't cut it.
Yeah, it's a rough one. There's not too much more to really talk about it. Right? It is very easy to just sit here and be like, that draft was rough. There wasn't too much more that could happen. They did try their best there. And so the only thing we really can do is just kind of keep moving this along, because a lot of best of ones need to occur today. We've done 5 out of our 7 so far. And our next one coming up is Spirit up against Aurora. So that's a really fun one to touch on, because Spirit, having already played today against Execration, they lost that. That's a series I think you could have looked at, Quinn, and been like, yeah, I think this is going to be a nice little warm-up for Spirit. Come into it with their roster change, now not having Miposhka, having Panto in there instead. But it didn't go that way. There's a lot that needed to be learned for them from that one, and a very quick turnaround time for it too.
Yeah, and I think like Spirit, for instance, last season, right? They had a couple people step out. They had Utoro step out, and they had and Satanic step in. But to me, I actually think those are less big changes than this is, where Miposhka takes a break, because I think the way this team plays is always very sort of defensive waiting. Like they're farming, they're chilling. Like you come into them and they're posturing and they're moving and they're responding to what you're doing. And Miposhka is the biggest part of that. The way this guy like reads where you're moving and stands on hills and looks at you as you walk in, he's like the best player in the world at this, at like seeing where you're moving and being ready for it. It's incredibly impressive the way he wards all these things. And I think that is a skill that is very hard to build and is also a team skill. And to just slot someone in like that into this playstyle that is a very specific, very skillful, difficult playstyle to manage, I think Panto has massive, like boat-sized shoes to fill.
And on top of that, I would even argue that there's like the lane synergy between Miposhka and Yotoro. Like I've laned against these guys too many times to my liking. It still haunts me at night, and they have amazing synergy. They can make any lane work, and you can tell that it's a team like effort. Like that's why they also have the freedom to pick the heroes that Spirit like picking. Like they usually pick for the game, for the team fight, and then they make the lane work. So, and obviously Yotoro is like so important for Spirit and how they play and how they strategize. It's mainly around him. So if he cannot pick what he wants, or he's restricted by the synergy he's been able to build with Panto, or he has a really rough start, it's gonna hurt Spirit like even more. So big shoes to fill for Panto.
Should I triple down on this?
Well, I was going to ask a different question.
I'm
that's
down
somewhat
to,
related
finish
to,
him.
right? You might.
Finish him.
It might be a triple. Wait, I do want to ask it in a different way though.
Okay, sure.
Is that something that both of these have now mentioned that is a time thing? Like give it 1 more month, 2 more months, and you can see that those
Can I be
shoes-
brutally honest here?
Yeah,
No
of course.
sugarcoating?
Of course.
No. This is something that is muscle memory and how you're kind of crafted through playing the game. A lot of what Miposhka does is not a conversation overnight. It's through playing for multiple years, from understanding the kind of the nuance of where to place a ward, where to stand on a high ground. Like you don't teach someone that over a short period of time. Like if he plays on this roster for 2-3 years, maybe Miposhka is coaching him, sure. But like I've not seen Panto emulate Miposhka's gameplay at all. Like he's a very different support player. So for Spirit, this version of the roster will be a different style. Like Spirit is the best combat team in the world because of the things that Quinn mentioned, because of the things that Seb mentioned. But for it to work, you need all of it in harmony. Without the Miposhka positioning, the smoke breaking, the warding, the dewarding, you're not going to have these epic moments because you don't have the setup, the information, everything around it. So I don't think Panto is going to instantly emulate Miposhka at all. I think it's on Spirit to understand what type of sport is Panto, and then you can try and mold the team slightly differently. Because if you try to copy paste, you are just going to be, second tier below and emulating something that you can never become.
And at the same time, I mean, maybe it's also just unfair to like expect that much from Panto, right? Like
Sure.
from whoever, because at the end of the day, it is up to the other Spirit players that have played with Miposhka and learned from him for so long to step up and do part of the work. Obviously, there's still going to be more to be done, and Panto is going to bring his own stuff too that they might learn from also. So yeah, I think the responsibility very much should lie in the 4 others and the staff around the team, because we've mentioned how they had to make stand-ins like comfortable, like we talked about Satanic with Falcons. It's pretty much the same for Spirit. They have to put him, like set him up for success instead of being like, yo, we used to play with the best captain in the world. He's won TI twice.
That's pretty
he's not here.
demoralizing.
It is you.
Yeah.
Make it happen.
Yeah.
Of course.
100%. I do want to, then talk about the other 4 in a lighthearted way, because I feel like we went very heavy on the expectations for Spirit. They've only
Hopefully
played
Panto's
one
just
best
not
of
listening,
one.
right?
Yeah,
Like,
don't watch this. Don't,
Just do your
Panto's
own thing.
moms, I'm sorry.
Oh, that was, it was,
She'd
it
have
was a bit
texted
of
him,
a
oh, by
tough
the way, I
one.
have this great thought.
Yeah, by the way, just a nice
No,
thing.
you do
a
you
fun
folk.
little
Be
trivia fact,
Miposhka.
right? You guys have been a bit lackluster when it comes to guessing some of the heroes in the draft, so I thought maybe I'd throw in some more questions when it comes to it.
Like,
You're just
2.
taking that away
We've
from
done
us.
5
Obviously, it
games,
looks
guys.
bad
We've
now.
done 5
here.
games, all right?
You took like 7 from me
Do
already.
you guys know the highest amount of deaths Yotoro's had in a competitive game before? Like the number of deaths. Why
I
did you think about
He doesn't take another
steal
one.
them.
I learned my lesson, dude.
Most of our deaths, Yotoro's
He
had.
doesn't get
13.
close to these.
13.
Okay.
13?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could. Yeah.
Well, you can't pick the same
You
number
gotta,
because you already
really?
picked
it's like
Yeah.
closest to,
Okay,
It's like the
sure.
Price is Right.
Well,
Yeah.
12.
No, because
You need 2. I mean,
no, you're right. Yeah, 13, 12.
I'm just messing with you.
14.
Yeah, it was 13. I don't know why I let you guys.
Yeah.
There you go. There's your very
Coin
first-
me.
Oh, you
That-
guys have
that's-
worked it out.
Yeah.
I do not. That was trippy.
No,
No,
no.
I had a premonition. I could feel
Okay, do you know what
Yotoro's
event?
bald head like waving into me.
Okay.
Wait, what?
If you can guess the event
The
and the
event?
year,
The-
I'll give you another one.
It cannot have been TI, can it?
It will
I
be-
think it's 2024.
You're already wrong. Shut up.
What?
Well, that doesn't leave with a lot of other options. It must have been this year, 2025.
Nope, already wrong.
Oh, come on.
It's 2023, surely.
Please don't mess it up.
Maybe it's 2022 and like they got maybe he got mollywopped on like Yellow Submarine or something.
Oh yeah, they were looking at a stat from like 10 years ago or something.
Yeah, they found some like relic.
2022 was only 3 years ago. Can I put that out there? It wasn't 10 years ago.
So it's 2022?
It was 2022.
Okay, it's 2022.
Event.
That's impossible.
It was a Beyond the Summit. All right, we're going to move on. I feel like we're going to linger a little bit too long there.
What? Beyond
the Summit?
Beyond the Summit?
It would have been like a Eastern European
Oh,
DPC in
DPC.
2022.
Ah, DPC. Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
that was done by them.
I don't know
It
if
was
it's
against
Pro.
Virtus Pro.
Huh.
Yeah.
Which one? The Nightfall one?
Do you want me to pull out every roster that ever existed in 2022?
Yes.
Question. It's only fair we ask something.
Yeah,
Right. See how it feels.
Yeah, that's valid.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, I can't give you that answer, but I can give you guys the next team that Spirit are going to be coming up against. That's
That would be
Aurora.
much more interesting.
It is going to be much more interesting, much more relevant too. T, do you have a fun fact?
Will he have more deaths than that time in the Summit DPC
I
tournament?
thought we
don't
just
think so.
transitioned from that. You don't have to bring us back into it was such a hard work to put in.
It really was. It really was. Thank you. I appreciate that someone out there understands the hard work here. Yes, because Aurora, they've had some interesting matchups. Some change-ups for their roster there, right? We've talked about it. This org used to be an SEA org. We saw them exit that region, form an Eastern European roster, and now it feels like both of those worlds have collided because we do have Makoto and Oli now joining the likes of Nightfall, Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira.
Yeah, I mean it's a bit strange. I think especially for people who are expecting, like a lot of people were expecting Mira was going to go to Spirit, or some other team is going to form, or there were a lot of rumors at TI that Aurora is completely disbanding, or I don't know, you just see and felt a lot of tension. So I think it's especially weird from more of an inside perspective. It's like I thought this team was going to explode or completely dissolve. So the fact that 3 of them are sticking together is very like, oh, I see, interesting. And they've grabbed 2C players like we talked about earlier. It's a strange combination of things, and so I think much like Spirit has. You know, like they're going to be a different team. I think Aurora will also probably be somewhat of a different team. Like it's so much outside stuff. They have a new coach now who is like on Liquid, and so he has Liquid's opinions, and they have C opinions. It's like I forgot about the whole KP angle entirely.
So
like,
many things, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like 14 angles, some rodendahedron. That's not even a real shape.
Yeah, there definitely are a lot of different sides, a lot of different angles out there. For me, the language barrier, I think, is one of them. But I do want to ask you, Quinn, is it more of a shock that it was those 3 players that stuck together or that they got 2 SEA players when you look at the roster?
I think it's somewhat surprising that. I mean, I think it's weird that Nightfall and Toronto keep playing together after like the Birmingham Trueside or whatever, where they're just like yelling at each other. People are like, "Shut up! No, you shut up!"
You're the one that's bringing in the bad atmosphere.
Yeah,
That's us in the green room.
Yeah, exactly. There's good things, no cameras back there. No, it's like I think that's really surprising to me. Like I feel like those are some high tension players.
But since then, they have shown that maturity of like they've got over it. Obviously, they clearly respect each other's opinions now, maybe not back then. So I think it is surprising they're still together, but they are players that have such a grasp on what they want to do. It feels like this team is like what BB was when they first formed. They're expected to win events or at least get to the final day, but they're not doing it. And it is just inevitable that they're going to get there at some point, as long as if they can stick together through the down points. And this is a very weird down point because picking up 2 SEA players, I don't think anyone had that on their bingo cards. But I think as a core 3, the idea of what this organization should be, I think as long as they can continue going through it, they will eventually get to, the correct recipe. These aren't players that will, eventually just fail and just the project's over. I think they if they stick to the project, they will find success.
And in this matchup in particular, it's pretty funny, right? Because like Panto is now, like they kind of know each other's really well. So there's like a lot of intricacies and like, past relationships between players. Obviously, you have Mira and Toronto on one side, ex-Spirit. So they know Yotoro and Collabs pretty well. I actually sat down with the Spirit players not so long ago for content, and they were talking to each other. Like they're still really good friends with each other, all of them. I asked Toronto how does he rate. I asked Collab, sorry, how does he rate Toronto's position 3, and he just smiled. So I don't know what that meant, but so there was that. And then Mira was saying that it was really hard for him to lane versus Miposhka because all these thoughts in his head instead of just playing the game. So now he doesn't have to lane against Miposhka. Maybe that would be better. There's like a lot of but very good banter between each other. They all still very good friends, and they know each other's like by heart. So that comes into play in these kind of games.
I think that's even more of the interesting aspect where it's like you're throwing in 2 SEA teams. So it's just like now there is that difference of like something new thrown into the mix. So whilst you're familiar with a lot of people on the other side, now do you have an unfamiliarity that's an advantage.
Yeah, it must be really strange for Spirit because they've played so many times in qualifiers and a million tournaments, and they've like these teams have played like with each other and also against each other so much, and then now it's like you said, it's like, oh, there's 2 C guys here. Like, what's even happening? Like, I've seen this matchup a million times in qualifiers, and now there's just 2 random guys that have like never played with each other before. It is like it's super weird. It's totally altered that dynamic.
Are you guys leaning one way or the other when it comes to this best of one? Do you go, ooh, I would give the slight advantage to Spirit or Aurora?
On the fence. There's too
Yeah,
much.
wow, you're really like genuinely 50-50.
The loss of Maposka and the addition of a whole new region, it's like this a confused team and a lost team kind of battling it out.
Where yourself, Seb?
Wait and see.
Okay, you don't even want to
Not
just throw
committed.
something
Welcome to
out
the
there.
fence, my brother. There's room for
please.
three.
I'll
Quinn.
get off the fence. I
Yeah,
think
thank
Spirit.
you.
I think
Heavily Spirit?
I mean,
Or you only like
Percentages.
just got off the fence?
no, I'm like,
hands on
I'm
the
like,
fence.
maybe I'm not like running across the yard like on the pavement, but I'm like in the yard. I'm not like rubbing, like leaning on the fence.
Right. All right. So you're very much in that Spirit camp or yard, however you want to coin it there. But either way, let's get our best of one drafter ready. Well, with the change up in Spirit, they lost their game earlier today. Aurora, a similar sort of thing when they came up against Na'Vi. And Quinn, because you were the only person that was willing to pick a side here in this best of one matchup, I'm going to give you Team Spirit to predict their draft.
Thank you. I would like to be in their yard.
Okay,
'Cause I believe
you're
in
fully
their
in their yard. You believe in them. You get to try and predict what's happening on their draft. And T, that does leave you with Aurora.
Yay.
I
Yeah,
love Aurora.
I love Aurora. Yes.
I'm going to read out the bands for you guys so you don't pick any band heroes. For Aurora, they've taken out Nagasire, Nature's Prophet, Monkey King, Snapfire. And for Team Spirit so far, it is Marcy and Abaddon. With the third yet
So-
TD.
Chen is still in the pool. Both teams have played it throughout the tournament. Could be
Yeah.
an easy first pick for Spirit and first correct prediction of the day for Quinn.
That's what I'm putting on the board.
Ah,
They
the
banned it. What do they? Do they pick too fast? That's messed up.
That is
very
kind of
fast.
messed up, but that's the name of the game.
Chen ban into Mars. Back to the basics. Collapse Mars. You know what
Okay.
can go wrong?
Where's P? Pango, P,
What are you
Pango,
after?
P, Pango.
He wants Pango.
I am blind again.
Well, it wasn't
late.
Pango, so it doesn't really
It's
matter
okay.
anyway.
There it is.
Really early Ursa by Nightfall.
That is. I mean, Nightfall
Could it
has
be
2
Flex?
heroes that he
Yeah.
very much likes.
Yeah.
Ah.
One of them is banned, so he had to pick it, or
Yeah.
it was Bad News Bears.
So in previous Blast Slams, when Aurora was playing, I came in here early and wanted to hear what the vibes were like. When Nightfall was playing, the heroes that you mentioned, he was the most vocal player I've ever seen. When he wasn't those heroes, he toned it down by like 40-50%. Like he was like calming, but he wasn't like, do this, do that. Like my guy just levels up when he's on these heroes. Like I've never seen a player change his like intensity based on the comfort of his hero.
Yeah, Nightfall is a known mic user for sure.
Yeah, no, he is, yeah.
I think the Mars makes a lot of sense though. I think they lost with Chen in the game they had earlier today. And I
Okay.
think Spirit is. Chen has always been a very hit or miss hero for them. Like Smposhka was a great Chen. I think Panto's a great Chen too. But in terms of their play style, it doesn't really fit them. They're not grouping up pushers. Like that's not what they want to do. They want team fight. They want spells. And when you pick Chen, you lose with it. I think Spirit's also a team that's like, okay, this isn't working for us right now. This isn't the style we want. Let's do something else. Let's get our spells, get our team fight. Let's play in a way that we're comfortable with. And I think this fits them a lot better.
Which I think is also a little bit surprising because I think of Aurora as being like a rather slow team also. I mean, this might have changed with the player changes they made, and they probably, you know, have a completely different style now. But revealing your carry that early against Spirit, I think is a little bit scary because Collapse doesn't really strike me as the guy that struggles in lane. Like he usually always has like, he's the closest thing you're gonna have to Amar, right? Like these are offlaners, they have their hero pool and they kind of always get out the lane pretty stable. So I don't think you like having the plan on punishing him that heavily doesn't function. And now you're just giving away your win condition, or like you're scaling to Spirit. I think it's a trap you don't want to fall into when you face that team.
Yeah, I think when people talk about like how you counter Spirit, it often does fall into like you think about the team that has the best matchup against them, and it's extreme. And why is that? It's because they pick scaling against them. They're okay to go slow.
Like
go
team fights, you know, like carry matchup, these kind of things. And when you reveal Ursa that early, I think a lot of it goes away.
To counter that though, I think Spirit, on the
Can't
flip
counter
side,
that.
okay, you can't counter the Ursa, or
You cannot counter
point-
Nightfall.
the game's
Pay a
done.
chip.
try.
You have
All
to pay a
GG.
chip to counter that.
Yeah, exactly. The point you cannot counter it, so don't try.
I see. Okay.
Sorry. You were gonna say something smart.
All right.
actually,
Just
I
to
could
be
tell.
clear, in the last 3 years, how many TIs have we all won? Exactly. All right. Yeah. Thank you. We're on the
Sorry,
same board.
I didn't want to forget. Thank you for doing so.
I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut.
don't
If I
worry.
say anything, I will get in trouble.
No, so with Spirit, it's like, I fully agree with the team fight. It's like trying to scale to match, but also Spirit can sometimes be too greedy with their concepts, where to get online, they need the brilliance of the positioning of a push that we already mentioned, like all the small things. So if that does go crumbling down, you can outpace them, you can break them. It's like, historically, Liquid Gaming would do pretty well against Spirit, just for the fact that they can overwhelm so much.
Yeah.
I lost the hacking coin flip on the melee hero.
I was
They
about
always
to
pick
say,
Bounty
you were
Hunter against
looking-
Warlock.
You were looking so intently. What did you?
I picked
Don't
Bounty
pick.
Hunter.
Don't pick Jakiro. It's banned.
Oh, what? Jakiro's banned? Why everything's banned,
Yeah,
man?
yeah,
Bro,
it's unfortunate, brother.
I feel like you lied on your resume. Were you even actually a pro player?
He wasn't the button clicker. It's very different, you know.
He was not the draft. We need like CY in here or
Yeah.
something like that.
Bro, what 5 heroes even are
What are
there?
you looking for? What hero are you looking for? Say it out loud.
No, I'm not looking. I just don't know what they're gonna pick.
Okay, all right. Well, then maybe Seb can give us some insight into what they could pick. He knows a little bit about
Are
it.
we talking Spirit or they can
Well, we
pick
were
Hoodwink.
Spirit, but
Hoodwink
yeah.
is a good pick.
It's 5 Tusk.
No, but I mean, like I kind of like the Tusk. I thought they thought about it also for the Warlock, but turns out it might be a Hoodwink 4 and a Tusk 5. So never mind that idea. I think, to me, I like Hoodwink with Marsh. Like it synergizes well with these heroes. I'm just surprised that they picked Hoodwink into Warlock, and I kind of want to. I hope it's a Hoodwink 5 because I don't think it's that good of a lane. I don't think Hoodwink is particularly good against Ursa. Ursa is a very high armor hero, so the harass you bring doesn't really do much. And you also don't want to really be stuck in the lane against Warlock and Fellbond, so yeah, it's a little bit surprising to me. I think we might see a Hoodwink 5 and a Tusk 4, which fits much better.
Ringmaster, where is it?
I can't tap Void Spirit. What's happening?
T is like crashing
let me
out right
pick
now
Void
because
Spirit.
apparently he
Let me
doesn't
pick
know
him.
the alphabet.
Let me pick him. I want him.
Who?
Void Spirit. I want to touch him. But
Okay,
Oh.
okay, maybe let's
Where
don't
is
clip
Ring?
that. Let's-
Oh,
Well, it's already been picked,
have it,
T.
right?
Instead, you get the luxury of talking about it, despite the fact not being able to pick it.
it's fine. I'm really bad at picking the thing on the thing, but Ringmaster was going to be the option because you have a lot of, big jump that you're trying to explode a hero with, right? It's the Mars Arena, the Spear, the Tusk jump, the Sharpshooter. You combo break that with Escape Act.
Do you mind the Mars facet? Like, the fact that you
division.
can't save? Like, does it matter anyway? Like for Ring or?
It does matter for sure. It is 100% something you have to play around, but that's where I think the puck of the Ursa can also shine, because if you jump the puck, the Ursa can just jump in and not care, and then you can buy time. Like there's ways to prolong the fight so Ringmaster can eventually shine, maybe not instantly, but at some point. So Ringmaster would have been a good pick.
Mother.
Yatoro Broodmother. I think he's been playing at a decent amount in pubs.
Really?
It did cost me some MMR. But I think it's like a hero that's getting a lot of traction on position 1 right now. This Brood hero. It's pretty standard item build. I think they go for either Orchid into Manta or Manta first. Like it kind of depends.
What allows Spirit to be able to pick up Broodmother here, though?
I wonder what they look at, because usually you pick it to punish offlaners. You kind of want to see your offlane matchup. In this case, he does not. So I wonder, could it be a Brood mid? Is that even a thing, or is
I
it?
don't think
completely
Laurel plays it.
Yeah, and I also heard that it's just not that good on mid right now. Like that's what people say, but maybe Brood is just a good matchup to Ursa. Like I could see it.
It's a very good matchup against Ursa.
Yeah.
I think it's also very good against their soups, and it's quite
Yeah.
good against Puck too. Like it's a super good Orchid game.
Yeah,
Um,
it really is. It really is. Like the gate aspect also to kick Ursa out of
It's
that
very
area. Like it makes sense, and it scales greatly. Like this hero actually is surprisingly strong in the late game, under the in the right hands.
So it's a lot of pressure on Toronto Tokyo, right? To find an offlane hero that can deal with the spiders, that overwhelming kind of early game pressure, because you need to get Ursa and Puck to a point where they can survive the Orchid that you're mentioning. So Toronto Tokyo, it's like his last pick, he'll see everything, and he has to lock in the perfect anti-Brood hero.
Yeah, and as Quinn mentioned, like these supports also needs to be protected. Like there's like a lot of things you need to fix on this Toronto Tokyo pick for sure.
But that's not what I picked.
Massive draft issues, I would say right now for Aurora.
I picked Dragon Knight.
Mine's bugged. I picked Tide, but Slark's showing for some reason. But I'm thinking Tide for Aurora.
Like you're
Ignore the Slark. That
making it roll up.
yeah, I mean yeah, maybe I'm just going crazy.
Tide is a pretty good one. I would say that You know, they have the break from Hoodwink.
Slardar.
This is most likely a mid
That's better than Dragon.
Slardar. Like,
Yeah, it's mid Slardar.
Lord Hero versus Puck. Pretty good versus Ursa too. You get to burst the Ursa. They have a lot of follow-up to the Slardar stun. Good with Brood. Allows you to take Roche now. This was a lineup that couldn't threaten it. Tormentor. I like the Slardar pick a lot. I think it's going to help them with the objectives, and it synergizes really well with the other core heroes they have.
You say like synergizes, but what about it synergizes? Like why the
Like
Brood
the
and
Slardar ulti, like the Amplify. I mean, Brood obviously is like a only heavy on physical damage.
Right.
She just wants people to be stunned, basically, and controlled so that she can kill them. And she's not the best at getting objectives. I mean, Tormentor and Roche with Slardar is just going to be happening in a split of a second. So I like that. And Slardar is just good against Puck and Ursa. These are heroes that are very, very squishy if they get stunned. And you get stunned by a Slardar with Shard, you just explode.
But Slardar also needs information to take the fight. Like, if Slardar's your only initiation, you have problems. And here, it's like Brood with the Spiderlings or Sea Heroes, maybe the Tusk or the Mars will go in first. And then at any point, Warlock or Puck or Ringmaster show for a second, that's when the Slardar will connect, right? If it's an even game, if it's a snowballing game, sure, he can just jump in first. But there's so many layers to pick off and taking Roshan, all these little things. So yeah, it's a very well-rounded, very scary lineup for Spirit.
I think also, like, you look at Aurora's heroes, against Spirit's heroes, you would want auras. You want, like, a Solar. You want Greaves. You want stuff to get rid, like, you know, diminish this physical. You want Shivas. You want all these types of items. And it's not that easy for their supports to buy them, especially if you have Brood Tempo moving on you. With, like, this overwhelming physical damage on Spirit. Between Tusk and Hoodwink, they both have physical damage. Mars, like, it's a very physical damage-heavy lineup. And it's, apart from Solar, it's not that easy.
If there was a better, like, bit more teamfight to Aurora, I'd look to Lycan. If you just howl, you mitigate the Slardar damage, like, all this stuff. But it's like, is your draft strong enough to enable the Lycan? It doesn't deal with the Brood at all, but
you need a little bit
you need more presence, like the Tide Hunter, right?
Underlord, like, is it banned? I can't tell. I think it's not.
It's available, yeah.
I think
I prefer Tide,
historically,
yeah.
it's very bad against Broodmother.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I could see that.
Just put the root down, he just walks around it. It's like, no, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a tough pick. It's a tough pick for Toronto.
Tide is somewhat reasonable.
Tide feels like the safest pick, and then you can go a bit more creative, but I don't think their draft enables that creativity, but...
There we go.
No, the Tide makes a lot of sense. They need some hero that can shirk off the, like, random, you know, amps and all this stuff. They took mine away!
I'll give you one later.
Thank you.
They're under the table. I can't.
No, that's right. Here you go, Quinn. No, I won't do that to you. But
thank you.
Off camera, I'll take my chip.
All right.
I mean, I think it's a decent last pick, but I think I'm gonna go ahead and say that this Tide is not that easy of a Tide game. Like, these heroes that are like low-key good against Tide. Like, Arena is very good against him because damage dealers are gonna, like, usually Tide you struggle because you can't keep him in place. You know, like, it's about stunning him, but you don't need to stun him if he's stuck in the arena. The Brood can just, you know, just kill him, basically. They have the Hoodwink break. I think Tusk can be decent against Tide. It's an overwhelming amount of damage. They have ways to deal with Tide, in my opinion, like between Slardar, Brood, Tusk, and March. So, I mean, it is a Tide. It's been dominating so far the group stage from what we've seen.
Yeah.
This might be slightly different.
Okay, this is going to put Tide really to the test because we've seen him picked in a lot of different positions against a lot of different lineups. Now, is it going to be that oomph of an overall last pick where you feel like you're a little bit stuck? What are some of your thoughts, T?
I think overall, the aggression from Spirit is it's hard to deal with. Even though there's a Tide to front line, you can get around him quite nicely. The speed in which you can get information, Spirit could utilize really well. And I think that information is critical in this game. When you have Ravage and Golem, and on the other side, you just Slardar initiations and arenas. Like, information will break this game. And it feels like Spirit just have more ways to get critical information.
I've been in Spirit's yard since the beginning of this game. I'm still in their yard. I'm cracking open a beach chair, putting a little table out there, and cracking open that watermelon and having a feast because
that sounds fun.
Yeah, nice.
Spirit's taking the dub.
I'm still on the fence. It's nice up here. It's quite breezy.
Yeah, you like sitting out there on the fence. Quinn not leaving the Spirit yard. Seb, has the draft shifted you?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Spirit.
Okay, all right.
Join the watermelon.
Yeah, it sounds better. Sorry, defense is, it hurts.
Okay, well, you guys can enjoy that party over there in the Spirit camp. We'll see, though, if they're able to bring your dreams to fruition here, if the draft is enough for themselves, because we're going to head on into our second last best of one for today. Spirit up against Aurora.
Yatoro Broodmother, something that he has been cooking up a little bit in pubs lately. I'll be honest though, I watched one of these and I saw it, but I did not expect it to make its way into these professional matches just because this is not the first time the Yatoro has been cooking the carry Broodmother in pubs. He did so a year ago, and it didn't really turn into anything. I don't even know if he actually played a professional match of Broodmother when he was playing it in those pubs. But either way, it didn't turn into a big thing. But new season, new Yatoro, playing safe lane Broodmother. Back then, it was like the Hurricane Pike Manta build that people were going for. Now it's the Orchid Manta build. Avery, what do you make of the carry Brood? You believer?
Hero is definitely spooky to play against because it still has some of those old Brood things with like the web walking, the spiderlings that can cause these single target supports a lot of issues. Really tough hero to catch. Like she does these web walks across these new cliff lines, right, with the water into the ancient camps and stuff around safe lanes especially, that makes the hero kind of funky to gank for certain lineups if you don't have like a Storm Spirit, or Puck can be pretty good, or Spirit Breaker. We don't see these types of heroes a lot. So I think some of that stuff makes her really annoying. And obviously she has the extra sustain in the safe lane from like the little extra heal, plus you're sitting under a tower and then you get a mischance applied. It just becomes really annoying. She has the bonus move speed. So all these little things add up. And of course, Insatiable is a ridiculous spell as the game scales with the shard later on. So I think a lot of those things make the hero really scary to play against. But sometimes it feels like she doesn't do anything at the same time. Like she gets farmed and then she goes in the fight and some enemy carry just jumps her and beats her ass. And you're like, oh, okay, well, there's my carry Brood, you know? And I think she is, I think there's some rule of spiders in Dota. Because this hero reminds me of Weaver, where if you die twice, your game's just over. You cannot die on this hero. I think
so
dying
cats have 9 lives, spiders have 2. Is that what you're
Yeah, there's some rule like that. Like, you can be 18-2 on Weaver, you're going to lose the game. If you're 18-1, you'll win. You're allowed like 1 death. The second death is you're right on that fence. And if you get a third, you're done. I feel like Brood's in that same category. I can't even tell you why. It's just, that's how spiders live their life, you know? They fly close to the sun. The brightest candle burns the... What is the saying? The brightest candle burns the fastest.
I'm not gonna lie.
No.
I almost fixed it for you, but you so rarely miss that I kind of just enjoyed sitting there listening.
For some reason, my brain thought it's the brightest candle burns the brightest. And I was like, that doesn't make any... I mean, that's true. My brain said that's true, which it is true. The brightest candle does burn the brightest.
That is very true. Yes.
I think that's Brood for me sometimes, but sometimes the candle dims, you know. So see what Yatoro can make of it. I think maybe he also felt pressured because we saw how successful Satanic's Broodmother was.
Okay, you think Yatoro is under the gun? He's like, oh man,
yeah, for sure, dude.
My mantle of best carry in the world is under threat.
He's like, this guy played for Spirit. He's the new Yatoro. Everybody on the streets saying that. Yatoro he's shaking his head. No way. I'm the only Yatoro. But then, you know, Satanic, he got higher placement at TI. So then maybe he is the new Yatoro.
Yeah.
So now you gotta start stealing heroes from his pool and playing better than he does. So I think just a little bit of that. Little carry.
Told him, I need you to play like Satanic, and I'm not coming back to the team until you prove you can.
Or maybe Maposhka said, I need you to play like Satanic, and well, Maposhka's gone, so we know how we know how that one works out. Nobody tells Yatoro who he's supposed to play like. Flip side, I think this is I actually think this is a pretty solid Ursa game. I know there's some issues of him playing in a slaughter where he can get bursted, but I don't think the burst is that fast because Brood is not a carry that jumps in. He's a carry that just kind of goes in, so you should be able to pick your marks if you're Nightfall. Like, you're not going to get jump amped and then some Sven jumps you and you're just gone. And I think the man fight, this is one of the carries that can man fight the Insatiable later on. It's a hero that can be annoying for Mars to jump if you ever get the ult off or you get Ags later on especially. And there is always a couple bailouts from the supports depending on, you know, the blood sport from the Mars interaction. But I think Nightfall has a decent shot at carrying this game. As long
Are you going to go so far as to disagree with our panel and actually favor Aurora? It's okay, maybe you don't want to favor them anymore. Laurel just got the kill on Makoto. Makoto stuck around on his orb for too long, didn't jump to it. Now Laurel gets the kill and double water runes. Meanwhile, Panto He kills Mira. Toronto Tokyo's taking a lot of damage to the safe lane.
Why did he run
can
back?
address the Broodmother and the Spiderlings, but the straight up, if you don't have spiders and you just are hitting Tide, there's also nothing Tide can do to threaten you back in the laning phase.
Also, Brood is not about the Spiderlings in terms of the laning phase.
Yeah,
So
exactly. Yeah.
you're not doing a lot there. The matchup's good for Tide, but you're not going to shut the Brood farm down.
No.
That's a big component. Was a nice
Later
pickup
on,
from
you're gonna kill spiders. You're gonna have the anchor, the dead in the waters is a nice pickup against Broodmother. Like there are a lot of things that Tide does well against Brood, but it is not a lane winner against Broodmother guaranteed.
You're also just not as good as you used to be if you don't land the anchor smash on the hero. Like clearing the spiderlings is fine, but you really need to make sure you're sticking on the Brood in the fights and anchor smashing him and reducing his damage with the Insatiable and all of that. And that can sometimes be tricky because again, the Brood can walk over cliffs, he can kind of pick his moment, he can kite in and out. I think that's the style you're looking for with the hero. So maybe Dead in the Water helps you, as you said. You have some good interactions, but it can definitely go both ways. Very even laning phase, though. The pickup mid was probably the biggest one in here. Laurel pulling ahead of Makoto. I think this is a really nice matchup for the Slardar against a low armor hero that's really susceptible. The Slardar shard's great later on if you can catch this puck. I still think this Slardar is pretty underrated in general. But I'm alone in that, so I've given up.
Clearly not. Team Spirit picked it up for you.
Yeah, they do. They're actually the one team that plays this hero a considerable amount. And it doesn't always go that well, which is kind of concerning for my Slardar propaganda, but I still believe in this hero. This hero is just bonkers in the right game. Yeah, he just runs people down and mows the game over. Becomes incredibly tanky, does an insane amount of damage, and he enables your other cores. What's not to like?
Wait, is this the right game for it?
I think that's the issue people have in general, is figuring out what good Slardar games look like. I think there's a lot of idea from theory, but in practice, it seems way more hit or miss.
You want to know what I just heard about that? I just heard you basically say, I don't know if it's a good Slardar game, but it's okay because pros don't know if it's a good Slardar game.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. Okay, I'll give more definitive statements. I was just trying to say I think a lot of pro teams are confused as to what makes a good Slardar game, which is why we don't see the hero as much. Because it's kind of hard, I think it's hard for most teams to look at a game and go, this is the Slardar game, you know? Like, this is a Huskar game. It's super obvious, right? But Slardar, I think, is more confusing. For me, I think it's... Honestly, I prefer this hero mid than the offlane role, which we see a lot.
Okay.
Because I think he needs solo XP. I think is a huge deal for this hero. He abuses the fact of the river in mid and the rune skirmishing. And I think he's a hero that you want playmaking supports around, and you almost treat him like an Ember. Like, I think you run with him, you abuse the fact he out-skirmishes anyone in the river, he fights the mid matchup he's going to get, and you play ultra fast like that. And I think the games where you have the capability to do that, he shines. And so that, in that sense, I think the good mid matchup, the lack of early lockdown, and the lack of early damage to kill him makes a good Slardar game more than, like, oh, he has this good core matchup. I don't think that really matters.
So is it a good Slardar game or not?
Yes, I think it is.
Damn question.
Yes, I just answered it. I said he needs all those things, and I think he has all those this game. He has the good mid matchup, he has burstable heroes, lack of early control on Aurora, and he has supports that are really good at playing around it. Like, I think having something like Hoodwink or Snap with this hero makes a huge difference. Did that answer your question, sir? I didn't know this was the final exam of Dota.
It took 4 minutes to get there, but we got a definitive answer. I felt like I was going to have to bring a lawyer in.
Yeah, maybe you should next time, man. The way you ask questions, they're very leading. That's all I'm going to say. I feel like I'm getting entrapped, you know?
Team Spirit, they've been getting kills around in these lanes, but they haven't actually broken forward with a significant net worth lead, despite the score being 5-1. And despite the attempt here of Panto to try and get in there to steal the Wisdom Shrine, it will just be split across the map. Dude, Makoto just does not... He doesn't know how to handle this Slardar, man. He's like, he thought this curveball facet was going to win him the lane, and it is not proven to do so whatsoever.
There's not much you can do in this matchup. Slardar, I think, will always free. You just sit in the river. I mean, gank him, I guess, but he's a tough hero to gank. Early raindrop, wand, fairy fire. Treads makes you 1300 HP. You have high armor.
Yeah, the fact that you're getting a bonus 2.5 HP regen, 3 armor, and 8 damage just from the jump, from level 1, you're getting that. That's a lot of stats to be getting early.
And you're always going to have the level 2, right? So it's good. It is good. And that's a huge difference for me with the mid Slardar versus the off-lane.
Well, Rue, well, may have done a nice job with the shards, but Mira's there on the other side and claiming a second kill for Aurora.
Man, even brought Nightfall to contest the strength of this Slardar. You got to bring 4 heroes, secure that rune for Makoto. It is a good one, Arcane Rune.
Nightfall coming back in the lane. Does still have the enrage. Get the chain stun. And Nightfall make a run for it. Collapse still holding on to the arena. I mean, he's got another spear back up. Surely tries to just blind it. Mira dodges away from his former partner in the offlane.
That's a hamburger spear for sure, dude. Too many hamburgers.
Notice that. What is that?
Who knows, dude? Too many hamburgers missed the spear. And a Dota right there.
Up here in the safe lane. They got to bring in some reinforcements. Call in the Tidehunter. He's going to pop the Ravage. He will. Catches the Slardar in the act, and now Snowball up. They're on Ollie right now, so they are going to be fighting this one out. Slowed down by the Gush. Laurel, he's not going to make it out of here. Despite the shards attempted from Rue, it was very good shards. Makoto was able to keep up, and thanks to this Arcane Rune, he can keep looking for more. He's got a coil again. And with the orb coming out, and in fact, Collapse, I feel like that was a bold move trying to bail out Panto. He might have died as well. Makoto kind of could have kept going there and tried another orb kill.
You gotta respect that Arcane Rune puck. It's just nasty. You do get the return with Yatoro having some space. He'll claim a tower even through the tide. But kind of a janky fight for Spirit there.
Yeah.
Like, you have all this Slardar power, but you're fighting away from the river. He gets bursted down off of a big ult committal, just outnumbered. Not the best fight for Laurel at all. And now you're going to lose another support. Nightfall is cooking right now. This guy is in zone.
He's all over the map.
I mean, if I'm Yatoro, I'm just saying, yo, team, please stop feed Ursa. I'll carry.
We'll see if he can actually carry on this Brood Mother. He is going to be rushing the Orchid before the Manta.
Very good Orchid game. He gets it up quick here. I mean, it can do some serious damage against this Ursa puck.
Scary. Mira jump scare. It goes back up.
Dear God.
Immediately surrounded by spiders. And that is one of the things this Brood Mother can do. You hit level 6, you get a bunch of spiders, you go through the gate. And that safe lane tower is easy pick.
I mean, also this feeding frenzy just chews through supports you can isolate with all these spiders. Like, it's not even funny. So, yeah. If the tide's not there to clear it out,
and forth, right? You have control of 2 different ancient camps if you could just keep abusing the gate. It does cost you a lot of mana to do so, but that's part of the Soul Ring. Immediately,
if you die.
As soon as Yatoro shows, Snowball pickup, dodges the Golem drop. Nice Snowball. Still going to be surrounded by some heroes here, but Yatoro, thanks to the free walk-in, will be able to get through the trees. Rue, he will not have the same luxury. Makoto will chase after him and get that pick off. Still, though, Yatoro's going to cut the next wave, try and stop this tower from going down.
That bought a lot of time. They're going to keep Mars in.
Collapse is going to come in. The Mars, they really want to defend this safe lane tower. And Collapse, he's going to have a beautiful arena to do so. The Ravage goes out, but the arena has already locked these heroes in a cage. First is the toss down, now it's the tide.
And you always have that break for him, too. You got to keep that in mind. Like, you can lock this guy down, break him, and then spear him or whatever. You have capabilities to man up on this tide and keep the corrosive haze on him as well. Like, that's the nasty part. You break him, amp him with the Slardar. You can just absolutely obliterate him very quickly this game. So you cannot play too aggressive here if you're Toronto Tokyo. Like, you have to play aggressive enough that you create a front line, but not so aggressive that they can just isolate you and kill you super fast. There's also Tusk with Tag Team and Punch too. Like, this is not the freest Tidehunter game. The panel was talking about it. You know, was there a better pick? It was kind of tough to find something. I think Tide was the conservative pick. It has some good things going for it, but it's also very burstable. Like, Arena messes with him, the Break messes. Tusk is a great matchup. Slardar can be a fine matchup if the Sardar's ahead and just has like BKB and just runs you down. So, yeah, kind of an awkward game for Toronto Tokyo, especially with what he's going to try and itemize. Gotta look towards that Ursa, man. Cruising towards that Battle Fury. Gonna have to do some heavy lifting here.
Especially with the Puck's game stalled out a bit. He's managed to get some of it back through these kills. He's only 300 behind the Slardar.
And there's that Orchid. Like, Blink on Slardar, Orchid done on Brood. The anti-Puck items are starting to come online for this early game.
And they still have the break for Panto. So they put all the pieces together to kill a Tidehunter. There goes the break. Still not enough, though. Yatoro.
Yeah, Toro did not go in.
Yeah, he just straight out did not.
It's like, you guys got it. I'll just watch.
I'm confused. I thought the break meant he was going to come in with the Orchid and boom, got him.
I think he just felt that gank was not going to work no matter what. Just didn't want to make the move for it.
Okay, all right. I mean, I would understand like not taking that risk if Ravage was up. You know,
I think he's dead here.
Coil's gonna be up in a second. Oh, Makoto chooses not to use it there. Ravage was coming up. I thought that was worth the go.
The thing is, they don't have a lot of follow-up damage. Like, you'd have to Ravage him into Golem drop, and he might still get out. It's kind of close. He has Wand Raindrop. Then you don't have ults for a long time. I don't know. That's an iffy play. This tower's low anyway, so you're probably gonna get it. Though Yatoro lingering around. He wants some food for his babies here.
Working on Mira, but Toronto Tokyo protects them. Anchor smashing. Meanwhile, Nightfall had been playing up in this site. He thought about coming through the gate a couple of times. Collapse and Laurel. They set up on the high ground, managed to find him farming those Ancients. And now, with no bear to worry about, a lot of the damage goes out the window for Aurora, and they're just going to chase down as many heroes as they can. Nice bushwhack catches Mira, and I feel like the Tide might just die as well here. Yule's up in the air, and now that he's the last one left, they can take their time, see if they've got the damage to kill him. Puck still around. Panto can't really commit. Sharpshooter on cooldown, so Toronto Tokyo will be fine.
Oh, they got so much across the map. These two bruisers, man. The crush into the stun into the spear, and you're gone in 2 seconds, because that ant with the God's Rebuke is it's overwhelming at this point in the game. Like, no one's surviving that damage. So these two together, you throw Tusk on there as well, that's where this lineup just strikes so damn hard with the last pick Slardar.
And that crush is about to get even more potent. It's level 12. So minus 15 armor. You're talking about negative armor for every single hero on Aurora.
Just insta-buys the shard too. I think it's great here. Like, just get it up as fast as possible. Start laying these amps into everybody. Even if you die, you're gonna win the fight if you land 2 or 3 of them.
I mean, it's so sick because it works with their supports too. They happen to have like not too many supports that do a good amount of physical damage, but these are 2 of the best. Tusk, Hoodwink.
Oh. Only 1 point in the Acorn for now, but still something.
Yeah.
Nightfall. Potentially go down here again. Gets caught.
Bottom tower has fallen.
He's running out of camps to farm, so you know he doesn't want to just sit here doing nothing. So he's going to go for the lane. And that's when Team Spirit might try and strike. Catch him from behind. Catch him while he's in rage. Not up. See if they can burst him. Collapse. Did not want to commit for it. The support's now on the run. Rue. He'll be the victim of this. Aurora Did rotate 3 heroes up here to help Nightfall. Oh, and he's still got the neutral creep denied. Are you kidding me?
The Croaker delivers. Triple TP top to watch him go down to the Croaker. Brutal.
That was pretty rough.
And this is not a game you want to end up chasing people around if you're Aurora, because the Brood pulls ahead.
And you pulled so many heroes like Laurel and Collapse are hunting on the other side of the map, because if you pulled all those heroes up there, that means anybody they find together is isolated.
Gives confidence for Yatoro to move in here. So, overconfidence?
Seems like it.
Okay. Nightfall says enough is enough.
That's really dangerous because it's an Ursa lineup. This is around the time Roshan is open for the taking. You've got a heavy minus armor lineup on one side, and the other side has an Ursa. Whoever gives away one too many kills in this early mid game is going to be giving up in early Aegis, and that can start to snowball things.
The thing is, Spirit do it faster, but Aurora's AoE teamfight around the pit is kind of disgusting.
Yeah.
They have Ravage, they have Ursa, who can basically sit in the pit solo. So the jump isn't that easy. And then you have Wheel of Wonder, Golem, Bonds, Coil. Like, man.
I got to the Ursa. Burst him down. Oh, did you see how much that punch did, man? He had the corrosive A's on him, and one punch did like 60% of his HP.
I can tell you how much it did. It did 570 damage.
That's pretty good from a
No, it did
support.
420. 420 blaze it damage.
Oh. Wow. And straight to the Roshan pit with the tag team, and again, a whole bunch of minus armor and physical damage. Roshan is very easy for them.
Yeah, that was the one pickoff you just couldn't afford to give. And you cannot bait the Ursa on these lanes. There's just no way to get ult off in those scenarios.
Funny part is that the kill has to happen so fast because one, it's an Ursa within rage, but then they also have a save in the escape back. That's supposed to be the advantage of the Ringmaster pickup. Oh, Panto shoots himself up over the cliff area, dead in the water on Collapse, but now the shark blocks out the bear. Beautiful coverage there from Team Spirit. Yatoro even coming in and just threatening Nightfall a little bit to make sure that everybody on Team Spirit is able to retreat successfully. And now Yatoro's thinking about seeing if he can get a response out of Aurora even further. Still
And we have to hold the BKB on Collapse. It's really valuable here. 9-second BKB doesn't have to defensively pop it. Now they can go make a play right away instead of having to wait. I mean, you mentioned the escape back, but it's kind of the issue with Ringmaster. This spell's cast range is really mediocre.
Yes.
And so you have to be very close to get that at the right time, and it's almost so close in this game that you're just going to get caught or you're going to get in that arena anyway. And if you're outside of it, you can't throw it in because of the blood sport. So
yeah,
I almost feel like this escape act doesn't exist in this game. It's like that, like you're escape acting that. I mean, the guy has his own escape act. It's called death. You know, he's gone.
Yeah, he just makes heroes disappear. And soon he'll be able to do so without much of a response. BKB is almost done.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Also, is Slytherin Crush the only physical stun?
Huh? Like a stun that does physical damage?
Like an AoE physical stun? No, not like
AoE
a bash or something. Like
physical
a
stun? Maybe.
Right, like is it the only physical spell you can hit? Because I'm saying if you escape back somebody, you just crush them. They just take the damage, right?
Oh, right, because you're talking about the magic resistance.
Right, because the resistance is irrelevant. But I can't really think of another spell that interacts with it that way. I guess like ET spells, they're like half physical. But that's kind of cheating.
Sure.
I guess
Yeah, I mean, it's
Bristle-
definitely, it's got to be one of the only ones that interacts positively in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, there's some weird stuff, but just as like a basic spell, it's kind of nice. Just going. BKB already done as well. Man, these fights look so hard with the early BKBs.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Leave the Broodmother, take the tier 2 top, knowing that there's Aurora not going to challenge this Broodmother, not while Aegis is up for 2 minutes.
Top tower has fallen.
So
He's gonna have
Team Spirit will
BKB
use some of
fast,
that
too.
to disguise their smoke movements. Collapse are going to show on mid, the rest continue the hunt.
Yeah, they are very confident about any play right now. Can even just clump into the bonds because you have the
Dire's
dispels
middle
online.
tower is under attack.
That was cool. Like Panto, they delay the smoke on Collapse. So they find Ollie, and Collapse finds his initiation on Namira at the same time. His smoke worked out literally perfectly. 2-man kill squads to 2 different parts of the map. Find a kill.
Very efficient. It's how you want to run the smokes, especially during Aegis. Like, take advantage of the fact that you can control multiple parts of the map. The enemy's dodging you. Play aggressive. Go for the greedy plays. They're gonna pay off. Try and catch this puck. Hard catch. We got him.
Easy.
Yeah, too easy. That's a streak as well.
So now 3 kills in 3 different parts of the map and almost 2 towers. Toro took the top tier 2, mid tier 2. Not dead yet, thanks to backdoor protection going up, but.
And Brood is a
Team
great
Spirit wanted,
carry
they could have it.
in these scenarios because, as you mentioned, you're taking these towers. He can easily take the towers when you get these pick costs, but he can also swing between 2 lanes on his own very quickly and just gobble up multiple waves, which some carries struggle to do this early into the game. But
Sure.
it's just so he comes online so fast with this map mobility plus the wave clear. Like, you can move all your heroes around like Spirit's doing now. They're moving 4 heroes to bottom, and then you're not going to lose out on a lot of wave farm or creep farm.
Dire's middle
Because
tower
Brood
is
just
under attack.
takes it all, man. There's another tower gone.
Dire's middle
That
We
was
are going to hit some
disgusting.
timings here, though. We have DKB on Nightfall, and the Rabbit's
Yes, Aegis.
initiation. Almost
Oh,
getting him
timed out.
maybe cap him. Oh, a knock up in the air. Rue, did he save your Toro's life? No. The golems cut through the trees, leaving the Broodmother nowhere to hide, nowhere to dodge the bear, despite Rue's best attempts.
I was about to say that. I almost thought they were going to kill him too fast because he had Aegis, but they timed that perfectly with the expiration.
And now they keep going. Collapse doesn't want to give up this mid tower. Oh, nice initiation though from Laurel. Baits into 2 supports, hits them both with a crush. Both spotted. Both will die of this.
Oh my
Now the arena
God.
lands and they can go for the cores. It's destruction in the mid lane. Aurora thought they could fight while the Broodmother is dead. Apparently not dead in the water on Collapse though. Now that the BKB is gone. Something out of this, surely. A snowball only delays it a bit. Now a crush goes out. Collapse is running for it. Where's Makoto? He's not here to deliver the final blow onto the Mars. He starts backing away. Nobody on Spirit dies. In fact, now Toronto Tokyo is stuck inside the shards, and the Broodmother is back, and she's hungry. She wants to crack open some watermelon, and she'll be able to do just that with the rest of the team. 5-man on the Tide gets the kill, gets it done. 14K net worth lead now for Team Spirit.
Yeah, did I mention? I think this is a pretty good Slardar game, Austin. I think it's looking real juicy
Thank
here. I mean,
God
just
we finally got an answer on that.
Level 3 amp online, 20 minus armor, landing crushes on supports to start the fight. Yes, please, because you just pop the BKB, no one's touching you. And man, Laurel did some work in that engagement. Beautiful jump from him. And that was with the Brood dead. Like,
We've seen a couple of games today where the carry, you know, they may be doing a good job, but they are not the reason the game is being won.
no.
This is kind of feeling like one of those games. Toro, if he comes to it, he'll start being a force, but right now it's just the other 4 running around dominating Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, we all know it in our hearts. Carry is the most irrelevant role in Dota. Nobody wants to say it, but
Finally, somebody's brave.
it's the truth. You know, I'm
Stand
not
up
afraid
and say,
anymore.
Supports are underrated.
Dire's bottom tower
I feel like there was this period of time where, like on Reddit, it was just kind of like, I play support, please clap, you know?
I have no comment on that.
Radiant's top tower is under
I
attack.
bet you don't.
I'm not brave enough to take that one on.
Dire's bottom tower.
Laurel with the nullifier, so if the escape acts didn't help before, well, now it's effectively useless. And with an amp damage in the bottle.
All the escapes. Some space created. What did we get in that amount of time? We got BKB for the Ursa, pretty big, and Ags for Toronto Tokyo's Tide. Something. Play around within the fight. Doesn't really help you against this BKB burst initiation though, because it's going to happen in 2 seconds. So you gushing 3 people as opposed to 1 is not mega relevant here.
And again, like, your only save is kind of the escape act, but that's covered by the nullifier. You can Golem drop, which might give Nightfall enough chance to enrage, but if he's already kind of low, how much is he going to be able to do? He gets
I think you have to
seconds
jump.
to do damage.
I think you have to jump if you're Aurora. I think any fight where you get jumped and Spear get to pop BKBs in arena somebody is... Fight just feels over, unless you're taking it with buybacks or an Aegis or something. So you're just ratting.
Oh my God, what a monster, man. Laurel's feeling it today. Well, I should say they're feeling it on this game anyway, because apparently they didn't feel it earlier this morning.
Top tower is under
As
attack.
I believe they lost. Yeah, they lost to Execration.
Spirit's always got to warm up here.
That's true. Toro just give some spiders to Toronto Tokyo. Why not? Just testing if the Anchor Smash is strong enough to kill spiders. Turns out it is.
Hags definitely gives you a bit more AoE, if you're worried about that.
Sure.
Gets collapse, gets hit by a dagger, collapse, getting chipped down. Not
I
happy
almost
about
feel
that.
like that might be the part that I could actually see it really impacting a fight, is if they get the jump and the AoE somehow stops the initiation from Team Spirit. You know, you hit some
Someone
hero
gets
right
clipped.
before they blink. You know,
Yeah, that could do some damage.
maybe.
Oh man, if you can't take this fight though, this feels so bad for Aurora.
Yeah,
Like,
Ursa
this is
lineup
the
that
fight you
doesn't
want to
give
take.
a single Aegis.
It's not just that; it's Ursa lineup with a bunch of team fight around him that doesn't fight the pit twice. That feels bad for everybody. Just too far behind. There's the Basher. Great item here. Is it gonna be enough into
Dire
a
are
second
scanning.
nullifier out on this board? They are just nullifying everything.
Yeah, that's about how it looks right there. Your carry just got pretty much soloed by the mid Slardar.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Now we're gonna try our luck against the Tide Hunter, though. It does put, oh, nice snowball save. Rue bails out the Hoodwink. They're gonna try and cover it with the Ravage.
We
They
got
managed to
stuck.
do so, but they're stuck on the other side of things. Now the arena keeps them stuck, keeps them locked in until Laurel is able to help put the damage in once again. Now Makoto does manage to get that squirrel eventually. Can he get any more? Laurel's actually a little bit low here. Poking at him with daggers, hit him a little bit more. Ooh, nice snowball again. Rue is quick with it. And this snowball is looking like a better save than any escape act.
Yeah, it is a better save. Rue played that immaculately. Gets the perfect save, shards the Tide, prevents the blink in. The Ravage is mega awkward, and then he's stuck in the trees.
Dire's top tower.
Cannot get any better than that. And by the way, your Brood is just hitting buildings that whole time.
Yeah,
Wasn't even
don't
in the
forget about
fight.
Yatoro's impact in that team fight.
Yeah, I'd love to see Yatoro's damage numbers at the end of this game. It might be the lowest on the team.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, he'll have the highest building damage, though.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. The man's chomping.
Look at that shard. Look at that damage building up.
I mean, try playing Ursa in a double nullifier. Sounds really fun. Oh, there goes your overpower, you know. Don't worry, I refreshed my overpower. Oh, there it goes again.
Yeah, this is actually too nasty of a nullifier game. Laurel, he goes for it.
He got some hits in.
Does get pushed back, though. Yatoro, I mean, they can take away his Aegis, reset up. He does still have BKB. So on the second life, BKB, Aurora, not really an option, I don't think. They may still try and go for it. Instant BKB goes out. Aurora arena caught inside. Another great arena from Collapse. Got 3 heroes, and they'll stay there until Yatoro crosses the line, gets on top of them alongside Laurel. Laurel actually, Makoto, oh, Glimmer Cape save. These supports are just doing some work when it comes to the saves. The cores, especially Laurel, pushing it to the limits here. And every single time, Rue or Panto is there to bail him out with a Glimmer Cape, Bushwhack, or a Snowball save. Yatoro no longer has his extra life, so maybe with Aurora with the buybacks, they can still hold on to some of these buildings. Or maybe not. Kodo spamming out some spells. Spirit low, but not low enough. Another melee barracks down. And Team Spirit will finally call it quits.
Okay, there's some hero damage for Yatoro. Probably dealt more in that fight than he has the whole game, 7,500. Just chomping up that back line. Man, these nullifiers are oppressive. They just keep spamming them on Nightfall, and he can never jump with an overpower up. They're like, what's he supposed to do? Get more attack speed somewhere, I guess. Buy a moonshard or something.
Collapse with the 28 bulwark toggles.
You gotta prevent those Rubik steals, you know? That's just
I guess so, man.
Radiant are scanning.
There is full Bloodthorn, huh? Well, the damage is looking overwhelming at this point.
And Lyle just keeps hitting them. Keeps finding multiple hero crushes.
Hey, he wants that level 25.
You could sit around this high ground ward all you want.
Dire are scanning.
Laurel's got BKB and now a shield rune in his bottle. Here comes the smoke.
Smoke.
Makoto smoked underneath there. High ground ward. Blinks forward. Oh, and he catches Makoto as he jumps forward. Now Collapse almost dies here. In fact, he does go down. Still, the bunch follow up onto the puck. Escape back goes out. No nullifier here, so it looks like Makoto might be able to live. They're actually winning this fight. 2 for 1 so far. Yatoro, though, hasn't really been dealt with all game, and Laurel is still working on his initiations. Finds another jump on Mira. Nullifier goes out on Makoto. All right, it looked good at the start, but turns out Team Spirit had a whole lot more in the tank, and that should close out that game, unless Aurora want to buy back, unless they want to go for one last hurrah. But this time they're going to do it with no coil, no ravage.
Can't stand enough on the front line to protect the back line with any sort of threat, so they just kind of ignore him. And this Brood's just building insatiable damage at this point, so you can anchor smash him all you want, but it's not reducing the plus. And the last hurrah?
Yeah, at this point, Yatoro's out healing the damage from the Ursa, so Ursa just can't actually get enough hits onto the Broodmother to outdo this lifesteal. Up back to base.
Yeah, it's a pretty good Slardar game.
Aghanim Scepter, a lot of damage reduction. And 2-shotting supports the whole way through.
The man just wants level 25. Just give him the level 25. You just give him the level 25. He gets level 25. What talent does
25?
No, he didn't get to click it.
He didn't level it up
his
time.
room.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's a disaster for Laurel, but he only ends this game 15-1 and 18. I think we'll see Collapse playing Slardar next game. He's probably very jealous. Yatoro very much enjoyed his PvE experience. And I mean, just a solid game from Spirit. It felt like they won that draft. They played it pretty damn well. Laurel just took that game over. What a beast. That was a very good Slardar game.
It was. Thank God we got the definitive answer. It was indeed a good Slardar game. Right, Nat?
It It was. You actually took the words right out of my mouth, Kat. That was one of the main things that I wrote down there. Just how good this last pick slaughter was, how impactful it was. Something that's kind of surprising when you see a slaughter up against a puck mid is a slaughter solo killing a puck. Yeah, we thought maybe this was going to be a really good pick. He was going to have a pretty decent lane, but that is something, Seb, I was definitely not expecting.
Yeah, I don't think it's to be expected, if I'm fully honest. I think that was Larl outperforming. I don't want to say mid-diff, but definitely, you know, Larl playing an amazing game, honestly. Like, he destroyed his lane, probably called for his hero, so, like, given how confident and how well he played on it, and he just, like, took over the game completely. And as we mentioned, you know, in the draft, before the game started, like, that was a very synergetic pick. Works really well with the supports, works really well against Ursa, against Puck. Like, the amount of time where he just ran into the Ursa and just blew him up with the help of, like, just one hoodwink, it was very worrisome. Like, you're looking at this Ursa, he's like 1, 3, 4 items into the game, and he's just dying from one blink crush. Amazing pick, amazing execution.
I mean, I feel like the logic of their draft is so well layered, where even if the last pick is maybe not a slide or something else, it just shows aggression elsewhere, right? Like, the Brood can activate a Hoodwink and a Tusk. They want to be aggressive. Brood gives life to it. If Brood, let's say, had a bad game for some counter pick reason, then you have the Slardar to fix the mid lane puck and to take tempo. Like, every option Spirit had felt like there was going to be a recipe for pick-off. But the fact is they win all their lanes, they do everything, it just compounds to such a, you know, stump of a game. But they had the layers to take a difficult game as well. Like, it was just a really solid draft.
Yeah, I mean, it goes somewhat back to what Seb said about, like, when you first pick your carry against Spirit, it's risky business because they will counterpick you. Your carry will not be this thing where you first pick Chen. It's a great Chen game. No, when you first pick Ursa against Spirit, this bear will have no honey insight at all. Like, it's full Grim. Like, that is always how Spirit is. The first hero you pick, they will counterpick him into oblivion. So whatever hero you pick first better be okay getting countered.
And they saw the lane matchup, and it's not. And they even doubled down with a Warlock pick. So and it's not like it really caused enough issues, right? Like the Mars had a pretty decent game, I want to say. So did the Tusk. So yeah, definitely, like, they have to revamp the approach. These are best of ones. It's not the biggest deal, and they're not gonna meet Spirit until a while. So, you know, lesson learned.
Yeah, it is, right? And we've always talked about there are more best of ones to come. It's still like quite a long and group stage here. So you just kind of got to go ahead and hope, T, that it's not going to be more games where you see this Brood, where you get a last pick slaughter.
Yeah, I'm interested to know the repercussions of best of ones, because, like, when you lose to Spirit to a Slardar, like, how many people pick Slardar mid, right? I feel like Lar's only one of the few players to do it. So how much are you really learning from, oh, we got Slardar? Like, is it maybe putting can we pick Puck openly when counters? We just saw Liquid as well. They don't care. They pick Puck early on. Like, what is the real takeaway when a team Huskar you, a team Slardar mid you? When you have player hero specialties, that's not something you take to another best of one. So yeah, I'm intrigued to know how the teams will develop throughout this best of one kind of group stage.
Yeah, and it does feel like a lot of it is around that mid lane as well, Quinn, where it's just like, oh, there's not many players that are able to have these sort of matchups that aren't favorable. How do you recover from that? How does your team help a mid laner that is struggling against the matchup?
Yeah, I mean, when you lose lanes you're not supposed to, especially to that degree, it just sets the game up in a position that's just very difficult. Like, at the end of the day, Dota's a skill game, and you can draft and do all this stuff all you want, but if you're given a matchup that should go one way and it goes the other, then that's going to have some real serious impacts on the game. And it's like, yeah, you can try to counteract that some, but, like, if you're playing against good players, then you're going to get smacked around because, you know, you messed up.
Yeah, and it's a tough one for Aurora. A little bit better for the side of Spirit. They lost their series earlier. This one, it was a much needed win for themselves. Whilst there are going to be 11 best of ones they play for, at the end of the day, they want to make it to Singapore.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Earth Shaker here. Slap!
We're nearing the end of our day. It has been 6 best of ones so far. A lot of joy along the way of seeing what these teams are bringing to the tables in drafts, what heroes they're preferring for themselves. But also you guys, you know, you've been putting it out there, trying to predict what all of our teams want. It's been challenging. Some people maybe not really knowing the alphabet. Some people, wherever Quinn is, not doing well. Which, by the way,
What the? Oh my God. All right. Okay. I'm really sorry, guys, but if you do the alphabet, A, B, C, D, E, F,
You can
G,
say it faster
I,
than that,
J,
right?
K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, S, T, U. See?
What?
Yeah. See, there's 2 letters that just are really hard to get. It's the H and the R. All
I
right.
know it in French in my head, so I'm listening to this and it sounds wrong. But was it wrong?
It was wrong.
It was wrong.
It was wrong,
I
right?
missed
They
H
did
and
it on
R.
purpose.
you know.
Okay, I was like, this doesn't sound correct, but I'm like, maybe it's the switch to English, but no.
Yeah. There's 2 letters that are really
Well,
difficult.
it all makes sense now.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I feel bad that you don't know the alphabet, T. So I will give you a chip because out of sympathy.
English is my only language. So
Yeah,
it's
that's really
difficult.
embarrassing,
Thank you.
actually. And the other one, Seb, you can just get it because you're not Quinn. So,
Nice. I could even get 2 for that one, but
Which, by the way-
I'll settle with 1.
do you guys know where he is?
No, he just left like very, very quickly.
He's
I
very
didn't
keen, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Super professional. Oh, okay. That would make sense. He's enjoying the.
Oh well. I guess he's got to win.
Well, he only has 1 chip, so it makes sense that he would go and be as greedy as possible there.
I just want to know how he got them because he didn't do it in the correct way. You got him.
He just looked very fulfilled. I'm kind of jealous of the feeling. He looked like just genuinely happy, you know, like rested.
Honestly, maybe he was like role playing like Maureen and Amar, right? When they won TI and they're on the stage, the confetti hitting them.
Right.
Like he kind of was giving that aura, you know, like lifting the Aegis.
Yeah.
There was a lot of aura.
Did
to
you-
that,
That was a lot of aura. Yeah.
Just drift down the stairs. That's it. That was insta karma for trying to steal some chips. All right, I'm keeping an eye on
Sorry,
you.
I was doing a little bathing.
Okay, how did that go? Had a good time?
Yeah, it was nice. It was nice. I'm
Thing
dreaming
is,
of
you
what I
still
don't
You
have-
still
have.
only
You
have
still
one
only
though.
have 1 though.
You didn't
Yeah,
bring
I
it
was,
to.
I was manifesting.
He's
Okay.
not,
If you can give me Slaughter's KDA from the last game, I'll give you a chip right now.
So was that combined kills and assists?
Well, I want his KDA. So I want his kills, deaths, and assists.
What
Is
was
it a
he-
Quinn?
No, it's
only game?
Quinn only.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
me
yeah,
only.
yeah,
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 What
yeah.
was
Sorry.
it? Was it like 10 and 1?
Hands up, Seb. He's entering class.
15 and 1?
Yeah.
He's
Do you know
15 now.
his assists? 18.
What teacher are you?
You're taking too long. I'm
here,
very
student.
impatient.
I'm gonna
all
ask
right?
you a question.
People.
Thinking too slow.
People say patience is a virtue. I have absolutely no virtue.
you're
Okay? I'm
dunking on me.
extremely impatient.
Right.
I need an immediate answer straight away.
Noted. I'm very sorry. This is a
If you
very.
want to survive in this world, you got to speed up.
That's
Also,
right.
There was some little admin
question.
processing. Okay. Yeah.
Next 2 teams we're going to see.
There's the Kaka team and
Yep.
the little scurrying mouses.
For those who need to decipher what T's saying there, it is Falcons up against MOUZ that
Thank you.
we will be seeing. We've seen Falcons all the way at the start of the day there. And MOUZ as well. We've also gotten the luxury of getting to see them just a couple of games ago.
The Falcons impression is just resonating in my mind. I can't focus anymore, actually.
That is like
It was too
very good.
accurate.
Yeah,
Very
thank
good.
you. I mean, that is the chant that you sometimes hear in arenas, paid or not. It's actually pretty good, right? It's the fact that it lifts the team. It's it's iconic.
It is. And you just made it much more iconic, actually. So
Thank you. I will do it again in Singapore, I'm sure.
I am sure you definitely will,
I do.
if they end up making it there, right? Right
Oh,
now,
of
they're on a
course.
very good track for themselves. They've been able to win their first 2 best of ones. Earlier today that they got, it was up against BB Team and Yakult Brothers were those 2 previous matchups for themselves. And so now coming up against MOUZ, expectations pretty high. It feels like, okay, you've already been able to win those 2. MOUZ should be on the same level of like opposition that you are able to still get a win.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always interesting when people win TI to watch them and see how they do afterwards. Because some people drop off a cliff, and some people stay winning for a while and then drop off a little bit. But eventually, there comes that drop off, right? Like you can't win forever. That's just how it works. And so you wonder how long will they be able to keep it going? You know, are they going to be able to keep it going throughout this tournament? Is it going to drop off within this tournament? Are you going to see some faltering? When will we see, the lack of skitter have an impact on them, right? Because they're 2-0 so far. I think there's a lot of it's just interesting to keep an eye on winners because Mother Time, kicks your butt eventually.
I mean, it's patch dependent as well. We got to let a patch a little thing, right? We touched some stuff, but I think Paravision got nerfed more than maybe Falcons with the Helmet Dominator, and then number patches maybe Christmas time, maybe next year, who knows? But that's when I'm really looking to see if it's nerfed them or not.
Yeah, Amar definitely did not get nerfed by the Helm of Dom nerfs. Like,
No,
he's fine.
not at all.
He's
Yeah.
just chilling. So no, I don't think they care much about the changes in Dota right now. I think whatever they did throughout TI very much like works the same. So
And
not
what
a
about
worry.
on the side of MOUZ, because this is a new roster that's coming in and they've been playing online previously, so we have a very wide pool of information when it comes to what they want to draft in their playstyle.
They should have a good read on the meta. I think they're probably one of the teams with the most playtime right now in the patch and and the most recent games. Maybe the team that played the most, I would say. Them with Heroic, but I actually think it's MOUZ because they're playing like
I think
a
there's
bunch of tournaments.
72 games so far.
It's crazy. It's a crazy amount.
they
And it's
play
actually scary to go against. Like they know the patch. They should know the patch by heart.
Okay.
So a very good test for Falcons.
Well, let's see how well they know the patch, how well they know themselves, and how well they know Falcons, because they're going to have to draft against them in this best of one. With these two teams coming up against each other, it does mean that we have two more analysts at the desk that are going to be going up against each other and trying to predict these drafts. T, you're going to be predicting Team Falcons, right? You're going to have a little bit of fun there. You got Satanic standing in for the side of Falcons. Maybe that's going to change up how they draft. And for yourself, Quinn, hoping to get some chips finally that aren't out of sympathy.
That's right.
You're going to be drafting for MOUZ.
I'm going to pull myself up by my bootstraps and earn what should be rightfully mine.
Well, let me tell you, maybe you should probably go ahead and try and lock in a hero because you do a lot of yapping,
MOUZ
not a
isn't
lot of
first pick. I
locking
need
in.
to wait and see information.
Wait, hold on. Was Chen banned? No. Okay, I'm locking in the Chen for Falcons.
Have you actually looked at it?
I have locked in the Chen for Falcons.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye, null tallies.
Unlucky.
Nice little cut back there. Yeah, all right. So this draft underway. You guys are thinking it's going to be very stock standard. This Chen is what T-Gov is predicting.
Furion. I'm picking Chen. Give me
Was that a
Chen.
punch,
Where is
man?
he? Where is he? Where is he? Where is he?
C.
There he is.
Yeah, there
Yeah, it comes off to B.
Thank you.
There you go.
Hey.
Yes, you did that to me as well. We did the letter before.
Wait,
So cool.
He's taking down notes on the alphabet. Like
Yeah, I'm getting
He's
good at this
running
thing.
through
I'm
the
getting
whole
good.
alphabet.
he just wrote it down. Like,
Yeah.
There's no Dota heroes there. It's
No.
just C.
Yeah.
No, the C comes after B. Like not the other way around. You just have B after C.
Why is there the preference for
Thank you.
Chen at the moment over something like an Enchantress or?
I mean, it's just like two very different heroes. I think like they used to be looked at for what the the creep convert and the impact on the lane. First of all, now Chen starts with the creep, like creeps that he chooses, so it's like much stronger. But mostly you want to think of Chen about like tanky, like heals, armor buff, like a group up lineup where if you don't have enough damage and you're dealing with like damage issues, Chen is gonna make that 10 times worse. And when you see that hero against you, you need to respect it and you need to pick certain amount of damage dealing heroes, or you're just not gonna be able to play the game basically. Which is what we saw in the opening game, with Falcons earlier today when they had the Chen Huskar and the opposing team did not respect it. Chen is basically its own strategy.
The cool thing with, just to move on from Chen, if that's okay, like the Nature's Prophet Falcons, is Maureen loved playing it from the mid lane. We saw how mid ones utilized it from the mid lane as well, MOUZ doing that, so it's like kind of refreshing Falcons. And you have Satanic who loves playing in the carry, right? So it's like now the stocks of profit is even higher for Falcons now because of the stand-in from Satanic.
And it's a deny pick too, right? Like you pick it, you're sure you're not gonna have to face mid one on it. So very cool first pick. I think the snap is like pretty standard. Right now it's a very open hero. It's exceptionally good for what it does, and it's played on both 5 and 4. So it's a way to kind of see more. It's also a decent hero versus Prophet, because usually what punishes Prophet on lane is like kill combos, like where you just get on top of him and kill him in the laning phase. Snap is amazing at that. Snap plus any mid hero makes it very threatening, and the cookie versus Sprout is also a pretty cool interaction.
Yeah, I mean, I also think you just want solid damage and solid lanes against Falcons, especially in the early game, because if you're not careful, then they will just run you over. And so having enough robustness that you can like, okay, we can get to play the game, maybe we get some tempo on them. You really don't want to end up in this situation where you lose lanes to Falcons, and they're just very calculated and very skilled individually. And so if they get a lead on you and they open up some towers, like they're just going to farm and build that lead, and it's so hard to not just get run over.
Yep. Yeah, I think I like the snap idea also for the early game tempo, right? Like the Mortimer kisses. Wait, that's a hero we haven't seen much. It's usually banned, like almost always, and it's one of the best mid one heroes. Like he's been playing monkey mid before it was cool, basically. Like You know, you talk Monkey back then is like Thompson and mid one, I think, back in the days. Now, obviously, the hero has gotten much better. It's amazing for the patch, amazing for lots of things. I mean, you'll speak about this 10 times better than I would, but I'm surprised it's open at all, let alone against mid one.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially on 13 is a very powerful spot to pick it. Also when it's Crystallis, who is like the monkey guy.
Right,
He has like
of
more
course.
monkey games than like anyone else, and it's a very good hero against Furion throughout the entire game. If you ever find him in the woods, you just like solo kill him. Now, I think the matchup has changed slightly ever since this Vessel build got invented on Furion, because Vessel is super good against Monkey and this super high tempo where you just keep porting on him over and over
And
again.
the shard in the trees also, to just always scout the monkey and stuff. Like, yeah, it's definitely like a double-edged sword now.
Critically, you just got to stop Monkey from having the good laning phase. And then when it's an even game, like you said, you have to find him and kill him. You cannot let the game stabilize where Monkey's got a couple items, he's hunting, he's fine. Like, you need to kind of dictate a lot more. And again, they can do that for sure. There's a lot of options. You can go for, like, again, Primal Beast into mid lane Monkey is not great, but Malreen's very good at playing these like weaker matchups into the game. You just hunt him down. You then have like things like Ringmaster or Grimstroke, like aggressive fours that bring life to your fight. Again, there's a lot of options. They go for the Hoodwink, and they lock in their support duo. Jakiro, also kind of a classic counter to a Monkey King. It's the idea of minus attack speed. When he makes early rotations, if it's a carry Monkey going through Twin Gate, you don't want to run into a Jakiro. You get 2 spells on you. You're kind of stuck in the lane now. You're kind of like lost. So yeah, I don't mind it. It's also Hoodwink elusive as well with the Scurry. So 2 supports that technically can survive a Monkey in an even game. In a losing game, sure, they're gonna feed, right? But don't mind it.
Really, they're just showing Monkey. Oh, maybe it's 4 Monkey actually. Maybe it's 4 Monkey.
Really, so you think there's even more flexibility in the MOUZ roster for the Monkey King just
Yeah, I
outside
mean,
of the core roles?
It could work. I think it could still be a mid and it could still be a 4. So in that sense, it's pretty open. MOUZ is getting like their bread and butter. Like, these are the heroes that they've been dominating the qualifiers or online tournaments they've played on so far. Like the Jugger, the Snap, the Monkey. I think Falcons is giving them, I don't want to say they're giving them very little respect, but they're definitely giving them what they like. So it'll be full force MOUZ in that series.
Man, I was between Centaur and Axe. That's so sad.
It's such a strong item.
The thing is, you could have picked both. You put in Axe, and you still have another spare slot because you missed a prediction.
I didn't realize I had done that. Oh well.
That's alright, I figured.
It happens. Happens to the best of us.
I've come to expect that, actually.
I mean, right now the Falcons lineup is very unbalanced, I would say. As in, like, it lacks a lot of things. Like, it lacks frontline, it lacks control. There's gonna be some weight on the hero picked here, like, because they also don't have the ultimate aspect. So yeah, I don't know what they have to select. There's plenty of options, but I would like to see them, you know, getting more team fight, more control. It's definitely a frontline hero also.
Before we move on to that, let's talk about the Centaur, because you were 50-50 between either the Axe or the Centaur there, Quinn. So what made you think maybe it was going to be that Axe, and why was it actually eventually that Centaur?
I mean, they just have 3 squishy ranged heroes. I think Boom is going to play some hero that buys Blinkstone, and Axe and Centaur both fulfill that role. I think their motivation for picking one or the other probably depends quite a bit on whether they want this Monkey to be 4 or not, because I think Axe is way more dependent on winning his lane and is less okay to just like chill and tank a little bit, whereas I think Centaur is more okay to be a little more isolated. Like, if Axe falls behind, the hero is kind of an unreal bot, whereas at least Centaur can farm woods. And I mean, Axe can farm woods too, but you have this global stampede, and the hero just functions like slightly better from being behind.
I couldn't really think of the Amar lane counter to Jug. I kind of forgot that he also could play Slardar. It's a classic anti-Jug hero, but we don't really talk about it as an offlane hero really anymore.
Classic Amar hero, like one of his favorites.
Yeah, and I kind of completely forgot about it. It kind of returned, and yeah, you're going to have a comfortable lane. Like, when he goes to spin on you, you can bash him, you can sprint away. Like, you've got things to disjoint the matchup, and also you can just chase him down. So,
I'm just curious to Amar's adaptation to Slaughter, because last time I've seen that guy play Slaughter, we're talking Mask of Madness into Echo Saber, into Moonshard, into you know, AC, into, and now it's more of the Blink Shard kind of style, like Dominator.
But he's drifted away from this type of itemization, right? Because when you look at his Tidehunters of the past, he'd go for like the Deso, the Satanic, the I'm the carry of the game. Like, in recent versions of his playstyle, like, he's still being aggressive, but he's toned down that I'm going for the item of the game and playing a bit more for the team, I think.
I think he must have, my bet is going to be that he missed Mask of Madness Slaughter too much and he's not going to be able to resist.
Yeah,
this is one opportunity to go for it. So
it's pretty good.
I mean, I think the Slaughter pick is insanely good. It's very good against all 4 heroes. Centaur is also super bad against Slaughter. It's an unreal bad matchup. until you get to like Lotus or more damage items, because your heroes are just very low armor, and you will get chunked by this Furion and Hoodwink and all this crap. Like this physical damage is going to eat you alive if you fall behind on MOUZ. Monkey and Jug are also heroes that they're very similar in some ways in that they're just right-click, like close-up boys that also need net worth or to be on at least some even footing to have impact. So if the world where MOUZ falls a little bit behind, suddenly you've got a Centaur that's getting eaten alive and 2 right-click boys, like they don't have many spells on MOUZ. Whereas you look at Falcons, they have quite a bit more spells and just like random tools.
And I actually like the right-click Slara this game.
That is a
there we go. Wait,
That is massive.
Here we go.
who's gonna play that?
Has to be Satanic, right?
Satanic Kez, right? Yeah. I can't believe. Like, I don't think it can be Marine.
I don't think Marine plays it.
No, yeah, it leans more towards Satanic, right? Again, pub-wise, don't know if Marines even been playing it, but in regards to what Falcons have, I'm hoping the Kez is going to go for like the Deso right-click build.
Sounds really good with Slaughter.
Yeah,
also.
you have Slaughter Amp, then you've got just the map play. Again, Kez is quite a greedy hero where you need to go like double Falcon Blade, a Deso, a BKB, Ags. You know, you need all this economy. So if you have Jakiro to progress towers, they just profit to progress macro play, and then you've got Slaughter to amp the early damage that you might be lacking. It makes sense. It really feels like they're pushing kind of Satanic on the Kez to be the the biggest carrier of the game.
Yeah, that's actually how Skeeter fractured his elbow. Who's trying to learn Kez.
It's a lot of buttons you got to press. It's especially when you get Ags. It's like you got like 8 spells that you. Yeah.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him. Sounds like a rough task.
Yeah, no, it definitely
Lots
does.
of
I'm
buttons
super
to
excited
click.
though. You know,
Yeah.
it's only recently been added into Captain's Mode. This is my first time seeing it in an official game, in a competitive match. So it's like, where is it going to go? How is it going to go? We finally get to see a little bit more information on this. Right now,
You get TI winners
Yeah.
played, right? Like, I mean, if one team can make
Massive.
it work, it's going to be Falcons. So it's super exciting to see, actually.
Is it mid Monkey or mid Bat?
I hope it's mid-bat. I cannot...
It's mid bat and support Monkey King.
Okay.
So it's going to be
Spicy.
yeah.
I mean, there is a lot of volatility in this lane. I mean, Bat Rider mid in general is extremely volatile. If you are not like at least even, but ideally ahead, then the hero falls off an ever-loving cliff.
Yeah.
But he has the potential to kill Furion like a million times in lane, and if he does get off to a good footing, the hero can become like very scary. You have a Monkey King hopping on trees, giving vision. Snapfire is a good skirmisher. Bat is like the king of skirmishing if he's ahead. It can get spooky.
But it's also a matter of how good are the supports on Falcons to open up their lanes to TP to mid. If you get one good TP from a Jakiro or a Hoodwink, both supports can break a Bat Rider diving a tower. If they do that, they stall out his entry to the game. Now you've got a couple items on Prophet. Like, it could be a different story, but it's all on can Falcons do well in the side lanes to then bring life to what should be, on paper, a mid one favored Bat Rider.
that's some great questions. I do have a bigger one though. Where do you put your faith when it comes to this best of one? Is it going to be finally seeing a Kez in competitive? Is it going to be that mid one Bat Rider?
I mean, I'm on Falcons. I think of all people, they're going to try to Giga cheese counterpick like this. Malorine is one of the hardest ones to do it against. He is the king of playing weak matchups. He's just like, he just doesn't die. He gets his farm. He manages the equilibrium. He's just so good at this stuff. And I think all-inning on lanes like that against Falcons is just, it just doesn't, history hasn't shown it to be very successful.
It's a dice roll, a bit of a gamble there.
No, I would agree that, and I think Prophet is also a really good hero to just not play the lane. Like, he's just gonna rotate, play around, push out the wave like safely with Sprout or wherever, aggro the creeps, so he's gonna be fine. And I think their side lanes are terrifying. Like, the Hoodwink Slaughter could dumpster the jug lane, and same goes for the Kez Jakiro, so all in Falcons for me on this one.
Are you going to be my contrarian here, T?
Not at all. Kez is an extremely good hero, and it's an exception. Like, it's bonkers broken in the right hands. Like, you got to be very good at the hero to make it shine. An average Kez will look bad. A great Kez will dominate. So if Satanic has done his pub practice and can show what Kez can do, this could be, the hero of the tournament if Satanic puts on a show.
Well, you guys have made me so excited. Finally, Kez in Captain's Mode. Finally, Kez in a competitive game. Let's get on into this best of one. Falcons up against MOUZ.
Well, you know what? I guess I'm happy you're happy, Nat, because I have been dreading this day for over a year. And it's finally here, Avery. We have to cast a Kez game. Unfortunate, huh, Avery? We have to cast a Kez game.
I knew this day was going to come. I knew it. I've been watching so much Kez. I have been studying this hero. I still don't understand him, but he looks awesome. He can do some incredibly broken things, and I knew the day would come where I have to cast this hero with 12 goddamn spells that all sound the same. And there's going to be a bunch of, you know, anime weebs out there that are having the day of their life. Finally, a true anime hero is in the game. But is it good? That's the ultimate question. Is this hero good?
Do you agree with Robson's analysis that it is broken in the right hands?
Yes.
I think I also agree with that.
Yeah, this hero can potentially first blood here. That's a big fight.
Echo Slash doing a lot of damage to Yamich. Got the spell name correct, but it's not enough damage apparently. Celery gets the kill onto Snake King finally. Yamich ticks out, but who cares? You already got the first blood. Goes the way of MOUZ.
I wonder if he wanted to die there. He could have mischief dodged the last tick, but
yeah, I think
rather
he
have
wanted
the triple
to.
base. Yep. So the way I view Kez is, I do think it's super dependent on how many games the player has on the hero.
Okay.
Because he's a very complex hero, so you need to understand all the spells and how to use them and be able to do it very quickly. Game reps help with that. Ultimately, this hero will be broken because people have not really played it against it in competitive, so you have that edge going for you. The downside, I think, is like when you mess up with him in the fight, you get bursted really quickly compared to a lot of carries, I think. So there's a lot of pitfalls you can fall as a good player, and I don't think the itemization has been figured out yet either. So that's also very open. So I think there's a lot to still figure out about the hero, which makes it a little weaker. But this hero fundamentally does broken things, which makes me think that he absolutely is broken, because what he is capable of is just nonsense. Like, the ceiling is absolutely ridiculous. It reminds me of like the first iteration of Burst Spear when he got ported in, or the first iteration of Monkey King when he got ported in. Certain heroes just can do too many things. Marcy, when she got added, like Valve always gives them too many things, and then a year later they have like half the kit they used to. This hero has 2 kits, and each of the kits does more than they should. So that's just even stupider.
Okay, what I mean, Valve did take this the longest that a hero has been in the game without being introduced into Captain's Mode. They finally brought it into Captain's Mode.
I wonder why.
You don't think that, that they took that year, they did not reduce his kit in half?
No, not in terms of what it can do. They nerfed the numbers on it. But this hero can still do so much. He's one of the best chase down heroes ever. He's one of the hardest scaling heroes in terms of raw damage numbers. He has a ridiculously stupid ult on the katana side in terms of the early game. He scales like a beast. He has mobility mechanics on the lane. He has silence mechanics. He has a bash mechanic. Like, it just goes on and on and on, right? And those heroes are always just broken. He also has very good stats. He has very good base damage and very high armor for a decent HP pool. So, you know, like, he has 2.8 strength gain on an Agi hero.
Yeah, that's pretty high. Got the grab on a Bushwhack, slow him down with a blood grenade, allow the Slardar to close that gap, and with the help of Malrine, they certainly get the kill. Not even required to use the Slithering Crush. Amar continuing to win some lanes alongside Crit with his patented double bracer build.
Oh, this is also another very interesting Slardar game, because I think it's a very good Slardar game, but for very different reasons than the one we saw previously. Okay. Especially it's the offlane Slardar. So the offlane Slardar functions a lot differently, right? Especially with how Amar plays it. He plays it more to scale, be an anti-carry hero, just go in and annihilate someone from a bash than scale, deal physical. You care a lot more about the core matchups and less about what's happening around mid lane or like random lockdown spells. And so I think this game is very good for him, but just in a lot of different ways. Mid one going for the kill.
Mid one, does he have enough? He doesn't. Oh, that is so sad. This is supposed to be where the Batrider shines in the matchup. Malrine goes to the side lanes, but the Batrider has the kill potential to all in Nature's Prophet, and he misjudged it.
The panel said this was going to happen. They called it exactly. Like, Malrine is too good in these bad matchups, and if you all in him and you miss, you just completely destroy a lot of the purposes.
And now he's going to get to level 6 way ahead of this Batrider.
Oh, he's cruising. I mean, I kind of
increase the pressure on these side lanes. Crit's going to easily get run down. by the combination here. I mean, this is a Snapfire Jug lane. It is dangerous. They do have Cookie into spin. All in you at any time.
I will say I kind of like MOUZ.CEST's lineup overall. I'm not sure. I don't think they're favored here, but I do think they have a lot of synergy within the lineup. That's pretty good.
Okay.
I think that could
Celery die again here is teleporting from Malrine. The healing ward does what it can. Celery will ultimately die. And now Chrysalis even being body blocked a little bit. Couldn't keep him. Oh, actually, maybe they do keep him close enough. But the Bushwhack pull back in, and Amar gets the crush. A second kill out of the rotation from Malrine.
Yeah, get the money bags. You gonna die for it? Almost died. Left a couple behind, but you gotta gobble those up.
How long do those sit there?
That's what I was wondering. I think.
Okay, they went away now.
Seconds or something. It's not that long. Yeah, rough start here for MOUZ. Not what they were hoping for with this lane phase, but they pulled an audible with the bat. They put the double melee up top versus the Kez. That is pretty brutal. Oh, he does get him. Right.
He got him with the blood grenade plus the easy camp, adding some damage to it. Another spin attempt. This time it is good. With blood grenade, last bit of damage. Trying to keep, again, the healing ward does go down, and now Chrysalis is traded out as Malrine with Wrath of Nature teleport in. Another rotation to the safe lane. I mean, this is a great way to deal with such a potent kill combo. It's just have your mid laner exist in this lane for 50% of the time.
Yeah, this is just not fair. You gotta feel for Crystallis. He's just getting his ass beat by this mid laner off cooldown. I'd be crying in the every player in the world would be crying in the chat right now.
Yeah.
Like, you quad lane for me, or what is it, And the thing is, Malrine doing this is also dodging the potentially bad matchup versus the bat, so it's double value for Falcons. Like,
right.
And that is something else the panel mentioned. You pick a good cheese matchup against Furion, he's Furion. Like, he's just gonna go do other stuff. And he's one of the best heroes at dodging it. The other one I think is like Primal Beast, right? The Primal can also just run around, gang people, do whatever exists with lower net worth. This hero exists with higher net worth. He's gonna have a very fast vessel here. You do have a haste rune on mid one. That is potentially something that can get MOUZ a good fight going. Really strong rune on this hero. And they are looking for the Furion. They want this guy, but he sniffs them out. Malrine outplaying MOUZ in this early. Severe.
Playing him like fools, though the neutrals are even trying to work against him as they try and pull him in. Of course, that Hurricane only goes off when there's multiple heroes in the area, so that's just further confirmation about how close that MOUZ lineup is to him. And Midwest finally says, screw it. We just gotta kill this guy, but a Bushwhack interrupts him midway through, and they get the kill first. Malrine, surely he dies for this. He's not going to. Oh, Malrine's just, he's winning the game solo at this point in time.
I mean, the mental destruction that is happening in this mid lane is severe right now. Even if, from a theory standpoint, this game is recoverable, like, Malrine is just ending it right here in this first 10 minutes. That was such a forced play that they felt like they had to go for because of everything that's happened so far, and now he has 3 vessel charges, crit in the right place at the right time with a sick Bushwhack.
You couldn't kill him pre-level 6 in the lane matchup they were supposed to. You couldn't kill him with a haste rune. What's left at this point in time? Another attempt, perhaps.
Neutral deny.
This one. Surely this one is good. Crit's gonna come in, try and get him with the Bushwhack once again. Gets 2 in the Bushwhack. God damn, his Hoodwink is just too damn good. Now the body blocking's 2, and Malrine, for the 3rd time this game, will walk away sub 50 HP.
Imagine if mid one had solo killed him instead of the other way around. How much this game changes. All of these little fights. And this is like the worst hero.
Oh my god, dude. Satan just took their whole stack, man.
Yeah, they can't really do anything about it. I mean, this hero has mobility. He has evasion mechanics. He has invis mechanics. Like, very tough hero to kill unless you bring resources. This is a rough one for MOUZ right now. And the thing is, I don't think it had to be this rough either. Like, they forced the issue a lot trying to play for the matchup. They weren't in a position to do it, and in some ways they've made it worse for themselves. Some heavy lifting for this Juggernaut to do.
Yeah. Just a tad bit.
There was the post talking about Crystallis' Juggernaut win rate, right? It's very good.
Okay.
Cursed the shit out of him instantly.
Yeah, cursed the shit out of him, and then he promptly lost the. Dude, I'm not sure a caster could have cursed them as badly as that Reddit post did.
The second I saw that, I knew he's never going to win on the hero again.
And also, you said his name, he immediately dies, so nice caster curse yourself there.
This one's getting rough. This one's...
Stampede to get mid-one out of there. But the fact that he's using Stampede to get away and not to lasso kill somebody is already a bad enough sign. Crit stacking up the triangle even more.
Looks like Tesla rushed. And arm hero with that, you know, I think he's just insane with early damage timings, and especially when you have Slardar amp on top of it. It's just even more ridiculous. So you get the Deso out here on Satanic, he starts going in these fight with these amps. People are gonna get torn up in this game because there is no armor on the side of MOUZ. Like, it's natural armor. The Centaur built as much as he can. But that's really it.
Yeah, double ring protection, Helmet Dom is the most armor any early game Centaur can have.
But that's a large investment to still get chunked anyway.
Yeah. Then he still thinks he needs to build height. At some point in time, you're going to need like Lotus Orb probably. And you're still working on Battle Fury for the Juggernaut, but you are losing your towers. Lost tier 1 safe lane, now the mid tower. Falcons, 4,000 net worth lead.
They are scaling, man. That's the scary part.
Dire's bottom tower.
Got him.
He did get him real good there.
That's a got him right there. Well, what's your playmaking if you're MOUZ? Like, how do you come back in this game? Bat Rider or bust, I think. I mean, that's kind of the position you put yourself in. You have Cookie to maybe help you a little bit, but you just got to drum run in, find some people, start lassoing kids, because your Centaur went defensive armor items. He's not going to have an early blink. He has to go Lotus at some point.
Radiant are scanning.
Can't afford to just let Satanic sit here. But mid-one already being scouted out and pushed away. It's Falcons. Nice play there from Boom with the Quelling Blade, cuts down the tree that he would have been bushwhacked to. He should have lost somebody there, but managed to deny that much. Unfortunately, it's still Satanic completing his Desolator.
He's so fat, dude.
Yeah, dude, he's mad.
Oh, God. 12.5 minute Deso on Kez. Going straight to the Ags for the faster toggles. Gotta make something happen here if you're MOUZ. This is way too brutal.
Finally, they got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Marine is dead. 5 times kill streak. 518 gold for mid-one. As he makes a break for it. They still have Stampede too, but Satanic, he might kill him too fast. It's a quick Echo Slash. That's all it takes. It's physical damage. So Slardar Corrosive Haze is only going to amplify what the Kez is able to do with these abilities.
I was trying to leave him for some Deso charges. I mean, that's the point they're at in this game. Help each other farm up. Map is Falcons right now. What do they want to do? You go behind this Slardar, you go behind this Kez. That takes a full Glimmer out of the picture. That's a huge pickup here. Can you defend Wisdom Shrine, though? Looking iffy. Can you afford not to defend it, though?
You gotta give this up, I think. They're gonna try. Stampede goes in after it. Mid-one. Okay, that was a beautiful hit from Yamich, man. Hits 3 heroes with that boundless strike. Almost kills Crit, but it just they're just a bit too far behind to take full advantage of the situation. They get 2 kills, maybe a third. Satanic takes some damage from the kisses. One swing on Yamich is enough to dissuade his aggression, though.
That was honestly not the worst fight for MOUZ.
No?
They had a lot of things going for them there. I think the jump from Amar, maybe not expecting them all to be there, but you gotta remember, this Slardar is not doing a huge amount of damage on his own with just like Blink, Blink Whitestone. It's a lot about the Kez damage, a lot about the Furion damage. They put the Slardar, or the Slardar put himself in an awkward position, didn't burst Celery, and then you're able to turn that fight. Not a bad engagement. I mean, that bat did a decent amount of damage. Sacrificial, for sure, but got the job done. Interesting engagement. Oh, look at this
Another
pickup.
lasso, pull him out of the water, make it a bit easier for them to kill him, and the shot is going to be blocked, so no kill for Crit.
Dude, they're bringing this game back. I still like the synergy of MOUZ's lineup. I said that at the start, but all these little things, like Stampede with their lineup, is amazing. It resets a lot of the control that Falcons have. Great for the Bat Rider to haste in, or haste pull somebody. Great for the repositioning of the Jug to get in there with Spin and then Omni. Great for even this like Monkey to run in or Snap to reposition for Kisses. I just think it functions really well with their lineup. They have the Lasso pull into follow-up stuns or Omni Slash or Kisses. They have the Cookie to get the heroes in. Like,
Listen, I'm not disagreeing with anything here. I don't want to rain on the parade. Let's go, MOUZ. You can do it, all that. But, like, dude, he just hit 10K at 16 minutes. He almost has his axe done. Like,
yeah.
The bird is coming, man. The bird is coming.
Ice Frog's finest creation is about to perhaps dump on this comeback here. But
yeah.
But it is Kez. Like, the thing about Kez is, again, if you go in and you mess up, you can die extremely fast, you know.
Sure, he is a hero that can be 100 to 0.
Yeah, he doesn't want to, like, just sit there and right-click you while you Omni Slash or right-click him, right? He wants to be, he deals damage by getting a series or volleys of spells off, rather than just sitting there. So you have some kiting mechanisms on MOUZ. Kiting mechanisms are really strong against this hero. Pops ult,
yeah.
Kite away from it, you re-engage, things like this. Really negate some of the hero's early damage. I mean, obviously he's going to scale like a monster.
I won't lie, I thought you were kind of, I felt like what you just said kind of played the opposite, but Lasso is not good enough. Amar will manage to get that kill. Yamich, I mean, it's a Sport Monkey King. There's only so much this Wukong's command is going to be able to do for you, just not enough damage. But I was going to say, the other, like, yeah, he doesn't want to just sit there and get Omni Slash, but, like, he's also an incredibly mobile hero that has lots of different ways to disjoint Omni Slash.
Yes.
Biggest one being Raven's Fail.
Yeah, the fail is incredibly annoying.
I have no idea if it's possible for him to ever grappling claw vision something in order to, you know, stop the Omni Slash.
I think you can.
I hope
I think
not.
it just follows you. Yeah, I will say the katana stance is not as good at man fighting, but the side stance is very good. If you just want to sit there, like you have parry, you have the life steal, you have the little mini bash mechanic. So you can take the man fights for sure. I guess I'm just thinking the way you deal with this hero is you stun him and you all in him. Because if you don't do that, there's like no hope at anything. So that's kind of my underlying assumption, is that you're always trying to do that. So anything that lets you reposition is nice because it increases your chances of stunning him and all in him. Like,
and that is something that
that's
something that MOUZ, they picked a lot of Juggernaut. That's something they seem to do with all their Juggernauts lineups, right? They always have a lot of lockdown to make sure Omni Slash actually works.
Which is, I think, a smart way to do it. And that's what I'm saying. In theory, their lineup, like if you can ever lasso Kez, you have a decent chance to chain stun all in.
Yeah. And we may see that Omni Slash lasso not work against Amar because mid one wasn't there yet.
It's just too tanky. I mean, he had duels anyway. That was a very ambitious play.
Yeah.
Double tower deny. Yeah, that's extra team goal missing. But at least they stopped the bleeding. I mean, the game did not accelerate
Are scanning.
off of some crazy timings for Satanic. Ag's already done, by the way, working towards Satanic, on Satanic. Also a very scary item on this hero, the amount of like damage amp he's playing with and the amount of damage amp he's creating with the stance switching.
Yeah, being able to activate Satanic and pop Raptor stance, and anything you hit, you just get full HP.
It's pretty dumb.
Pretty gross.
That thing also scales with your max HP, right? So Satanic giving the strength on this hero is actually damage.
Amar made that blink and then still turned on a dime and ran away.
I mean, all Amar, it's interesting. He's not building like the Echo scale I thought he was going to do. He's just going utility. I think he just fully believes in the scale of the Kez. And he's just going to go and amp heroes and survive. Sure. And the other two cores are going to do the heavy lifting here in terms of damage. There's a free shard for the Jakiro. Not bad.
Which I think Amara was hoping he would get the free shard. He may have to buy it now, because it was between him and Snake King. Crit already bought his out.
Man, this game would look so different if that first 10 minutes went MOUZ.'s way around the Furion, you know? Like, so many of these ganks and plays, like, again, they just missed Malrine bottom. He has been a hair ahead of them this entire time.
Yeah. Yeah, and she's going to make a break for the Wisdom Shrine because their own is being invaded right now. Not much you can do about it. Boom is just going to be stuck in the Sprouts.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They might get the trade-off, though.
Yeah, they will. They will.
Equalizes it, so a little XP, but yeah, the lead is starting to build here. And if Satanic finishes Satanic, your chances of all-in bursting him go down considerably, some might say. Oh, they see Malrine. No, they're just out. Can't get anybody else here.
I do think that we may not get to a point where it matters, but I do think that the Helma Dom Monkey King support meta has to be one of the most obnoxious things about this last like 6 months of patch. Like the most obnoxious, one of the most obnoxious supports in riding the map combined with Helma Dom is just a disgusting concept.
Top tower is under attack.
9 class didn't win TI with it though, you know. And it'd be a very toxic time.
I'm very glad. Well, they're gonna force Roshan, and it goes down fast. So MOUZ will not be in the area to contest. Midwan is just trying to. I mean, he is so poor, man. He's clearing out jungle. His Lotus, Boots of Bearing build. Do think his build, again, as you said, like if he gets those kills on Malrine, gets that first kill, and then it snowballs to him getting some of these other kills, I think this build-up could have been very good.
For sure. Again, I think this game just so much hinged on those first 5 minutes, and Falcons out-executed. And this game looks very one-sided, but I think it could have gone the other way.
Yeah, the Lotus in particular was very valuable this game, right? Because like the stupid dot that Kez does, that's dispellable. The Corrosive Haze, obviously, until 25, dispellable. A bunch of Dragonite dots.
Oh, it's a good Lotus Orb. They have 2 of them now. So those combined with Stampede, Solar Crest, they have some utility to play with. Just the big damage items from Falcons are arriving. You know, BKB Furion, he's just going to be able to sit there. The Satanic is done for the Kez. It's a lot of extra.
Malrine.
A lot of extra heal.
Lotus off the Orchid. Pull him into Chrysalis with the Omni Slash. With the Omni Slash, he got him. Now a spin TP out. Whoever can't make it, won't make it out. And that includes Chrysalis. Amar had the bash ready to go.
I owe you one. But let's not keep scoring.
Aggressive play. I mean, they're continuing to make plays. Tough to get these and get out. Pay a price, but at least you're making that play in your Falcons base, so you're not going to lose your base by getting picked off somewhere bad.
Yeah, it's to MOUZ.'s credit, the fact that like so much went wrong in the early game, and they are still able to play some Dota here.
Yep.
Lamar and Crit just continue to sweep across the map as quick as they can, showing on the creep wave, blinking forward, but not able to get their hands mid-one.
My one worry for them is like they're kind of stabilizing this game, but they're doing it through a lot of cheap utility items right now, and these are not going to scale forever. If nullifiers come out for Falcons, for example, you negate a lot of net worth on the MOUZ side because they have all these ghost scepters and stuff.
Sure.
Another lasso pick off.
Lasso on Jakiro. They wanted to go for the Kez, but when he was channeling on the outpost, unfortunately, he still has Aegis, Satanic, so probably not a possible kill. Two, they weren't really set up for it immediately.
No, you do not want to interact with him right now.
Radiant are
Find
scanning.
anybody else, get the lanes out. Basically, you're stalling to get farm on the Jug, and hope Crystals carries this game with his insane Juggernaut professional win rate.
Very insane.
You know, what is Satanic's professional Kez win rate? Probably 0 wins.
Yeah, that is 100% true.
Yeah, so he's never won with this hero, so like he's not gonna win today, you know.
I think his pub win rate is probably pretty good.
Yeah, but pubs are not pro Dota. You know, any panel so that data's irrelevant.
Well, why don't I look up that? Oh, it's only 50-50. He's played 10 games since, you know, Dota 2 Pro Tracker came into play. So when Kez first came out, he played 10 games of it, went 5-5.
That's probably honestly not good for him. So you take those. Take them.
Yeah, well, I would counterbalance that by saying that like his worst win rate is probably going to be in the first, you know, 5 games that he's learning the hero. It's only going to get better from there. So if your worst is 50-50, and that was 11 months ago.
Structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower.
That's a fair point, yeah. But you gotta work with what you got. The wave cutting has begun.
Yep.
Backdoor will come up here, Falcons. You have to get another lane in, looking towards the bottom.
Problem is that
Middle tower has fallen.
it did not take long. Like they cut the wave successfully, great. But that one wave that they had to work with, Satanic took the full tier 3. Now he's got another wave to work with Siege Wagon. Celery.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, you might have to just kiss this wave or something. Your Bat Rider is currently being hunted down on the other side of the map. I mean, if they're pulling this many heroes, you kind of have to respond to the Kez. Mid-1, Ghost Scepter, TP way, not gonna be successful. Bushwhack from across the way, thanks to the Go Nuts facet. Super long cast range on that Bushwhack.
That was as the Aegis expired, so if you're gonna try and take a fight with that, you still have to be a Rax concession here.
Well, it's a good thing MOUZ never came back, I guess. He stayed out on the map for the most part. Continued
Oh, I thought you
to
meant... I thought you meant they never came back in this game. I was like, God damn.
No, I meant they stayed out on the map.
Good thing they never came back here. You know, this is a good win for Kez.
Good thing they never
Kez
had
supporter.
hope to begin with.
I'm a firm Kez supporter.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
No. Quite the opposite.
Middle barracks.
They finished the butterfly on Crystals.
Dire's middle tower.
Okay, all right. Working.
I mean, again, that to me, you got the all-in Kez. Like, it's just how the hero functions. He's a bullshit hero, so either all in him or you somehow kill everybody else and he isn't there. But he's there and you're not killing him, then you're probably dead.
He's about to get his 20 talent, which I assume you go for the Kazurai Katana damage per second, which that is a pretty massive increase of all overall damage that he's doing.
Yes. But none of that matters if you get lassoed, Austin.
That's true. That's the great hope here for MOUZ, that they can get that lasso, but hard to do without a blink initiation from the Bat Rider. And now their initiation has entirely stalled out. Crystal is just gonna die before an Omni Slash. Well, there goes that. Amar is gonna tip his old teammate and buddy in Chrysalis.
Dude, that Orchid destroyed him. No Dispel. It's a disaster. The XD has been dropped. Apparently winning TI did not humble him. Oh my
Oh God. We'll just remind the viewers that they are friends, that this looks a whole lot neater than it actually is.
I don't understand, Austin. I thought, if anything, was gonna teach this team humility.
Let's not keep score.
They would be achieving their dream of winning the international.
Yeah, maybe a second or third TI victory for Amar will calm him down.
Oh, I see. The first one increases the cockiness, but the second one,
right? You start getting more perspective.
Yeah, you know, it's like, yeah, okay, I get what you're saying.
All right, well, backdoor protection doesn't mean too much to Kez.
Not this farm, that's for sure.
No, he's getting through it. Not too much of an issue. Got to stomp on him, though.
Okay.
There goes that Omni Slash. Satanic, Raven's Veil turns back around with a Satanic, heals himself back up. He's good. There goes the Omni Slash. There goes the entirety of the threat. And even if MOUZ do manage to make it back to the fountain, they will be facing against Megas. Malrine will ensure it while the rest go hunting for kills. Malrine has his mind focused on objectives.
I think you had to get a BAP blink in this game, even though you don't want to because you're playing the mid bat. Like, it's just about the Kez matchup.
Come on, man.
He will type it. I mean, you know, the friendly banter.
Yeah.
Strikes again. He looks very satisfied.
Yeah. Carry diff at the end. Good lord.
All right, he's already dead, man. Like, come on.
Relentless.
Yeah, he's kicking a dead horse. Skeeter happy about that.
Poor Crystallis.
He's like, you got him, brother. You got him. This team is something else. Of course, they are good friends, so that helps a little bit. But a brutal beatdown here. 0 deaths for Satanic. He makes Kez look broken, as we all know it is. Well played. 7-0-5 on Satanic's professional debut on this hero. Well done. Well done. They'll take it.
They will, yeah. It's a great debut there. My first time getting to see Kez in a competitive game there and in the hands of Satanic, and it looked great. It was really good, but obviously there were a lot of moving parts on the side of Falcons that were able to give him so much space to be able to have a good game. The big one, most notably, is of course that Nature's Prophet against Batrider in the mid lane, and a matchup that went very favored towards Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, mid one kind of just ran into tower and died in like a really weird way. I don't really know what he was doing, but he just like, I don't want to lane anymore. I want to kill this guy. And then he kind of just stopped looking at his screen.
It's probably what you mentioned, right, in the beginning, like how hard it is to punish Malrine in like, and I mean, mid one is a good player. Like he knows he's supposed to punish his Prophet, so he's probably getting frustrated at this Prophet not dying or not like losing the lane as hard as other Prophets would. So, you know, that frustration turned into, basically him being over-aggressive and actually dying to the tower, because they were like support clicking TPs. I think at that moment they even canceled the TP, like realizing this bat is just killing himself, like he doesn't need any more help. So, and that honestly just set the pace for the game, because like you don't want to give Prophet an early 6. That transitions into silent kills, which were already doing really well for Falcons, and from that point on, Falcons were like in the driving seat and they never really left that position.
On top of that, I think the way that Falcons also identified how to fight, like a couple of those clips there, you could see that they knew who was the key piece to maybe MOUZ creating a comeback. Like there was a critical moment where we were watching it where Amar, he like full sends it on the snap fight. Like he knows that if Mortimer Kisses hits 2, 3, 4 heroes, completely different fight. But he blinks in, he sacrifices maybe amping up his Kez or someone else just to stop that ultimate getting used at any point. So I think the small things like this that you might not see in like the big fight and all the spells getting used is what enables Falcons to compound like one winning fight to being a devastating fight.
The other side of this as well, though, Seb, is, you know, when we saw the draft unfolding, I don't want to say confident, but you were very happy for MOUZ and the heroes that they were picking up. Now, does this sort of have a question mark around where you think the strength of MOUZ is, because they got those heroes that you're like, oh, these are comfort. This should be something that's good for them, and they weren't able to have a better game with it?
I think like it's like different things coming into play. Like first of all, they're getting figured out. Like, I mean, I don't think, you know, as Quinn mentioned earlier today, is like that team at the beginning was doing pretty poorly. So maybe they were a little bit underrated by other teams, and now they have won lots of games in a row. They've dominated online, so I'm sure like people know who MOUZ is now, what they like to play, so they prep for them. And I mean, now it's Falcons prepping for you, so you know that probably means troubles coming your way, which is essentially what happened. So I think they're now gonna have to like adapt. They're a very young team. They need to like, you know, they're getting figured out. They have to get to step 2, step 3, step 4, and basically keep the grind, keep improving.
I mean, their simple form for MOUZ is they are 4 protect mid 1, and once they can move away from that and find like another avenue to winning a game, then I think they're going to look very much more stable. But having mid 1 need to perform for Boom to shine or Crystal to shine, there are odd games where those two step up and fill that role, but I feel like both the side lanes are enabling core players that you need someone else to take that limelight, and mid 1 at the moment is holding that kind of flame for everyone else.
I just thought it's funny, like, for protect mid 1, and then mid 1 is just diving the tower and dying.
Yeah,
I know.
How do you protect that?
You can't. Yeah.
He's also on like their side of the map, trying to like cut a wave away from the rest of his team. And
What
just,
am I supposed to do to stop this?
I mean, that's the thing, right? When he plays like this, can't get the solo kill, then they don't look like the same team that
Of
was
course.
able to put on great performances in the previous tournament online. So, yeah, I think once they find that kind of middle ground and everything, sure, they're going to be competitive.
Yeah. I want to have a call back all the way from the start of today when we talked about the team's roster changes coming in. Of course, Falcons, they had the same roster. That's what they're keeping for the year. But today, they're playing with a stand-in in Satanic. And we had this question mark, are we going to feel the void of Skeeter there? Are they still going to be able to draft the same way? Is there still going to be a gameplay that's very similar? And I guess have those questions been answered now over 3 best-of-1s?
I mean, to be honest, I think they've just outskilled people so hard that you wouldn't really see the gameplay differences that you would see between Satanic and Skitter. Like, both Satanic and Skitter, Satanic's obviously an incredible player. He's very, very talented, very skilled. And to be honest, they're just kind of just blasting people on lanes and just, like, outskilling them. I mean, I didn't see the game against BetBoom team, so I can't judge that one. From both the games on A-Stream, though, it's like, I don't know, they're just better. They're just better, and they're winning because they're better, not because of some playstyle difference or something like that.
Yeah. The BetBoom game definitely was a little bit closer than what we saw here, but that's also some strength to it where they were able to mount a comeback for themselves, where they were able to hold on and have that too. So it's been amazing for them. They've been having a really good day. In fact, we could have a look at the results here across our 2 streams. There's been 7 best-of-1s in each stream. That's 14 in total. This is what our results here of A-Streamed look like. Anything there when you look at it that really sticks out as something you want to take forward, or even just a bit of a shock?
I think Liquid, being like so far one of the worst teams of the group stage, like losing both their games and losing them quite convincingly, if there is such a thing, to me, that is the big talking point.
Yeah, I mean, they have struggled, and I think a lot of people on paper put this team to be an instant powerhouse, but that's just not to be the case. They have a lot of growing pains to get through, and I think it's going to show, I think tomorrow or the day after, if they're able to kind of adapt quick enough, or if they're going to be stuck in this like awkward position of learning, and it's going to take a tournament or 2 for them to show their might.
Okay. Well, let's also have a look at B-Stream as well, right? Because there were a lot more teams that played over there that we actually didn't get to touch on or see over here. The main one for me is definitely Na'Vi. They had a great day for themselves. Not amazing, not undefeated, but it was still a very good day for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm honestly really excited to watch Na'Vi play. I think the addition of COI will be quite a big boon to this team. I think they're a very young team with not a lot of experience. They don't really strike me as a team that's like a super big drafting team, and I think so having a coach that can just click the drafting buttons for them so all the young players can focus on their gameplay and do their thing will be very nice for them. And also, bringing some of our ideas that we had throughout the years to that team, I think will be very nice for them. I think they'll listen to him and respect him and trust him because we had results, and I think it will be very good for them. I'm looking forward to this Na'Vi team, how they do this year.
Yeah, and the experience also in like how to approach like big tournaments, how to adapt, what are the right kind of processes to set in place in order to just like get through the pressure, get through the process of like learning from the tournament, from the other teams, making some of the things your own, leaving some of the thing aside. I think like the experience that he's gonna bring to the team through what he gathered in his own career with you guys, that's gonna be probably the last missing piece to this Na'Vi roster, because they're young, they're talented, they're on top of the meta. They just lack a few things.
Do you kind of get like sentimental, Quinn, looking at like all your previous teammates and coaches now split into like different teams?
Oh, you're opening the door already.
Yeah, I am a little bit.
That came early.
Yeah.
Day 1.
Oh, you're gonna beat him while he's down. I'm not letting this man have any recovery time.
I mean, I think it's just fun to watch, honestly, and I'm glad they all ended up in like pretty good places. I think there was a lot of question marks for some of them during the shuffle, where it was looking like they were going to end up in a bad spot, or maybe not have a team at all, or whatever. There were a lot of question marks about that throughout the shuffle. But I think they all ended up in spots that they're pretty happy with, and so I think it'll be really fun to watch them play against each other, especially. But just getting to watch them play and see how they interact in different environments and how they like look in different teams. playing with different players or working with different people. Like I think it's just really interesting.
And you're going to get to see more of that, right? Because there is still so much more of Blast Slam 4 that is going to unfold. This is only day number 1, and we can have a look at exactly how our standings are shaping up. That's pretty important for us here because it is one big group. We're not splitting the teams by any means. Everyone will be playing 11 best of ones, because there are 12 teams here participating. And that's it. We got Falcons right now being our only 3-0 team because they played 3 times today. Tundra, they only played 2, so they're still having a really good day, a great record. And like I said, Na'Vi up there too with a 2-1 score for themselves. So a lot of the other teams kind of just in that midfield, neither good nor bad. However, yeah, you do kind of look at Liquid and Aurora now down there, just not having that oomph we might have expected from them.
It feels like today's been the day of overthinking for a lot of teams. Like, I think going into tomorrow, I'm expecting a lot closer games because like teams don't play that many best of ones throughout the calendar, right? So now to play 2-3 best of ones in a single day, and then still needing to play another like 8. Like some of these drafts, like you look at it, it's like, oh, they look because of a Slaughter or a Brood or a Husker. Or there's so many like key little moments where hindsight, of course, is better, but they just don't feel like they're prepared or ready to have to deal with this many best of ones. So, yeah, I'm hoping that they can quickly learn how grueling it is to play this type of group stage.
Yeah, they're going to have to shape it very quickly because it is 5 days of these best of ones. We're going to have a look at our schedule for tomorrow because the action does not stop by any means. This is what we're going to be seeing on the A stream. I'm telling you guys, it is 7 best of ones every day on each stream. Like, there really is just so much action. Is there a specific game that stood out? It felt like today it was very easy to say that Liquid Tundra series.
There's a lot. Like, I'm looking at a lot of these matchups, and they look very exciting. Like the first one, Heroic Tundra, I mean, Na'Vi, Spirit, Falcon. I'm just gonna read the whole list.
You want to read list?
I think
reading through
the Na'Vi Spirit one
are like unreal bangers.
Like these are big games.
Yeah, the
Big
Na'Vi
games.
Spirit one I think is the big one for me because Spirit losing to Execration, Na'Vi coming in 2-1. It feels like that is a very big where they're gonna be sitting on that power level.
For sure. And I mean, Spirit is definitely one of the teams that you wouldn't be surprised for them, like kind of starting slow. It happens often with them in tournaments. Like they start slow and then there's this build up, and you might even see them go the full distance. This could be one of these cases. Maybe they took some. I mean, some teams maybe got back on the grind right away. I mean, TI is not that far away from now. It was not that far away. So maybe they did not really practice. Went into this kind of approaching the best of one and the grind in the group stage, because it is a very grindy group stage that they have to face as their adaptation phase into the the following of the tournament. I would. Don't sleep on Spirit is basically what I'm trying to say. I think they could surprise us.
A little bit of warming up needed.
Yeah, for many teams. But I think the series for me tomorrow is BB vs Tundra. I think both of those teams have shown incredible depth to their play. Even though BB's lost to Falcons, you've lost to the team that's already 3-0 in the group. So it's like you're beating the team that's dominating just one TI.
It was like a 55-minute game.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a long game. You lost to that team. That doesn't feel that bad for them. So I feel like the strong contenders already, it's like Falcons, Tundra, and BB are like the top 3. And then you have kind of like maybe like some Na'Vis and other teams kind of fighting to compete with them. But we're already kind of seeing like the dominant teams kind of rising to the top, I feel.
And anything for you there, Quinn? Like, how does one person go away walking from the day if you're kind of coming out 1-1 or 2-1 or 1-2, where it's like not great, but it's not bad. You know that there's more to come.
I mean, to be honest, I think Liquid's result for this day is actually somewhat two-sided in that they played 2 of the stronger teams. They played both BetBoom and Tundra. And so I think while they didn't look great and they lost both games, they were playing, like we said, 2 of the stronger teams. And so I think, like, tomorrow maybe you play some Aureus or you play Aurora, you play, like suddenly your score is even and things like feel a lot better and you can start to build that confidence. Because I think they did play some of the harder teams, even though I think they should cope it up a little bit, because I think while their day 1 was kind of sus and their play was maybe a little sus.
How much cope is too much cope?
No, it's never too much cope.
There is no limit, Seb is saying.
I want a TI going 0-4 the first day. Anything can happen.
Perfect.
Trust me.
That's the answer I wanted to hear.
Thank God I didn't go home, like
the whole tank, fill it up.
Yeah.
Exactly. It works. It works.
Play to the ancient explodes, yeah.
I like it. We've had history there. We've already gotten the proven historical facts about it. So even though it's day 1, maybe your team isn't sitting exactly where you would love to see them, there is so much more. For today, we're going to say goodbye to you guys, and we'll see you same time tomorrow for 7 more best of ones.
At your service.